Knock knock knock. Urgent knocking sounded from outside the apartment. Su Yuanhang was in the middle of preparing dinner. Hearing the noise, he could only turn the stove down to low, then walk into the living room and call out, "Who is it? Daddy, hurry, and open the door." "What the heck?" From the voice, Su Yuanhang assumed some neighbor's child had gone to the wrong apartment, so he opened the door without thinking much of it. He was about to explain that the child had come to the wrong place when an unbelievably adorable little girl suddenly threw her. She wrapped her arms around his thigh, then tilted her head back with effort and cried out, "Daddy, you're our daddy, right?" Su Yuanhang was utterly stupefied. He glanced at the other child standing just a step away. Like a double exposure, she looked exactly the same as the little cutie clinging to his leg. In that instant, a single word flashed through his mind: twins. Yet before long, Su Yuanhang's attention was drawn away by the woman standing behind the children, whose presence was impossible to ignore. Graceful and noble, a pure, clean countenance, enhanced by subtly seductive makeup. As she removed her sunglasses, a trace of nervousness flickered in her eyes. Her hands gripped a designer handbag, making her seem somewhat at a loss. In that split second, Su Yuanhang's gaze changed, and he fell into memory. It had been a night 5 years ago when Su Yuanhang was still a senior about to graduate. During an off-campus internship, his supervisor had treated him like a beast of burden, leaving his mood foul, so he went alone to a street-side food stall to drown his sorrows in beer. After several bottles of beer, someone suddenly crashed heavily into him, toppling the bottles across the table and creating quite a... He was about to lose his temper, but when he turned his head, he saw a girl with dazed, unfocused eyes pleading with him, "Please, save me. I've been drugged." Staring more closely, Su Yuanhang recognized her. It was Tang Kexin, the campus belle from his own university, and even from his own year. Her perfume mingled with the smell of alcohol on her body. Su Yuanhang hurriedly reached out and supported her limp form. Looking into the distance, he saw 2 men in suits tailing after her, so he immediately tossed 100 yuan to the stall owner, then rushed Tang Kexin away from that place. Later, at a nearby hotel, he rented a room to hide temporarily, avoiding those furtive pursuers. After settling Tang Kexin down on the bed, Su Yuanhang had intended to leave, but unexpectedly, she grabbed hold of him. To his astonishment, Tang Kexin, lost in a haze of desire, suddenly began stripping off his clothes. "Don't go. I'm so hot. I need you." Her repeated pleas, laced with a voice soft and intoxicating, caused the already tipsy Su Yuanhang to sink into the same abyss. The encounter had been completely unexpected. When he woke the next morning, Tang Kexin was nowhere to be found. Only a stark, shocking stain of blood remained upon the sheets. "Su Yuanhang, we meet again." The gentle, graceful Tang Kexin finally spoke. Her voice carried a faint tremor as she greeted him, pulling his thoughts back from the past. "I don't quite know where to begin, but I feel I must let you know. You have 2 daughters. Gazing at the dignified, elegant Tang Kexin, Su Yuanhang couldn't help recalling all the news he had heard about her. She was now the reigning leading lady, a top-tier star with countless hit works in recent years and a fan base exceeding hundreds of millions across the internet. Never in his wildest imagination had he expected that when they seemingly had no chance ever to cross paths again, fate would bring about such an absurd reunion. And this time, there were 2 unbelievably adorable daughters. Their features and contours bore a few hints of resemblance to him, especially their eyes and noses with distinct double eyelids, and pert high noses, bright and captivating. Their mouths and overall facial outlines, however, resembled Tang Kexin somewhat, as if they were the perfect fusion of the 2 of them. Su Yuanhang opened his mouth, but found himself utterly at a loss for words. Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed in his mind. "Ding. Daddy system has awakened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heart voice ability." The next second, Su Yuanhang directly heard Tang Kexin's inner voice reverberating in his ears with the system's ding. Tang Kexin is extremely nervous at this moment. As long as the host eases her emotions, he will receive a cash reward of 5 million yuan. As an online fiction author, Su Yuanhang understood perfectly what this sudden voice signified. He had actually bonded with the system. Just then, the sound of an elevator door opening came from behind Tang Kexin, and seeing Su Yuanhang along with the 2 little ones with their backs to them, and Tang Kexin, the elderly couple looked slightly surprised, but without overthinking it greeted him. "Xiaohang, you've got guests today." Tang Kexin hurriedly put her sunglasses back on, and clutched the children tightly to her chest, clearly trying to aware what kind of commotion would erupt if someone of Tang Kexin's current status were recognized by ordinary neighbors. Su Yuanhang quickly replied, "Yes, they're all my friends." After the explanation, realizing the doorway was no place for such a conversation, he invited Tang Kexin come in. "Thank you," Tang Kexin said politely, then took the little ones by the hand and led them inside. As Tang Kexin bent down to remove her shoes, Su Yuanhang spoke to stop her. "No need to take your shoes off. Just come in. Sit on the sofa for a while I'll pour some drinks." This apartment was the home Su Yuanhang had purchased with the royalties he had earned over the past few years, paid for in full. It wasn't expensive, around 100 square meters costing 7 to 800,000 yuan. Of course, after buying it, his savings had nearly been exhausted with only a little over 100,000 yuan left. He then spent around 200,000 more decorating it in his preferred style, leaving himself in negative assets and owing the bank a loan. Fortunately, he could make the repayments through his manuscript fees, so life was not unbearably tight. Entering the kitchen, Su Yuanhang first turned off the low flame on the stove, then opened the refrigerator and called out to Tang Kexin and the twins already seated on the sofa, "What would you like to drink?" I have juice and mineral water. Either is fine, Tang Kexin answered, and began taking in the layout of the apartment. Though simple, it did not feel empty or cluttered, but rather orderly and composed. In particular, the bookshelf in the hall was filled with classics and books on psychological horror and crime, making one want to go closer and explore. Su Yuanhang walked over with mixed feelings, seeing the twins both curious and restrained. To be honest, he himself was extremely nervous. He poured 3 cups of juice into disposable cups and handed them out one by one. If you don't like juice, there's also water, he explained to Tang Kexin. Thank you, juice is fine, she replied with a faint smile. The little ones love juice too. Daddy, we really love juice. At home, Mama always squeezes fresh orange juice for us. It's so tasty. Daddy. Just as Su Yuanhang was about to respond, he suddenly heard the children's inner voices ding. These super adorable little ones wish to share something wonderful with you. If the host drinks juice together with them, he will receive a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. After drinking the juice, Tang Kexin's tension has eased somewhat. The host has obtained a cash reward of 1 million yuan transferred to his account. Once Tang Kexin's emotions are completely soothed, the remaining 4 million will be paid in full. Listening to the system's prompts, Su Yuanhang felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He instantly took it out and glanced at the screen. An entire 1 million yuan had indeed been deposited into his account. Still reeling, he then noticed the twins gazing at him with expectant eyes, their juice cups raised halfway in the air as they waited for his reply. Under the expectant gazes of Tang Kexin and the little ones, Su Yuanhang reached out to take the glass of juice. He took a light sip, then coaxed her gently, saying, "It's delicious. The juice my baby made is truly wonderful." Hee hee. The little girl immediately broke into a radiant smile, revealing her adorable dimples. "Daddy, this is your very own juice." A chime sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for drinking the juice handed over by the little one. You have received 10,000 yuan in cash. As the prompt fell, Su Yuanhang's phone vibrated. Even without looking, he knew it was a notification for 10,000 yuan being deposited. Su Yuanhang handed the juice back to the little girl and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, sweetheart, you drink some too." Okay, the little cutie took the juice, then finally hugged the cup and began to drink in earnest. At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down again. Having remained silent all this time, Tang Kexin softly said to her twin daughters, "Darlings, I'll let you play with the phones. Now can Mommy talk with Daddy for a bit, okay?" "Okay, Mama, you go ahead and talk to Daddy, don't worry about us." Mama will play with the phones obediently. We definitely won't eavesdrop on what you're saying. The two little ones suddenly turned mischievous and impish, irresistibly adorable. Especially when they smiled, it was enough to melt anyone's heart. Seeing them holding the phones as they started playing by the sofa, Su Yuanhang, filled with questions he wanted to ask Tang Kexin, said to her, "Shall we go to the bedroom to talk?" "That's fine." Tang Kexin nodded, then rose to her feet, and under Su Yuanhang's lead walked into the room he usually used for work and writing. After closing the door, Su Yuanhang pushed over the desk chair he normally used for writing and offered it to her, while he himself pulled over a small stool and sat down. Tang Kexin noticed that Su Yuanhang seemed to be living entirely on his own. From the moment she entered the apartment, she had been quietly observing. In the shoe cabinet, aside from men's shoes, there were only 2 pairs of slippers, and at this moment the room carried not the slightest trace of a woman's presence. People often say women are naturally sensitive creatures, and Tang Kexin was no exception. She could easily tell that Su Yuanhang had been living alone all this time, remaining single over these past years. Her gaze shifted to Su Yuanhang's computer, where a document filled with words was still open on the screen, showing that he had been rushing to meet a manuscript deadline. After a brief silence, it was Tang Kexin who spoke first. "Su Yuanhang, I've come to see you so abruptly this time, because I want to know what you're feeling." After she spoke, Tang Kexin fixed her gaze on Su Yuanhang. Her hands were clasped together, yet tightened slightly, and she could not help but swallow her throat, bobbing nervously. Another chime echoed in his mind. Tang Kexin's emotional fluctuations from nervousness are extremely intense. She urgently needs your affirmation and reassurance. Hearing her inner voice once more, Su Yuanhang folded his arms and said, "To be honest, I'm very surprised, especially that you brought 2 children to find me and had them call me Daddy. I truly had no mental preparation for this at all." A chime cut in again. Reminder: Tang Kexin is feeling even more nervous. However, Su Yuanhang continued, only to be interrupted by Tang Kexin. "However what?" Because of the daddy heart voice system, Tang Kexin's inner thoughts were laid bare before him. Su Yuanhang went on, "However, it made me think of how we first met 5 years ago." Tang Kexin's body trembled slightly, then she gave a bitter smile. "It was my fault. I'm sorry." "No." Su Yuanhang shook his head. "I'm also responsible. I shouldn't have been so impulsive, and I certainly shouldn't have without any protection with you." The rest of the words caught in his throat and would not come out. But Tang Kexin understood. Lowering her head, she said, "Talking about it now won't change anything. What had to happen has already happened. If you feel burdened, you can pretend I never came, and you don't have to acknowledge them." Before she could finish, Su Yuanhang blurted out anxiously, "That's not what I mean. I want to know what you're thinking." Tang Kexin lifted her eyes to look at Su Yuanhang again, her heart in utter turmoil. "They're very adorable, and they look a lot like both of us," he said. Su Yuanhang himself did not know where to begin. His mind was in a bit of a mess, yet he still tried his best to soothe Tang Kexin's emotions. "I'd like to know what the little ones are called." Tang Kexin explained, "They both take my surname. The elder sister is called Tang Feier, and the younger sister is Tang Linger." They were born only about 5 minutes apart. Tang Fei or Tang Linger. Su Yuanhang repeated the names once. When is their birthday? October 1st. Tang Kexin continued. They were born at 1 o'clock in the morning. After silently committing their birthday to memory, Su Yuanhang's eyes widened. Doesn't that mean their birthday is only a few days away? Seeing the astonishment on his face, Tang Kexin felt for reasons she could not quite name her mood relaxed slightly. She then said yes. They've been clamoring to spend this birthday together with their daddy, so that's why I finally made up my mind to come find you. These past years, how have you managed to get through them? Su Yuanhang had countless doubts. Given how special Tang Kexin's status was, raising 2 children alone could not have been easy. Back then when you gave birth to the little ones, did your parents know? They didn't. Tang Kexin shook her head. I've been hiding it from them all along. As she spoke, Su Yuanhang could sense that her emotions were extremely complex. Mingled flavors of bitterness, grievance, and countless unspoken feelings. I didn't dare tell them. I was afraid they wouldn't be able to accept it. But now that you've come to find me, if the paparazzi follow your trail, it will definitely be exposed. That would deal a fatal blow to your career. Su Yuanhang knew all too well that as an entertainer one had to serve as a role model at all times and in every place. Once any scandal broke out, it would inevitably impact one's career. What was more, Tang Kexin had given birth to 2 adorable little ones. If this came to light while her career was at its peak, it would surely send shockwaves through the entertainment industry. Yet Tang Kexin's eyes grew resolute as she said, before I came to find you, I had already announced to the public that I have to. While Su Yuanhang sat there stunned, Tang Kexin clenched her fists so tightly that the veins on the backs of her hands faintly bulged. You probably haven't seen my news, have you? Since last week the matter's been fermenting nonstop. Some of the brands I've worked with have already terminated their contracts with me. What? These past few days Su Yuanhang had been busy rushing to meet his deadlines, so he had paid little attention to entertainment gossip and had no idea that such a major news event had taken place. He immediately took out his phone, searched for the keyword Tang Kexin, and a flood of negative news about her instantly popped up. The hottest topics were all centered on articles about her having twin daughters and wild speculation over the identity of their biological father spreading across the entire internet like a tidal wave. Some even secretly spread the rumor that the twins were the children of a certain wealthy businessman, and the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. As he read, Su Yuanhang flew into a rage. Bastards. These paparazzi and media outlets are utterly shameless. They'll say anything just to leech off attention. That's simply how the entertainment circle is, Tang Kexin said with a helpless smile. They magnify your so-called flaws in invisible ways, all just to capture eyeballs. Su Yuanhang suddenly thought of something and asked Tang Kexin, what about your parents? Do they know as well? Tang Kexin pursed her lips and nodded. They should all know now that I've released the news. Having grasped her thoughts, Su Yuanhang understood what had transpired. They contacted you, but you turned off your phone and came to me instead, didn't you? Yes. Tang Kexin was somewhat surprised that Su Yuanhang knew her thoughts. She continued, given my identity, when I considered coming to you, I also pondered many issues. Once you acknowledge the children, my status will inevitably expose you to the gaze of the entire online media. At that point a torrent of abuse will flood your eyes, so I don't know if you can accept it. Ding. Tang Kexin's emotions are fluctuating greatly. She is extremely worried that you will bear the burden of infamy because of her and be despised by thousands. To be honest, Su Yuanhang truly had not prepared himself mentally. Although he also worked in internet-related fields, his audience consisted mostly of literary enthusiasts. Even when his stories did not meet expectations and drew criticism from readers, it never escalated to personal attacks against him or his family, nor did it involve doxing. The community was still quite tolerant. But celebrities faced a far broader audience, naturally encompassing all kinds of people. It was inevitable to encounter extremely unhinged individuals typing insults on their keyboards. I am the children's biological father. That cannot be changed. Su Yuanhang had also come to terms with it. Since we've encountered a problem, I'll face it bravely. I won't be a coward. I will take on the responsibilities a father should bear. These simple words stirred a ripple in Tang Kexin's heart. Ding. The host's words have strengthened Tang Kexin's resolve to bring the adorable children to claim their father. Emotional soothing successful. 2 million cash reward granted. Ding. The host is willing to face unknown difficulties together with Tang Kexin. A special super item has been awarded. Please check it. Su Yuanhang immediately inspected the system item. It turned out to be an item card related to social media pressure. Thus it indirectly resolved the biggest worry for both Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin. Unaware that Su Yuanhang had a solution, Tang Kexin's eyes reddened upon hearing his words. Over the years, Tang Kexin had actually been monitoring Su Yuanhang's movements, which allowed her to find him at the first opportunity. My sudden departure back then. Drawing immense courage from Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin recounted the events of the past few years. On one hand, I truly didn't know I was pregnant. On the other, I didn't know how to face you. I was the one who seduced you. You were forced into that one intimate encounter. So when I became pregnant, I didn't blame you. I even considered aborting the child at first, but when the hospital told me I was carrying twins, I couldn't bear to do it. At that time my career was just starting. Thanks to you I discovered how dark the entertainment company the Talent Scout had recruited me for truly was, and I managed to escape its clutches. Afterward I decided to go somewhere secluded to give birth, and then rely on my hard work to enter the entertainment industry and realize my dreams. I debuted in a girl group, signed with a big company, and developed very smoothly. Then I resolutely transitioned into acting, earning market recognition with my skills. At this point, Tang Kexin's face glowed with pride. I finally shed the label of a pretty face. In fact, Su Yuanhang had also kept an eye on Tang Kexin's struggles in the entertainment industry over these years. Her looks certainly gave her an edge in the industry, but through sheer hard work, she devoted herself to singing, dancing, and acting. She produced several hit singles and starred in films and TV dramas that grossed over $2 billion at the box office, dominating the charts. In every field, she earned numerous awards that represented her true talent. Yet at the peak of her career, Tang Kexin, without consulting her company, openly announced on her personal social media account that she had twin daughters. It exploded like an atomic bomb in the entertainment industry, shocking domestic and international audiences. The news media covered it extensively, and it spiraled out of control. Her pure and innocent image crumbled overnight. Fans lost trust in her, and the number of unfollowers climbed higher. Meanwhile, people continued to dig for the father's identity, up until now. Now all my business activities have been suspended. Yet Tang Kexin felt no regret. But when I saw you and heard the little ones happily calling you daddy, I knew my decision. At least, I've given the babies a complete family. Su Yuanhang listened quietly as Tang Kexin recounted her experience. He could see that she had mustered immense courage to make such a choice. Thank you. Su Yuanhang's heart was a mix of emotions. He expressed gratitude for being willing to let the children recognize me. Tang Kexin's beautiful eyes held a sense of relief as she looked at Su Yuanhang and smiled faintly. You accepting them is the best outcome. I thank you too, because I might face online bullying. So what? Su Yuanhang laughed. I'm just a nobody. Even if I'm cursed, I won't lose a pound of flesh. Instead, I've gained 2 adorable biological children. And the one who got a bargain here, huh? Looking at the big boy before her who had instantly transformed into a father, Tang Kexin didn't fully understand his personality, but she had read his books. He was an author specializing in suspense and mystery stories. She had followed and finished every single work he wrote, even sending him monetary gifts and becoming his top supporter. However, Tang Kexin planned to keep this secret forever. Ding! Tang Kexin's emotions have been completely soothed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the remaining $1 million reward. Su Yuanhang felt his phone vibrate. When he picked it up after 3 transfers from the system, the $5 million reward had been deposited into his bank account. Now he was a millionaire too. Su Yuanhang, since you're willing to acknowledge them, I can proceed with the next step. Tang Kexin took a deep breath and continued. I plan to retire from the entertainment industry and become a full-time mother to properly accompany the babies, making up for all the time we've been apart over the years. But through her thoughts, Su Yuanhang sensed the inner conflict behind this decision. Giving up her beloved career was like cutting a piece of flesh from her body, excruciatingly painful. Su Yuanhang didn't want Tang Kexin to live with lifelong regret, so he encouraged her. Since you've already openly acknowledged the children's existence, of course I need to take on the responsibility of being a father, including facing criticism from the entire internet. I don't care if those people are insignificant to me. But you're different. If your fans truly like you and recognize your work, as time passes they will surely embrace you again. After all, you are such an outstanding actress and singer. I believe this storm will slowly subside. I thought it through. Only by retiring can I protect you and the babies. I don't want you to be hurt because of me. Tang Kexin had made up her mind. Tomorrow I will hold another press conference to announce my decision. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Su Yuanhang did not persist. Instead, he secretly used the public opinion elimination item card. The next moment, subtly and almost like airborne transmission, the public opinion elimination item card suppressed the explosive news about Tang Kexin's illegitimate daughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the item card to eliminate the negative impact on Tang Kexin. It is expected that within 12 hours the public opinion will be completely resolved and the current situation will change. The system's prompt, like a soothing pill, gave Su Yuanhang more confidence. Their conversation was nearly over. Tang Kexin stood up, forcing a smile at Su Yuanhang. I should go? Thank you for hosting us and for listening to me. Leaving so soon? Su Yuanhang asked, somewhat surprised. I can't stay long. The paparazzi could be following me at any moment. Tang Kexin hesitated for a moment, then added, Su Yuanhang, can I ask you one more favor? Go ahead, he replied, already knowing what she would say. With a trace of reluctance in her eyes, Tang Kexin looked toward the living room. I want to leave the babies with you for now. If they stay with me, they'll only be dragged into this. They'll come back for you after the press conference. Of course, there's nothing to ask about, Su Yuanhang said with a dry laugh. This is their home too. Besides, I want to spend more time with them and get to know their personalities and habits. Thank you, Tang Kexin said, still feeling guilty and distant. I'm leaving now. The babies are in your care. Su Yuanhang did not stop her and followed her out of the room. Upon reaching the living room, Tang Kexin put on a gentle smile and called out with doting eyes to the little ones playing on their phones, babies, mommy and daddy have finished talking. The 2 adorable toddlers, dressed in Lolita-style outfits like little princesses, simultaneously looked up from their phone screens to Tang Kexin. They giggled in unison, Mommy, Daddy, we're hungry. Then shall I have Daddy make you something delicious? As the toddlers dashed over and hugged her, Tang Kexin's eyes were filled with reluctance. Mommy still has things to take care of. Once it's all resolved, they'll come back for you. No, Mommy, you should eat with us, okay? Daddy, can you ask Mommy to stay? Ding! The little ones wish for the whole family to share a meal at the same table. If the wish is fulfilled, the reward is 5 of tomato novels shares, making you a shareholder of the group. Su Yuanhang was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the system to be so generous and offer such a staggering. He immediately tried to persuade Tang Kexin to stay. Look, the kids want us to have dinner together as a family. Even if you're in a hurry, can't you spare a little time? Seeing that both the toddlers and Su Yuanhang insisted, Tang Kexin nodded with a smile. All right, let's have a warm family dinner together. Yay, mommy is the best. Finally, we can have dinner with daddy and mommy. Ding. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling the little one's wish. The reward has been issued. Your name now appears on Tomato Novels' shareholder list. In his mind, a financial statement of Tomato Novels' annual profits also appeared. With annual advertising revenue of around 30 to 40 billion plus short dramas adaptations and other channels, even though Su Yuanhang only had a 5 dividend rate, the earnings were still extremely impressive. He suddenly found himself receiving dividends exceeding 9 figures every year. More importantly, his status had transformed from an ordinary author to a shareholder of the novel website, significantly elevating his standing. By fulfilling the little one's wish this time, Su Yuanhang had truly won big. Amid the cheers of the toddlers, Su Yuanhang looked toward the kitchen and said, "The food is ready. They're just homestyle dishes, but you can try them. If you don't like them, order takeout." "Daddy, we're not picky eaters, hee." Tang Feier said cheerfully. "Daddy, we love whatever you cook." Tang lingered at. From this brief interaction, Su Yuanhang learned that both little ones were very sensible, which also made his heart ache. They were only 4 years old with innocent and adorable appearances that invited affection. Their manners showed that Tang Kexin had raised them well. Tang Kexin chimed in, "Just eat whatever is served. They're not picky. All right. They'll heat it up, and it'll be ready in a moment. You all take a seat." Su Yuanhang said, and quickly went into the kitchen to start working. The toddlers watching his figure pulled Tang Kexin's hand and laughed. "Mommy, daddy is so tall." "Yes, he is tall." Tang Kexin gazed at Su Yuanhang's back. His tall stature, long legs, and handsome features would give him a place even in the entertainment industry. "Babies, do you like daddy?" Under Tang Kexin's expectant and nervous gaze, the little ones nodded vigorously. "Yes, we like him a lot. Daddy and mommy are a match made in heaven," Tang Feier said with a grin. "That's why they gave birth to 2 cute babies like us, hee." Then Tang Feier asked, "Mommy, do you like daddy?" Tang Kexin knew Tang Feier was mischievous and articulate, full of clever ideas despite her young age. But she hadn't expected such a tricky question. Seeing them all staring with round, wide eyes waiting for her answer, Tang Kexin lovingly patted their heads and said, "If I didn't like him, how could I have given birth to you 2 adorable little darlings with daddy?" "That makes sense, hee." "Then daddy and mommy must be happy forever." Su Yuanhang was busy in the kitchen, but could hear the conversation among the 3 in the living room. Especially when Tang Kexin asked the little ones about their impression of him, Su Yuanhang even felt nervous. When he heard them praise him and Tang Kexin's response, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, and he worked even harder to arrange tonight's dishes. There were sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried greens, and fish soup. For one person it would be quite lavish, but now for 4, Su Yuanhang felt it was a bit modest. Soon after reheating the food, he brought it to the table and called out to the 3, "Kexin, little one's dinner is ready. Come eat." "Great. Time to eat. I have a little donkey, and I never ride it." Tang Linger ran toward the dining table humming a nursery rhyme, which made the atmosphere lively and pleasant. With the 2 little ones around, Su Yuanhang felt that his always empty home now had warmth. After everyone was seated, Su Yuanhang handed them chopsticks and spoons one by one, saying, "Try the tofu fish soup. It's very fresh. Let me know if it needs anything." The little ones were eager, but seeing that both Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang were serving them soup, they just happily waited with their chopsticks. "Taste it. You've been wanting to eat daddy's cooking, haven't you? Today your wish came true," Tang Kexin said with a smile. Under Su Yuanhang's expectant and nervous gaze, the toddlers each took a sip. "Wow, so delicious. Mommy, daddy's fish soup is amazing. You should try it too." Both little ones approved of Su Yuanhang's cooking, which put him completely at ease. Tang Kexin also took a small sip and was pleasantly surprised by his culinary skill, so she took a few more sips. Seeing this, a smile spread across Su Yuanhang's face. "Since it's good, drink more." Ding. Congratulations to the host for having your cooking recognized by the little ones and Tang Kexin. This proves that your culinary skills no longer need the system's chef god skill. Keeping it authentic is the greatest sincerity toward the little ones. Therefore, the system will reward the host with an additional skill as compensation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the god-level gaming skill. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but feel delighted. What he needed most at the moment was to establish some interaction with the little ones to make up for the lost time spent with them. After dinner ended amidst the laughter of the little ones, Tang Kexin planned to help clear the table, but was refused by Su Yuanhang. "Then I will take my leave first." Noting there was nothing else to discuss, Tang Kexin glanced at the little ones playing with Su Yuanhang's phone and bid him farewell. "All right, I will see you off." Su Yuanhang did not insist this time, but wiped his hands and said, "No need, you can stay." As she picked up her shoulder bag at the door, she recalled something and said, "Their luggage and toiletries are in the suitcase. You can take them out later to put things in order for them. If there's anything else you need, please buy it, and I'll transfer the money to you." Su Yuanhang laughed. "No need, I can afford this little amount, and besides, it's what a father should do, so don't be too polite with me." "Okay." A smile appeared on Tang Kexin's face as she continued to remind him. They usually go to bed around 9 o'clock, and someone needs to tell them a bedtime story. It will trouble you to spend a little more time taking care of them. Yuanhang, however, felt that this was not a big deal at all, and with a faint smile he replied, I understand. This is also a good opportunity to strengthen my bond with them. Tang Kexin nodded, and then opened her arms calling to the little one's baby's mommy. Is leaving, come give me a hug. The two little ones had already come to the door, reluctantly rushing into her arms, as she squatted down saying in sweet voices, Mama, you have to come back early. Well, miss you. I'll remember to think of us too. Alright, my baby's mommy will think of you all the time. Tang Kexin felt reluctant as well, but could only gently comfort them saying, babies, give mommy a kiss. Mwah, smack. The little ones each kissed Tang Kexin on her left and right cheeks, then waved goodbye as they walked. Although Yuanhang wanted to see her off, there were two little ones at home who couldn't go with her, so he had to give up. After Tang Kexin disappeared into the elevator, he finally closed the door. Ding. The two little ones also want a hug from the host, giving them a bit of encouragement, and security will result in new rewards. As the system's prompt sounded, Yuanhang noticed that the little ones had begun to look glum, clearly missing Tang Kexin. He bent down, holding each little one in one arm, lifting them up by their small bottoms. At this time their weight was still within Yuanhang's capacity to bear, though they were not light as a feather, they were not too heavy either. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward of 100,000 body quality 1. Daddy, your body is so strong. This is the first time Daddy is holding me, woo woo woo. Tang Linger suddenly burst into tears, leaving Yuanhang at a loss. He couldn't care less about the system reward, and quickly walked to the sofa, placing them down, and began to comfort them. Babies, I'm sorry, it's been my fault as a father these years. I promise I will hug you every day from now on. Daddy, is that true? Tang Feier also had tears in her eyes. Over the years they had been very eager to know who their father was, and where he was. But each time they were brushed off by Tang Kexin's kind lie that he had gone far away, and would return soon. Now that they had truly met him, they seemed very happy, only releasing their feelings of longing for Yuanhang after Tang Kexin had left. Daddy, let's hook pinkies, no more lies. Tang Linger cried with a runny nose, extending her small finger with tear-streaked cheeks and an innocent gaze. Yuanhang felt a pang in his nose. This blood connection gave him a familiar feeling the moment he saw. Although he knew they had been living well under Tang Kexin's care all these years, the absence of a father's love had always been a regret, making their lives feel incomplete. The emptiness of spiritual support made Yuanhang's heart ache as he watched their sad expressions. Okay, let's hook pinkies. If I deceive you, I will grow a long nose like Pinocchio. Yuanhang made the promise. Daddy, you must not go back on your word. Oh, we know about Pinocchio. People who lie will end up like him, with a long nose. Tang Feier said through her tears. Then, after hooking pinkies with the little ones, Yuanhang checked the time. It was just past 7, giving him some time to interact with them. Babies, usually when mama is not at home, who takes care of you? Yuanhang turned on the TV and switched to the cartoon channel, where a show about Big Head Son and Little Head Dad was playing. The little ones replied while watching the cartoon, it's Aunt Chun who takes care of us. Who is Aunt Chun? Yuanhang could only think of a nanny. She's the aunt mama found to take care of us. She's really nice, and her cooking is just as good as Daddy's. Tang Linger said innocently. Yuanhang then thought of a rather important question. So baby, did mama take you to school? However, both little ones shook their heads saying, but mama has arranged for a teacher to come to our house to teach us how to read. We can even speak English now. Sala hey yo daddy. Tang Feier even blurted out, while raising her hands to make a heart gesture. Tang Linger immediately corrected her, sister, that's wrong, but should be love tiger oil. Oh, you're right, oh, I was speaking Korean, hee hee. Tang Feier laughed heartily, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Yuanhang realized why they hadn't gone to kindergarten at 4 years old. It was clearly a matter of identity. However, the fact that they had a tutor showed that they had not fallen behind in education, making him feel a twinge of pity for Tang Kexin. Over the years it seemed that the little ones had been well taken care of, but that was built on the foundation of Tang Kexin suffering a lot. All Yuanhang felt was guilt. Babies, you are amazing. Yuanhang was also generous with his praise, saying, you're much better than Daddy. When I was your age, let alone speaking other languages, I couldn't even speak Mandarin fluently. Hee hee, that's because we're smart. Daddy, this is Mama's achievement, as she taught us all this. Yuanhang nodded, saying, exactly, so we need to cherish Mama, and not let her feel sad. We will. As Tang Feier spoke, it seemed she remembered something, saying, but Daddy, just yesterday, I found Mama secretly hiding in the bathroom crying. Mama looked so sad as she thought we didn't know. Daddy, can you comfort Mama well? We all know she has not been happy lately, but she hasn't told us. Tang Linger said, holding on to Yuanhang's fingers with her small hand, her face filled with pleading expression. This was the voice deep within the adorable children's hearts. Yuanhang could hear how desperately they longed to see Tang Kexin smile. Alright, Daddy will comfort Mommy, and make sure she doesn't feel sad. Yuanhang assured them. Only then did the little ones' faces light up with smiles again. Ding, the host's reassurance has eased the children's emotions. Reward 1 million in cash. Hearing the system's prompt, Yuanhang felt as if this day were a dream. Especially the 6 million yuan surplus in his bank account, and the 5 stake in the novel website, also surreal. Daddy, I want to play Gold Miner. Sister, Daddy's phone doesn't have that game. Seeing the children's spirits lift, Su Yuanhang had an idea. Daddy has an iPad. I can download the game for you. Yay? Daddy is the best. Daddy Gold Miner is so fun. Do you want to play with us? Sister, this game only allows 2 players, but if Daddy wants to play I can let him have my spot. Tang Linger said very Su Yuanhang had played this game before to pass the time, but the gold required later became higher, and the difficulty increased, so he stopped playing much. He patted the sensible Tang Feier on the head and smiled. Daddy will just watch you play. With that he got up, walked into his home office, picked up the iPad from the desk, and downloaded the game. The iPad had always been used for research. As for the computer, he had locked the screen with writing software to stay focused while writing, making it impossible to switch out to look things up. Back in the living room the game was already downloaded. Su Yuanhang handed the iPad to the kids. Here you go, my treasures. Daddy has downloaded it for you. Yay? We can play. Daddy, my sister, and I will play for a while. When it gets too hard, can you help us pass the level? Tang Feier asked with an expectant look. Of course. Daddy will give it his best try. Su Yuanhang leaned close to the children, watching them place the tablet on their laps, and tap the 2-player mode with their tiny fingers. At that moment Su Yuanhang felt the emptiness inside him being filled, and he was deeply content. Meanwhile he watched the 2 adorable kids skillfully time their hooks to grab gold, targeting only the ones worth 500 and ignoring the small pieces. Clearly they had learned the trick. Curious he asked, sweethearts, how many levels did you manage to clear before? About a dozen, then we failed because we didn't have enough gold. Tang Feier pouted, looking resigned. Sister, you take this side, I'll take this side. Time's almost up. Tang Linger suddenly shouted. Grab the small gold. There's no time for the big one. In the end Tang Feier's hook came up empty, much to their regret. However, the gold requirement for the early levels was low, so, as long as they didn't make major mistakes they could succeed. When the item selection screen appeared they generously bought a 138 yuan bomb, an 88 yuan lucky clover, and a Hercules potion. Su Yuanhang didn't stop them. After all, it was just for fun as long as the kids were happy. Time passed, and the kids managed to clear 7 levels, but then a series of mistakes left them with insufficient gold. They were both dejected. Sighed so hard. Su Yuanhang comforted them. My treasures, you were already amazing to get past 7 levels. But Daddy, our record is 13 levels. Today we were unlucky. Sister, we spent too much on items, otherwise we could have passed the 8th. Tang Feier identified the reason and summarized her experience. Feier is right. A few times the bombs were quite expensive, but you still bought them, which was counterproductive. Su Yuanhang thought for a moment and offered some advice. But it doesn't matter. Now that we've summed up, we can try again and do better than before. Daddy, you play for me. Tang Feier said with a grin. I want to see how many levels Daddy can clear. Me too. Tang Linger looked forward to it. With such close interaction through gaming, Su Yuanhang naturally didn't want to miss the chance. He didn't refuse. Instead, he lifted Tang Feier onto his lap and sat next to Tang Linger. Alright, Daddy will play with you. Let's work together and clear more levels. Yay, Daddy, go for it. And so the game started anew. At that moment Su Yuanhang activated the pro gamer skill, mastering the perfect timing to hook the most valuable. Tang Feier saw Su Yuanhang dodge the small gold on his first try and bring in the big one. She cheered excitedly. Daddy is so amazing. Daddy, there's another big gold over there. Let's grab that too. But Su Yuanhang didn't do that. Instead, he cleared the small gold to create an opportunity for Tang Linger, then said, sweetheart, you take the big one. Okay, watch me. Tang Linger's eyes widened, and she tapped firmly with her little finger. The hook shot straight toward the large gold nugget. This time Tang Linger successfully hooked the big gold. She jumped with joy, waving her arms. Yay, we got all the gold. Ha ha. With Su Yuanhang and the kids working together, they nearly cleared all the gold in the first level. Then Su Yuanhang entered the shop. Luck was on their side. The bomb cost only 15 yuan, and the high-quality diamond item was just 30. Su Yuanhang said to them, sweethearts, let's buy them all. After spending less than 100 yuan to clear out several items, they began the second level. Oops, Daddy, I hooked a rock. Use the bomb. Boom. Under Su Yuanhang's command, the second level also in. They continued to new levels, accumulating more and more gold, diamonds, and mystery bags. Perhaps it was sheer luck, but after Su Yuanhang took over, they unknowingly cleared the 10th level. Wow, Daddy, we have so much money. The children's eyes sparkled as they looked at the gold amount. Over 4,000, far exceeding the level requirement. Yes, more than double. That shows how great you two are, and our Linger played a huge role as commander. Both little girls smiled so hard their mouths couldn't close. Su Yuanhang glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. He followed Tang Kexin's instructions and said, sweethearts, it's bedtime. He'll pause the game. Can we continue tomorrow? The children obediently replied, okay. Then Daddy will take you to wash up. Su Yuanhang opened the suitcase. Inside were their everyday clothes, pajamas, and toiletries. The children went over to help. Daddy, this is my little toothbrush. This is my cup. Mommy bought us matching ones. Look, Daddy, isn't it cute? Su Yuanhang saw that their daily necessities were all in sets. The small cups were printed with rows of strawberry bears, very light and fresh. He agreed, cute, just as cute as my treasures. Hee, I think so too. The kids giggled happily. After washing up the little ones, Su Yuanhang discovered that they could brush their teeth and wash their faces all by themselves. He merely supervised, having done little else. When he tucked them into their own rooms, the toddlers showed no signs of homesickness. Instead, they were exuberant. Daddy, your bed is so cozy. It's really warm he. Su Yuanhang reclined on the edge of the bed, chin resting on his hand, as he watched them change into their pajamas, bouncing about like sprites. A smile crept unbeknownst to him. Sweethearts, who usually puts you to sleep at home? Sometimes Mommy, Tang Feier said with a giggle. Tang Linger added, and of course Aunt Chun. She reads us fairy tales, but, Tang Feier clarified, we don't like fairy tales. My sister and I prefer horror stories. But every time Aunt Chun tells a horror story, she scares herself to death, so we can't hear the ending. Su Yuanhang never expected the toddlers to have such a peculiar taste. Aren't you afraid? Tang Linger replied with innocence, of course we are. But that's why my sister and I pull the covers over our heads and fall asleep. Though they spoke with smiles and seemingly trivial words, Su Yuanhang's heart ached at their words. It was clear that the children had grown up without a father's love, and Tang Kexin, preoccupied with her career, could not always be by their side. This left a void in their hearts, a lingering insecurity. Yet due to their maturity, they buried their insecurities deep within, using external factors to hypnotize and vent their feelings. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but pull both children into his arms, speaking softly, sweethearts, from now on Daddy will be with you every day. I promise. Feeling the warmth of a father's embrace, the toddlers could sense his sincerity. They beamed, Daddy, you've promised before, and we believe you. Daddy, can you tell us a horror story? Mommy didn't finish the last one, and it's been so long. Su Yuanhang looked up, smiling at them. Sure. Since my sweethearts love it, Daddy will tell you one. With that, he pulled out his phone, ready to search online, and asked, what horror stories did Mommy tell you? The horror streamer. Tang Linger blurted out. No sis, it's the horror radio streamer. Tang Feier corrected her. Daddy, let me tell you. That streamer isn't human. But when the night is deep and quiet, it appears and tells all kinds of bizarre horror stories. I remember them all. Su Yuanhang paused, disbelief flickering across his face. The toddlers noticed and asked with wide eyes, Daddy, what's wrong? Are you scared? Coming back to himself, Su Yuanhang closed the web browser and opened the Fiancée novel app. He found his own novel, and a wave of mixed emotions washed over him. He never expected that Tang Kexin would tell the children stories from his own novel. The book had once received a publishing opportunity, though the royalties were modest. Of course, that novel had earned Su Yuanhang his first monthly income of over 100,000 yuan. However, toward the end, a lack of inspiration forced a hasty conclusion, a regret he still carried. Tang Kexin has been reading my book. Su Yuanhang wasn't sure if it was a coincidence, but turmoil surged within him. I need to ask her when I get the chance. When the toddlers asked him about it, Su Yuanhang grinned and said, no, Daddy's just a little surprised. I know this book. Huh. The toddlers were also astonished. Daddy, have you read it too? So Daddy likes horror novels too. Mommy once said it's in your genes, he. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected Tang Kexin to say that, which affirmed that she had most likely been following his novel. He smiled faintly and said, Daddy does love horror novels, and the story you've been listening to, Daddy wrote it. Wow. Daddy wrote this story. Daddy is amazing. No wonder Mommy always reads it to us whenever she has. Su Yuanhang scrolled through the chapter titles. He remembered the general plot, but had forgotten some details. Under the toddler's adoring gaze, he chuckled and said, sweethearts, roughly tell me where Mommy stopped and Daddy can find it. Mommy got to the part where the protagonist crawled under a bed in someone's house. When he came out and stood by the window, he saw a big boy beating a puppy to death with a baseball bat. Tang Feier recalled with effort. Sister's right, but it was a little later. Tang Linger added excitedly. The big boy saw the protagonist, then came upstairs with the bat covered in blood, searching for him with dead fish-like eyes. Hearing this, Su Yuanhang immediately remembered the plot. He still recalled that frightening segment. When he wrote it late at night, he had immersed himself so deeply that he felt a chill down his spine afterward. He quickly scrolled to chapter 136, titled The Eyes Under the Bed. At that point, not only the protagonist was hiding under the bed, but also a malevolent ghost. There were two ghosts in the house, with one possessing a side character. However, the toddlers hadn't heard the rest, so Su Yuanhang could present the most thrilling part to them. Sweethearts, shall we start from the story where the big boy beat the dog to death with a baseball bat? Su Yuanhang tapped into the chapter, turned to where the story had left off, and whispered to them. The toddlers were thrilled, but also curled up in fear. Seeing them huddled together, pressing close to him, Su Yuanhang smiled and said, don't be afraid, sweethearts. Daddy will sleep with you tonight. Daddy, it's a deal. The fear in the children's eyes eased. Su Yuanhang leaned against the headboard and began to read aloud earnestly. Since it was his own story, he was fully immersed, reading with more vividness and atmosphere than any AI or other person. Soon Su Yuanhang's low magnetic voice filled the room, as if enhanced with special effects. The toddlers shrank back, gripping his arms tightly. A curious mix of fear and fascination. Ding! Congratulations, host, for telling a bedtime story to the little ones. Reward 100 yuan in cash. Su Yuanhang felt the money came too easily, just by taking care of the children. Daddy, did the protagonist escape? After the possessed big boy killed his own mother, the protagonist fled and encountered a car. The toddlers, worried for him, asked at that moment. Su Yuanhang smiled. The ghost has him in its sights. No matter where he runs, he'll be caught. Tang Linger, however, was concerned about another character. Daddy, what about the police aunt? Did she die from the ghost attack? I'm so worried. If Daddy tells you, it'll be a spoiler. Su Yuanhang glanced at the time. It was almost 11. He said to them, with a smile, tomorrow Daddy will reveal the answer. Now, sweethearts, time to sleep, okay? The toddlers were very obedient. They replied in unison, okay. Daddy, can we finish the story tomorrow before we sleep? It's a deal. Su Yuanhang patted their heads, then personally carried them to bed, tucking them in. The two children had a fixed sleep routine, so they quickly drifted off. Su Yuanhang wanted to sleep with them, but he was wide awake. After the toddlers were sound asleep, he left the room and headed to the balcony for some fresh air. Just then Tang Kexin sent him a message. They had exchanged contact information during dinner. Su Yuanhang took out his phone and checked it. Coincidentally, Su Yuanhang had something to discuss with Tang Kexin as well. Su Yuanhang went to the balcony where there was a small tea table and a recliner. He sat down and began to check Tang Kexin's messages. Su Yuanhang, are the children asleep? After a moment's thought, Su Yuanhang replied. They just fell asleep for a bit. Tang Kexin replied almost instantly. Did they ask you to tell them a scary story? Coincidentally, Su Yuanhang also wanted to talk about the scary story. Yes, there was no way around it, so I had to find the story from horror radio host for them to listen to. This time Tang Kexin didn't reply. Su Yuanhang waited quietly with a hint of anticipation. He also walked into the room, poured himself a glass of water, and drank. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the tea table vibrated. Su Yuanhang walked over with his water glass and looked down to see that Tang Kexin had sent another message. You already know. You already know. Su Yuanhang looked at the few short words, but his heart surged like a storm. When did you start reading my books? Tang Kexin replied instantly. Always. Suddenly Su Yuanhang thought of something and quickly typed a message. Are you Tang Xiaoya? After sending the message, Su Yuanhang felt nervous. While waiting for a reply, he switched to another page and clicked on the donation list for each of his books. Over the years, Su Yuanhang had written 6 books, including those he had abandoned, but all of them had been tipped by Tang Xiaoya. The tips ranged from 1,000 to tens of thousands. But she never left a comment, as if she were Su Yuanhang's alternate account. Even when Su Yuanhang thanked her, he never got a response. She wasn't even in the fan group. Su Yuanhang had tried everything to find her, but all efforts were in vain. Finally, the truth was revealed. This mysterious big spender turned out to be Tang Kexin. Yes. Tang Kexin's messages became increasingly brief. Why oi? Why oi? Su Yuanhang was puzzled. While waiting for a reply, he sent another message. How did you find out I write novels? Under the expectation and tension of staring straight at the screen, Tang Kexin finally answered his inner doubt. After giving birth to our babies and joining the girl group, by chance I met a very close best friend who was in the same class as you. Through her, I learned that you had been writing novels all these years, so I started following you. Reading this, Su Yuanhang's mind conjured up an image of a bespectacled, extremely petite girl. Lin Shanshan. Almost instinctively, he sent the name. Right. Tang Kexin responded with a tone of certainty. Su Yuanhang suddenly smiled bitterly. He never expected the world to be so small, and that Tang Kexin would run into her so coincidentally. I used a pen name to write novels in college and later shared that pen name in the college group. She probably saw it then. Of course, Su Yuanhang didn't mention one thing. Lin Shanshan had once confessed to him, but he rejected her on the grounds that they were not a good match. But then Tang Kexin seemed to hint. Shanshan is right next to me and saw your message. By the way, she's now my assistant. Seeing his own message, Su Yuanhang had a strong sense of protesting too much, but then he suddenly thought of something and grew puzzled. Are you still busy? Tang Kexin didn't reply. He kept waiting. After a few minutes, seeing no answer, Su Yuanhang opened a browser and typed in Tang Kexin. Immediately a news page popped up with sensational headlines. The latest news about Tang Kexin. The scandal of the illegitimate child of the top female celebrity in the entertainment industry. It has been confirmed not to be baseless. ChinaNet 2 hours ago. The pure jade girl persona collapses, hiding the truth of her illegitimate child. Her mysterious father is a super rich man. WeiboNet 1 hour ago. Tang Kexin's claimed godfather is accused of being the biological father of the twin daughters. Her private life is chaotic and she has been photographed multiple times in entertainment venues. DouYiNet 30 minutes ago. View more. Su Yuanhang fumed after reading. These unscrupulous media really fabricate facts recklessly for the sake of traffic. When he scrolled further, he found the latest news. Top female celebrity Tang Kexin suddenly announced on her social media account that she would hold a press conference at 9 a.m. tomorrow. After clicking the link, a new page appeared with more detailed content. Skimming through it, Su Yuanhang realized that Tang Kexin had truly made a decision. At the press conference tomorrow, she would answer all questions from those who cared about her and give a satisfactory explanation to everyone concerned about the matter. The scandal about Tang Kexin's illegitimate child had never subsided. Su Yuanhang opened Douyin, and the first video was a report about Tang Kexin. He swiped a few more videos and 60 to 70% were about Tang Kexin. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but open the comments to see what netizens were saying. Bad, malicious, or foul language flooded the screen. Su Yuanhang could imagine the immense psychological pressure Tang Kexin was under from cyberbullying. These bastards. Su Yuanhang fumed. But the next second these negative comments disappeared visibly as suddenly the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The rumor eliminating prop card is taking effect, wiping out all negative news about Tang Kexin. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but get excited. Well done. In excitement, Tang Kexin finally sent a message. Just finished work, settled some things with the company. Are you asleep? Su Yuanhang quickly replied. Not yet. Tang Kexin added. Are the children causing you trouble, making you unable to sleep? Ding. Tang Kexin is still feeling guilty for suddenly coming to the host for help. Please eliminate her worries, and the next moment Su Yuanhang heard her inner voice even through the phone screen. It echoed in his mind via the system's broadcast. He replied with a touch of sympathy. Tang Kexin, you and the children are not a burden to me. I'm very grateful that you brought the babies to me. I can't sleep because I'm worried about you. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yuanhang typed the last sentence. Regardless of the fact that he and Tang Kexin had no emotional foundation now, because of the two cute kids, Su Yuanhang felt a special emotional connection with Tang Kexin that was distinct from lovers or spouses. Seeing the overwhelming news, slandering, defaming, fabricating, and personally attacking her, Su Yuanhang could empathize. He couldn't bear it himself, let alone a woman. Although he couldn't see Tang Kexin's expression, now he could understand the immense psychological pressure she was under. Yet despite all that, she was still worried about being implicated with him. What a foolish woman she was. The next day, Su Yuanhang rose earlier than the little darlings to prepare their breakfast. He made simple sandwiches with fried eggs and bread, and even warmed some milk for them. After finishing, just as he was about to wake the little ones, they had already gotten up on their own and looked at him with sleepy eyes, coaxing daddy hug. Their tousled hair made them seem like porcelain dolls, having inherited the fine genes from both him and Tang Kexin. Looking at them, Su Yuanhang couldn't help but see a shadow of Tang Kexin. With a gentle smile, he opened his arms and said, "Good morning, my precious ones." "Good morning, Daddy." The two little ones replied in their childish, milky voices. Though they looked identical, Su Yuanhang could already tell them apart from the small details. The one with long hair was Tang Feier, while the one with shoulder-length hair was Tang Linger. Last night, before telling them stories, Su Yuanhang had specifically asked it wasn't to distinguish their identities that they had their hair cut, but rather Tang Linger found long hair troublesome and preferred the easier-to-manage shoulder-length style. With both of them in his arms, one in each hand, Su Shurchin found it much easier after his physical enhancement. They nestled against his shoulders, giggling, "Daddy, your arms are so comfy. Mommy can't even lift us both at the same time." He. Ding. The little ones thoroughly enjoy your embrace. Reward, 500,000 yuan in cash. Su Yuanhang felt the system was simply gifting him money. In less than 24 hours, his account had over 6 million yuan plus shares in a novel website. Calling it a daily fortune was no exaggeration. Even knowing the stock market was a bull run, it still couldn't match the system. Carrying them into the bathroom, he said cheerfully, "My darlings, after we wash up, shall we go find Mommy?" "Yay, Daddy, but Mommy's at work." The little ones had no idea of the crisis Tang Kexin faced, and naturally, Su Yuanhang wouldn't share that worry with them. "Well, do you want to see Mommy? Daddy will bring her back for lunch, okay?" After a whole night of deliberation, Su Yuanhang had made up his mind to face the difficulties together with Tang Kexin this time. The two little ones stared with wide round eyes like black grapes, then exchanged glances, and exclaimed happily, "Of course we do. We want Daddy and Mommy to be together. Daddy, let's hurry and wash up, then put on pretty dresses to find Mommy." Tang Linger anticipated with innocent excitement. Su Yuanhang nodded. "All right, let's appear before Mommy looking beautiful and give her a huge surprise." Yay. Next, Su Yuanhang helped the little ones squeeze toothpaste and prepare warm water for washing their faces. Though it was his first time taking care of children, he was extremely patient. After combing their messy hair, he led them to the table and said with a smile, "Daddy made you a loving breakfast. I hope, wow, sandwiches. And my favorite milk. Daddy is the best." "Daddy, bend down," Tang Feier suddenly said with a mischievous grin. "What's up?" Su Yuanhang was puzzled but still crouched down. The two little ones exchanged glances, then to his surprise tiptoed and kissed him on each cheek. This made Su Yuanhang's heart bloom with joy. "Giggle, giggle, Daddy, that's a good morning kiss." Tang Linger ran off laughing, climbed onto a chair, and sat down. Tang Feier followed suit with smooth movements. After sitting, she called out, "Daddy, let's eat together, then go find Mommy." Su Yuanhang snapped out of his bliss, sat beside the little ones, and said, "All right, let's eat together." This breakfast was the most delicious, the happiest, and the most flavorful meal Su Yuanhang had had since graduation. The children's laughter and joy filled his ears, making him feel his life had completely transformed. "Daddy, the sandwiches you made are so yummy. And the milk is my favorite brand too." Watching them eat with relish, Su Yuanhang felt relieved. "If my darlings like it, Daddy will make breakfast for you every day." Great. Daddy must keep his promise or he'll turn into Pinocchio, hee. Su Yuanhang smiled softly and assured Daddy won't break his promise. Soon, the little ones finished their breakfast, not leaving a single crumb, a clean sweep. From their behavior, Su Yuanhang could tell Tang Kexin had invested a lot of effort in cultivating their good habits. Well-behaved, sweet, and obedient. That was Su Yuanhang's impression of the little ones after a day together. Their upbringing was excellent with no tantrums whatsoever. The system's voice chimed in again. "Ding. The little ones thoroughly enjoy the loving breakfast you made. Reward 1 million yuan in cash." To ensure the little ones can further enjoy the delight of fine cuisine and enrich the host's culinary knowledge, the food god skill will be activated, allowing you to prepare more diverse and sumptuous meals for them. The system's prompt made Su Yuanhang inwardly marvel. He hadn't expected the system to be so thorough, and he accepted it with ease. The next moment his mind was instantly filled with recipes from cuisines worldwide, each one feeling as familiar as if he had cooked it countless times. "Daddy, we're going to change clothes," Tang Feier said to Su Yuanhang, who was clearing the plates. "Daddy, you changed too. I can't wait to see Mommy." Tang Linger exclaimed with eager anticipation. Su Yuanhang nodded with a smile. Okay, Daddy will be ready in a moment. After they ran into the room, he glanced at the time. Almost 8 o'clock. And Tang Kexin's press conference was at the International Hotel about an hour's drive from their current location. He quickly washed the dishes and then followed them into the room. By then the little ones had already put on the clothes they'd brought, more casual and lively compared to yesterday's Lolita dresses. The black and white dresses fully showcased their distinct styles. Yuanhang didn't know how to style hair, but the little ones had done it themselves, adding cute hair clips for a splash of color. They were only 4 years old, yet they could dress and wash themselves without any adult help. Yuanhang was somewhat astonished. My darlings, you're already dressed. Daddy, we're all ready. Look at the hair clips Mommy bought us. Aren't they pretty? And this bracelet, it sparkles. Mommy gave it to us on our birthday too. Without hesitation, Yuanhang said, beautiful, my darlings look absolutely adorable. Hee, of course. Daddy, now it's your turn to change. The little ones urged him. Alright, Daddy will change right away. Yuanhang grinned. Seeing that they showed no sign of leaving, he remembered they were his daughters and didn't hesitate to take off his pajamas. Instantly his shaped torso was revealed, leaving the little ones wide-eyed. Wow, Daddy, you have such a great body. Daddy, you have abs. Mommy has them too. They exclaimed in admiration. Yuanhang chuckled. His abdominal muscles were abs, while women called them a six-pack, a form of well-defined muscle lines with no belly fat. Of course, this was due to his frequent workouts, and yesterday's physical enhancement had made his abs even more prominent. He glanced at the wardrobe, thought for a moment, then picked out a casual suit. It was the one he had bought for job interviews back then, and as a full-time author he hadn't worn it since. When he put it on, it still fit perfectly. Then under the little one's gaze he said amusedly, darlings, Daddy needs to change his pants. Do you want to watch? Daddy, is that not allowed? Daddy, when Mommy changed clothes, she let us watch, and even asked for our opinion. Yuanhang realized that the little ones didn't yet have any concept of gender differences. With a helpless smile, he turned his back to them and put on his pants, then explained, my darlings, from now on if a boy is changing clothes we shouldn't watch, because boys and girls are different, understand? But the little ones shook their heads. Daddy, what does boys and girls are different mean? Yuanhang pondered for a moment and explained under their bewildered gazes, sweethearts, you should be able to distinguish between boys and girls, right? I know this. Tang Feier interjected. Just like how Dad and Mom are, you are the boys and girls. Dad, it's because you and Mom have us right. Tang Linger replied as well. Seeing that they could tell the difference between boys and girls, Yuanhang smiled and said, exactly so, boys and girls have different bodily structures. Of course, when you change clothes you're not allowed to let boys see, understood? Got it, Dad. But what if Dad sees us changing? Tang Linger asked with confusion. Yuanhang grinned and said, right now you are still young, so Dad can help you change clothes and bathe you, but once you grow up a bit more that won't be possible. Oh, I understand now. Mom seemed to have told us before that one day Dad would bathe us. However, Yuanhang suddenly looked astonished, not expecting Tang Kexin to have mentioned this, indicating that she had intended to acknowledge him for quite some time. This sudden public declaration of having an illegitimate daughter was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather one she was fully prepared for mentally. Then tonight Dad will bathe you. Yuanhang smiled and said, now let's go find Mom. Okay. At 9 o'clock sharp. International Hotel Conference Center. At this moment the spacious area was already filled with people. Only those holding press credentials were allowed inside. Naturally, some media and paparazzi had rushed in from out of town to be the first to report. They were all eagerly anticipating Tang Kexin's appearance. It's already 9 o'clock, why hasn't she shown up yet? Could it be that she's playing with us? Wait a bit longer, maybe something delayed her. The reporters began to murmur, yet no one upheld order. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge. At this moment Tang Kexin was sitting in front of the makeup mirror, her phone completely powered off, while her assistant Lin Shanshan's phone was bombarded with calls. Just after hanging up the phone, Lin Shanshan anxiously said, Sister Xin, the boss has called me here. She told me to inform you that if you dare to hold a press conference you'll face contract termination and compensation. Compensate. Tang Kexin had earned quite a bit over the years, whether through releasing albums, holding concerts, or filming dramas and movies. Including annual commercial endorsements, her annual income had exceeded 100 million. At this point she had already paid a considerable amount in breach of contract fees, and was not afraid of the company's threats. Even if it costs me everything, I am willing to pay. Sister Xin, you really don't need to personally hold a press conference to clarify anything. Handing it over to the company's PR might be better. Lin Shanshan tried to persuade her. However, Tang Kexin scoffed. The company wants me to clarify to the fans and the media that the child isn't mine. Do you think I would agree to that? Lin Shanshan had no words to respond. She understood how much effort Tang Kexin had put in over the years for the child. Each time she visited, she had to be cautious, and even the thought of taking the child out shopping was out of the question. Moreover, due to continuous commercial activities, Tang Kexin had extremely little time to sit down and have a proper meal. Every New Year and festival, she had to attend various annual events, and never once was she at home to have a reunion dinner with her children. Because of this, Tang Kexin felt guilty. It was precisely for this reason that no matter what Tang Kexin had to say this time, or what cost she had to pay, she wanted to be with her children. She was even willing to give up her entertainment career. Shanshan, have the reporters arrived? Tang Kexin stood up, wearing a well-tailored suit that made her look very serious, and her makeup was quite light, only applying lip balm. Yet even so it couldn't hide her stunning beauty and queen-like aura. They're all here just waiting for you, Sister Xin. Let's go. Tang Kexin walked towards the exit while instructing Lin Shanshan. Tell the security I hired that during the press conference no one is allowed to enter, not even the company president. Understood. Lin Shanshan responded. Su Yuanhang arrived at the parking lot of the International Hotel. Before he even got out of the car, he already saw many people crowding at the hotel entrance, including fans and other unknown individuals. Fortunately, security was maintaining order, preventing chaos. After turning off the engine, Su Yuanhang got out of the car and said to the little one's, "Sweetheart's dad is right here, but I need to check the situation first. Can you wait here for a bit?" "Okay, Dad. Dad, there are so many people, are they all here to find Mom?" The little ones knew that Tang Kexin was a star, and while at home, they watched her dramas and movies often. Every time they saw Tang Kexin on television, they would cheer excitedly. Yes, they are all Mom's fans. Su Yuanhang could only comfort them this way, not knowing how else to explain. Then he jogged to the entrance of the hotel but heard the security personnel repeatedly announcing through a loudspeaker, "Please line up if you wish to check into the hotel, go to the front desk. If you are here for Tang Kexin's press conference, please go back." "Why can't we go in? We are entertainment reporters." "Exactly, are reporters not allowed in either?" "Hurry and let us in if the press conference starts and we're delayed, can you take responsibility?" However, the security personnel explained, "All reporters must show their credentials and line up to enter, others please leave." Su Yuanhang didn't expect that he would need press credentials to enter the conference. He felt helpless. Just as he was about to take out his phone to contact Tang Kexin, he spotted a familiar petite figure appearing. Seeing the person, Su Yuanhang's face lit up, and he hurriedly called out, "Lin Shanshan." Lin Shanshan had just informed the hotel security that only reporters were allowed entry when she was about to return to the conference floor and heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw Su Yuanhang waving at her. His tall stature and handsome face surprised Lin Shanshan. She moved towards the entrance, and upon confirming it was indeed Su Yuanhang, asked in mild surprise, "What are you doing here?" "I brought the kids to find Tang Kexin." Su Yuanhang explained, "But I heard that to enter the press conference you need press credentials. You are Tang Kexin's assistant, so you must have a way to let me and the kids in, right?" Lin Shanshan hesitated, appearing flustered. "Su Yuanhang, are you crazy? Sister Xin is extremely busy with the child's matter. Once you and the kids appear at the scene, do you know what kind of uproar that will cause?" "I certainly know," Su Yuanhang grinned. "It's precisely because I know the consequences that I must come with the kids." "Quickly go back, don't cause trouble for Sister Xin," Lin Shanshan said, unable to make a decision. But Su Yuanhang explained, "Listen to me, I have a way to resolve this turmoil." Tang Kexin stood before the conference hall doors. All relevant personnel had already been ushered into the hall, leaving only security and service staff in the corridor. She took a deep breath, then pushed open the doors and strode in with the poise of a queen, her high heels clicking against the floor. The reporters who had been waiting impatiently heard the commotion and turned their gazes toward the entrance. When they saw the protagonist had finally appeared, they all raised their cameras and snapped pictures of Tang Kexin. Flashes of light painted the hall with a unique radiance, yet Tang Kexin remained composed, walking steadily toward the built stage. Every step she took was steady and resolute. Upon reaching the stage, she stood before the microphone and greeted the journalists. "Good morning, everyone. I am Tang Kexin. Today I have called this press conference to address and answer the issues the public cares about." No sooner had her words fallen than a reporter eagerly asked, "Tang Kexin, we want to know who is the mysterious big shot with whom you gave birth to twin illegitimate daughters. Is it, as rumors suggest, some heavyweight in the industry?" "Miss Tang Kexin, can you explain to us?" Another reporter tried to speak, but Tang Kexin cut him off directly. "Thank you all media friends for coming and taking up your time. However, I do not plan to answer any of your questions at this press conference because I will personally explain everything to everyone. Thank you." With one sentence, she silenced all the reporters who wanted to continue questioning. Such a powerful aura was only at that moment. Camera flashes continued to flicker over Tang Kexin's figure and face, casting a constant But Tang Kexin, as if accustomed to it, continued with an icy elegance. "Today, I stand here to meet you all, partly for myself, and partly for my children, as well as for all my concerned fans, family and friends who love me. During this week of turmoil, I never shirked my responsibilities. Instead, I chose to go back to accompany my daughters to show them the care and love I had lacked, and at the same time, they kept expressing their love and care for me." She paused, her hand gripping the corner of the lectern tightly, as if it could give her intangible strength. She continued, "I admit I hid the matter of the children from everyone. But aside from that, the rumors circulating about my chaotic private life, about having had an abortion, and so on, I want to reiterate that these are all baseless fabrications. I have never been in a relationship with any man other than the father of my children. The online rumors about my frequent visits to entertainment venues, secret dates with a certain celebrity or a certain wealthy man, these are all doctored fabrications. As media reporters, you should know better than I what the purpose of these actions is." With this rhetorical question, some tabloid reporters averted their eyes from her piercing gaze. They knew well that some photos were doctored for sensationalism and attention. Undoubtedly, any malicious editing and deliberate synthesis of these photos and videos uploaded online, whether seen by unsuspecting fans or the public, will naturally draw more attention to my affairs. Tang Kexin said, her whole body trembling slightly, but she still stood firmly on stage, and continued, "When things deteriorate to a certain point, the entire society is affected. Therefore I am deeply sorry. At this moment Tang Kexin did not know that Su Yuanhang had convinced Lin Shanshan, and they were now hiding among the reporters listening to her explain the ins and outs to the public. Now I apologize to everyone. I apologize for occupying public resources for so long with my affairs, and to the fans' relatives, friends, and even those affected by this matter, I say sorry. In addition, I want to apologize to my father and mother. I failed to inform them promptly, and kept it hidden for so many years. After the incident erupted, I feel remorse for the pain and trouble I caused them. Finally, I cannot be a role model for everyone. In fact, I have failed. Having said so much, a reporter in the audience finally could not help shouting, Tang Kexin, we don't want to hear this. We just want to know who the father of your children is, who your husband is. Right? Please, Miss Tang Kexin, can you talk about the news regarding the children's father? I think we all want to know. Tang Kexin was touched on a tender spot. She gripped the lectern tightly, veins bulging. Her expression became uncomfortable, and her eyes carried a hint of panic and helplessness. Su Yuanhang took in everything. Just as he was about to bring the children on stage, the system's prompt sounded ding. Tang Kexin needs help. She is very nervous and her mental state is affected. Please go and resolve the situation, host. At that moment the little ones also sensed something amiss. Knowing Tang Kexin, while they cried out, Mama, Daddy, Mama looks like she's going to cry. Daddy, these people are bullying Mama. They are making her sad. Ding. The little ones sense the pressure on Tang Kexin and are anxious to hug her. Please fulfill their wish, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special ability Courage of Love. Su Yuanhang looked stunned. He immediately checked this simple yet mysterious special skill. Courage of Love. When holding or hugging the target, it will bestow immense courage, and all difficulties will be easily resolved. Only effective for the beloved. At that moment the little ones could no longer bear to see Tang Kexin standing alone and helpless under the reporter's questioning. With tear-filled eyes they shouted, Mama. Mama Xiaobao, Daddy, and I have come to find you. Tang Feier joined in shouting. Their clear and childish voices rang out as the atmosphere froze like a heavy bomb thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up a massive wave. The reporters all turned to look behind them. When they saw Su Yuanhang holding the twin daughters as they appeared, the focus immediately shifted to the little ones. Tang Kexin had not expected Su Yuanhang to bring the kids to the press conference. Her eyes showed a flash of shock, which quickly turned into panic. Debao, Xiaobao, Mama. Don't bully my mama. The little ones all cried out. Su Yuanhang knew it was time for him to step in. His gaze, however, was fixed on Tang Kexin, not leaving her for an instant. He held the little ones firmly in his arms and walked toward the stage. Lin Shanshan, standing nearby, was nearly breathless with tension. Su Yuanhang, if your plan doesn't completely quell this public opinion storm, we're all doomed. Su Yuanhang led the adorable twins onto the stage, locking eyes with Tang Kexin. At that moment Tang Kexin was still in a daze, never imagining that Su Yuanhang would bring the two children here. Before she could collect herself, Su Yuanhang approached, flashed a smile, and said, Didn't I tell you? I'm going to weather this storm with you, not let you face it alone. Tears welled up in Tang Kexin's eyes as she looked at the little ones. They slid down from Su Yuanhang's arms and rushed into her embrace. Mommy, we're here to protect you. Mommy, Daddy says we're taking you home. Their voices were crisp and melodious. Hearing them, Tang Kexin felt the weight on her shoulders instantly lift, and her spirit was completely released. Yet Su Yuanhang's appearance caused an uproar among the reporters below. With the live broadcast, their images even appeared on the big screens in the commercial streets outside. It triggered a massive reaction, drawing intense attention from those who cared about the matter. At this moment, Su Yuanhang's handsome face appeared before the media. Camera flashes kept flickering, but he did not avoid them. Everyone was speculating wildly about Su Yuanhang's identity, yet no one could recognize him. Tang Kexin had originally wanted to protect Su Yuanhang and the children. Now that they were directly under the spotlight, her touched feelings instantly turned to anxiety. Su Yuanhang, take the kids and leave first. They'll find you after the interview is over. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Shanshan in the front row, but the latter could only shrug helplessly. Then Su Yuanhang's voice came to her ear, Leave this to me. In Tang Kexin's astonishment, Su Yuanhang took her hand and gave her a powerful, reassuring embrace. Tang Kexin's body stiffened. She never imagined Su Yuanhang would hug her in public. But in the next moment, she felt an indescribable sense of security surging into her body and mind, allowing her spirit to relax, rekindling the courage to face everything. Su Yuanhang could feel the effect of the Courage of Love technique. Then he parted from Tang Kexin, and they exchanged. Su Yuanhang, don't worry, it'll calm this public storm, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. I promise, our precious ones, and you won't be hurt. Meanwhile, the reporters below could no longer hold back their questions. Miss Tang Kexin, is this gentleman the father of your children? Tang Kexin, can you explain your actual relationship with this man? Amid the barrage of questions, Su Yuanhang suddenly spoke up. Hey. Everyone fell silent. Su Yuanhang faced them calmly. Sorry, everyone, I was just testing the microphone. Now I will answer all your doubts. After saying that, Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin and the little ones. The two little elves made a cheering gesture. He responded with a smile, then turned back to all the reporters and continued. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Yuanhang, and I am Miss Tang Kexin's fiancée. And these two adorable, clever, and sensible twin girls are my and Miss Tang Kexin's children. The moment these words were spoken, the whole venue erupted in uproar. A blaze of camera flashes illuminated Su Yuanhang's handsome face. Tang Kexin's eyes went wide as she could hardly believe what Su Yuanhang had just said. The little ones giggled and said to Tang Kexin, "Mommy Daddy says he will protect us." "Mommy Daddy is so handsome." Tang Kexin's feelings grew complicated, but since matters had gone this far, she didn't stop him. She let Su Yuanhang continue his speech. Watching him stand under the spotlight, facing everything with composure, Tang Kexin felt a stir of emotion. This handsome, sunny young man used his own strength to protect her and the children. Her eyes began to redden as she listened to Su Yuanhang earnestly explaining to all the media reporters. Miss Tang Kexin never wanted to use public resources to create this situation, but the online public pressure forced her to come forward. Su Yuanhang paused and continued. "As her fiancé, naturally, I couldn't bear to see her stand alone at the center of the storm. So we made the decision together to face this turmoil." Regarding those online rumors and slanders, that Tang Kexin was kept by a mysterious tycoon, that she had illegitimate daughters, they are all fabrications concocted by unscrupulous media chasing popularity. Oh, but one phrase got it right. A faint smile curled on Su Yuanhang's lips, showcasing his confidence and charisma. "That mysterious tycoon is me. There is no such thing as a kept relationship or any illicit dealings between Tang Kexin and me. We graduated from the same university, I pursued her, and now we have these two lovely daughters." At this point the reporters had other questions. "Mr. Su Yuanhang, why did you only come forward to clarify now? Why haven't you two been married for so long? Is there some unspeakable reason you can explain? Why didn't you disclose your relationship earlier? Was it to maintain Tang Kexin's pure innocent image so she could thrive in the entertainment industry and deceive all her fans?" These questions were sharp and incisive, leaving Tang Kexin a bit flustered. She tensed up, but the little ones each took one of her hands, giving her strength. Tang Kexin stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Yuanhang, and explained to all the media, "I never intended to deceive my fans or those who care about me. The reason I did this was to protect my children and my fiancé from attracting too much attention." After saying that, Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang, a smile spreading across her face. "They are just ordinary people with their own privacy. As a public figure, I only hope everyone will focus on my work, not my family life. Of course, because this matter has affected and hurt my dedicated fans, and those who like me, I want to apologize to everyone." With those final words, Tang Kexin bowed deeply in apology. When she straightened up, there was a gleam of determination in her eyes. "Additionally, I need to announce that due to personal reasons, I will be indefinitely retiring from the entertainment industry 1 week from now." This bombshell exploded among the reporters. Gasps and uproar filled the entire venue once more. No one expected Tang Kexin to disclose such shocking news. After all, she was currently one of the hottest top female stars, ranking first in fan support across the entire internet for 2 consecutive years. Her position was unshakable. With such a boundless future ahead, it was unimaginable that she would so decisively announce her withdrawal from the circle. Even Su Yuanhang was somewhat surprised. Tang Kexin's decision had clearly been planned long in advance. It couldn't have been made on a whim. But he didn't stop her. Even if she stopped being a celebrity and had no job, he could support her. With the system on his side, his daily income far exceeded what any superstar could earn. Amid the clamor, the door of the conference hall suddenly swung open. Louder noises followed, along with the security guards' attempts to stop them. "You can't go in. Stop." But a crowd burst in, blocking the security outside, and raised signs, hand-drawn posters, and electronic LED banners. They read, "Tang Kexin Goddess, I love you. Goddess, we will always support you. Love Xian, we believe in you." All the banners expressed unwavering support. They were Tang Kexin's fans who, upon hearing about the online harassment and cyberbullying she faced, had organized this rally. "Please don't leave the entertainment industry. We will always love you. All of us fans will keep supporting you, and we bless you. Congratulations to our goddess for finding true love. We love you, and we love your family." These words were shouted. The sound was deafening in the conference hall, and Tang Kexin's eyes brimmed with tears again. In Su Yuanhang's mind, the system notification sounded. Ding. The public opinion neutralization card has fully taken effect. All negative publicity about Tang Kexin has been eliminated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for calming the adorable children's emotions. You have been awarded a cash prize of 100 million yuan, and all traces of your past will be erased, preventing paparazzi from uncovering anything. All that remains will be praise for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for soothing Tang Kexin's nervousness. You have been awarded a cash prize of 100 million yuan, along with an additional priceless mansion. 2 consecutive chimes echoed in Su Yuanhang's mind, sounding so melodious. He had previously considered that once he was exposed with the children, the paparazzi would focus entirely on him, worrying that they would dig up everything from his past. This could affect his parents, and even go so far as to dig up dirt from relatives and friends. But now, with the system's erasure ability, Su Yuanhang felt relieved. As for Tang Kexin, he had unexpectedly obtained a courtyard house and 100 million in cash from her. Truly At this moment, the appearance of the fans also confirmed the effect of the system's public opinion elimination item card, making them love both her and her work. When she announced her indefinite withdrawal from the entertainment industry, the fans went crazy, all weeping and begging her to stay. As a result, Tang Kexin was also filled with reluctance. but her mind was made up. To make up for the years she had been away from the children, she was willing to become a full-time mother from now. Over the years she had earned enough money to support the family. Everyone please don't push or be impulsive. Tang Kexin didn't want tonight's press event to turn into a chaotic incident. Thank you all for your continuous support, but I have made my decision. If there is an opportunity, perhaps I will appear in the public eye in a different way in the future. After saying this, Tang Kexin gave a slight bow expressing her sincere gratitude to all those who cared for her. Then Tang Kexin said to all the reporters and media, "Thank you all for coming today. Now that it is clear who the biological father of my baby is, I hope that after I retire from the entertainment industry, you will not disturb our peaceful life. Thank you." The reporters and media hadn't expected things to develop to this extent, but it didn't stop them from having the first-hand information and such explosive news that would rock the entire entertainment industry. Tomorrow news about Tang Kexin would once again top the hot topics on major websites. For the media, this was absolutely a great opportunity not to be missed. The press conference ended. Yuanhang, with Tang Kexin taking the initiative to hold his hand, led the children off the stage. At that moment, the reporters still wanted to ask other questions, but they had already disappeared. After leaving the hotel's conference hall, they went directly out the back door and took a business van to leave. Yuanhang didn't care about his own car left there. He would come back to pick it up another day. Lin Shanshan sat in the front passenger seat watching Tang Kexin, Yuanhang, and the children. This was the first time she had seen the whole family reunited. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat tense. The children glanced around, then each grabbed Yuanhang's and Tang Kexin's hands, saying, "Daddy, Mommy, what's wrong with you?" Tang Kexin glanced at Yuanhang and said to Tang Feier, "Big treasure, Mommy is fine." Yuanhang also responded, "Sweethearts, Daddy and Mommy just announced something to everyone. From now on our family can live together happily." "Wow, really?" Tang Linger got excited and confirmed with Tang Kexin, "Mommy, is what Daddy said true?" "It's true." Tang Kexin didn't want to disappoint the children, so she nodded in answer. This made the children overjoyed. "Little treasure, from now on Daddy and Mommy can have dinner with us." Hee hee hee. Big treasure started giggling. The silver bell-like laughter filled the car, gradually easing the tension. In the car there wasn't much conversation. The children were waving their arms and legs excitedly, and the adults occasionally answered some of their expectant questions. The driver asked, "Sister Xian, are we going back to the hotel, or?" In Furong City, Tang Kexin didn't have a fixed residence. She was usually on business trips, so she had only bought an apartment in Modu for the children to live in. This trip to Furong City was mainly for Yuanhang to temporarily entrust the children to his care. So Tang Kexin thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the hotel first to pack up, then go somewhere else." The driver nodded and headed straight for the 5-star hotel. Then Tang Kexin looked at Yuanhang, her heart complicated. "Yuanhang, I might need to borrow your place for a while. If you don't mind." Yuanhang thought about it and felt it wasn't appropriate, saying, "Of course I don't mind, but the neighborhood has many people and prying eyes. I'm worried it will cause inconvenience for you and the children." Just as they both fell silent, Lin Shanshan spoke up. "Why don't you stay at my place? My house is empty, though a bit remote. But it will be just right to get through this period. Once the public opinion calms down, we can make plans." Just as Tang Kexin was about to accept, Yuanhang explained, "Kexin, I have a great place. I guarantee no one will disturb us. How about we go there?" "Where?" Tang Kexin asked curiously. "To Yujingtao Weiyuan," Yuanhang said calmly. "Okay, let me ask the driver to navigate." Tang Kexin immediately agreed, but then froze, thinking she had misheard. Looking at Yuanhang's handsome face, she confirmed, "Did you just say Yujingtao Weiyuan Villa? What is there a problem?" Yuanhang grinned. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were both shocked. Yuanhang Yujingtao Weiyuan is a luxury villa area. Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? I live there. Yuanhang knew it was unbelievable, but the system had given it with all proper procedures. He smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, come and see." You live there? Really?" Lin Shanshan's mind went blank, stammering as if shocked. But only locals knew best that as the most expensive luxury residential area in Furong City, the price of Tao Weiyuan was a staggering 1 billion yuan. What did that mean? Even if the money were placed in a bank, the annual interest would be several million yuan, and with fixed deposits it could reach 10 to 20 million yuan in interest. During this time, many wealthy buyers inquired about Yujingtao Weiyuan, but were deterred by the steep price. Rumors had it that 3 months ago Tao Weiyuan was bought by a mysterious rich man. The news had been reported and she had paid attention, but never found out the owner's identity. Now Yuanhang said he lived in Tao Weiyuan. Did that mean he was the mysterious buyer? When Tang Kexin returned to the hotel, she quickly packed her luggage and got back into the car with Lin Shanshan, heading to where Yuanhang had mentioned. But as soon as they left the hotel, paparazzi started following them. Tang Kexin became worried. Although she had announced her retirement, these people were still pestering her, trying to dig up first-hand news. "Uncle Chen, the paparazzi are following us. Can you shake them off?" Lin Shanshan was the first to notice the media trailing them, and said to the driver, who was skilled at driving, "If we're going to Tao Weiyuan, it might be hard to shake them off," Uncle Chen said with concern. "They'll try my best." But Yuanhang shrugged it off. "Uncle Chen, just drive safely. Let them follow. Once we reach Tao Weiyuan, they won't be able to film our every move." "Okay." Uncle Chen already knew that Yuanhang was the father of the children, and Tang Kexin's fiancée. After about an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the destination. Then they looked at this most prosperous and luxurious residential area in the city. Su Yuanhang led them into the main entrance of Tao Weiyuan, which resembled a scenic spot gate, but with two heavy golden lacquered doors standing tall. To enter they had to open these golden doors. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were stunned, finding it hard to believe that Su Yuanhang would bring them here. In this land of gold and fortune, even Tang Kexin had no confidence in being able to live here. Su Yuanhang, this is Tao Weiyuan. You brought us here. Are you saying we're going to live here? Lin Shanshan exclaimed. Su Yuanhang didn't hide it. Seeing their gaping expressions, he smiled faintly and said, well, live here. Rest assured this house is mine. These words left them even more dumbfounded. Now to confirm whether Su Yuanhang was telling the truth, they just needed to see if he had the key to open the priceless Tao Weiyuan gate. It was said that the gate had both manual and electric locks. The manual key was a golden key made of pure gold. This key was also specially crafted, unique in the world, made by a renowned locksmith. Ordinary keys could not. After all, the priceless villa had its exceptional features. It used the world's top anti-theft system, ensuring that without the owner's command no one could enter. Even if someone managed to get in, they would be immediately detected by the anti-theft system with no place to hide. Tao Weiyuan was undoubtedly the dream of all wealthy people, but its exorbitant price was beyond the reach of most. Under the gaze of Tang Kexin and the others, Su Yuanhang walked towards the golden gate. Feeling the gate's imposing aura, he excitedly took out the legendary pure gold key from his pocket and opened the gate in front of Tang Kexin and the children. The seemingly heavy golden gate then opened automatically. Tang Kexin and the others looked on with disbelief, as if everything before them was unreal. And they truly believed that Su Yuanhang was the owner of Tao Weiyuan. He actually bought Tao Weiyuan. Is this the man I thought I knew all these years? To buy a mansion worth over $1 billion, his net worth must be in the tens of billions. Even Tang Kexin's current net worth was only a little over $1 billion. In terms of cash, it would be a pipe dream to buy this mansion. The Su Yuanhang she hadn't seen for 5 years had lived in a suite worth less than $1 million and drove a car worth around 100,000. But the scene before her now brought her immense shock, even bordering on fright. Involuntarily, Tang Kexin smiled bitterly to herself. She had thought she would support the family. Now who would support whom was uncertain. Yujing Peach Blossom Source boasts the beautiful scenery of Dushu Lake in Furong City, with a lakeside view and surrounded by water on 3 sides, hence the name Peach Blossom Source. Covering an area of 37 square meters, it features 32 south-facing bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, along with a front and back courtyard of 2,000 square meters. Its price is not arbitrarily estimated, but rather reflects the fact that elements like the courtyard, pond, and garden are all designed in imitation of the Furong Garden. All the buildings are handcrafted using the traditional construction techniques of the Xiangshan school. As Su Yuanhang brought Tang Kexin and the children into the Peach Blossom Source, they were greeted by a long, bright terrace surrounded by beautiful water scenery. Tang Kexin has a keen interest in classical elements, and upon seeing this antique scene, she was instantly captivated. The indoor design, rich in historical and cultural value combined with modern landscaping art, greatly enhances the mansion's aura. She was completely immersed, her heart filled with awe. However, for Lin Shanshan, it was a different experience. Every corner exuded the scent of wealth. Although she had accompanied Tang Kexin and witnessed many wealthy individuals lavishly spending, this was on another level. Compared to Peach Blossom Source, even the grandest of houses seemed insignificant. The children were also beaming with joy, completely enchanted by the surrounding scenery. Daddy, the lake is so beautiful. Mommy, is this our new home? The children's eyes were filled with wonder. Tang Kexin was uncertain how to respond, and looked to Su Yuanhang instead. He smiled gently at the children and said, of course this will be your new home, and you can stay as long as you like. Yay, I love it here. The eldest child shook Tang Kexin's hand, laughing. Mommy, our family can play games and eat here together, hee. Tang Kexin could tell that the children seemed to enjoy this new environment, and appeared to have no reluctance towards Su Yuanhang. Rather, they interacted very harmoniously. She felt a sense of relief in her heart. When she had delivered the children to Su Yuanhang's home yesterday, her greatest worry was that the kids would feel estranged after 4 years without their father. However, after a night's interaction, it seemed they were completely filled with trust towards Su Yuanhang, proving that her efforts to shape his image as a good father over the years were not in vain. Su Yuanhang was unaware that over the years Tang Kexin had to conceal the existence of the children for her career, while often sharing stories about their father with them. Of course, these were not mere fabrications, but insights gleaned from Lin Shanshan about Su Yuanhang's character, allowing the children to understand what kind of person their father was. At this moment, Su Yuanhang already possessed all the information about Yujing Peach Blossom Source, as if he had lived there for many years. Thus he was extremely familiar with every flower and tree, every mountain and lake, as well as other aspects. Just the wine cellar alone was breathtaking. As they walked down the long corridor away from the terrace, Su Yuanhang began to introduce. The overall color scheme of Peach Blossom Source is based predominantly on brown and beige, interspersed with similar hues to enrich the space's color and tension, hoping you all will like this color. In reality, Tang Kexin preferred beige, while the children liked brown, as if the building's colors and decorations were tailored just for them. Furthermore, the lush, surrounding greenery added considerable vibrancy to the Peach Blossom Source. With October approaching, the osmanthus trees were in bloom, exuding a very refreshing fragrance that was intoxicating. The architectural style of the entire peach blossom source leans towards classical garden design, showcasing the visual aspects of Chinese culture, making one feel as if they are within a poetic painting. The ink-wash scenery is inherently elegant. The ancient pavilion is captivating, Tang Kexin couldn't help but exclaim. Although Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin attended the same school, they had no interactions. However, Su Yuanhang had heard of her extraordinary talent. She had been nurtured with care since childhood, excelling in various arts, and with her perfect beauty, she was truly a gem. While there were many admirers, Su Yuanhang had not expected to benefit from it. He once thought this way, but with the existence of the system along with a bank balance exceeding 200 million and this peach blossom source, he felt a surge of confidence. If Tang Kexin was a goddess, then he must be a prince. Sister Kexin, you truly have a way with words, Lin Shanshan said with a smile. During these 5 years, she had fully grown up. Although she once had a crush on Su Yuanhang, she now had someone she liked, so her relationship with him was not awkward, and she regarded him as a friend. Su Yuanhang's first stop was the main hall of the building where they would stay to settle in their luggage as well. Upon entering the main hall, Tang Kexin and the children were amazed. They had completely fallen in love with the place. You all choose your rooms first, and then I'll take you to explore other areas, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Lin Shanshan looked on with envy, realizing she could not settle down like Tang Kexin, but she felt it was a great experience to stay for a few days. While they were choosing rooms to put down their luggage, several private cars arrived outside Peach Blossom Source. As they got out of the cars and looked at the grand entrance, they hesitated. Tang Kexin and them actually moved into Peach Blossom Source. It seems Tang Kexin's fiancé has an This is the Peach Blossom Source, valued at over $1 billion, the most expensive villa in Furong City. We must capture this. We have another explosive scoop, ha. Although they could no longer follow Tang Kexin and the others, the reporters were thrilled, as if they had discovered a new world, excitedly snapping photos of the entrance to Peach Blossom Source. Some reporters even took out their phones to contact their departments, detailing Tang Kexin's stay at Peach Blossom Source and Su Yuanhang's identity and background. Then they persisted, directly waiting outside Peach Blossom Source, hoping to capture photos of Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin coming in and out. However, every move they made was under Su Yuanhang's watchful eye. Countless surveillance cameras were present within Peach Blossom Source, and with the system's assistance, they were directly connected to the property panel. There was no need to constantly monitor from the control room. He just needed to bring up the property panel, and images from every surveillance camera would appear. Noticing at least over 30 reporters and paparazzi lurking around, a playful smile crept onto Su Yuanhang's face. The fish have taken the bait. The reason he brought Tang Kexin and the children to their new home, apart from avoiding the entanglement of reporters, was to create a mysterious, yet wealthy identity for himself. The existence of Peach Blossom Source undoubtedly allowed him to flaunt. Su Yuanhang's simple thought was to have an identity that matched Tang Kexin to silence the media. On the other hand, he also wanted to provide the children and Tang Kexin with a warm and carefree life. His intentions were genuinely simple. Once Tang Kexin and the children, along with Lin Shanshan, had chosen their rooms and settled in, Su Yuanhang refocused his attention and said to them, "Are you hungry? Whatever you want to eat, just say it, and he'll prepare it for you." With his culinary skills, Su Yuanhang was eager to showcase his talents again, hoping to make the children and Tang Kexin forget their worries over a meal. Just something light. Tang Kexin was still in shock, hardly able to imagine that she was truly living in Peach Blossom Source, feeling as if it were a dream. "I can help you." The children bounced over to Su Yuanhang, laughing. "Daddy, the room is so big. The bed is big enough for me, and Xiao Bao to roll on it, ha." Lin Shanshan, however, leaned in to ask Su Yuanhang, "What have you been up to all these years, Yuanhang? Spill the beans." Compared to Su Yuanhang's curiosity towards Tang Kexin and the children, the others were becoming even more curious about him. Su Yuanhang merely smiled faintly and said, "I haven't done much, just writing novels, right? Didn't you all know? Keep spinning your tales." Lin Shanshan responded with a completely disbelieving look. Even Tang Kexin's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity, but she felt too shy to ask more. At this moment, their relationship, due to the presence of the children, was somewhat nuanced, making their feelings and identities. "Alright, I won't pretend anymore, it'll come clean." Su Yuanhang grinned, and in a teasing tone to lighten the mood said, "The reason I've been writing books these years is just for fun. In reality, I'm a shareholder of a novel website and also trade stocks. I've had some good luck, made some money, and simply invested it into this Peach Blossom Source." "You are a shareholder of a novel website?" Lin Shanshan's eyes widened, almost popping out. "Oh my Su Yuanhang, you are truly a hidden gem, a total tycoon. You both are getting wealthier by the day. It's truly a case of comparison, makes one feel inferior." Lin Shanshan felt envy and jealousy rising. Yet Tang Kexin smiled gently and said, "Su Yuanhang, although Shanshan has been telling me about you all these years, I really didn't expect you to develop so well." "Exactly." Lin Shanshan chimed in. "Su Yuanhang, do you know what surprised me the most when Kexin said she would recognize the children and decided to leave the entertainment industry?" "Shanshan." Tang Kexin tried to interrupt, but Su Yuanhang was full of curiosity, saying, "What was it?" Lin Shanshan glanced at Tang Kexin and mimicked her tone from back then. She said, "Regardless of whether Su Yuanhang is rich or poor, as long as I can recognize the children, I am willing to share my life with him. he will be the only man in my life. Su Yuanhang's smile suddenly froze as he looked at Tang Kexin, who slightly averted her gaze, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. The children giggled. Daddy, what Aunt Shanshan said is true. Mommy really did say that. Xiao Bao and I heard it. Tang Kexin did not mince words either, but explained, I did think that way back then, but I never expected you would develop even more smoothly than me. So just consider it unsaid and don't take it to heart. Alright. Su Yuanhang understood Tang Kexin's intention and did not overly flaunt his wealth. Instead, he shifted the topic saying, then let me cook for you all. Fine. Tang Kexin maintained a tacit understanding, giving him a knowing smile, and added, are there any ingredients at home? If not, I'll have Uncle Chun buy some. Uncle Chun was not a hired employee of the company, but an acquaintance Tang Kexin had personally arranged. Over the years, he had spared no effort in running errands for her. Of course, Tang Kexin paid him a very generous salary. Responsible only for driving and carrying luggage, he earned 12,000 yuan per month plus full social insurance and housing fund. Truly a bountiful package. I used to think it was too lonely living here alone, so I stayed in the neighborhood. That's why I haven't bought any ingredients. If it's inconvenient for Uncle Chun, I can just place an order on my phone. Su Yuanhang explained. No problem. Uncle Chun knows how to deal with those paparazzi. Tang Kexin laughed. Let him go, it's more convenient. Su Yuanhang did not insist. Tang Kexin sent a message to Uncle Chun and asked him, tell me what ingredients you want to buy and I'll pass it on. But Su Yuanhang did not answer immediately. Instead, he said to the children, my little treasures, what do you want for lunch and dinner? Daddy will cook for you himself. The children glanced at Tang Kexin, then giggled. Daddy, I want pagoda pork and rose milk pudding. Daddy, I want lotus leaf steamed chicken and coconut caramel pudding cake, Little Bao added. Tang Kexin. Lin Shanshan. Both women stared at Su Yuanhang in surprise. Fearing he might not be able to pull it off, they quickly spoke tactfully. Sweethearts, Daddy has been tired all day. Let's eat these treats when Mommy takes you out another time. Today let's try Daddy's specialty dishes, okay? Lin Shanshan quickly smoothed things over as well. Little ones, how about Annie Shanshan shows you a trick later? Yay? What are Daddy's specialty dishes? Debao asked curiously. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Yuanhang's mouth. He thought to himself that he truly owed it all to the food god skill. Otherwise he might not have been able to make pagoda pork, lotus leaf steamed chicken, or the desserts. But now with the food god system, Su Yuanhang was a walking gourmet. My specialty dishes. Of course it's pagoda pork and lotus leaf steamed chicken. Su Yuanhang laughed. And of course your beloved coconut caramel pudding cake and rose milk pudding. Tang Kexin. Lin Shanshan. Seeing their stunned expressions, Su Yuanhang found it amusing. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Yuanhang, are you sure you can make them? Lin Shanshan asked incredulously. Tang Kexin didn't want to put him on the spot either. Let's just have whatever, well, I'll love it. Su Yuanhang naturally understood that Tang Kexin was thinking of him. But now that he had a rare chance to shine, how could he back down? He was more than eager to show off in front of the children and Tang Kexin. Of course I can make them, and no worse than a professional chef. Su Yuanhang declared boldly. Just wait and eat. If you don't like the taste, this master chef will retire from the culinary world forever. With a joking tone, he lightened the atmosphere, instantly lifting the mood of Tang Kexin and the others. Since Su Yuanhang insisted, Tang Kexin secretly looked forward to it. She then sent Uncle Chun the list of ingredients and kitchen utensils to buy, along with a transfer of 2,000 yuan. Sometimes Lin Shanshan helped with the errands. Of course, any leftover money, whether from Lin Shanshan or Uncle Chun, would be returned. Su Yuanhang, is there water to drink? The kids are a bit thirsty. Tang Kexin looked around, not knowing where the fridge and water dispenser were, and asked softly. It's on the other side. Su Yuanhang was thoroughly familiar with the layout, interior structure, and where things were placed in Peach Blossom Haven. He led everyone while touring and explained, follow me. Lin Shanshan followed behind, constantly looking around and admiring. Su Yuanhang, with such a huge place, how come there are no servants in sight? Su Yuanhang had already prepared an explanation. I usually don't live here much, so every month or two I hire cleaners to tidy up and trim the vegetation. The rest of the time it's empty. That makes sense. It saves a lot of expenses. Lin Shanshan nodded, then asked what Tang Kexin also wanted to know. But Su Yuanhang, why did you suddenly want to buy such a huge mansion? Even 100 people living together would still find it too big. Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin, their eyes meeting briefly before she quickly looked away. He smiled faintly. Of course it's because the environment in this area is elegant. Besides, real estate prices have remained high over the years. Even if I don't live here, someone will surely take it off my hands when I sell later. It's a safe investment. Seeing that Su Yuanhang was dense and didn't catch her hint, Lin Shanshan continued to push. So you never thought about living here with your future wife? Tang Kexin suddenly blushed, but found it hard to say anything. Su Yuanhang, of course, knew what was going on in Lin Shanshan's mind, and that she was trying to play matchmaker between him and Tang Kexin. He smiled. Of course I've thought about it. It's just that I haven't met the right one. Oh. Lin Shanshan's eyes glinted with mischief. And now have you met someone suitable? Even Tang Kexin, slow as she was, could tell that she was trying to trap Su Yuanhang. She couldn't help but speak up. Shanshan, what are you saying? Whether it's suitable or not, I don't have the final say. It depends on someone. Su Yuanhang directly threw the question back to Tang Kexin. Lin Shanshan thought his move was very clever and laughed. Who is that someone? As she spoke, she gently nudged Tang Kexin with her shoulders, silently implying, sis, I've said all I can. Seize the opportunity now. Tang Kexin smiled helplessly and then replied, Su Yuanhang actually, I don't know either. You two are really dragging it out. Just find out whether you're suitable by spending time together. Lin Shanshan was anxious for both of them. Besides, the kids are this old already. The rice is cooked. Why talk about Su Yuanhang? Tang Kexin. The children noticed the topic had turned to them and blinked their big eyes asking, Annie Shanshan, what are you talking about? Daddy and Mommy, what does the rice is cooked mean? Before Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin could answer, the system chimed in with a notification sound ding. Ding. Tang Kexin feels nervous. Please personally solve the questions the adorable children want to know. After hearing the system's prompt, Su Yuanhang was struck by a sudden inspiration and said, We were just discussing with Mom about what to cook for lunch. And, yes, that's exactly what Daddy means. Tang Kexin hurriedly covered up as well. The little ones didn't think much about it. They just casually asked, and after receiving the answer they giggled. Daddy, Mommy were thirsty, want some water, and ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained one dependency from Tang Kexin. And ding. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly solved the problem and received a cash reward of 1 million yuan. At this moment, Su Yuanhang noticed that on the attribute panel, all the detailed information about Tang Kexin was clearly displayed. Besides her basic information, there was also a newly generated dependency value, which had unknowingly climbed to 12 points. Once the dependency value reached 100 points, Tang Kexin would become completely and utterly dependent on Su Yuanhang. Okay, Daddy will take you now. Returning to his senses, Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin and then led the little ones to the water dispenser for a drink. Of course, he also poured a cup for Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan each. They weren't disposable cups. Instead, each uniquely designed glass cost over 1,000 yuan. In Tao Weiyuan, there was nothing cheap. It was the epitome of luxury and comfort. When Uncle Chun returned from shopping, they took another stroll and were led to a basement. What came into view was a luxurious wine cellar with 6 rows, each about 10 meters long, housing countless famous wines. Any bottle picked at random cost over 10,000 yuan, with some even costing hundreds of thousands. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan recognized some of the red wines, so seeing so many left them secretly astonished. Su Yuanhang, how many bottles of wine have you stored here? Lin Shanshan could hardly estimate the total price of all the wine. At that moment, the dazzling display was like a store, truly an eye-opening sight. Su Yuanhang could name every single wine, each priced in the tens of millions, with over 600 bottles of red. Even if he drank 1 bottle a day, it would take 2 years to finish them all. He casually picked up a bottle of Romanicani with an average price exceeding 6 figures, hailed as the crown jewel of the red wine world. 1 bottle of red wine was not enough. Su Yuanhang then took a bottle of champagne from another rack packed in an exquisite wooden box. Just the packaging looked extremely valuable. Su Yuanhang also introduced it to Tang Kexin and the others. This champagne was acquired at an auction. Made from late harvest grapes, it undergoes limited malolactic fermentation and low sugar addition. Its acidity is lively, the taste balanced and rich, and the unique winemaking process gives it a sense of rarity. Lin Shanshan couldn't help taking it and examining it. Recognizing the English lettering, she exclaimed, Su Yuanhang, this is a champagne made by Anselm Salas using Burgundy winemaking methods. I never expected you to have collected it. Well, drink it at noon. Su Yuanhang, however, felt that its collection value was far less meaningful than personally tasting it. So he wore a faint smile as if stating something utterly ordinary. This left Lin Shanshan dumbfounded. Gosh, Su Yuanhang, you are a true tycoon. Tang Kexin also realized the champagne's great value and said reluctantly, Yuanhang, it's enough to just drink 1 bottle of red wine. Let's keep this champagne for collection. There are so many wines here, it would be a waste not to drink them. Su Yuanhang was bold and generous, not taking these wines seriously at all. Let's consider it a celebration of your successful retirement from the entertainment circle. Lin Shanshan, however, put it back and said, Su Yuanhang, although we really want to drink it, I know this champagne costs at least 6 figures, so let's forget about it. Seeing them both hesitating, Su Yuanhang shrugged indifferently and said, This wine sitting here has no other use. If it's for appreciation, worst comes to worst, we can refill the bottle with water after drinking it and put it back. After all, what people see is the bottle. It serves no other purpose. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan finally witnessed what true character, no true opulence, meant. A single sip of that would cost several thousand yuan. Of course, they were also amused by his joking remarks. Su Yuanhang, your divine logic has this humble maiden deep. Lin Shanshan clasped her hands in admiration and exclaimed. A hint of a smile also appeared on Tang Kexin's face. In the end, at Su Yuanhang's insistence, they took 2 bottles of wine and left the cellar. The little ones, however, weren't interested in the red wine. Instead, the surrounding scenery was more captivating. They even felt the urge to go for a spin on the lake, but unfortunately there were no boats available, so they had to leave regretfully for now. After another round of touring, Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were truly enlightened, learning that besides the beautiful scenery, Taoyuan also boasted a miniature golf course and some sports and entertainment facilities. It was no different from a resort villa, but even more upscale, private, and enjoyable. It gave a sense of overlooking the entire world. Being there, one's entire aura and confidence were elevated significantly. This was the confidence of the wealthy. After strolling for a short, while they came across some tastefully designed houses with calligraphy and paintings on the walls and vases on the tables, all of which were extremely valuable. Stealing just one of them would allow an ordinary person to skip a dozen or 2 decades of hard work. Lin Shanshan said with feeling, Su Yuanhang, I truly envy you for owning this house. If I could achieve half of what you have in this lifetime, I would be content. That'll have to wait until the next life, Su Yuanhang bluntly discouraged her. He said this because as time went on he believed he would receive more rewards from the system. Money was only a part of it. If Lin Shanshan could catch up to half of his wealth and status, she would likely need to be as rich as the richest person. Su Yuanhang had also completely figured out what he was going to do next. Since he had become so wealthy, he naturally wanted to let the little ones enjoy life to the fullest. Even if he had to put himself out, he wouldn't let the children suffer. Before long, Uncle Chun returned carrying large shopping bags. Su Yuanhang and the others went over to help carrying the ingredients and other items into the kitchen. Looking at the brand new spacious kitchen, which was over 100 square meters, Lin Shanshan was once again full of envy. The kitchen was fully equipped with everything, even unimaginable kitchenware and appliances, all in automatic mode. Just one refrigerator alone cost over 100,000 yuan, simply ridiculously extravagant. Of course, it wasn't about buying expensive things for the sake of it. They only acquired items with exceptional cost performance. It had complete functions, diversity, and a very large storage capacity for ingredients, plus deodorization, dry-wet separation, and more. After the little ones entered the kitchen, they could move about and play freely without taking up any space at all. After Su Yuanhang took out all the ingredients and arranged them, he said to everyone, It's getting late, I need to start cooking. You can sit down and rest for a while. And I'll help you. Tang Kexin stepped forward carrying some side dishes. I'll assist you so it'll be faster. And then I'll go handle some matters. Lin Shanshan glanced at Tang Kexin, who nodded knowingly, and then she took her phone and walked out of the kitchen to the balcony to start making a phone call. Although both women remained silent, Su Yuanhang understood that Tang Kexin's public revelation of her identity in front of the media and her announcement of retiring from the entertainment circle would inevitably cause a considerable stir. The first to bear the brunt would surely be the talent agencies, questioning after the news reports fermented. Her family would also definitely contact Tang Kexin. On the surface she appeared calm and composed, but Su Yuanhang possessed the heart voice system, so he could hear, ding, detected that Tang Kexin is currently facing a new crisis, a sky-high breach of contract penalty from her agency. Please rely on your personal charm to resolve it. And, of course, you can choose to do nothing. There will be no penalty, but you will also lose the chance to receive generous rewards. Please make your own choice, host. Lin Shanshan stepped onto the balcony and picked up her phone to check her messages. The notifications were flooding and practically overwhelming the device. Without even looking, she knew exactly what everyone was saying. She let out a sigh and located the company chairman's number. When the call connected before Lin Shanshan could speak, a furious roar came through the receiver. Lin Shanshan, have you lost your nerve? The company has called and messaged you countless times, and you've been ignoring us all, haven't you? Now tell me, what's this about Tang Kexin suddenly announcing her retirement? Do you have any idea how much liquidated damages you'll have to pay the company? I spent so much effort cultivating her, and now she just throws in the towel. Does she think she can do whatever she wants? Lin Shanshan could tell the chairman's emotions were running high. After all, to the company, Tang Kexin was a golden goose capable of generating endless profits. In recent years, Tang Kexin's career had flourished across all fronts, single-handedly contributing half of the company's annual revenue. Naturally, the chairman was unwilling to let her walk away so easily. After letting the chairman vent, Lin Shanshan responded calmly. Chairman, Miss Sin's decision to retire wasn't impulsive. She's been planning this since last year. Lin Shanshan put Xin on the phone. I need to speak with her personally. The chairman fumed. She's caused such a big mess. What does she think she's doing? Let her explain herself to me. Hearing this, Lin Shanshan turned her gaze toward the kitchen where Tang Kexin was diligently preparing ingredients. From her serene expression, it was clear she was utterly content. Reluctant to disturb this rare moment of family harmony, Lin Shanshan took a deep breath and mustered her courage. Chairman, Miss Xin is not available to take your call right now. If you have anything to say, please tell me, and I'll relay it. Lin Shanshan, have you gone mad? The chairman exploded. Do you really think that by sticking with Tang Kexin you can turn up your nose? Don't forget you also signed a contract with the company. I'm your boss. Chairman, then like Miss Xin, I am terminating my contract with your company. Lin Shanshan declared boldly. Moreover, Miss Xin instructed me to tell you. Regarding the compensation for breach of contract, we'll handle it through legal channels. Whatever the amount, we will not evade it. Fine. It seems you two have really grown some nerve. Since you're determined to break the contract, let's proceed legally. We'll see if you can stay so tough when you face the astronomical penalty. With that, the other party hung up. Lin Shanshan felt a surge of anger herself. She could afford to pay her own termination penalty, but thinking about Tang Kexin gave her a headache. After all, Tang Kexin was a top celebrity, and the company's annual salary for her was in the billions. Moreover, to further her career, Tang Kexin had signed a 10-year contract with Tianyu Entertainment Company. So far, only 4 years had passed. Sigh. Lin Shanshan felt a strong urge to talk things over with Tang Kexin. But before that, she replied to some important messages. Naturally, one was from her boyfriend. Shanshan, what's going on with my sister? Why did she suddenly announce her retirement? Holy crap, babe, is that handsome guy at the press conference my brother-in-law? Honey, why aren't you answering my messages? Where are you guys? I'm coming to find you. Have you even seen my messages? I'm freaking out. Is my brother-in-law with my sister now? And what about my niece? Darling, the internet is exploding with news about my sister, brother-in-law, and niece. It's going to blow the sky wide open. Silly, my parents have been blowing up my phone. If you don't reply to me soon, you'll be in deep trouble. Oh, and my sweetheart, what does my brother-in-law do? I heard you're all staying at Yuanhang Peach Garden. Damn, that place is for the soup. Lin Shanshan, if you don't reply to me now, I'm going to get mad. After reading the messages, Lin Shanshan felt speechless, but still replied. Your sister and I are at your brother-in-law's place in Yuanhang Peach Garden. Sweetie, you'll have to entertain yourself for now. Tang Kexin replied instantly. Baby, you finally answered. You're really at Yuanhang Peach Garden. Oh my god, I'm booking a flight to come see you now. No, don't come and cause more trouble. Focus on your own stuff, Lin Shanshan continued. We don't have time to entertain you right now. You should be thinking about how to help your sister through this crisis. Isn't that what my brother-in-law is for? Tang Kexin seemed utterly unconcerned. I also want to see what a billion-yuan mansion looks like. Oh no, I mean meet my brother-in-law and my precious niece. Lin Shanshan felt helpless. If you dare come over, I'll break your legs. Tang Kexin remained silent. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin, who was calmly and gently handling the side dishes. He decided not to bring up the topic everyone wanted to avoid at this crucial moment. Instead, he focused with Tang Kexin on preparing lunch so the little ones wouldn't go hungry. Yuanhang, what side dishes do you need for the pagoda pork? He'll chop them, Tang Kexin offered cooperatively when she saw Su Yuanhang putting a whole piece of pork belly into boiling water. The pagoda pork needs to be refrigerated overnight before it can be sliced, Su Yuanhang smiled. Let's start with the lotus leaf beggar's chicken. Please wash the mushrooms and red dates, soak them until soft, then dice them. Okay. Tang Kexin nodded in agreement. Su Yuanhang couldn't help asking, Kexin, do you know how to cook? In his mind, a top celebrity like her probably rarely had time to cook at home. But she brushed her long hair aside and replied, Of course I do, though maybe not as deliciously as you. You really are a versatile talent. Su Yuanhang complimented her, then added with concern, Be careful not to cut yourself. If you have time, could you also slice some ginger? No problem, leave it to me, Tang Kexin said earnestly. As for Su Yuanhang, he took out goji berries and cordyceps flowers for later use, while also washing the lotus leaves and setting them aside. Next, he was going to make the children's favorite rose milk pudding, which required just 3 ingredients. He first added whipping cream and rose jam to the pot, cooking over medium heat, while stirring continuously. When bubbles began to form at the edge of the pot, Su Yuanhang added the softened gelatin sheets, stirred until dissolved, then poured the mixture into 5 small bowls, and placed them in the refrigerator to chill for 2 hours. By the time the other dishes were ready, the rose milk pudding would be served as a dessert. Just as Su Yuanhang was about to proceed with the next step, a sudden scream came from Tang Kexin. Ah! He quickly turned around and saw Tang Kexin frowning while holding her finger, a drop of blood falling to the ground. Su Yuanhang's heart tightened, and he hurried over. Kexin, did you cut your finger? Tang Kexin nodded helplessly. Yeah. Let me see. Without thinking twice, Su Yuanhang took her hand and examined it. Blood was oozing from a wound on the knuckle of her middle finger, where a patch of skin about the size of a fingernail had been sliced off. The blood kept flowing, and pressing with his fingers couldn't stop it. Come, rinse the wound with clean water first. I'll get some antiseptic and bandages to dress it, Su Yuanhang said gently. Tang Kexin didn't refuse. She followed Su Yuanhang to the sink and held her finger under the running water. Wait for me, Su Yuanhang said. I'll get the first aid kit. Don't go anywhere. With that, he jogged out of the kitchen. But the floor was wet and slippery, and Su Yuanhang stumbled, nearly falling. Tang Kexin's heart leaped. Hey, be careful. It's okay. After steadying himself, Su Yuanhang gave her a faint smile. He'll be right back. Then he dashed toward another room. Tang Kexin watched his tall figure and felt a momentary trance. Su Yuanhang was intimately familiar with everything in the Peach Blossom Spring, even knowing the location of the After retrieving the medicine box from a cabinet in the living room that was specifically arranged for various medications, he checked that the required anti-inflammatory medicine and bandages were all inside, before heading straight to the kitchen. At that moment, he felt that having a spacious place was a waste of effort. Upon arriving at the kitchen, the adorable children and Lin Shanshan were all gathered around Tang Kexin, looking concerned and inquiring about her well-being. Mommy, there's so much blood, let me wipe it for you. Mommy, it must hurt a lot, I'll go call Daddy. Lin Shanshan glanced at the blood on Jiangxi and cautiously pushed the kitchen knife further away, afraid of accidentally bumping into it and hurting the children. Why hasn't Su Yuanhang arrived yet? Lin Shanshan was beginning to feel anxious. He's here. Su Yuanhang rushed into the kitchen holding the medicine box and saw that Tang Kexin had already wrapped her wound with a tissue. He quickly opened the medicine box and said, He'll take care of her wound and bandage it up. Daddy, Mommy is in so much pain, please help her. Daddy, please save Mommy. Although the children's words were full of innocence, Su Yuanhang could sense their deep concern and heartache. Tang Kexin stroked the children's little heads, feeling warmth in her heart as she reassured them. Mommy is fine, it doesn't hurt at all, don't worry, sweetheart. But Mommy has lost so much blood, the eldest child said, tears brimming in her eyes. The youngest child also stayed by Tang Kexin's side watching as Su Yuanhang applied anti-inflammatory medicine to her wound. Tang Kexin couldn't help but gasp as the stinging sensation from the medicine made her wound hurt even more. However, Su Yuanhang firmly held her hand, not allowing her to pull away while explaining, "Just bear with it, it'll finish up quickly." Tang Kexin bit her lip and endured it. Seeing Su Yuanhang so focused on bandaging Tang Kexin's wound, Lin Shanshan said to the children, "Sweethearts, mommy has daddy to protect her, let's not disturb them, so they won't be distracted. Let's wait outside for a while, shall we?" The children immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay, as long as mommy's wound gets better. Mommy, you'll go outside with the youngest to wait for you. He'll get some candy for you, it's very sweet, so you won't feel any pain." Seeing them being led away by Lin Shanshan, Tang Kexin's eyes began to redden as she was touched by the children's words. Su Yuanhang naturally heard their concerns for Tang Kexin and felt a pang of heartache for his two daughters. He also knew that Lin Shanshan's actions were meant to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Once they were alone, Su Yuanhang began to blow gently on Tang Kexin's wound to ease the pain, then proceeded to treat the wound and wrap it with sterile gauze. Tang Kexin watched Su Yuanhang's serious demeanor throughout the process, and to be honest, she felt a mix of emotions. When facing Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin didn't know how to interact with him, so she rarely spoke to him. "You've taken great care of the children." After wrapping Tang Kexin's fingers, Su Yuanhang looked up and smiled gently at her, saying, "They are very polite and understanding." Feeling acknowledged by Su Yuanhang made Tang Kexin smile faintly. "They have always been very understanding and have never made me worry. It's clear that they love you very much." Su Yuanhang smiled and said, "During the days I was not around, you accompanied them, and their lives have been happy." However, Tang Kexin's smile gradually faded and her gaze dimmed as she said, "Though that may be true, their lives still have imperfections." She then looked directly into Su Yuanhang's eyes and continued, "That's why I've decided to give up everything to bring them to find you." "Thank you." Su Yuanhang smiled faintly. "You all are willing to accept me." "No," Tang Kexin corrected. "It's you who are accepting us. When I saw the children were not unfamiliar with you, and instead got along very well, I felt my choice was the right one." Su Yuanhang felt a stir in his heart and promised Tang Kexin, "From now on, no matter what happens, I will stand in front of you, and no one will be able to hurt you." Tang Kexin trembled at his words, and in her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene where Su Yuanhang appeared at the press conference with the children hiding her behind him as he faced all the reporters and media, then resolutely announced his identity. Even though he faced the storm of criticism from reporters and netizens, he still did it. A smile returned to her face, and she nodded slightly, saying, "I believe you." Su Yuanhang feared the most that Tang Kexin would reject his goodwill, but her smile completely infected him, making him feel more confident. "The wound is bandaged, but you can't get it wet for a while." Seeing the ginger on the cutting board still stained with blood, he expressed concern, "He'll take care of the kitchen from here, I can manage it." "I just slipped a bit." Tang Kexin blushed, feeling embarrassed as she explained, "I accidentally cut my hand, but it's no big deal now, I can continue to help you." Although Su Yuanhang enjoyed being busy in the kitchen with Tang Kexin, as it helped to foster their relationship, seeing her delicate hand injured made him feel a bit uncomfortable. "You've worked hard all day, and you must not have rested well yesterday. Just go to your room and take a nap, and once you're refreshed you'll be able to handle other things more attentively." Su Yuanhang was right, she hadn't slept at all the previous night, and had gotten up early to prepare for the press conference. She had gotten a bit distracted and accidentally cut her finger. She no longer insisted, saying, "All right then, if you need any help, just call me." "Go on now." Su Yuanhang smiled broadly and said, "Just wait to help me eat more food." Tang Kexin felt that Su Yuanhang was very warm-hearted. Every word and action of his was so uplifting. At that moment, the adorable children ran in, calling out to Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang, "Daddy, Mommy, we're back. Mommy, does your hand still hurt?" Lin Shanshan, following behind, saw that Tang Kexin's wound had been bandaged and smiled gently, saying, "Sister Kexin, the children have been worried about your wound," and even ran to the room to grab some candy from their little backpack. "Mommy, here's some candy for you, it's super sweet. Eat it, and you won't feel any pain." "Daddy, here's one for you too, thank you for bandaging Mommy's wound," the eldest child said as she handed a little rabbit candy to Su Yuanhang. Tang Kexin exchanged smiles with Su Yuanhang, accepting the children's kindness, and said with a smile, "Thank you, sweethearts, you're so good. Hee, you're welcome." In Su Yuanhang's mind, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding. You have successfully bandaged Tang Kexin's wound, and the children's mood has improved, gaining." A chime sounded. You had dressed Tang Kexin's wound, lifting the children's spirits. You were awarded 3 million in cash and the Lucky Star passive ability. A chime sounded. You personally bandaged your fiancée's wound, deepening her impression of you. You received a reward of 1 million cash and the divine prank prop. 2 consecutive notification sounds echoed in Su Yuanhang's mind. He had grown accustomed to the system scattering wealth like the god of wealth, but now he was more intrigued by the skills and items. Lucky Star passive skill. Once this skill is applied, daily luck will be overflowing, and it will also bring good fortune to loved ones around you. Divine prank item. This item is a one-time consumable. Based on the prank scene imagined by the host, it will manifest onto the target. After reading, Su Yuanhang clicked his tongue in amazement. He was very satisfied with the Lucky Star passive skill. This skill was not a one-time consumable, but would take effect at all times, bringing good luck to Su Yuanhang and his family. As for the divine prank item, Su Yuanhang didn't consider it useless either. There would always be a time to use it. Now seeing that Tang Kexin and the children had become more harmonious because of the injury, Su Yuanhang felt it was a blessing in disguise. Especially with Tang Kexin, he felt their relationship had deepened further. Babies, how about you take mommy to rest? Su Yuanhang spoke up. Next, leave the kitchen to daddy. I promise I'll make all your favorite dishes. Yay, daddy. Daddy, you worked hard. The children were very sensible, took Tang Kexin's hand and left the kitchen. Lin Shanshan, however, did not leave immediately. She approached Su Yuanhang and said, the way you and Sister Xian were busy in the kitchen just now, you two match perfectly. Keep it up. After speaking, she made a cheering gesture causing Su Yuanhang to both laugh and cry. Yes, I will work hard. Sister Xian is a very slow to warm up person, so you need patience to cultivate the relationship between the two of you. Lin Shanshan glanced at Tang Kexin, who had already gone upstairs, then whispered, from her willingness to take the initiative to find you, and now bringing the children to live here, it's clear that she trusts you very much. But right now she's constantly plagued by troubles. However, for the sake of the children, and to be reunited with you, Sister Xian has also put in a lot of effort. I hope you two can truly weather the storm together. These profound words made Su Yuanhang's smile fade. He said very seriously, although Tang Kexin and I don't have much of a foundation of feelings yet, from now on I will treat her as my fiancée, and won't let anyone bully her. That is the only guarantee I can give her. Lin Shanshan laughed instead. Over these past 4 years, Sister Xian has been paying quite a lot of attention to you. I know your character well. I just didn't expect you to be so unassuming. It's truly surprising. I think Sister Xian will slowly open her heart to you. Believe in your own charm. When it comes to charisma, I'm pretty confident about that. Su Yuanhang said narcissistically. However, Lin Shanshan did not refute or tease him. Instead, she said, "I'll stop talking now. I have something to discuss with Sister Xian to see how to resolve it. If you need help in the kitchen, just call me. I can handle it by myself. Go ahead." Su Yuanhang said cheerfully. Lin Shanshan said nothing more and quickly ran upstairs. At this moment, the kitchen was left with only Su Yuanhang, but it didn't feel deserted. He was about to start cooking other specialty dishes. Habitually, he reached for his phone to play music, but then remembered there was a music system in the room. He gave a faint smile and said, "Hey Shirue, turn on the music and play some sentimental songs." Okay, starting to play sentimental songs. The smart speaker then began to play a very enchanting lyrical song, which was Kiss Goodbye. However, it wasn't the Chinese version, but a later English cover with a unique charm. Su Yuanhang couldn't help humming along. Take me to your heart. Take me to your soul. Give me your hand and hold me. In terms of musical talent, Su Yuanhang could only be considered a karaoke king. There was still some gap compared to a professional singer like Tang Kexin. However, his unique, deep voice was full of magnetism, and singing English songs had a special charm. Tang Kexin, who was about to close the door in the bedroom, suddenly heard the lyrical music from the kitchen downstairs, and a familiar voice captivatingly reached her ears. She stood at the door listening in a daze. The children immediately recognized it was Su Yuanhang singing. They all couldn't help but come to the door, poking their heads in surprise, and saying, "Mommy, Daddy is singing. Daddy's singing is so nice." Lin Shanshan was also in the room, planning to report to Tang Kexin about the company situation, but she couldn't help perking up her ears to listen. "Sister Xian, do you recall? During the college party, Su Yuanhang once performed on stage, and the song he sang was this." She tried to help Tang Kexin recall the memory that could connect the two. Tang Kexin, however, could not remember, and said, "I haven't heard it." "Alright." Lin Shanshan said helplessly, "I guess you were busy with other things then, and didn't come." Of course, this didn't prevent Tang Kexin from appreciating Su Yuanhang's musical talent at this moment. "But he sings quite well," Tang Kexin said with some regret. "And he's handsome too. If he had pursued the entertainment industry back, then he probably would have debuted as an idol. Right? I think he has that potential too," Lin Shanshan said without hiding it. But now it's obvious that he's developing even better. Tang Kexin also knew that Lin Shanshan had pursued Su Yuanhang during college and was mercilessly rejected. Now reunited, there was no awkwardness. Tang Kexin understood Lin Shanshan, though she was a woman who could let go and move on. Moreover, what's more important, she was now dating her own brother, which was also something worth blessing. "Shanshan, were you on the phone with the company outside just now, eh?" Tang Kexin knew what Lin Shanshan had been dealing with earlier, so she deliberately left the door ajar, allowing her to hear the music playing outside, and hear Su Yuanhang singing. It was very healing. It easily relaxed one's mood. Lin Shanshan also got down to business. "Sister Xian, I have conveyed your intentions to the company boss. Is he very angry?" Tang Kexin sat down in the armchair in the room, also pulling out her phone to turn it on. The room was very large and decorated very warmly. One wall was a huge floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the lake and scenery not far away. The children stood by the window, absorbed in admiring the beautiful view. Lin Shanshan explained, "That damn bald monk must be furious. After I said you were determined to leave the circle, he asked us to prepare the penalty." At this point, Lin Shanshan hesitated. Tang Kexin, however, saw the worry in her heart. She glanced at the children playing on their own and said calmly, "Don't worry about the penalty. I've saved a lot over the years, plus some other properties and assets. It should be enough to pay that amount. Sister Xian, the company will probably make you pay at least 1 billion as penalty." Lin Shanshan said gloomily, "That's no small amount." Do you really want all your efforts over the years to go to waste? At this moment regarding the financial issue, Lin Shanshan felt it was not worth it for Tang Kexin. But Tang Kexin had made up her mind. 10 billion is 10 billion. If it's not enough, I'll ask someone else for help. She paused and smiled happily. Shanshan, you don't know. Yesterday after the babies met Su Yuanhang, the joy on their faces was something I've never seen in all these years. That's a happiness that comes from blood ties. So even if it means losing everything, I will never let the babies lose their... Tang Kexin achieved stardom at the very start of her career, firmly establishing herself in the entertainment industry through her striking appearance and exceptional talent. However, this was also partly due to the strong support from her management company. Over the course of 4 years, her brilliance shone across film, television, and music, earning her an Academy Award for Best. In music, she won the National Most Popular Singer Award and numerous other accolades. With such honors adorning her like an inherent blessing, her income naturally flourished across all avenues. Her music revenue, from album sales, concert tickets, and music copyright fees, brought her over 60 million. Collaborating with multiple platforms, she sold digital albums totaling over 5 million copies, with total sales exceeding 150 million yuan. Including new song releases and other revenue streams, her total earnings from music over 4 years amounted to nearly 200 million yuan. Her income from film and television was also substantial. Through profit sharing and appearance fees, a suspense drama, a comedy, and a disaster film brought her 300 million yuan. Though she was not yet the highest-grossing actress, the combined box office of these 3 films approached 7 billion yuan. With another year or two of growth, she would surely join the ranks of actresses with a 10 billion yuan box office. Additionally, her high popularity and unique charisma contributed significantly to her income from variety shows. After taxes and deductions, Tang Kexin personally took home nearly 80 million yuan. Finally, endorsement revenue. Besides being hailed as a tireless workaholic and a producer of high-quality works in the industry, Tang Kexin was also celebrated as the queen of advertising. In just 4 years, she secured over 30 high-end endorsement deals spanning from daily necessities to luxury goods across multiple sectors. From endorsement fees alone, Tang Kexin personally earned over 300 million yuan. Despite her astonishing ability to generate wealth, she always remained low-key, neither flaunting nor squandering. Instead, she devoted more energy to her work and the daily care of her beloved children. It was precisely this attitude, enjoying family bliss while never losing sight of her original career aspirations, that kept her thriving over these 4 years, her popularity ever rising, endearing her to an ever-growing audience. She tallied up all her assets, which amounted to roughly 1 billion yuan. That is, her annual total earnings from each sector averaged around 2.5 billion yuan. If this trend continued, Tang Kexin's income would become even more impressive. Yet now, for the sake of her little one Su Yuanhang, she was willing to let all her efforts over the past 4 years go to waste. No one else would dare do such a thing. Even Lin Shanshan felt it was a pity for Tang Kexin. But she understood that despite earning so much money over the years, the happiness it brought her was minimal, and it even prevented her children from enjoying the life they deserved. Thus, Tang Kexin had made up her mind. Since making so much money couldn't bring happiness to the children, she might as well return to being an ordinary person. Though she would lose the material pleasures wealth provided, she could give the little ones true happiness. Even if Su Yuanhang hadn't shown up this time, or if he refused to acknowledge the children, Tang Kexin would still have made the Sister Xin, you still have 7 ongoing endorsement contracts. Lin Shanshan calculated for her again, which means a substantial penalty for breach. It's fine. Pay whatever penalties are due, Tang Kexin said calmly. Lin Shanshan could only sigh, since this decision was beyond her control. Suddenly, from beyond the slightly ajar door, a new melody drifted in. The little ones heard it and were delighted. Wow, it's Mommy's song. Light years away. Tang Feier blurted out the title without hesitation. This song was Tang Kexin's signature piece, with over 2 billion views on YouTube. Unlike the hundreds of billions of views some videos boast, surpassing 2 billion views on YouTube is an extraordinary. To date, she is the only artist in the Chinese music industry to accomplish this. Not only does she hold the top spot domestically by a landslide, but she also surpasses even the most successful overseas Chinese singers, utterly dominating. On every domestic music platform, this single song has dominated the charts for an extended period, achieving phenomenal success. Strangely enough, upon hearing this song again, one she had sung countless times, Tang Kexin's heart suddenly stirred. In an instant, a flood of memories surged, and as the lyrics reached her, her emotions were profoundly shaken. When she first created this song, Tang Kexin had written both the lyrics and melody in one inspired burst. That year, after giving birth to her little ones, she had participated in a singing competition and composed this piece. The lyrics expressed the steadfastness Tang Kexin held toward love at that time. She believed that true lovers would eventually be united, unbound by time or space. Even if separated by light years, they could still wait for and love each other with unwavering faith. There was also an encouraging and inspirational sentiment within, reminding all those who are striving, currently facing hardships, or encountering great difficulties to persevere in pursuing their goals and dreams. 3 years had passed, and despite being covered countless times across the internet, when she heard this familiar, yet unfamiliar male voice singing, Tang Kexin's heart inexplicably grew calm. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected Tang Kexin's song to be in the playlist. It was a well-known catchy tune. At first he just hummed along, but when the chorus came he couldn't help but open his voice, lost in the moment, passionately pouring his heart into the performance. Little did he know the original singer was listening to him with deep emotion. The room fell silent. The little ones listened with excitement and joy as Su Yuanhang sang this familiar song. Though they didn't understand the meaning, it didn't stop them from appreciating the beautiful melody. And it was Mommy's song covered by Mommy, I Want to Go Hear Daddy Sing. Me too. The two little ones scampered out of the room, racing down the stairs towards Daddy. From the staircase, the little ones spotted Su Yuanhang in the kitchen and called out loudly. He turned around to see the children rushing toward him with open arms. Somewhat flattered, he quickly gathered them into his embrace and said with a smile, My darlings, did I disturb your rest? Daddy, you sang Mommy's song so beautifully. We couldn't sleep after hearing it. Su Yuanhang grinned and said, Daddy doesn't sing as well as Mommy. You both sing wonderfully. The little ones burrowed even deeper into his arms, giggling. Tang Kexin stepped out of the room and stood on the second-floor corridor, resting her hands on the railing, watching this beautiful tableau. There was a glimmer of emotion in her eyes. Lin Shanshan also witnessed this scene. Seeing Tang Kexin so deeply moved, she seemed to understand what was going through her mind and quoted a line from the song. My mind for you has gone wild. Even if the mountains crumble and the seas roar, I wouldn't want to escape. But I see those arms around the children. Ooh, I believe he can withstand the turning of heaven and earth. After 2 hours of bustling about, Su Yuanhang prepared the delectable dishes the little ones adored. In addition to the pagoda meat that required an overnight chill in the refrigerator, he crafted another novel dish, crispy pork belly rolls with preserved mustard greens. Crispy on the outside, tender within. Each bite delivered not only the smoky fragrance of the pork belly, but also the subtle accent of preserved mustard greens, achieving a supremely rich, yet non-greasy texture. He also prepared a simplified version of steamed cabbage in supreme broth using an exceptionally flavorful clear chicken stock. Finally, as a seasonal vegetable dish, he stir-fried fresh mushrooms and used the remaining fungi to create another delicacy, dried mushroom fried rice. With the desserts included, there were 6 culinary creations. After setting them on the table, Su Yuanhang said to the little ones who had been accompanying and occasionally helping him in the kitchen, Sweethearts, go call Mommy down for lunch. Time to eat. I'll go get Mommy and Annie. Shanshan, Tang Feier said as she scurried upstairs. Watching her lightfoot silhouette, Su Yuanhang reminded her, Sweetie, take it slow. Got it. Su Yuanhang then removed the plastic wrap and a fragrant aroma of the dishes wafted out. Vibrant colors, exquisite plating, utterly mouth-watering. Compared to the homely dishes he had cooked yesterday, today's lunch was far more sumptuous. Sweetie, let Daddy serve you a bowl of the cabbage supreme broth to moisten your throat, alright? Su Yuanhang glanced at the time. It was already past 1, so he picked up a bowl and said, Thank you, Daddy. Little Bao eagerly began to drink, savoring every drop. The flavor was so delightful that he couldn't help squinting his eyes. Wow, Daddy, it's so good. Then have another bowl later. Su Yuanhang said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Just then footsteps came from the stairs. He turned to see Tang Kexin holding Big Bao's hand coming down with Lin Shanshan. He greeted them, Sorry to keep you waiting. Come over and grab a bite before you rest. Lin Shanshan was the first to rush over, her eyes glued to the table laden with appetizing dishes. Su Yuanhang, impressive. You can handle both the living room and the kitchen. Sister Xine, you're in for a treat from now on. Shanshan, what are you saying? Tang Kexin blushed. She looked at Su Yuanhang with a faint smile and said, Yuanhang, you. Su Yuanhang could tell Tang Kexin had just woken up not long ago. He grinned and asked, Did you sleep well? I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. Tang Kexin nodded. Everyone took their seats. The little ones together, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin on either side for easy serving. Lin Shanshan, on the other hand, was left as a singleton, but she was completely captivated by the food. A bowl of golden fragrant fried rice sat before her, and she eagerly picked up a spoon to dig in. Eat up, everybody, I'm starving. By now everyone was clearly famished. The little ones didn't stand on ceremony and grabbed their own spoons to start on the fried. Tang Kexin took small bites, and instantly the myriad flavors of the fried rice seemed to awaken her taste buds. Appetite consumed her entire mind, and her eyes brightened with alertness. This fried rice is amazing. Before Tang Kexin could speak, Lin Shanshan blurted out with a mouthful of rice. Daddy's fried rice is the best. The little ones chimed in joyfully. Tang Kexin added, It's really delicious. Absolutely wonderful. Su Yuanhang took a taste himself and found that this style of fried rice was the Hermes of the fried rice world. The aroma of scallion and beef combined with the unique fragrance of dried mushrooms created a penetrating flavor that lingered delightfully. Later, Little Bao recommended, Mommy, you have to try Daddy's cabbage supreme broth. It's so tasty. I already had a bowl. Little sister, you didn't even wait for me. Big Bao pouted. I want some too. Everyone had a bowl of soup in front of them, and there was more in the clay pot. The fried rice paired perfectly with the cabbage supreme broth. They each took small sips. The broth was crystal clear, bursting with umami, and the cabbage was shaped like a flower, a testament to Su Yuanhang's exceptional knife skills. The flavor boasted a rich chicken essence, yet it didn't overpower. Instead, it merged seamlessly with the fresh sweetness of the cabbage, melting on the tongue with exquisite savoriness. After finishing her soup, Lin Shanshan gave Su Yuanhang a thumbs up. Su Yuanhang, this soup is simply phenomenal. I've only ever seen master chefs make it in short videos, and I never thought I'd actually get to taste something so divine in my life. I want another bowl. With that she stood up and ladled herself another bowl, acting just like a tomboy. Tang Kexin too felt refreshed after drinking the soup. Yuanhang, would you teach me this dish sometime? It's really good. Not oily, not heavy, light, and refreshing. Perfect for the little ones. If you want to learn, of course I can teach you. With everyone praising his cooking, Su Yuanhang beamed. And whenever the kids want it, I'll just, Daddy, I could drink it every day. Me too. The little ones chirped, never tiring of it. And try the crispy pork belly rolls and the seasonal stir-fried mushrooms, Su Yuanhang recommended one by one. By now they were too busy eating to respond. The little ones even had to stand up to reach the dishes, but Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin helped them. The other two dishes, including the steamed chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, were already sliced, making them easy to eat. Everyone ate with praise, as if dining on master chef creations at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Lin Shanshan quickly cleared her plate and went for a second helping. The little ones also downed 2 large bowls of cabbage supreme broth and 1.5 bowls of fried rice. Even Tang Kexin asked for more rice, surprising Lin Shanshan. Su Yuanhang, you know Sister Xin has always eaten very little. She never goes for seconds. Looks like today's dishes really hit the mark. Tang Kexin didn't hold back her modesty and said with a faint smile, Yuanhang's cooking is truly delicious. Mommy, from now on we can have Daddy's cooking every day. Daddy, can we have the rose milk pudding now? The little ones asked eagerly, eyeing the desserts. Of course you can, Su Yuanhang laughed. But don't eat too much, okay? We won't. We can finish it all. Big Bao replied. The rose milk pudding and the coconut caramel pudding cake were meant to be enjoyed together for the ultimate treat. However, Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin were too full to eat anymore, so they decided to save the desserts for an afternoon snack. Ding! The host's culinary skills have earned unanimous praise and a clean plate reward. 3 million meal allowance, 1 supercar. As the system's voice faded, Su Yuanhang immediately received the 3 million cash reward and parked in the garage of Tao Weiyuan. A Bugatti Veyron's pinnacle masterpiece, the La Voiture Noire, worth nearly 130 million yuan. Su Yuanhang's current net worth had reached 200 million, not including the Tao Weiyuan Haozai property, which just cash alone amounted to that much. Additionally, he held 5 shares in a novel website and owned a supercar worth over 100 million. And this wealth was amassed in just 2 days. In any enterprise, Su Yuanhang's ability to generate money could be considered the pinnacle. Even Tang Kexin was left far behind. After the meal, Tang Kexin took the initiative to help with the housework. Lin Shanshan, on the other hand, took the adorable children for a walk to aid digestion. They strolled along the long corridor of the lakeside pavilion within Tao Weiyuan, admiring the scenery of the lake. There's an automatic dishwasher, you can put the dishes and chopsticks in it. Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin's injured middle finger and asked with concern, does your fingers still hurt? No, it's much better now. Tang Kexin smiled happily. You worked hard on today's cooking. Cooking is also a part of the joy in my daily life. Su Yuanhang explained. No wonder. Tang Kexin glanced at Su Yuanhang and laughed. Your cooking is so good, even better than many high-end restaurant chefs. For a superstar like Tang Kexin, she had tasted all kinds of delicacies. Yet the dishes Su Yuanhang made today could easily rank as one among all the gourmet food she had ever had in her life. Thank you for the compliment. Su Yuanhang was almost floating on air. After they cleaned the kitchen together, Su Yuanhang asked, Kexin, why haven't we seen Uncle Chin come in? To this, Tang Kexin explained, Uncle Chin usually doesn't eat with us. After delivering the ingredients, he drives to a hotel to rest. We call him when we need him, and then he comes. After hearing her explanation, Su Yuanhang suddenly understood. I was worried he might not have a meal. Tang Kexin smiled slightly and said, no, he'll take care of it himself. As she spoke, she took another look at the cleaned and refreshed kitchen, clasped her hands behind her back, and said with satisfaction, all right, everything is tidy. I feel much better. Seeing her innocent and beautiful appearance, not at all like someone who had given birth, Su Yuanhang's heart stirred, and he asked, Kexin, how do you plan to deal with the trouble from the company? Although Tang Kexin was reluctant to share this unpleasant matter with Su Yuanhang, since he had brought it up, she told him her plans without holding back. They sat down on the sofa in the living room. Su Yuanhang brewed a cup of fragrant tea for her, though he didn't know the price. Fortunately, Tang Kexin usually drank tea to refresh herself, and it was just about an hour after the meal, so drinking tea at this time was beneficial to health. On one hand, it aids digestion, and on the other, it can help with weight loss. A burst of tea aroma rose. After taking the tea from Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin said thank you, and then continued, the company is basically demanding penalty fees from me, and I have already prepared the compensation. Kexin, how many years have you signed with the company? Su Yuanhang asked. A 10-year contract. Tang Kexin took a small sip of tea. The aroma was rich, fresh, and tasty, and she felt much more energetic. She knew that the tea leaves Su Yuanhang had brewed were probably also quite expensive. She knew what Su Yuanhang wanted to ask, and continued, Tianyu Entertainment is also my first company. I've been with them for 4 years, so I only need to pay the penalty for the remaining 6 years. Although Tang Kexin didn't understand these signing mechanisms, she understood that for a top star like herself the signing fee must be substantial. If she had to pay, it would be an astronomical sum. After thinking it over, he took the initiative to say, is there anything I can help you with? Not for now. Tang Kexin had a serene smile on her face and said with slight emotion, I can handle this matter. Thank you, Yuan. Seeing her refusal, Su Yuanhang was not disappointed. After being reminded by the system, he knew that Tang Kexin said this only because she didn't want to worry him. He had also looked up information and learned that Tang Kexin had at least 7 high-end brand endorsements that were still within their. Now that she suddenly announced her retirement, she would have to bear astronomical penalty fees. Based on Tang Kexin's endorsement fees, her starting price for 2 years was 20 million, the highest among all female stars. But this was understandable after all. Tang Kexin's fame had spread both domestically and abroad. Although she couldn't yet be called an international superstar, she was a very popular artist in the country with a high status. An annual endorsement fee of 10 million was perfectly matched to her status. However, with high endorsement fees came high penalty fees. The total for the 7 brands' endorsements would be at least several hundred million. I know that over the years you've had a very tough time and have endured a lot of hardship. Su Yuanhang understood that Tang Kexin's success today was inseparable from her own efforts. There was no coincidence in becoming a hugely successful artist in film, television, and music. Naturally, the hardships endured were unimaginable to ordinary people. But I still hope that when you need me, you'll let me know. I will. Tang Kexin did not deliberately hide her inner thoughts. Although this was only the 3rd time she had interacted with Su Yuanhang, she was still filled with gratitude towards him. If it hadn't been for Su Yuanhang saving her back, then who knows what kind of state she would be in now. Although there were accidents along the way, at least now things were developing in a positive direction. Don't worry too much. Since I've decided to do this, I'll definitely leave myself a way out. Su Yuanhang also knew that they were all past the age of acting on impulse and would give full consideration to anything. Moreover, there were 2 adorable children to consider, so Tang Kexin couldn't act impulsively without thinking of them. That's good. Su Yuanhang nodded. At this moment, the topics they could talk about were very few. The main reason was that they still didn't know each other well, so both were holding back on their personalities. Just as silence fell, Su Yuanhang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from his father. As an only child, Su Yuanhang had been making his own way outside all these years, rarely visiting his parents except during the new year. Of course, he contacted them by phone or video call, usually once every 2 weeks or a month. Su Yuanhang explained to Tang Kexin, "It's my dad." Just a moment. Tang Kexin's eyes flickered with panic for a moment, but she said nothing and just took a sip of tea. "Hello, Dad." Su Yuanhang answered the phone and said. Then Su Yuanhang's father's voice came through. "Yuanhang, are you awake?" Although it was afternoon, Su's father knew that Su Yuanhang's work was special. Sometimes he would stay up late and sleep until evening. "I've been awake for a while." Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin and then asked, "Dad, what's up? Have you had lunch?" "Just finished." His father got straight to the point. "Yuanhang, your mother just saw you on a video. You appeared at a press conference with a female celebrity and there were 2 twin little girls. What exactly is going on?" Hearing his father's voice become trembling and agitated, Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin, who happened to look over at the same time. However, there was a trace of nervousness and curiosity in Tang Kexin's eyes. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected his parents to learn the news so quickly. Originally, he had planned to inform them about this matter after handling Tang Kexin's situation. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying speed of online dissemination. In just half a day, it seemed the entire world already knew he was Tang Kexin's fiancé and the father of 2 adorable children. "Dad, it's true." Su Yuanhang didn't bother to explain further, but affirmed, "You're grandparents now." Su's father spoke with excitement and joy. "I thought the news in the video was fake, afraid you might have been scammed. Son, how could you not tell us about such a big matter?" Then Su's mother's voice came through the phone. "You know, when I saw you in the video facing a crowd of reporters, I thought you had gotten into trouble." "Yuanhang, how old are the children? Are you with them now?" Su's father pressed on. At this moment, through Su Yuanhang's responses, Tang Kexin had fully understood the content of their conversation. Involuntarily, she placed her hands furtively on her thighs, so nervous that veins stood out on the back of her hand. Su Yuanhang noticed this detail and gave her a reassuring smile. "Dad, they'll be 4 in a few days. They're all with me. When will you bring them home to see us?" Obviously, Su's father had the phone on speaker, so when Su's mother heard, she immediately asked. Su's father calculated the time for years old. "That means she was already pregnant when you were a senior in college doing your internship. You little rascal, the child is 4 years old, and you only let us know now." Although a bit embarrassed, Su Yuanhang answered truthfully, "Dad, I only just found out too." "You mean the girl secretly gave birth without telling you, and only let you know after 4 years?" Su's father spoke with a tone of questioning. Su Yuanhang knew that deceiving his parents would eventually be discovered. After all, this matter couldn't be hidden for long. So he simply confessed, "More or less, but it's not what you think." "What do we think?" Su's father said furiously, "She worked hard to give you twin daughters, bore the burden of raising them alone, and for 4 years you didn't even make a peep. How can you face her?" Unexpectedly, Su's father suddenly started lecturing Su Yuanhang, completely bewildering him. "Dad." Su Yuanhang felt very innocent. "I am trying to make up for it." "Son, this is indeed your—" Even his mother, who had always doted on him, sided with his father. "You're being unreasonable." Su Yuanhang really wanted to put the call on speaker, so Tang Kexin, who was nervous beside him, could hear his parents' words. He felt that even 100 or 80 mouths wouldn't be enough to clear things up. "Mom, Dad, it's my fault, don't be angry." Su Yuanhang had to swallow his bitter feelings. "Can I explain this to you in person?" "Is the girl there with you? Can she come to the phone?" Su's father asked. Now Su Yuanhang was in a dilemma. He glanced at Tang Kexin momentarily at a loss for how to answer. However, the next second something happened that left Su Yuanhang stunned. Tang Kexin actually reached out and said softly to Su Yuanhang, "Let me explain to uncle and aunt. You heard everything." Su Yuanhang was incredulous. He remembered turning down the volume. Could Tang Kexin have super hearing? Tang Kexin nodded, a hint of embarrassment on her face. After Su Yuanhang handed her the phone, she said cautiously, "Hello uncle and aunt Tang Kexin." Su's father and mother seemed even more nervous than Tang Kexin. After a long silence they finally spoke. "Kexin, hello. We're so happy to talk to you. Kexin, we only just found out about you and Yuanhang. We hope you're not angry." Tang Kexin smiled faintly. "Uncle and aunt, I'm also very happy to talk to you. If anyone should be angry, it should be you at Yuanhang and me." Su Yuanhang was innocently hit again. He could only stare helplessly in frustration. Not at all. This is entirely Yuanhang's fault," Su's father said with a chuckle. "Kexin, in any case, you've worked hard these past 4 or 5 years. That rascal is clueless and has caused you trouble. Kexin, if you have any grievances, tell aunt. When that little brat comes back, aunt will give him a good scolding." At this point, even his mother, who always called him son, had turned against him. He had just taken a sip of water and nearly spat it out, but ended up choking and coughing repeatedly. Tang Kexin, standing by, also felt sorry for Su Yuanhang. After all, it was her fault for keeping the secret. So Tang Kexin explained to Su's parents, "Uncle and Aunt Yuanhang is actually a very good person. I'm the one who wronged him and you. Good child, don't say that. You've given Yuanhang 2 adorable babies. How could you have wronged us?" Su's mother said with concern. Su's father also chimed in, "Kexin, no matter what, you haven't wronged us. On the contrary, our family owes you and the children. If you don't mind, come over to our house, and we'll have a good talk." "Okay, uncle and aunt. I've been wanting to visit you as well." Tang Kexin, seeing that Su's father and mother were very reasonable and constantly took her side, gradually relaxed. With a serene smile on her face, she readily agreed. Good. Let us know when you're coming. Kexin, let Yuanhang come to the phone. I want to say a few more words to him." Tang Kexin glanced at Su Yuanhang and handed the phone back, saying, "Uncle wants to talk to you." Su Yuanhang also realized that she could indeed hear the conversation from the side. He wondered when the 3 bars of volume had become so effective. He picked up the phone again and said ruefully, "Dad, go ahead. Talk to Kexin and set a time to come home. Remember to tell us in advance so we can prepare." Su's father added discontentedly, "Look at you, how long were you planning to hide such a big matter from us? Now probably Kexin's parents also know. Hurry back and hold the wedding to give her an explanation." Su Yuanhang felt this was a bit rushed and tried to stall. "Dad, you haven't even figured things out yet. What's the hurry?" But Su's father said sternly, "You have children already and you're still not in a hurry. When do you want to be in a hurry? When you're 70 or 80? Then Su's father softened his tone. "All the money you've sent back over the years, your mother and I haven't touched it. We've saved it for you. We also saved some of our own mint for your marriage and children. It may not compare to wealthy families, but it's enough for you to buy an apartment in the city." Hearing this, Su Yuanhang's eyes welled up with tears. Su Yuanhang had not informed his parents about his earlier purchase of a house, primarily because he had taken out a bank loan. He knew that once they found out, the elderly couple would surely try to cover the sum. Having witnessed his parents' laborious life since childhood, Su Yuanhang disliked being a burden to them again. Yet now they had been secretly saving money, intending to help him buy a house and get married in the future. "Mom and Dad, I have money. Keep the living expenses I gave you for yourselves," Su Yuanhang added. "Your son is more accomplished than you imagine. When I have time, I'll come back and take you to live in the city. Son, just bring your wife and granddaughter home quickly. As for everything else, we'll discuss it later." Su's father, without overthinking, was only eager to resolve Su Yuanhang's major life event. "Understood. We'll discuss it and let you know," Su Yuanhang said to his parents, glancing at Tang Kexin. Relieved, Su's father said, "That's settled. They'll send you some money shortly. Take good care of your wife and granddaughter." Before Su Yuanhang could answer, he hung up. Tang Kexin's face flushed slightly. She could vaguely overhear the conversation. The outcome was even more unexpected than she had imagined. Su Yuanhang also sighed in relief. Just as he was about to say something to her, a notification sound suddenly came from it. He picked up the phone and saw that his father had indeed transferred a sum of 50,000 yuan. Attached was a message: "Son, use this money to buy good food and clothes for them. Don't treat them poorly. As for the rest of the money, your parents are keeping it for you to buy a house and marry your wife." Su Yuanhang didn't know the total savings his parents had accumulated over their lives. He only knew that since graduating and starting work, he had sent home nearly 150,000 yuan. They hadn't spent a single cent, filling Su Yuanhang with guilt. "Thanks, Dad. You and Mom, please take good care of yourselves and eat well," he replied, then shoved the phone into his pocket. Turning back to Tang Kexin before he could speak, she smiled and said, "Your parents seem very warm. They aren't upset. They are overjoyed. How could they be unhappy?" Su Yuanhang smiled back. "You heard them. They want us to go back together when we have time." Tang Kexin nodded shyly. Once I finish handling my affairs, I'll go back with you to meet them." Saying that, she also turned on her phone, a device used specifically for contacting home. Usually only her parents and Tang Kexin could reach her. As soon as the phone powered on, countless vibration sounds rang out incessantly. Su Yuanhang remained silent, watching her sit back on the sofa. Her mood seemed to improve considerably. He noticed that when Tang Kexin's screen lit up, there were over 20 missed calls and countless text messages, all from the same person, Tang Kexin. Tang Kexin ignored him without even glancing and dialed her father's number. Su Yuanhang could roughly guess what was happening while pouring tea for her. He pricked up his ears. When the call connected, Tang Kexin said calmly, "Dad, Xin, I knew your phone was off. I asked your brother to contact you, but he couldn't reach you." Her father seemed to be restraining his temper, speaking cautiously. "Is what the news reported true?" "It's true." Tang Kexin also intended to confess to her parents. "I plan to retire from the entertainment industry." "Darling, your father means you had a child, and that man at the press conference, he's the child's father, isn't he?" Tang's mother interjected. Su Yuanhang, hearing clearly, couldn't help but tense up, striving to remain calm. He deliberately picked up his phone, scrolling through short videos while muting the volume. Tang Kexin noticed Su Yuanhang's slight movement, but took a deep breath and answered, "Yes. Xinxin's such a huge matter. How could you not tell us?" Her mother was distressed. "The child is already so old, and you only tell us now. All right, let me talk." Her father, more rational, took the phone and said, "Now how do you plan to handle this?" "He'll handle it well," Tang Kexin continued. "I'm now together with the child's father. Is this man reliable?" Tang's father asked with concern. "Has he been taking care of the child all these years?" Apparently the media reports were not comprehensive. They at least didn't know that Su Yuanhang had also been kept in the dark for 4 years. Tang Kexin had to explain, "Dad, back then after I became pregnant, he didn't know. I concealed it from him all these years, and he only found out 2 days ago." Pausing, she continued, "Afterward, he was willing to face the current situation with me, just as you saw in the news. He is very responsible." Suddenly there was silence on the other end. After a long pause, Tang's father spoke again. "You really are bold. What can I even say to you? Xin, it's not that Mom doesn't side with you, but on this matter you indeed did wrong." Tang's mother couldn't help interjecting. "Now with things like this, what will the man's family think?" Su Yuanhang noticed that Tang Kexin's parents seemed reasonable. At least they didn't start off berating her harshly. Tang Kexin, however, said with confidence, "They are very good. They didn't blame me. That's just wishful thinking." Tang's father was worried. "I should never have let you step into the entertainment industry. Now look, this matter is spreading like wildfire, and every neighbor knows about it. Xin, Mom supports you 1,000% in quitting the entertainment industry." Tang's mother added, "But the urgent matter is to resolve the issue between you and the child. How to give the man's family an explanation." "What other explanation? The child is already here. We must go and explain to the man's family as soon as possible to avoid misunderstandings." Tang's father was also a sensible man. Upon learning that the whole situation was Tang Kexin's doing, he was extremely anxious. Su Yuanhang on the side couldn't help but gain a better impression of Tang Kexin's parents, and his heart also relaxed. Tang Kexin glanced at him, then with a hint of a smile said, "Mom and Dad, I just spoke with his parents on the phone. They didn't blame me, so don't worry unnecessarily." "What? You've already spoken with his parents? What did they say?" Both Tang's father and mother were surprised. "Yes, just now. They are very nice." Tang Kexin glanced at Su Yuanhang, a serene smile again appearing on her face. "They really like the babies and want me and Yuanhang to go back sometime to meet them." Tang's father blurted out, "Then what are you waiting for? Pack your things and go meet his parents immediately. It's a sign of respect. After you've talked it over your mother, and I will also personally pay them a visit." Su Yuanhang found Tang Kexin's parents to be exceptionally courteous, leaving a remarkably favorable first impression. Tang Kexin, who was nearly on speakerphone, continued, "Once this matter is resolved, we will visit your parents, and I will bring Yuanhang to see you. Xin, Dad believes you can handle this on your own." Father Tang, aware of Tang Kexin's struggles over the years, said with some sympathy, "Your mother and I don't ask for you to be wealthy or to care for us. Our only wish is for you to find a good partner. That young man seems responsible. Willingly standing up for you in front of the media without knowing the full story shows his character. Don't make any rash decisions this time. I know Dad. He'll think carefully about how to proceed." Tang Kexin promised. Mother Tang added, "Sweetheart, I know you're leaving the entertainment industry. The company will likely demand a penalty fee. If you're short on money, your father and I still have some. Don't hesitate to ask, understand." "I know, Mom. I have enough money." Tang Kexin felt a warmth and her heart moved. "All right, your mother and I will do our best to help calm this storm, but ultimately, it's up to you." Father Tang continued, "What's the young man's name? I'm not sure how to talk to him now. After your matters are fully settled, you both come home, and we'll talk face to face." "Su Yuanhang," Tang Kexin replied. "Su Yuanhang, a fine name." Father Tang then asked, "And the children? Do they take the surname Tang or Su? How old are they now?" Tang Kexin answered each question. "The older one is Tang Feier, the younger is Tang Linger. They were born just minutes apart. Their birthday is on National Day, and they're almost 4. What a coincidence." After silently noting the children's birthdays, Father Tang said, "At least the kids can finally have a complete family. But regarding the surname, you should discuss it with Su Yuanhang. It should be his surname to avoid any grievances later." "I understand. I've already explained it to Su Yuanhang." Tang Kexin nodded. "Once the turmoil around me settles, I'll change the children's surname back. This must be handled properly." Father Tang said with relief. Mother Tang had no objections and repeatedly urged, "My dear daughter, remember to tell us if you ever feel wronged. Even though you're a mother now, you'll always be my precious girl. I don't want you to bear everything alone, do you hear?" Tang Kexin's eyes reddened and her voice trembled. I know, Mom. After they hung up, before she could catch her breath, Su Yuanhang handed her a tissue. Tang Kexin took it, gave him a faint smile, took a deep breath, and answered her brother's. Before she could speak, Tang Kexin's excitable voice rang out. Sis, I'm in Furong City. Hurry up and tell Shanshan to— Wah. Tang Kexin sighed. What are you doing in Furong City? Go back. Sis, I heard all about your situation. The whole world is talking about you. With something this big happening, how could I as your brother stand by and do nothing? Tang Kexin said indignantly. Naturally, I came to help you. Forget it. Tang Kexin was exasperated with her brother. I'll handle this myself. Sis, are you abandoning your brother now that you have a husband? Tang Kexin complained. Let me tell you, you can't shake me off. If you don't have Shanshan pick me up, I'll just take a cab. There's only one Yujing Teo Weiyuan in Furong City. I can find the— Tang Kexin figured Lin Shanshan must have ratted him out. Resign, she said. They'll have Uncle Chen pick you up. Don't wander off by yourself, got it? Don't worry, sis. I won't go anywhere. I can't wait to meet my brother-in-law, my dear Shanshan, and my nieces. Tang Kexin spoke like a child who hadn't grown up. In reality, he was still a college student, 5 years younger than Tang Kexin, and in his senior year, doing an internship. That was how he found the time to come. But the kid had talent. He got into Tsinghua, and during college used the initial funds from their parents and Tang Kexin to start his own business in the new media gaming industry, which thrived. Though not yet as successful as Tang Kexin, his company had grown to a decent scale, and several games he developed had earned considerable profits. In this internet era, he had seized the trend, branching out beyond game development into short videos and live streaming, gradually expanding into a comprehensive industrial chain of information and services. Alright then, I'll let Uncle Chen know. He'll contact you, Tang Kexin said. After hanging up, she called Uncle Chen, asking him to pick up Tang Kexin at the airport, thereby resolving that issue. Su Yuanhang had remained silent throughout, simply watching Tang Kexin communicate with her family. Seeing her sigh with relief and take a sip of tea, he smiled and said, I didn't know you had a younger brother. Yes, a grown child. Tang Kexin said apologetically, he'll be coming over soon. I'm sorry for the trouble. No trouble. Su Yuanhang smiled lightly. From your conversation, I think your brother must be quite interesting. He is. You'll see when you meet him. Tang Kexin said with a you'll find out expression, which piqued Su Yuanhang's curiosity even more. And if someone like Lin Shanshan was his girlfriend, they were probably two peas in a pod. Before long, the children and Lin Shanshan returned after their walk. The kids were clearly delighted, running to the sofa and clinging to Su Yuanhang, and Tang Kexin chattering happily. Daddy, Mommy, this place is so huge. We can't explore it all. Daddy, we want to go boating on the lake. Could you build us a boat? The older girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Yuanhang stroked her cheek and said without hesitation, sure, Daddy will make you one in a couple of days. Then you can— Yage, Daddy Saranghio. The two kids suddenly made heart gestures at him, filling Su Yuanhang with joy. Tang Kexin watched all this and suddenly felt that this family had become warm and harmonious. Lin Shanshan sat to the side and Tang Kexin said to her, Tang Kexin is coming to Teo Weiyuan. You'd better give him— Huh, that guy actually came. Lin Shanshan had no idea. He must have called Tang Kexin behind her back. Annoyed, she said, looks like he wants to lose his legs. Crack crack. Su Yuanhang looked over and saw Lin Shanshan interlock her fingers, making her knuckles pop. He could almost sense a murderous aura emanating from her. He couldn't help but feel sorry for this brother-in-law he had never met. At the entrance, numerous reporters were lurking, all hiding cautiously, as if afraid of something. A petite figure stood before the gate, exuding an aura that seemed to declare that one could fend off 1,000. As Lin Shanshan appeared, all the reporters surged forward. Unable to interview Tang Kexin, they attempted to extract news from her assistant. However, when Lin Shanshan brandished her sword of decree, a kitchen knife, the group of media reporters instantly scattered. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Shanshan was not targeting them at all. When a business vehicle stopped at the entrance, Lin Shanshan's eyes gleamed with ferocity as she fixed her gaze on the person inside the car. As the car door swung open, a slender young man rushed out, greeted Lin Shanshan with a bright spring-like smile, entirely ignoring the reporters, and dashed forward, exclaiming, Darling, ha, did you come out specifically to welcome me? Lin Shanshan's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, I came here especially to wait for you. As she spoke, the kitchen knife hidden behind her back gleamed once more, and she menaced, I'm going to chop off your dog legs. Upon seeing the kitchen knife, Tang Kexin was so frightened that his soul nearly flew away. He stopped in his tracks and exclaimed, Shanshan, are you crazy? I have gone crazy. Don't you know that one must be mad to survive? Lin Shanshan charged towards Tang Kexin. I clearly told you that if you dared to come, I would break your legs. Do you really think I was joking? Sister, help me. Tang Kexin, no match for Lin Shanshan, could only seek assistance from Tang Kexin. Inside the house, Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang were sitting in the living room watching the scene outside through the monitor. Su Yuanhang was taken aback by Lin Shanshan's willingness to take action against Tang Kexin, his expression turning incredulous. Are we really not going to intervene? No need, only Shanshan can handle this guy. A slight smile appeared on Tang Kexin's face. The children nearby were watching with great interest. Mommy, it's Uncle. Uncle is in big trouble, being chased by Aunt Shanshan. At that moment, Tang Kexin wanted to run to the car to seek help from Uncle Chen, but before he could get close, the business vehicle drove away mercilessly. Uncle Chen's task was merely to bring Tang Kexin to Teo Weiyuan. He had no obligation to save his life. Watching the exhaust fumes of the departing vehicle, Tang Kexin was devastated. Uncle Chun, could you wait for me? Just as he finished speaking, Tang Kexin felt a sharp pain in his ear, as if it were being torn apart, followed by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Aw, just cut off your ear." Lin Shanshan furious shouted, "Come here, can't you see the paparazzi are filming us?" However, Tang Kexin nonchalantly replied, "Let them film, we have nothing to hide anyway." "You're still being defiant." Lin Shanshan, exasperated, kicked at him. "Get inside." Tang Kexin obediently entered through the gates of Tao Weiyuan, much to the amusement of the gathered reporters. The news lacked any substantial spectacle, so the reporters did not post this scene online. As the key figures failed to appear, many reporters decided to call it a day. Some persistent ones continued to linger. Meanwhile, inside Tao Weiyuan, upon entering, Tang Kexin looked around at the magnificent residence that resembled a celestial paradise, his eyes wide with awe as he said to Lin Shanshan, "Dear, this is my brother-in-law's mansion. I can only wonder how many years I'll need to work to afford even the toilet here." "You, forget it." Lin Shanshan pouted, yet she felt extremely pleased with Tang Kexin's visit. After all, they rarely saw each other, making their meeting quite special, but she couldn't help but tease, "Even if you wait until your next life, you might not be able to do it." "Wife, look at what you're saying. I'm a little genius, and I'm currently in the rising phase of my career. Once I consult my brother-in-law, perhaps I could become like him." Tang Kexin said with a grin. "Who's your wife?" "Don't call me that." Lin Shanshan retorted. "Hurry up, Kexin and your brother-in-law are waiting for you." "Ah, let's go. Tang Kexin attempted to hold Lin Shanshan's hand, but realized she was still holding the knife, so he cowardly said, "Darling, can you put the knife away? It's quite scary." After the two entered, Yuanhang stopped watching and turned to Tang Kexin, saying, "What does your brother like to eat? I'll prepare something for him. Just seeing Shanshan will probably be enough for him." Tang Kexin, most familiar with her brother, smiled gently. "No need to prepare anything, but you should brace yourself." "Me?" Having witnessed Tang Kexin's antics, it's no wonder he and Lin Shanshan are a pair. Yuanhang chuckled. "I think he's quite good, carefree and worry-free. Many would envy that. He's probably just carefree." Tang Kexin laughed, her eyes filled with affection. "He's never faced hardship since childhood, making him a source of concern as he grows up." Yuanhang knew that Tang Kexin was a student at Tsinghua University. How could such an intellectual be a source of worry? During their conversation, they heard Tang Kexin's cheerful voice echoing from afar. The children giggled. "Daddy, Mommy, Uncle is here. Little treasure, let's go greet Uncle." "Okay," the two little ones said as they scampered from the sofa to the living room door, peeking their heads outside. Yuanhang and Tang Kexin also stood up to welcome the guests to maintain their dignity. Upon reaching the entrance, Yuanhang saw Tang Kexin, who was reasonably tall, estimated to be around 178 to 180 centimeters. Compared to himself, he was still a few centimeters shorter. However, the brother and sister bore a striking resemblance, with handsome features embodying the essence of a sunny boy. Standing beside him, Lin Shanshan created a perfect height difference. Yet in terms of presence, Lin Shanshan clearly, at this moment, the playful Tang Kexin admired the scenery of Tao Weiyuan while glancing into the distance, spotting Yuanhang, Tang Kexin, and the children welcoming him at the door. His face brightened with joy as he exclaimed to Lin Shanshan, "Darling, my brother-in-law, sister, and niece are all waiting for us. Just don't say anything to provoke your sister, and don't ask unnecessary questions." "Got it?" Lin Shanshan instructed. "Understood, wife." As Tang Kexin spoke, he waved to Yuanhang and the others, calling loudly, "Brother-in-law, sister, and my precious little one's uncle is here." However, the next instant, while still showing off, Tang Kexin lost his balance and tripped over his own feet, letting out a cry as he fell into the lake. When he fell into the water, Lin Shanshan and the others stood by with folded arms. The little ones, however, widened their eyes in astonishment. "Wow, Uncle fell into the water. It looks like so much fun," Xiao Bao remarked with a curious expression. Yuanhang never expected Tang Kexin to stage such a scene. He asked in bewilderment, "Kexin, is this what you meant when you told me to be mentally prepared?" Tang Kexin covered her face, unable to bear the sight. "Perhaps." Then she simply turned and walked into the house, unwilling to witness that ludicrous expression. Even Lin Shanshan stormed off, leaving only one remark. "If you can still breathe, get up here right now. Stop making a spectacle of yourself." "Shanshan, are you all just going to abandon me?" Tang Kexin placed his hands on the wooden plank, feeling wounded, as no one seemed to care about his life or death. "I can't swim. The wind's too strong. Ooh, I can't hear a word you're saying." Lin Shanshan walked away without a backward glance. Once inside, however, she looked at Yuanhang and Tang Kexin with an awkward smile. "I'll go get him a towel. Don't let him come in and dirty the place." With that, she headed straight upstairs. Yuanhang watched her retreating figure and chuckled. Who would have thought Lin Shanshan is actually as soft beneath that tough exterior? She's very attentive. Having worked with Lin Shanshan for 4 years, Tang Kexin knew her personality well. She might seem indifferent toward Tang Kexin, often brushing him off, but every time he encountered trouble, she was always the first to take care of him. When Tang Kexin finally climbed ashore and stood dripping at the doorway, he took off his shoes and socks, complaining, "Sis Broinlaw, and my dear little treasures, you all left me to die. I'm furious. Uncle, we don't know how to swim," the little one said innocently. Tang Kexin ignored his complaint. "Serves you right for not watching where you're going. You deserve to fall into the lake. Broinlaw, please judge fairly." Tang Kexin turned to Yuanhang, suddenly becoming very familiar. "It's freezing. Do you have any clothes I can change into?" Su Yuanhang knew that although it wasn't yet October, the recent weather had been erratic, swinging between warm and cold, making it easy to catch a chill. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet moved his clothes from the apartment in the other neighborhood, so he replied helplessly, "There's what? A house this big, and not a single change of clothes." Tang Kexin looked heartbroken. "Broinlaw, if you're going to lie to me, at least make it sound believable. Yuanhang isn't lying. Today's our first day here, and we haven't brought our luggage yet." Tang Kexin defended Su Yuanhang. This made Tang Kexin restless. "No way, Broinlaw, you have another house. Is it as grand as the peach blossoms?" Su Yuanhang didn't know how to answer. In the silence, a dark object flew straight toward his face, followed by Lin Shanshan's irritated voice. "Dry yourself off immediately, and go to my room to change. He'll go buy you a set of clothes." When it came to Tang Kexin, Lin Shanshan was even more considerate than a caring elder sister. Only Tang Kexin knew that Lin Shanshan's relationship with Tang Kexin was like taking care of a child. "Shanshan, I've asked Uncle Chun to go buy some. You take him to your room first," Tang Kexin explained. "Hurry up and come upstairs with me. If you catch a cold, I won't bother with you." Lin Shanshan spoke harshly, but acted with the warmest intentions. Tang Kexin grinned at Su Yuanhang. "Broinlaw, I'll head upstairs first. He'll catch up with you later." This kid was certainly a natural at breaking the ice. Su Yuanhang was getting a sense of his personality. He was carefree and boisterous, nothing like the typical top student. After Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan went upstairs, the living room was once again left with just Su Yuanhang. By now the little ones were tired from playing, and they usually took naps at this time, so they called out, "Daddy, Mommy, we're sleepy. How about Daddy takes you for a nap?" Su Yuanhang said, picking up Xiao Bao, who was burrowing into his arms, and asked gently, "What do you want for dinner? Daddy will cook it for you when you wake up." Da Bao spoke up, her eyes full of anticipation. "Daddy, as long as you make it, we love to eat it. Yes, yes. Daddy's cooking is so delicious." Xiao Bao giggled. Tang Kexin looked at them adoringly. "You two little greedy cats. Come on, let's go to sleep." She picked up Da Bao, exchanged a glance with Su Yuanhang, and headed upstairs. The villa had 3 floors. Tang Kexin lived on the 2nd floor, while Lin Shanshan had chosen a guest room on the 3rd. As they reached the 2nd floor, they heard Tang Kexin's voice from the 3rd floor. "Honey, give me a kiss. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past few months. Get away, you exhibitionist." Lin Shanshan's disgusted voice followed. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin both blushed. "Hey Tang Kexin, behave yourself. Your loud voice can be heard all the way downstairs." Tang Kexin immediately fell silent. "That's just how he is," Tang Kexin said helplessly to Su Yuanhang. "It's fine." Su Yuanhang didn't know how to comment, only thinking the young man was indeed full of energy. When they entered Tang Kexin's room, Su Yuanhang reminded her, "There are plenty of rooms here. The little ones can sleep in another room. Mommy, we're all grown up now, so this room is for you and Daddy to sleep in. I want to sleep in another room, the one to Mommy's left." Xiao Bao chimed in, acting coy. Tang Kexin had no choice but to agree to the children's request. She walked into another spacious room that also had a closet, of vanity table, and was filled with plush toys. The room exuded a girlish charm, as if it had been designed especially for children. No wonder the little ones had been so eager for this room. The large bed could easily accommodate not just 2 children, but even 10 without feeling cramped. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin laid the little ones on the bed. The children immediately burrowed under the covers, pulling them up, and then smiled sweetly. "Daddy, Mommy, you go take a nap too." "Good afternoon, Daddy and Mommy." They didn't fuss at all, instead acting maturely to give the couple some time alone. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin hadn't expected the children to be so considerate. "You 2 little clever ones. Sleep well, and if anything happens, call Mommy." Tang Kexin smiled affectionately. Su Yuanhang said to the children, "My treasures, there's a bathroom in the room. If you need to pee, you can use it. Also, there's a call button by the bedside. Just press it and Daddy and Mommy will hear you." "Got it." "Wow, amazing. It's just like the call bell in a hospital," DeBeo suddenly exclaimed. "Dad, when we wake up, well, press the call bell." Xiao Bao chimed in. "Then Dad and Mom must appear when we call." "Yes, Mom and Dad will appear right away." Tang Kexin was amused. She stroked the children's heads and said, "Go to sleep now. Dad and Mom won't disturb you anymore." Afterwards, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin left the room together, gently closing the door behind them. Su Yuanhang said to Tang Kexin, "Do you want to rest for a while longer?" Tang Kexin was no longer sleepy. She shook her head and said, "I'm not tired, but I have many affairs to attend to. You've been with us all day, you must be exhausted. Go to your room and rest. He'll call you when it's time." The 2 were still somewhat distant and polite. Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, "If you have things to do, go ahead. He'll take a walk downstairs. Call me if you need anything." "All right." Tang Kexin nodded. The 2 then parted ways. Tang Kexin went to her own room to handle matters related to retiring from the entertainment industry. As Su Yuanhang reached the stairway, Lin Shanshan came running down. Seeing him, she called out, "Yuanhang, where are Sister Xian and the kids?" "Sister Xian is in her room, and DeBeo and Xiao Bao are napping in another room," Su Yuanhang explained. "Why aren't you keeping Sister Xian company?" Lin Shanshan approached, glanced at the closed door, and said softly, "Such a good opportunity for some alone time. You should use it to deepen your bond with Sister Xian." "She's busy," Su Yuanhang chuckled helplessly. "It's not proper to disturb her. So foolish. Why are you men?" Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes. "Just stay with her even if she's busy. Wouldn't it be better to keep her company while she handles things? That way you can help her out, and over time your feelings for each other will naturally grow stronger. Despite her words, Su Yuanhang still wanted to give Tang Kexin some personal space, and he also had things to do. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend time together later, no need to rush. Oh, by the way, Shanshan, remembering something he said to her, do you know how to handle Kexin's penalty payment? Lin Shanshan didn't hide anything. After thinking for a moment she said, judging by Sister Zin's intentions, she's determined to terminate her contract with her agency. As for the compensation amount, I estimate it will exceed 1 billion yuan. She turned serious. But I've calculated Sister Zin's total assets, and they're probably only around 1 billion. On top of that, she'll have to pay penalties to advertisers and brand sponsors, so it might fall short. You mean Kexin's penalty this time could leave her completely bankrupt, right? If Su Yuanhang hadn't activated the system, he too would have found it hard to imagine how to deal with such an astronomical penalty. But even now hearing this made his heart race. 1 billion. What an immense fortune that would be for an ordinary family. Likely unattainable even after 10 lifetimes of hard work. Even with a monthly income of 100,000 yuan, it would take 800 years of saving without spending anything. Not only that, she might also face a lawsuit. Lin Shanshan was also deeply troubled. So I just discussed it with Tang Kexin. If possible, we'll try to cover part of Sister Zin's penalty. It won't be much, but we'll do our best. It was at this moment that Su Yuanhang finally understood the enormous price Tang Kexin was willing to pay to reveal the secret of their children and himself. His heart stirred. Shanshan, given Sister Zin's personality, she probably won't let me help. So I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Lin Shanshan grew curious. It's just that. Su Yuanhang began to explain. After hearing him, Lin Shanshan was stunned. Yuanhang, it's true that Sister Xin bore you children. With you here, I'm not so worried now. Don't tell Sister Xin about this yet, Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile. I also hope to be able to help a little and ease her burden. No problem. Lin Shanshan made an okay gesture and said, with your words I feel reassured. I promise to get it done. Thank you, Su Yuanhang said sincerely. I don't stand on ceremony with me. This is something I should do anyway. Lin Shanshan laughed. After all, Sister Xin has been very good to me over the years, and she even introduced me to Tang Kexin. At this point, Su Yuanhang noticed the happiness on Lin Shanshan's face when she mentioned Tang Kexin, which was impossible to hide. He knew that Lin Shanshan had truly found her true love. Anyway, let's stop talking about that guy. Lin Shanshan got back to business. Sister Xin is still waiting for me. They'll go in and get to work. Okay, Su Yuanhang nodded. They'll call you when dinner is ready. I've already asked Tang Kexin to help you out. He's a bit mischievous, but he has a good heart. Lin Shanshan added. Oh, by the way, you'll need to find Uncle Chun to get some clothes. That guy is still buried and waiting for an emergency rescue. Okay, leave it to me, Su Yuanhang said with amusement. After parting ways with Lin Shanshan, Su Yuanhang kept thinking about the children's wish to go boating on the lake. He could hear their thoughts, so Su Yuanhang decided to make a small boat for the children himself. Before that, he needed to go back to his original home to pack his luggage lest he have no spare clothes to change into. Just as he went downstairs, he heard a faint voice from upstairs, brother-in-law. Su Yuanhang looked up and saw Tang Kexin bare-chested with only a towel wrapped around his waist, looking like a streaker stealthily waving at him. What's wrong? Su Yuanhang laughed, finding it slightly ridiculous. Tang Kexin beckoned him. Come up here for a moment. Seeing that he had something to say, Su Yuanhang took a moment to go upstairs, where he was pulled into the room by Tang Kexin. With some confusion, Tang Kexin said, Brother-in-law, I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat? Seeing his pitiful look, Su Yuanhang felt sorry for him. There are still some pastries. Want some? Yes. After I saw my sister's news, I immediately thought of coming to find you. Tang Kexin cheered up. I was so anxious I didn't even eat. Now I'm starving. They'll go downstairs and get it, Su Yuanhang said, rising to leave. Downstairs, he took out the pastries he had made at noon, his own portion that he hadn't eaten, just enough to tide Tang Kexin over. Just then Uncle Chun arrived in the hall. Seeing Su Yuanhang, he called out, Young master, these are Tang Kexin's new clothes. Please pass them to him later. Su Yuanhang took them and smiled slightly. No problem, thank you for your trouble, Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun was about 50 years old, kind-hearted and hardworking. He waved his hand and said, You're too polite, young master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right. Su Yuanhang did not detain him and watched him leave. Afterwards, Su Yuanhang went upstairs with the clothes and pastries, entering the room. Tang Kexin was focused on his phone, apparently sending messages. Seeing Su Yuanhang enter, he quickly went over to take the tray. Looking at the delicate pastries, Tang Kexin swallowed and said, Brother-in-law, you are the one who treats me best. Quick, put on these clothes, Su Yuanhang said. I still have things to do, I can't hang out with you. But Tang Kexin grabbed his hand. Brother-in-law, where are you going? They'll go with you. I'm going home to get some clothes, Su Yuanhang said. I also need to make a boat for the kids. What do you want to lend a hand? Tang Kexin immediately became interested. Brother-in-law, of course. Wait for me a moment, I'll get dressed and go with you. Su Yuanhang did need some help making the boat, so he said, I'll wait for you downstairs. Got it, I'll be right there. Tang Kexin replied, not forgetting to eat the pastries as he took out the new clothes and put them on. Su Yuanhang went downstairs and entered the garage to get the car. The Bugatti Veyron Hai Jisheng stood quietly in the basketball court-sized garage. With a flick of his hand, the car key appeared in Su Yuanhang's hand. He used the key to open the door and got in, then started the engine. A roar burst forth like a subwoofer, profoundly Su Yuanhang never dreamed that one day he would actually drive such a world-class supercar. Gripping the steering wheel and stepping on the accelerator, he drove out of the parking garage. When he reached the ground level, he stopped in front of the main gate waiting for Tang Kexin to appear. As Tang Kexin hurried downstairs after putting on his outfit, he was startled to see a flashy supercar parked at the entrance, causing the pastry he had been holding in his mouth to fall. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and caught it just in time, preventing it from dirtying the floor. With a face full of disbelief, he approached the car, where Su Yuanhang was repeatedly exclaiming, "Sister, brother-in-law, this is a Bugatti Veyron Black Knight." It was simply too handsome. The billion-dollar mansion and the supercar worth over 100 million were unmistakable indicators of Su Yuanhang's status as a top-tier tycoon. Su Yuanhang did not deliberately try to show off. He simply smiled lightly and said, "Get in the car." However, Tang Kexin was itching with desire and asked, "Brother-in-law, can I drive it for a bit?" He fantasized that once this car appeared on the street, it would definitely turn heads at 1,000% rate. How flashy it was. Young people love to show off. Su Yuanhang, however, refused, asking, "Do you have a driver's license?" "Yes," Tang Kexin replied while rummaging through his pocket, but in his haste, he had forgotten it at the office. Feeling frustrated, "Brother-in-law, my license is at the office. I just want to drive it for a moment. It should be fine, right?" "Get in the car." Su Yuanhang was not willing to take that risk. Safe driving was everyone's responsibility, and he had to obey traffic rules. "If you don't want to go, I'm leaving." "Let's go." Tang Kexin settled for sitting in the passenger seat, thinking it would be enough to show off. After quickly getting in the car, Su Yuanhang stepped on the gas and slowly drove out of the gate. At this moment, the gate opened automatically, and the media reporters outside immediately focused their attention as if waiting for prey to appear. However, a roar like that of a beast followed closely. Next, under the gaze of the media reporters, the black Bugatti Black Knight appeared from the entrance, roaring away with a whistling sound right before their eyes. Some who had reacted couldn't help but exclaim, "Did I just see that right? That's a Bugatti Veyron Black Knight worth over 100 million. Who exactly is Su Yuanhang? How can he be so rich? I have never heard of this Su Yuanhang. Is he a newly emerged super rich? What are you waiting for? Quickly take some pictures." "What pictures? The person is already gone. Maybe Tang Kexin is inside the car. Hurry, chase after them." Media reporters had already driven out to chase, but at the speed of a top supercar, they could not keep up, ultimately only witnessing Su Yuanhang drive farther away at the traffic light. In the rearview mirror, Su Yuanhang saw that group of reporters tailing him, but he easily shook them off, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. Tang Kexin couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother-in-law, those pesky paparazzi think they can compete with the Black Knight in speed. They are simply overestimating themselves, haha. Let them try you, I have no secrets for them to dig up," Su Yuanhang replied indifferently. However, Tang Kexin had a different perspective, saying, "Brother-in-law, you must not know that when you made your appearance at the press conference, your allure was immense. Right now your popularity is probably unparalleled, just like my sister's. If you open social media accounts now, your followers would absolutely skyrocket, believe it or not." In this internet age, Tang Kexin understood this well, but Su Yuanhang had the system fortune god sending him money, so he didn't lack for those trivial followers. "Not interested," Su Yuanhang said, accelerating to 80 miles per hour while driving on the road where there would always be people staring at the supercar. To reach the community, he needed to enter the city center, otherwise he would have to take a detour of about 10 kilometers. Su Yuanhang felt it unnecessary and openly drove the Bugatti Veyron through the city center. The bustling street immediately stirred up a sensation due to the appearance of the Bugatti Veyron supercar. Many passers-by couldn't help but take out their phones to capture it. After all, such cars usually only existed in online videos, and it was very rare to see one in reality. Tang Kexin even rolled down the window, relishing the envious gazes from numerous girls. Seeing the smug look on the other's face, Su Yuanhang said nothing. When someone recognized him, he had already driven away. However, discussions about his identity exploded online. Su Yuanhang didn't pay attention to this, focusing instead on driving the supercar to his community. Fortunately, there weren't many young people in the community, and since it wasn't a holiday, it didn't attract as much attention. Once he parked, Su Yuanhang told Tang Kexin to stay in the car. "Keep an eye on it and don't let anyone scratch it." "No problem, brother-in-law, leave it to me." Tang Kexin looked around and found the community quite ordinary, losing interest. Su Yuanhang quickly went upstairs, opting to walk instead of taking the elevator to avoid encountering residents asking questions. Now that he had become a celebrity, he was still aware of his status. After jogging up the stairs, Su Yuanhang stood at his door, slightly out of breath, and performed a fingerprint unlock. Once inside, Su Yuanhang swiftly grabbed his handbag and began packing his clothes and shoes. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Afterward, he took the luggage of the kids upstairs, checked again, found nothing else to take, and quickly went back downstairs. However, when he prepared to get in the car and leave, Su Yuanhang was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a swarm of reporters appeared surrounding the Bugatti Veyron and interviewing Tang Kexin. Tang Kexin exclaimed in distress, "Brother-in-law, help." These media people suddenly popped up from everywhere. It's too... Su Yuanhang had also been a bit careless. These reporters had a nose for news sharper than a dog's. It was easy for them to investigate his residence, yet he forgot there would be no ambush here. Nevertheless, he calmly walked towards the car. The reporters followed him, blocking his path, to ask, "Mr. Su Yuanhang, what is your profession, and why do you live in the Peach Blossom Source?" "Mr. Su Yuanhang, could you tell us when you started dating Miss Tang Kexin?" Mr. Su Yuanhang, did Miss Tang Kexin choose to leave the entertainment industry to become a rich wife because she was attracted to your wealth? Originally, Su Yuanhang did not want to answer these reporters' trivial questions, but some inquiries directly touched his. So he stopped at the car door facing all the reporters and coldly replied, Tang Kexin is from a wealthy family herself, so she doesn't need to marry into one. Please don't make baseless assumptions about someone with your narrow perspective. Thank you. After saying this amidst the reporter's astonishment, Su Yuanhang directly got into the car and started the engine. Vroom vroom. Seeing that the reporters had no intention of moving, Su Yuanhang infuriated shouted, Get out of the way. Tang Kexin also found these people exceedingly obnoxious, just as annoying as flies, so he chimed in shouting, Why won't you move aside? Have you no shame? With a thunderous roar, Su Yuanhang saw that these people were unafraid of death, so he stopped being polite and stepped on the accelerator, charging forward. Just as he was about to hit them, the paparazzi finally grew frightened and scrambled to make way. Su Yuanhang drove out of the residential area and onto the main road toward Taoyuan. At that moment, Tang Kexin called, so Su Yuanhang asked Tang Kexin to answer. Hello sis, Xiao Xian, where's Yuanhang? Tang Kexin asked curiously. Since the speakerphone was on, Su Yuanhang could hear everything and replied, Kexin, I went back to the apartment to grab some clothes. I'm on the road now. Oh okay. Tang Kexin added, Yuanhang Shan, and I might have to go back to Modu for a while to handle company matters. So you'll have to take care of the little ones for now. Su Yuanhang knew that before this the two had already settled terms with the agency inside, so he agreed and asked, Do you want me to go with you? No, I can handle it. Tang Kexin smiled. Yuanhang, I'm leaving the kids to you while I'm away. They'll sort everything out as quickly as possible and come back. Tang Kexin interjected, Sis, that agency of yours isn't going to let you off easily, is it? How much is the penalty? Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Tang Kexin retorted, shutting him up. Alright, don't worry about the children. Shall I drive you to the airport? Su Yuanhang asked with a smile. Uncle Chun will take us, Tang Kexin replied, wanting to face her own difficulties alone without troubling Su Yuanhang. Since that was the case, Su Yuanhang didn't insist, and instead warned, Watch out for the reporters and media. They're like stubborn plasters that won't come off. I know, Tang Kexin said with a smile. Well then, let's leave it at that. Call me if anything comes up. Okay, bye-bye. Su Yuanhang nodded in agreement. After hanging up, Tang Kexin grew impatient. Brother-in-law, are you really going to let my sister go negotiate with those vampires alone? Of course not. Su Yuanhang grinned. Now that I know about your sister's situation, I can't just sit back and do nothing. He remembered the system's task, to personally resolve Tang Kexin's contract termination. Only then would he receive the generous reward. It was a two-birds-and-stone situation. The reward itself wasn't that important, what mattered most was strengthening his bond with Tang Kexin. That was what Su Yuanhang truly cared about. Tang Kexin's face lit up with joy. Brother-in-law, I knew you wouldn't abandon my sister. I was right about you. Stop flattering me. Su Yuanhang chuckled. But we need to go back first. Well, follow your sister's footsteps later. Okay. Full throttle. Let's go. Tang Kexin was still like a child who never grew up. It was hard to imagine that such a childish person could run a company and make big money. When they arrived at Taoyuan, the media and reporters were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Su Yuanhang realized Tang Kexin had probably already left. Once inside Taoyuan, he parked the car at the entrance and said to Tang Kexin, You know where your sister's company is, right? Of course. Tang Kexin said smugly. I've been there a few times, mainly to see Shan. I even know which hotel. Perfect. Su Yuanhang added, Wait here. They'll be back in a moment. Tang Kexin was a bit puzzled, but didn't pay. His attention was entirely on the sports car. He even got out and sat in the driver's seat, feeling the steering wheel's fine texture, barely resisting the urge to start the engine. In the end, he restrained himself. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang quickly went upstairs to the children's room. The little ones, perhaps awakened by the noise, opened their eyes simultaneously and stared at Su Yuanhang. Daddy, where's mommy? Su Yuanhang walked in and said, Sweetheart's mommy went to Modu to handle some business. Daddy is here to keep you company. When will mommy be back? Debeo asked. Probably a few days, Su Yuanhang replied with a smile. What's the matter? Missing mommy. Before, when Tang Kexin went on work trips, she would be away for 10 days or half a month at a time. The children had long grown accustomed to it. Now that Su Yuanhang was with them, they didn't feel too lonely. But their longing for Tang Kexin remained hidden in their hearts. We miss mommy, but now that daddy is here, well behave and wait for mommy to come back. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, Sweetheart's daddy wants to ask you something. Daddy, what question? Daddy, tell us. We'll tell you everything we know, hee. Well, Su Yuanhang looked around, picked up both little ones and asked, Do you know where mommy keeps the household registration or your birth certificates? If he wanted to take the children on a plane to Modu, he would need one of those documents. The children thought for a moment and said, Daddy, we know. It's in Debeo's suitcase. Su Yuanhang's eyes lit up. Really? Debeo giggled. Mommy entrusted our documents to me for safekeeping. She said I'm the best at keeping things safe, hee. Good girl, Debeo. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but kiss her, and he also gave Xiaobao a kiss, making both little ones. But Daddy, our luggage is in the other house. We need to go back and get it, Debeo explained. Su Yuanhang laughed heartily. Daddy brought it for you. It's downstairs. He'll ask your uncle to bring it up. Yay, Xiaobao cleverly asked. Daddy, are we going to find mommy? Xiaobao is so smart. You already know what Su Yuanhang was surprised as he dialed Tang Kexin's number. The phone rang, and Tang Kexin's voice came through. Hello, brother-in-law. What's up? Bring Xiaobao's suitcase upstairs, Su Yuanhang said. Sure, coming right up, Tang Kexin replied, and hung up. The children were extremely excited. Daddy, we can be with mommy again. Yes. Are you happy? Su Yuanhang be happy. Ding. Wish fulfilled the children's heartfelt desire to be reunited with Tang Kexin. They are overjoyed. Reward 5 million in cash. Ding. Wish list exclusive skill activated. The host now has one wish opportunity. This system, Su Yuanhang's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected to receive a reward without doing anything. He immediately checked the wish list's introduction and effects. He found that he couldn't just wish for anything, he had to choose from the wish list provided by the system. Wish 1, obtain 1 billion in cash reward. Wish 2, let the system personally resolve Tang Kexin's contract termination. After resolution, the host will still receive a generous reward. Wish 3, 2 talismans of protection. Wish 4, super soldier skill. There were 4 wish options in total. Su Yuanhang glanced at them, and without hesitation chose wish 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. The wish has been granted. The crisis of Tang Kexin's contract termination will be fully handled by this system. Ultimately, all karma will be attributed to the host, earning you Tang Kexin's favor. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected such a wonderful outcome, and secretly rejoiced. Brother system, you're the best. Soon Tang Kexin brought the children's luggage upstairs. Seeing the little ones just awakened, he said to Su Yuanhang, brother-in-law, I just contacted Shan. They haven't reached the airport yet, and I know the flight number. If we book tickets now, we might be able to get on the same flight. Before Su Yuanhang could answer, the adorable children grew excited, exclaiming, yay. I want to sit next to mommy. Then I'll sit next to daddy, hee. Seeing their enthusiasm, Su Yuanhang asked Tang Kexin, we can still make it if we leave now, right? Absolutely. We need to leave immediately though, Tang Kexin said with a grin. If that works, I'll book the tickets now. Let me pay you. Su Yuanhang reached for his phone to transfer the money, but Tang Kexin waved a hand and said, brother-in-law, I may not be as wealthy as you, but I can afford the tickets. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner when we get to Shanghai, Su Yuanhang replied with a chuckle. Deal. Tang Kexin then proceeded to book the tickets, naturally requiring Su Yuanhang and the children's identification details. Su Yuanhang retrieved birth certificates from the children's luggage and filled in the information one by one. Suddenly Tang Kexin cursed, damn. What's wrong? Su Yuanhang asked, puzzled. Can't we buy the tickets? No, it's just that there are only 3 seats in first class, Tang Kexin groaned. One of us will have to sit in economy. I'll do it. Though reluctant to be separated from Lin Shanshan, Tang Kexin decided to sacrifice for Su Yuanhang and the kids. Brother-in-law, that won't do. I'll take economy instead. It's only an hour or 2 after all. With that, he completed the purchase, paying a considerable sum without a hint of regret. Alright, little one's time to go. Yay. We're going to fly with mommy. Amid the joyful cheers, Su Yuanhang helped the children pack their belongings. About 10 minutes later, he hailed a ride-hailing service to the airport. As for the Bugatti Veyron at home, it couldn't seat 4, so it had to stay in the garage. After Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan arrived at the airport, Uncle Chun drove the business van away. He disliked flying, preferring to drive himself to other cities. Although it was tiring, it gave him a sense of stability, free from the nauseating lightness of air travel. In the first-class lounge, Tang Kexin wore sunglasses and a mask, nearly fully disguised. Under normal circumstances, no one would recognize her. With few people in first class, she and Lin Shanshan only had to wait about an hour before takeoff. Still worried about the children at home, Tang Kexin sent Su Yuanhang a message, Yuanhang, are the little ones awake? The reply came almost instantly. Su Yuanhang followed up with another message, they miss you. Tell them I'll be back in a few days. From now on, I'll stay with them every day and never leave. Tang Kexin said resolutely. Su Yuanhang replied, I told them. They're very well behaved. No crying or fussing. Easy to handle. That's good. Tang Kexin thought for a moment and added, Yuanhang, once I finish my current business, I'll bring the children home with you to meet your parents. Great. Looking forward to this triumphant return. Su Yuanhang replied. Remembering something, Tang Kexin said, by the way, Yuanhang, please ask Xiaoxin to go home. It's a bother having him stay with you. I'll talk to him too. Haha, he's no trouble. He's actually helping me. But I'll persuade him to go back, Su Yuanhang answered cheerfully. While Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang chatted, Lin Shanshan was busy too. Hey kid, Xinjia and I are going to Shanghai. Don't follow us. Go back to work. How will you ever earn enough to marry me if you don't work? Tang Kexin replied promptly, wife, how can you just leave me without even saying goodbye? What am I supposed to do now? Mixed with scrambled eggs, Lin Shanshan said with a smirk. Be good. Once I'm done with your sister's matters, I'll spend quality time with you, okay? You said it. No taking it back. Tang Kexin secretly rejoiced. Yes, I said it. I promise. Lin Shanshan typed quickly, also don't cause trouble for your brother-in-law. Buy your own ticket and go home, got it? I'll message you when I arrive in Shanghai. Hee, okay. Tang Kexin replied with a mischievous tone accompanied by an emoji that could make anyone laugh or sigh. After that, they ended their chat, and Tang Kexin asked, did you tell Xiaoxin? Yes, but strangely the kid didn't get angry or make a fuss. He was so obedient that I suspect he's just humoring me. Having known Tang Kexin best, Lin Shanshan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Even if he did make a fuss, it wouldn't matter. We're already at the airport, Tang Kexin said with a smile. Lin Shanshan thought about it and laughed too. True. Hope he goes back obediently. But just as she finished speaking, someone patted her on the back. Startled, Lin Shanshan spun around and saw a familiar face grinning mischievously at her. Behind the sunglasses, that cheeky face was unmistakable. When Lin Shanshan also noticed the children and Su Yuanhang beside him, she stood dumbfounded. "You, how did you get here?" Tang Kexin turned around instantly, hearing the children's cries, "Mommy." "Da bao xiao bao." Tang Kexin was genuinely startled. Seeing Su Yuanhang appear like magic, she asked incredulously, "Yuanhang, didn't you say you were at home?" "I never said I was at home," Su Yuanhang replied with a chuckle, seeing their astonishment. "I just said they woke up missing you. I thought it'd be better to accompany you to Shanghai, and we can come back together." "Exactly," Tang Renqin chimed in. "Sis, you and Shanshan were too unfair, leaving without telling us. We almost missed the flight." Lin Shanshan was both surprised and delighted, yet also a little angry. "Tang Renqin, did you just ignore what I said? I told you to go home. Why are you here, making trouble?" She started punching him, making him wince, but he never fought back. "Ouch, wife, I just missed you so much. I only saw you for a moment, and then you were gone. I couldn't bear it." Tang Renqin said affectionately, "Honey, your brother-in-law, and I talked it over. We can't let you two women face those vultures alone. With us men around, at least you won't get pushed around." Lin Shanshan felt a warmth in her heart, but couldn't help laughing. "Did you think we're going to war? Getting pushed around indeed." Su Yuanhang explained, "Actually, it's not Xiaoxin's fault. It was my idea." He met Tang Kexin's gaze and smiled. "Since I've become a public figure, I should naturally stand by your side and face the difficulties together. Besides, I have a plan to solve this perfectly. They won't be able to cheat you out of anything." Just then Tang Kexin felt deeply moved. Despite her worries, having you and the children by her side filled her with boundless courage. She received a cash reward of 8 million yuan. Su Yuanhang heard Tang Kexin's thoughts and grinned. "Trust me." Su Yuanhang's words echoed repeatedly in Tang Kexin's mind. Especially the three words "trust me" resonated with a powerful clarity, instilling her with immense confidence. At that moment, she had no reason to refuse, everyone going to the Magic City together. "All right, I trust you," Tang Kexin replied with a cheerful smile. Ding! At this moment, Tang Kexin felt an inexplicable happiness within her heart, a sense of stability she had never experienced before. "Please continue to strive, host, and help her become a woman with security." The system's prompt echoed in Su Yuanhang's mind, and he could hear it, which made him feel delighted. But in the next moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Tang Kexin's dependency value has increased. Please check it yourself. Ding! Due to the increase in dependency value, congratulations, host, you have received 1.2 billion cash reward. Su Yuanhang was left dumbfounded, internally exclaiming in shock, 1.2 billion cash, is this for real? He immediately checked his account balance through the system panel, and it showed that the funds had already been transferred to his bank card. The remaining balance was 34861458.9. 63 yuan. Looking at the dependency value, he was surprised to find it had unknowingly climbed to 24. Although the two rarely communicated, and their time together was brief, everything Su Yuanhang silently did for her was noticed by Tang Kexin. Naturally, the dependency value would continue to rise. This was a good thing for Su Yuanhang. Holding over 300 million cash, he felt his life was gradually heading towards the pinnacle. In the whole country, or even globally, how many people could take out such a large sum of cash all at once? He pondered. Tang Renqin seized the opportunity and said to the fuming Lin Shanshan, "Wife, listen, my sister has agreed to go together, so don't be angry anymore. Besides, I want to surprise you too. Since we're going, let's treat it as a trip to the Magic City together." Lin Shanshan snorted coldly, "You only think about having fun. Oh, we are going to take care of business. Just don't cause it, I promise." Tang Renqin swore, raising 3 fingers. "Alright, I'm not falling for that." Although Lin Shanshan said this, the smile on her face was hard to hide. The little ones were also overjoyed. "Dad, this is our first time flying with you. Before it was always Mom taking us flying. Now that Dad is here, we can sit in a row with him." Su Yuanhang exchanged glances with Tang Kexin, both wearing faint smiles. "From now on, Dad will often accompany you on flights. Where do you want to go? Is that alright?" Yay, the little ones cheered. Only Tang Renqin looked a bit miserable. "Sister, and Shanshan, I'm afraid I can't sit with you guys." "Why not?" the two asked in confusion. "The first-class tickets are all sold out. I can only sit in economy class," Tang Renqin said helplessly. There was nothing that could be done about it. Lin Shanshan felt a bit regretful, but still comforted him. "Economy class is fine. It's only 1 or 2 hours until we land." That's what I think too." Tang Renqin became excited again. "But have you booked the hotel? Should I help choose?" "No need, Uncle Chun has already booked for us," Tang Kexin explained. Ding! Lucky star activated. Suddenly Su Yuanhang heard the prompt sound for the passive skill he had obtained earlier. Seeing that there were no other prompts, he felt puzzled. However, he saw Tang Renqin getting excited again. "Well, let me tell you some good news." Everyone turned to look at him, and Tang Renqin exclaimed joyfully, "Someone canceled their first-class ticket, and I got an upgrade. Haha, I can sit in first class now." Among them, the happiest was undoubtedly Lin Shanshan. Su Yuanhang finally understood the significance of the lucky star activation. Through sheer luck, Tang Renqin was able to enjoy this good fortune. In a cheerful atmosphere, boarding time arrived, and Su Yuanhang and the others could board the plane early. The first-class check-in counter was also set up separately, prioritizing check-in and luggage handling. After passing through security, the group gradually entered the first-class section. Besides their group, there were naturally other first-class passengers. Some recognized Su Yuanhang, and upon seeing the little ones with Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin, who wore sunglasses and masks, they guessed their identities at once. Once seated, a beautiful girl next to them became excited. "Excuse me, are you Tang Kexin?" Although reluctant to admit it since she was recognized, Tang Kexin politely responded, "That's me." "Wow, it really is Sister Kexin. Can I get your autograph? My boyfriend and I are your fans." The beautiful girl was shaking with excitement. Although she had seen news about Tang Kexin online, she didn't think it was a big deal. She just liked Tang Kexin's songs and works. "Sure." Tang Kexin smiled politely, then while Su Yuanhang and the others felt nervous, she took the female fan's designer bag and confirmed, "You really want me to sign here?" "Yes, sign on the bag." The female fan had a beaming smile and was filled with excitement. After Tang Kexin signed her name, the female fan made a gesture of encouragement. "Sister Kexin, keep it up. We will always support you and hope you don't retire." Her boyfriend chimed in, "Sister Kexin, don't pay attention to those online trolls. You're the best. Keep it up." Tang Kexin was touched and thanked them. "Thank you for your support. I'm a fan of yours too, Sister Kexin." A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit suddenly turned to Tang Kexin and greeted her. "Could I get your autograph too?" Sure." Tang Kexin did not expect to encounter so many of her loyal fans on the plane, and she began her busy journey of signing autographs. Su Yuanhang sat next to her, each taking care of a little one. Watching her sign for 3 or 4 fans, he couldn't help. At that moment, the passive skill Lucky Star was still activated, indicating that this journey would be very pleasant and harmonious. After the autographs, these fans looked at Su Yuanhang, praising the little ones for being very cute. The little ones responded enthusiastically, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for the compliment." Fortunately, the fans did not disturb Tang Kexin's family any further. This allowed everyone to rest at ease. It was Su Yuanhang's first time sitting in first class, enjoying the ultimate service. This experience of the wealthy was quite delightful. All the way, Su Yuanhang accompanied the little ones, chatting and laughing, occasionally looking out the window and casually chatting with Tang Kexin. As for Tang Kexin, sitting with Lin Shanshan, they were very sweet with each other. At this moment, the plane encountered turbulence, and Dabao began to feel scared. "Dad, is the plane shaking? Is it At that moment, the plane was shaking quite violently, but Su Yuanhang knew that air transportation was the safest mode of travel in the world. So he was not too affected and said, "Don't be afraid, my dear. The plane has encountered strong turbulence. It's like the wind blowing your hair, though it may get messy, it won't break. Similarly, the plane is safe, but won't fall. Daddy Mommy used to tell me the same thing. You two said exactly the same." Dabao suddenly said with a grin. This surprised Su Yuanhang, as the analogy was utterly nonsense. When he looked at Tang Kexin, seeing her also taken aback, he knew Dabao wasn't lying. Fortunately, the turbulence didn't last long, and soon returned to normal, allowing the adorable kids to relax. On the plane, with so many eyes around, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin didn't interact much. After playing for a while, and having a snack, the little ones fell asleep. Even Su Yuanhang grew drowsy and dozed off without realizing it. When he felt the jolt of the plane landing, Su Yuanhang opened his eyes and saw Dabao also blinking awake. Then came Tang Kexin's laughter. "You're awake." "I fell asleep," Su Yuanhang said sheepishly. "Has the plane landed?" Tang Kexin, seeing how tired he was, hadn't had. She nodded. "Just landed." "Brother-in-law, you slept like a log, haha." Tang Kexin's laughter came from the back. "I was worried you'd snore. You think everyone is like you." Lin Shanshan couldn't help retorting. Tang Kexin grinned sheepishly. "That's why I didn't Daddy, I'm awake too, Dabao, sitting next to Su Yuanhang, said with a cheerful smile. Seeing the corner of her mouth, Su Yuanhang picked up a napkin to wipe her drool and smiled. "Did you dream of something delicious?" "No," Dabao shook her head. "I just dreamed that Daddy and Mommy took me boating, and then the shaking woke me up." Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged a knowing smile. Afterward, the plane came to a stop, and first-class passengers were allowed to deplane first. Su Yuanhang carried Dabao, Tang Kexin carried Xiaobao, and together with Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan, they left the airport. Uncle Chun was still on the expressway and couldn't make it to pick them up, but that didn't hinder their plans. They hailed 2 taxis right at the airport entrance. The kids and Su Yuanhang rode in one, while she and Lin Shanshan took the other, heading to the hotel. In the car, Su Yuanhang found that being with the lively Tang Kexin ensured the mood was never dull. And of course, the kids making funny faces beside him lifted his spirits even more. The group safely arrived at the 5-star hotel. Led by Lin Shanshan, they went to the front desk, presented their IDs, and completed the check-in process. Though not the presidential suite, it was still a deluxe suite. Su Yuanhang had a room to himself. Tang Kexin shared a room with the kids, and Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan shared another. Su Yuanhang had no objection, and Tang Kexin found the arrangement perfectly reasonable. After settling in, Tang Kexin came to Su Yuanhang's door and knocked. When he opened the door, the other man still had lipstick marks on his face, but wore a thoroughly satisfied expression. "Brother-in-law, we need to go get some food." "Where's your sister?" Su Yuanhang asked. "They're staying at the hotel." Tang Kexin said, "Going out now would easily get recognized, and that would be troublesome." But Su Yuanhang saw through his little scheme. "Your sister and Shanshan were originally going to have you order the food, weren't they, Having his thoughts seen through, Tang Kexin showed no embarrassment at all. Instead, he directly put an arm around Su Yuanhang's shoulders and said, "Brother-in-law, can you bear to watch me carry all those dishes alone? Why not order delivery?" Su Yuanhang asked, puzzled. Tang Kexin replied gloomily, Shanshan said that restaurant serves the dishes your sister always orders when she comes to Modu, and the kids love them too. But they don't deliver, so we have to go get them ourselves. What dishes? Su Yuanhang grew curious. Brother-in-law, well, find out when we get there, Tang Kexin said enthusiastically as he walked out with Su Yuanhang. Oh, by the way, have you ever been to Modu? Su Yuanhang shook his head. No. Tang Kexin was astonished. Brother-in-law, no way. With all your money, you've never been to Modu. That's so behind the times. Su Yuanhang shrugged noncommittally. Does being rich mean you must visit Modu? I think other cities are just as good. That's not it, but a city as prosperous as Modu is worth a visit at least once. Tang Kexin added. Anyway, since you've never been this time, he'll show you around. The nightlife here is amazing, luxury cars everywhere. Of course, compared to your high Jisheng night, sound it's far inferior. Too bad we can't have it shipped over, or we could hit the streets with it right now. Su Yuanhang was afraid he couldn't fulfill his beautiful dream. Still, one had to admit that Modu's night market was truly vibrant. Su Yuanhang's hotel was in a prime location, so from his room, he could see the Oriental Pearl Tower, standing not far away, radiating a dazzling glow. Ding! Sensing the host's desire for a convenient means of transportation, you have been granted a super ride or Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase. Ding! To provide the host with an ultimate lifestyle experience, we have also assigned a driver. Please proceed to the hotel entrance to enjoy your noble life. As the chime faded, Su Yuanhang clicked his tongue in amazement. Just as they stepped out of the hotel, a man in a suit approached and respectfully called out, Mr. Su, please get in the car. This startled Tang Kexin. Looking at where the driver stood, he saw a long wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom, its door open with the driver smiling in welcome. Bro, brother-in-law, is this your chauffeur? Tang Kexin exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Su Yuanhang couldn't hide it, and simply said with an air of nonchalance, is there a problem? With that, he climbed into the car, enjoying the exceptionally spacious interior. The extended version really was different. The top-tier luxury interior was magnificently grand, making Su Yuanhang marvel at how unpretentious the life of the wealthy could be. When Tang Kexin also got in, basking in the envious glances of passers-by, he felt elated. Whoa, this is amazing. Su Yuanhang just smiled faintly. It sure is. Brother-in-law, didn't you say you'd never been to Modu? So how come you have this car and driver? Money makes the world go round. If I didn't have such clout, how could I be worthy of being your brother-in-law? Su Yuanhang explained in a roundabout way to divert his attention. Tang Kexin was beaming with joy, indeed distracted, and kept praising, brother-in-law, you're absolutely amazing. I've seen this Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version before. It must cost at least 25 million. Oh, I have to send a photo to Shanshan, let her guess where we are, haha. Delighted, Tang Kexin took out his phone, told the driver the destination, and started posing for pictures. After sending the picture, he gloated. Honey, guess where your husband and brother-in-law are now? Lin Shanshan quickly replied. If you have something to say, say it, if not, piss off. Su Yuanhang inadvertently caught a glimpse of her response and barely stifled his laughter. Yet Tang Kexin, thick-skinned, as ever, felt no embarrassment and cut straight to the chase. My brother-in-law and I are in a stretch Rolls-Royce. Isn't that fucking awesome? Lin Shanshan sent a rolling eye emoji. Awesome your ass. Shanshan, you still don't believe me. Tang Kexin sighed, but patiently persisted. Look at this starlight ceiling, check out the interior. How could I be lying? He recorded a video narrating as he went, then sent it. Before long, Lin Shanshan replied with a voice message brimming with astonishment. Damn, where did you rent a Rolls-Royce? You're really throwing money away. Getting takeout with a luxury car, chauffeuring you around, huh? Tang Kexin chuckled. Babe, it's not rented. We're not. He continued, this is my brother-in-law's ride. I can hardly believe it myself. He's got a personal driver too, haha. Then Lin Shanshan video called him directly. Tang Kexin answered instantly and saw her face on the screen. Let me talk to Su Yuanhang. Lin Shanshan said. Tang Kexin handed the phone to Su Yuanhang. Shanshan, you still don't trust me. I only trust your brother-in-law. Lin Shanshan looked at Su Yuanhang and asked, Yuanhang, is Tang Kexin telling the truth? Su Yuanhang smiled slightly. Yes. I bought this car for our outings. Holy crap, that kid didn't lie to me. Lin Shanshan was flabbergasted. The surprises Su Yuanhang brought them kept rolling and leaving them completely off balance. Even Tang Kexin, listening intently on the sidelines, felt that Su Yuanhang was far wealthier than she had imagined. Cars worth tens of millions, houses worth hundreds of millions. He seemed to obtain them as effortlessly as plucking a flower. He even out-earned her a celebrity, utterly and disgustingly rich. We'll be back soon, Su Yuanhang added. Just wait at the hotel for food. If you think of anything else to buy, let me know. Nothing for now. Tang Kexin appeared in the frame and replied. But Lin Shanshan shouted to Tang Kexin. Yuanhang, tell Xiaoxin to get me a pack of overnight pads. My period came. The words struck Tang Kexin like a thunderclap. He groaned miserably. Babe, no way. Why does your period always hit when I'm around? So it's my fault now. Lin Shanshan retorted coldly. And don't buy me cold drinks. They give me a stomachache. Yes, 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 as you command, my princess. Tang Kexin said, and Lin Shanshan hung up. Su Yuanhang then saw Tang Kexin sulking gloomily in the car. It was obvious his long-awaited romantic night was ruined. Xiaoxin, let me ask you something. Seeing there was still time before they arrived, Su Yuanhang struck up a casual chat. Brother-in-law, you don't need to comfort me. I know what you're going to say. Tang Kexin leaned his head against the window, reached out to feel the wind, and suddenly felt like crying. Su Yuanhang laughed. Xiaoxing, what do you like about Lin Shanshan? She's 4 or 5 years older than you, isn't she? Tang Kexin turned around, looked at Su Yuanhang seriously, and said, brother-in-law, we're deeply in love. I love how considerate she is, how everything she does is for my sake. Maybe all you've seen today is her hitting me or scolding me, but only I know she genuinely cares, like my sister does, yet different. Anyway, it's nothing like a typical couple. Then why are you so upset? Su Yuanhang understood that a man sometimes has desires when with the one he loves, but still wanted to comfort him. You're together now. Isn't that worth more than one romantic night? Brother-in-law, how did you get together with my sister back then? Tang Kexin countered, then added, wasn't it because feelings ran deep and passion flared? Speaking of which, I've been dating Shanshan for 3 years, and am still a virgin. If my friends and classmates found out, they'd laugh me to death. Su Yuanhang was stunned. He never expected Tang Kexin was still a virgin. Judging by how intimate he and Lin Shanshan seemed, had assumed they had already consummated their relationship. Now Su Yuanhang didn't know how to console him. Well, Xiaoxing, don't be too upset. You've endured 3 years. What's a few more days? Wah, brother-in-law, my heart aches. Tang Kexin wailed dramatically. I was hoping tonight would be the night, but it seems I'm not destined for love. Along the way, Su Yuanhang kept comforting him. However, the kid had a remarkable ability to heal himself. Soon he even found the leisure to ask Su Yuanhang about his romance with Tang Kexin. Thinking back, Su Yuanhang still felt, brother-in-law, I've been watching you and my sister. Throughout the day, you've barely interacted. Like. Tang Kexin searched for a metaphor. Like the most familiar strangers. Nothing like the fiery passion between Shanshan and me. Anyone could see the chasm between the two of them. Clearly, Tang Kexin had never told Tang Kexin about what had happened between them over the years. Su Yuanhang didn't deny it. Actually, your sister and I met by accident. An accident? A beautiful encounter. Tang Kexin grinned. She got drunk, you got drunk, and then came the babies, eh? Something like that. Su Yuanhang was candid. So when she disappeared, the next time I heard of her was on music platforms and short videos. That's when I learned she'd become a star. Holy shit. Tang Kexin was flabbergasted. That's even more dramatic than a TV drama. If it weren't happening to you and my sister, I'd never believe it. No wonder when I asked my sister about you back then, she always dodged the question. So you two had that whole story. Tisk a hero saving a beauty. Brother-in-law, you're my idol. The restaurant where Tang Kexin and her little ones enjoyed their meals was located on the Bund, where pan-fried buns were always a must-order. Upon arriving at the Bund, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin stepped out of a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase, instantly drawing the attention of many tourists and turning heads. Although the Bund was teeming with luxury cars like Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and other top-tier supercars, extended wheelbase ultra-luxury vehicles were still a rare sight. Internet celebrities could be seen everywhere recording videos. However, Su Yuanhang showed no interest in any of this. Wearing a mask, he got out of the car on the street alongside Tang Kexin. The driver went to park and await further instructions. The appearance of 2 grown men caused no stir, which suited them just fine. They began to stroll leisurely toward their destination. Boss, 5 servings of aged vinegar pan-fried buns. Tang Kexin ordered like a regular customer at the shop entrance. While waiting, he suddenly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Su Yuanhang, and said with a grin, brother-in-law, want one? Su Yuanhang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Tang Kexin, who had seemed downcast all day, to smoke. But he didn't stop him. Instead, he waved his hand and said, I don't smoke. Brother-in-law, do you drink? Tang Kexin asked curiously as he lit a cigarette with practiced ease, inhaling deeply and exhaling smoke rings. It was clear he had been smoking for years. Occasionally, Su Yuanhang replied. He rarely touched tobacco or alcohol, partly due to the expense and partly for health reasons. Ever since he became a writer, he had maintained strong self-discipline. This profession was a high-risk one that required facing a computer all day, which placed immense strain on the body. So he kept himself in good health and exercised at home every day. Over the years, not only had he avoided gaining weight, but he had even developed abdominal muscles. Brother-in-law, you're absolutely perfect. Tang Kexin laughed. No smoking, no drinking. A true gentleman. No wonder my sister, who's such an incredible woman, willingly had children for you. Su Yuanhang was speechless. To change the subject, Su Yuanhang asked, does your sister or Lin Shanshan know you smoke? They do. Tang Kexin blew out a smoke ring, then glanced around and whispered, but brother-in-law, while they know, you can't tell them I'm smoking now. Su Yuanhang knew this coward had refrained from smoking all day and was sneaking one only when they were alone. Obviously, he was hiding it from the women. Alright, I won't say anything, Su Yuanhang agreed good-naturedly. But cut down a bit. Your clothes reek of smoke. Even a non-smoker can smell it immediately. Don't worry, I brought gum. After a drink and some food, the smell will be gone, Tang Kexin said casually, clearly experienced in this matter. But you have to keep it a secret from me, or you'll probably have to sleep on the street tonight. Have you ever thought about quitting? Su Yuanhang had smoked during college, but never developed a serious addiction and quit easily. Of course, but the academic pressure is immense, plus I'm running a company doing programming. I'm just grateful I'm not losing my hair yet. If I quit smoking too, will be bald in a few years, Tang Kexin said with a hint of bitterness. He understood though. The current job market was brutally competitive, and finding an ideal job was no easy feat. Even running a company meant surviving in a precarious environment where everyone felt insecure. Modern society had become incredibly cutthroat, placing immense pressure on the younger generation. Su Yuanhang himself, despite having a seemingly flexible and easy-writing job, could agonize over plotlines. Every trade has its masters, yet achieving success in any field is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Only a few get to feast while most struggle even for a scrap. Your pan-fried buns are ready. A server handed over the packed food. Su Yuanhang took it and politely thanked her. Then the two continued to their next destination. Unfamiliar with the area, Su Yuanhang followed Tang Kexin, who navigated with ease. They arrived at another food stall where Tang Kexin scanned a QR code to pay and said expertly, "Boss, 1 stir-fried pork chop with rice cake and 1 crispy pigeon." After ordering, Tang Kexin explained to Su Yuanhang, "These are what Shanshan likes. But the little ones can't have pork chop rice cake. Their stomachs are sensitive, especially at night. Things like glutinous rice eggs or hamburgers are a no-go." Su Yuanhang was surprised to learn about the children's dietary restrictions and made a mental note. Curiously, he asked, "Xiaoxin, what do they like to eat?" "They can have foie gras with jade herb sauce and chocolate lava cake," Tang Kexin listed promptly. "As for my sister, besides the must-have pan-fried buns, she loves the red rice vermicelli rolls with mushroom filling. They're delicious and nutritious, good for digestion and detox." This time Su Yuanhang felt it was a wise decision to come out ordering with Tang Kexin. He was like a personal culinary guide, taking note of all the foods Tang Kexin and the little ones liked or couldn't eat. After that, they procured everything they needed. Then Tang Kexin led Su Yuanhang to a restaurant and directly ordered the most famous Wellington steak on the bun, 3 servings for 6 people, plus fried rice and seafood soup. It was a feast of culinary delights. Just as they were about to head back loaded with food, someone recognized Su Yuanhang despite his mask. "You're Tang Kexin's fiancé." The entire world was flooded with news about them, so under Tang Kexin's influence, Su Yuanhang had also become "Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else." Su Yuanhang waved his hand and tried to pull Tang Kexin away, but they were blocked. "You are Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin's fiancé, aren't you?" A group of 6 girls appeared, and one of them exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Su Yuanhang, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble." Su Yuanhang had no choice but to stop and look at the ordinary girl. "What can I do for you?" The girl's eyes welled up as if she was too emotional to speak. Trembling, she said, "Brother Su, my friends, and I really admire Sister Xinshin. I just hope you can tell her not to retire from the entertainment industry. I'm Sister Xingxin's fan group manager, and this is my friend, the deputy manager of her hundreds of fan groups." The girl began choking back tears. The fans are all in an uproar after hearing she plans to retire. "We don't blame her for hiding the babies in you. We truly love her singing and acting." She broke down sobbing. The other girls' eyes were also red. "Brother Su, please tell Sister Xinshin that all her fans are silently supporting her. We will protect her just like before, and we'll protect the little ones too." Su Yuanhang had followed Tang Kexin for a while. Even her only follow on Douyin was Tang Kexin. He also knew that Tang Kexin's fans were generally kind-hearted and would not cause trouble for no reason. They were highly cultivated overall. After some inquiry among these girls, the oldest was 26 or 27 and the youngest was still in college, yet they were administrators of the Motive fan support group. They would contribute to any event promotion and even pooled their own savings to provide logistical support. Seeing that everyone was reluctant, but this was not something Su Yuanhang could control, so he could only comfort them. "Perhaps Sister Xian has her own plans, but I believe she won't disappear from everyone's sight. Instead, she will reappear in another form. Everyone just needs to wait patiently. Brother Su, can I add your contact information?" A girl said with anticipation. "We have no way to contact Sister Xian or Sister Shanshan directly. We contacted the company's team before, but they didn't reply to any of our messages. We just want to notify everyone as soon as possible if Sister Xian faces any difficulties so we can brainstorm solutions together." Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin and with a flicker of an idea said, "Why not contact him? He is Sister Zin's younger brother. Usually if anything happens he gets notified." Tang Kexin was surprised. "Brother-in-law." Before he could finish, Su Yuanhang covered his mouth and then laughed. "Just scan each other's code. If anything comes up, contact him." "Oh, okay." The girl took out her phone and despite Tang Kexin's reluctance successfully added the contact. Then these girls finally left satisfied. Tang Kexin, however, said with a worried expression, "Brother-in-law, you're setting me up. You heard how sincerely they care for your sister. What's wrong with adding WeChat?" Su Yuanhang walked toward the Rolls-Royce carrying large and small bags, a sly smile on his face. "Brother-in-law, if Shanshan finds out I added other girls on WeChat, she'll break my legs." Tang Kexin looked miserable. Su Yuanhang, however, patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Just say they're fans. If she misunderstands, he'll explain to her. Don't worry, Shanshan isn't that petty." With no other choice, Tang Kexin could only gloomily walk toward the car. At that moment the driver saw them and came down to help carry the bags. The stretched luxury car on the roadside was very eye-catching. Many people even took photos with their phones. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin, however, were used to it. After getting in, as the driver started the car, they slowly drove out of Whitean. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Tang Kexin directly opened the bag and started sneaking food, obviously starving. "Brother-in-law, have one too." Tang Kexin picked up a pan-fried bun and ate with oil smeared all over his mouth. "I'm not hungry yet." Su Yuanhang smiled at him and said, Xiao Xian, doesn't your sister have a house in Modu? Why is she staying in a hotel? Normally my sister would indeed go home, but now there are too many eyes and too much noise. The villa is probably surrounded by paparazzi, so she opts to stay in a hotel. Tang Kexin was obviously well aware of all this, and answered without hesitation. Brother-in-law, are you sure you don't want any? After hearing this, Su Yuanhang took the pan-fried bun and started eating. It burst with juice as soon as it entered the mouth, and the texture was excellent. The bottom was thin, the skin fluffy, the meat firm and sweet. Especially the shrimp and pork dual-flavor pan-fried buns. Each bun hid a whole shrimp inside with distinct layers of flavor, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Seeing Su Yuanhang eating with relish, Tang Kexin introduced with a grin, brother-in-law, only this Hu Chun's pan-fried buns are this delicious. It's an old establishment known for its traditional making method and unique flavor. As you just saw, anyone who comes to White An will definitely have a bite. As Su Yuanhang, who possessed the culinary god's skill, smiled faintly, and said, the taste is indeed good, but I can, under the effect of the culinary god's skill, his taste buds could discern the essence of any food he ate, and he could distinguish all the ingredients used in the secret recipe. But to Tang Kexin's ears, it was unbelievable. Brother-in-law, you're just bragging. The pastries you ate this afternoon were made by me. Su Yuanhang said with a smile. What? You made those exquisite pastries? Tang Kexin, still savoring the taste, said, holy cow, brother-in-law, you know how to cook. If I get the chance, I must taste them again. There will be a chance. Su Yuanhang said, then told him, have another pan-fried bun of a different flavor. Hee, I told you they're delicious, right? Tang Kexin picked another flavor, and the two of them ate and drank, returning to the hotel in a pleasant atmosphere. The driver was so tempted by the aroma filling the car that his stomach started growling. After arriving at the hotel lobby, the driver immediately got out to open the door for Su Yuanhang, then said respectfully and attentively, Mr. Su, if you need the car, just call me. Su Yuanhang nodded, then said to Tang Kexin, do you have any cash? Lend me some. Yes. Tang Kexin took out his wallet and said, brother-in-law, how much do you need? 300. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, a tip for the driver. Okay. Tang Kexin didn't find it surprising, then handed it to the driver. My brother-in-law gave this to you. Thanks for your work. The driver also accepted the 300 happily and became even more respectful. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, boss. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin then turned and entered the hotel, taking the elevator and waiting to reach their floor. Now that only the two of them were there, Su Yuanhang took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to the other person, covering the airfare, dinner, and the 300 in cash he had just borrowed. Then he said to Tang Kexin, I transferred some money to you. Accept it. Brother-in-law, why are you so polite? I have money. Tang Kexin said nonchalantly. During college, I also worked hard to earn money. Although I'm not as wealthy as you, I have some assets. Keep it. I can't always let a younger one spend money. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, also I want to ask you, brother-in-law, what is it? Just tell me, don't be polite. Tang Kexin said generously. You're studying and working in the capital, right? When you go back, please take some time to look for a good location property for me. Maybe I'll have a chance to travel or handle matters in the capital in the future, and I'll have a place to stay. Su Yuanhang said thoughtfully. Tang Kexin was surprised after hearing this. Brother-in-law, you want to buy a house in the capital? Oh my, that will cost tens of millions at least. Just help me look, we don't have to buy now. Su Yuanhang added, around 200 million or so. Tang Kexin suddenly fell silent, as if frozen entirely. Su Yuanhang laughed helplessly. What is there a problem? No problem. At that moment, Tang Kexin fully experienced what it meant to be outrageously wealthy. Brother-in-law, I'll ask around and look into it. Thank you. Su Yuanhang smiled. At that moment, the elevator door opened, and Su Yuanhang walked out with him. As they were about to head toward Tang Kexin's room, he suddenly heard the system prompt, ding. Wishlist processing complete. Please check it yourself, host. The contract termination issue of Tang Kexin will be perfectly resolved through your hands. Su Yuanhang felt a flicker of surprise. He checked the result provided by the system. Upon learning at his steps, Tang Kexin noticed Su Yuanhang standing still, curiously stepped back 2 paces and asked, brother-in-law, what's wrong? Nothing much. Su Yuanhang snapped back to reality, grinned at him, and said, let's go. They must be starving. Okay. Tang Kexin didn't think much of it, carried a large pile of food, and knocked on Tang Kexin's door. Soon came the adorable child's voice, Daddy is back. But it was Lin Shanshan who opened the door. She said to Tang Kexin, if you hadn't come back, would have starved. Well, I had to buy what you like, Tang Kexin said with a smile. Also took brother-in-law to have a look at the bond. Su Yuanhang followed him inside, saw Tang Kexin still on the phone on the balcony, and said cheerfully, still busy. Yeah, the company is putting pressure on us, and we're preparing the corresponding documents to deal with it. Lin Shanshan explained Sister Xin is ready to compromise, agreeing to pay $1 billion in liquidated damages, but it seems the company isn't willing. 1 billion. Tang Kexin was dumbfounded. Those bloodsuckers still disagree. Then let's just have the court rule. The adorable children gathered around Su Yuanhang, looking pitiful. Daddy, mommy looks unhappy. Can you cheer her up? Su Yuanhang patted the children's heads while placing the takeout on the table. Okay, Daddy will go talk to mommy. You eat first. Mommy and I will eat in a bit. Okay. Daddy, you and mommy hurry up. Su Yuanhang nodded, then motioned to Lin Shanshan to take the children to eat first. He went to the balcony, just as Tang Kexin put down her phone. Seeing her worried expression and hearing her inner thoughts, Su Yuanhang smiled and said, "Are you planning to take the company?" "Yeah, they won't agree to the 1 billion compensation." Tang Kexin was very frustrated. This contract dispute might not end quickly, so we agreed to go to the company tomorrow for detailed talks. If that doesn't work, we'll have to go through the legal process. Don't think too much. Everything will work out. Su Yuanhang comforted her. Come eat first. We'll handle it after. Tang Kexin felt his concern and smiled faintly. Okay. Then they walked inside together. All the food was laid out on the table, and the children were already eating shengjian buns. When they saw them coming, they all happily ran over and shouted, "Daddy, Mommy, come eat. Mommy, Daddy bought your favorite shengjian buns." Little Bao's face carried a heartwarming smile that eased Tang Kexin's troubles. She smiled back. "Okay, Mommy will eat too. Mommy, I got one for you. Let me feed you, hee." Da Bao held a shengjian bun almost as big as her little hand and handed it to Tang Kexin, a truly touching gesture. Tang Kexin crouched slightly and opened her mouth as Da Bao brought the bun to her lips. She took a bite, and it tasted just like the shengjian bun she remembered. She always thought they tasted similar to her mother's. Delicious. Tang Kexin's mood lifted. "Daddy'll feed you too." Xiao Bao also took one, reaching out her tiny hand to Su Yuanhang. But due to the height difference, her little hand only reached Su Yuanhang's chest. "Daddy, here you go." Su Yuanhang felt warmth in his heart. He crouched down and picked up Xiao Bao, so she could stuff the shengjian bun into his mouth. He swallowed the bun in one bite, and the rich broth burst in his mouth, a sheer delight. It felt as if all the flavors were stimulating his taste buds at once, lifting his spirits. He had eaten 2 shengjian buns, but found that the ones fed by the children tasted even better. "Daddy, your mouth is so big, hee." Xiao Bao was amazed and giggled. Su Yuanhang said indistinctly, "Wow, aren't you afraid? I'll gobble you up." Giggle no. Xiao Bao was amused. "Daddy wouldn't eat me." Yuanhang, sit down and eat with Xiao Bao. Tang Kexin saw that all the food was their usual favorites. With her family and brother around eating a warm dinner, her mood was much improved. Okay. Su Yuanhang sat down on a stool holding Xiao Bao. Tang Kexin had already served everyone fried rice and Wellington steak. He said to Su Yuanhang, "Brother-in-law, eat your fill. If it's not enough, I'll order more." "You all eat more," Su Yuanhang said with a smile. "Today Xiaoxin is treating." "Ha ha ha." Tang Kexin laughed heartily. Right, I'm treating. He'll cover all the meals from now on." The meal was full of joy and harmony. The children commented, "This fried rice isn't as good as Daddy's." "That's true," Lin Shanshan agreed. "The mushroom fried rice we had at noon was amazing." Tang Kexin smiled and glanced at Su Yuanhang. "Right now we're at the hotel, so we can't ask Yuanhang to cook." Tang Kexin became curious. "Sis Shanshan, is brother-in-law's cooking really that good? The desserts I had this afternoon were made by him, right?" Everyone said in unison, "Absolutely, he's at a national chef level. Especially the pastries. They're the best desserts we've ever had, absolutely divine." Tang Kexin instantly craved it. "Brother-in-law, no way, I must taste your cooking myself someday." "There will be a chance," Su Yuanhang said with amusement. Ding. At this moment, everyone wishes to eat food made by the host. To fulfill everyone's wish, this system has reserved the hotel kitchen for the host's use. If you cook a sumptuous meal for everyone within 7 days, you will receive a cash reward and skill rewards. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected everyone's wish to be triggered. He did want to cook for the children himself. As long as he saw them happy, that would be enough. After everyone had eaten their fill, Su Yuanhang saw Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan busy with their phones again, handling work. He considered for a moment, went to Tang Kexin and said, "Kexin, I want to talk to you." Tang Kexin was puzzled but nodded. "Okay." Then they went to the balcony again, letting the fresh evening breeze blow. Tang Kexin waited for Su Yuanhang to speak. Organizing his words, Su Yuanhang looked at her hair being tousled by the wind, clearly seeing her perfect profile. He said, "You don't need to worry about the contract termination anymore. I will help you solve everything." Tang Kexin couldn't help but turn to face Su Yuanhang's shock in her eyes as she looked at this handsome and heartwarming. The following day, Tang Kexin rose early, preparing to head to the company with Lin Shanshan. Their management agency was situated in Modu, which was precisely the purpose of their trip to Modu. As for Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin, they were to remain at the hotel to look after the adorable child. This had been settled with Su Yuanhang the previous night. Now they declined Su Yuanhang's Rolls-Royce, opting instead for Uncle Chen's commercial vehicle. Uncle Chen had been waiting downstairs at the hotel early. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan, dressed in casual attire without makeup, wearing baseball caps and masks, boarded the car and headed directly to the management agency. After getting in the car, Tang Kexin asked Lin Shanshan, "Are all the materials ready?" "Everything is prepared." Lin Shanshan was a professional assistant. Over the past 4 years, she had handled numerous significant and trivial troubles for Tang Kexin. Apart from resolving Tang Kexin's contract termination, she also had to sever her own employment contract with the company. However, her situation was simpler and more straightforward with a smaller compensation fee. Yet Lin Shanshan still retrieved a stack of documents from her spacious satchel, rechecking them to ensure everything. "Uncle Chun, after you drop us off at the company, please take a good rest." Tang Kexin, aware that Uncle Chun had driven through the night without sleep, expressed her concern. "As for our return, we can just take a taxi." "All right." Uncle Chun, ever diligent, glanced at Tang Kexin through the rearview mirror and gave a gentle smile. The drive took roughly less than an hour before they arrived at the management agency's building. The company did not occupy an entire skyscraper, but rather 2 floors of an office building. Their arrival caused little stir. They took the elevator to the 12th floor, and familiar with the layout, found the chairman's office. At that moment, the company staff, recognizing the top star on the premises, despite the sensitive situation, still respectfully greeted her. However, some people's eyes darted away as if reluctant to have any interaction with her, fearing misunderstanding. Having spent several years in the entertainment industry, Tang Kexin had long understood that relationships were merely superficial. She had witnessed many artists leave the company or be shelved. At that moment, their treatment within the company plummeted, and she had seen the fickleness of human relationships in others. Thus, she paid no heed to the staff's attitude toward her. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the chairman's office door, Tang Kexin knocked gently. A man's voice immediately sounded from within, "Come in." Tang Kexin pushed the door open and saw the chairman. The one who had personally elevated her, yet due to the immense profits she generated for the company had manipulated the entire organization to his advantage, thus rising in prominence along with it. One could say they had mutually benefited. However, upon seeing Tang Kexin, the boss lacked his usual amiable demeanor, instead coldly stating an important person will arrive shortly. Wait in the reception room for a while. Boss, I want to settle the matter of my contract termination with you first. Tang Kexin, unwilling to waste her time, insisted at the very least, let's finalize the compensation fee. Yet boss Lin Donghui gathered a stack of documents, tapped them on the desk, and said casually, this matter is no longer under my jurisdiction. The new boss will handle it. Tang Kexin exchanged a glance with Lin Shanshan, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Boss, what are you saying? Don't you understand? Lin Donghui snorted coldly. The company has been acquired. From today onward, you're no longer under my purview. There will also be major personnel changes in other departments. You'll have to wait for the new chairman to arrive and deal with your matters. So my contract termination is to be handed over to the new boss. Tang Kexin couldn't believe it. Just last night, she had discussed settling the termination and compensation fee with Lin Donghui, yet after waking up, the company's legal representative had changed entirely. It was almost unbelievable. Yes, Lin Donghui said impatiently. Go to the reception room and wait. Someone will inform you when the new... Tang Kexin snapped back to reality, then prompted by a small gesture from Lin Shanshan, she said no more and turned to leave the chairman's office. As she walked toward the reception room, Tang Kexin noticed many familiar employees bustling about. Lin Shanshan whispered beside her sister Xian, this is too much of a coincidence. The company gets acquired at this critical moment. Given the old man's personality, he probably wouldn't willingly let his company be taken over, would he? Tang Kexin, unsure why this was happening, saw a company employee approaching from the opposite direction and quickly stopped him to ask Xiao He what's going on with the company. I heard the boss say it's been acquired. Is that true? Xiao He was the company's dedicated makeup artist who had a decent relationship with Tang Kexin. At that moment, everyone was anxious, but Xiao He still took a moment to chat with Tang Kexin. Sister Xian, we just received the notice too, that a new boss will take over the company today. The whole office is in turmoil. So it's true. Lin Shanshan remarked in surprise. Xiao He, do you know the name of the new chairman? Xiao He shook his head. We don't know. The boss didn't say, and we didn't dare to ask. Then glancing at Tang Kexin, he added, Sister Xian, the boss seems to be in a bad mood, as if he's reluctant about the acquisition. That's all I know. I have things to do now, so I can't chat longer. With that, he hurried away as if afraid of being seen spending time with Tang Kexin. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan exchanged a knowing look. Once in the reception room, no one paid attention to the former. Yet this allowed Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan to chat idly and speculate about the company's drastic changes. Sister Xian, the company being acquired might not be a bad thing for us. Lin Shanshan's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Perhaps the new chairman will be more reasonable about your contract termination than that old dog. Or he could be even more troublesome. Tang Kexin gave a bitter smile. Having been in the industry, she was all too familiar with how insidious businessmen could be in their pursuit of profit, stopping at nothing. From what Xiao He said, it seems Lin Donghui, that old dog, wasn't keen on having his company acquired either, but he had no choice. Lin Shanshan continued her speculation. Maybe there really is a turn of events. I hope so. Tang Kexin held a glimmer of expectation, hoping the new boss would be easy to talk to. Just then, in the reception room, they heard a commotion outside. Vaguely, they could tell the new boss had arrived. Quick, go see, the new boss is here. I just hope I don't get fired. Stop guessing, just take a look. Hearing this, Lin Shanshan exchanged a glance with Tang Kexin. Sister Xian, should I take a peek too? Tang Kexin was also curious about who the new director was, and since sitting here waiting idly wasn't a solution, she nodded in agreement and said, alright, let's go see what's happening. Now she only wanted to resolve the troubles at hand as quickly as possible. If the new director agreed to terminate the labor contract with a 1 billion compensation, she would pay that sum without hesitation. Lin Shanshan opened the door and stepped out, following the crowd toward the entrance. At that moment, it seemed all employees had gathered near the door, even lining up in 2 rows, while others stood up from their workstations. When Lin Shanshan walked out, she saw a sea of people, but no sign of the new director's arrival. Instead, Lin Donghui led the employees, saying to them, everyone stand straight. The new chairman is coming soon. Stay quiet, and call out boss respectfully. Got it. Got it, the employees replied in unison. Suddenly, an employee rushed in from outside and shouted to Lin Donghui, boss, the new director is here, almost at the door. These words instantly tensed everyone's bodies. Every time there was a personnel change they feared being fired, but they never imagined that this time the new boss would directly replace the old one, and even the entire company had been acquired. Thus their fate now rested on the new chairman's will. A single word could leave everyone present unemployed, so they all perked up, daring not to slack off even for a moment. Lin Shanshan, caught up in the crowd, also felt a bit nervous. Unlike the others, she was merely curious whether the new chairman would be easy to talk to. If he was even more calculating than that old dog Lin Donghui, then the matter of contract termination might drag on indefinitely. However, the first thing Lin Shanshan and the others heard was a childish sweet laugh that felt very familiar to her. Daddy, this is where Mommy works. It looks so much fun, I wonder what Mommy is doing. Lin Shanshan's heart trembled, doubting if she had misheard. Is that the baby's voices? No way, I must. Since the company's walls were not made of glass, it was impossible to see the new chairman before he stepped into the office door. Tang Kexin, hearing the outside commotion suddenly fade into utter silence, was filled with curiosity. Her restless heart urged her to stand up, and she instinctively pulled the door open and walked out. She too wanted to see what was happening outside. But what Tang Kexin saw was rows of employees standing in formation, as if at military drill waiting for something. Shanshan. Tang Kexin called out softly upon spotting her figure, but it was too far away for Lin Shanshan to. Resigned, Tang Kexin stood at the reception room door waiting. The next second she suddenly heard all the employees shout in unison, "Good morning, Chairman." He's here. Tang Kexin felt a slight tension rise. As the employees bowed their heads, she strained to see the entrance, but it was still blocked, and she couldn't make out any figure. Unwilling to give up, Tang Kexin tiptoed and craned her neck to look. At the entrance, Su Yuanhang walked through the company's gate, holding two adorable children. As soon as they appeared, all the employees stood respectfully and shouted in unison, "Good morning, Chairman." The little ones were startled and burrowed into Su Yuanhang's arms. But Su Yuanhang, prepared for this, surveyed the nearly 100 employees standing before him in full readiness, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then everyone began to scrutinize Su Yuanhang. Upon seeing him, their eyes widened in disbelief as if they recognized him and were utterly taken aback by his appearance. Su Yuanhang wasn't dressed in a formal suit. Instead, he wore casual attire and carried two little ones to work, which looked somewhat amusing. Isn't he Sister Zin's fiancé? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? These two little ones are Sister Zin's babies, right? What are they doing here? Could everyone be mistaken? All of them were baffled. Since yesterday's news about Tang Kexin's media conference as company employees, they had naturally all seen that report. Thus, Su Yuanhang and the little ones were very familiar to them. Lin Shanshan among the crowd was also stunned to see Su Yuanhang and the children together. Su Yuanhang, why are the babies here? She was utterly perplexed. Amidst her shock, she couldn't help turning back to look at the reception room, as if wanting to go inform Tang Kexin. But she saw Tang Kexin already standing at the door waving at her. Lin Shanshan wasn't sure if Tang Kexin had seen Su Yuanhang and the children. She glanced at them again, then started walking toward Tang Kexin while planning to report the situation. Just as she took 2 steps, the little one spotted Lin Shanshan and cried out joyfully, "Annie Shanshan. Annie Shanshan, we came to play with you." Lin Shanshan froze on the spot, and the other employees turned their heads to look at her. They also noticed Tang Kexin standing at the door, each expression filled with confusion, shock, and curiosity. Su Yuanhang saw Lin Shanshan too, but only curled his lips slightly without rushing to greet her. Instead, he set the children down and said softly, "Babies, go find Annie Shanshan. She'll take you to Mommy." Okay, okay. The little ones dashed into the crowd, and as everyone made way for them, they ran toward Lin Shanshan. They cheered along the way, "Annie Shanshan, it's us. Annie Shanshan, we are Debao and Xiaobao." And as the crowd parted to let the children through, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin locked eyes. When Tang Kexin saw Su Yuanhang and the little ones running toward Lin Shanshan, she trembled all over. Her eyes filled with extreme shock, and she stood frozen as if lost. But Su Yuanhang smiled gently at her, then turned to Lin Donghui, who was waiting to hand over the business. "Chairman Lin, sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Donghui immediately stepped forward, extending his hand politely. "Chairman Su, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me." "Not at all. You've arranged such a grand reception, and truly flattered." Su Yuanhang chuckled, but didn't shake his hand, openly snubbing him in front of the employees. Yet Lin Donghui didn't dare say a word. He withdrew his hand with an awkward smile and tried to appease him. "Chairman Su, some employees are out on business. Here is the company roster for your review." Seeing that one surrogate boss, Lin Donghui, now showing such deference to Su Yuanhang, the employees' hearts stirred with turbulent emotions. Although Lin Donghui had warned them to remain quiet and obedient, the identity of the new chairman was so shocking that they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "Sister Zin's fiancé is our future company boss. That's too crazy, isn't it? Yesterday I saw a news report saying Su Yuanhang has a mansion worth 1 billion. It seems it's true. I've seen it too." Sister Zin's fiancé even proudly replied that Sister Kexin herself is already a wealthy family, no need to rely on him. Now I can suddenly understand why Sister Kexin terminated her contract with the company. With her fiancé being so rich, it's perfectly normal for her to go home and be a full-time wealthy wife. Amid the murmuring crowd, Su Yuanhang took the employee list handed over by Lin Donghui. He nodded without a second glance, then said directly to Lin Donghui, Let's talk in the office. Everyone else disperse. Don't disturb their work. Whatever Chairman Su says. Lin Donghui immediately commanded everyone. Go back to your workstations. Don't knock on my office door unless it's important. Yes, boss, everyone answered in unison. The next second they all returned to their posts. However, their minds were not on work. They were all gossipy and curious about the new chairman. This was also a flaw in their profession. They had endless gossip every day. Under Lin Donghui's guidance, Su Yuanhang walked toward the chairman's office. Naturally, he would see Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan. The adorable kids were by their sides excitedly chattering about. As Su Yuanhang looked over, he met Tang Kexin's eyes again, then revealed a faint smile. You go to the office and wait for Chairman Su. What about you? Lin Donghui glanced at Su Yuanhang and followed his gaze toward the reception room door. He immediately understood, inwardly groaning bitterly, but daring not show any dissatisfaction. Chairman Su, you're going to see Sister Xin, aren't you? How about inviting her to my office for a chat? No need. Our business doesn't require a woman's involvement. Su Yuanhang refused bluntly. Yes, Chairman Su is right. He'll go inside and brew some tea for you while I wait. Lin Donghui, like a docile grandson, dared not breathe heavily towards Su Yuanhang. After the latter left, Su Yuanhang walked toward Tang Kexin's location. At this moment, both she and Lin Shanshan were beyond shocked in their hearts. It wasn't until Su Yuanhang approached that Tang Kexin spoke. You? How come you're here? Su Yuanhang knew everyone had many doubts in their minds, so he smiled gently and said, Is there a place? Let's find somewhere quiet to talk. This reception room. Lin Shanshan took the lead. Sister Xnan, you talk with Su Yuanhang. They'll go make you some coffee. Okay. Tang Kexin indeed had many questions to discuss with Su Yuanhang at this moment. At this moment, she still remembered last night before bed when she chatted alone with Su Yuanhang, his eyes so firmly telling her not to worry about the contract termination with the company. He would solve everything for her. Unexpectedly, he had come to fulfill his promise so quickly. Mom, are you surprised? Isn't it amazing? Dad said he would bring us to play at your workplace. Mom, don't be angry, okay? Tang Kexin looked at the two cute kids and smiled happily, a hint of sweetness in her heart. How could I be? Seeing you makes me happier than anything. Ding. Tang Kexin's heart is filled with many doubts and surprises right now. She hopes to get an answer from the host. Please resolve this puzzling matter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling Tang Kexin's wish to be with the kids at the workplace. Reward, 50 million cash, 5 dependency points. Su Yuanhang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Tang Kexin's wish to also include this. A one-time gain of 50 million cash, and more importantly the boost in Tang Kexin's dependency value was also a significant reward. After hearing Tang Kexin's inner voice, the other party also opened the reception room door and invited him in. Su Yuanhang entered the reception room with the kids. The space was not large, but it was not shabby either. It was clearly used for receiving guests with 2 rows of soft sofas and a coffee table. The walls were hung with photos of various company celebrities along with a few ornaments that gave the reception room a somewhat grand decoration. After sitting down, Tang Kexin saw that the kids were like curious little ones looking around everywhere, and a gentle smile spread across her face. In the past, to hide the existence of the kids, she had never dared to bring them to the company. Unexpectedly, Su Yuanhang had fulfilled this wish for her. Yuanhang, you're the new chairman of the company. What exactly is going on? Tang Kexin couldn't help asking. Su Yuanhang could see that she was full of confusion and her expression was still in shock. He smiled faintly and said lightly, I acquired the company. Acquired the company. Tang Kexin's heart shook again. How did you do it? With enough money, it's simple. Su Yuanhang grinned and said, Didn't I tell you I'd solve the contract issue? Now I'm here. Ding. Your warm-hearted deed has filled Tang Kexin's heart with emotion. Reward, 10 million cash, a villa in Tan Palace. The next second the system's prompt sounded, and Su Yuanhang was shocked inside. Even the face he struggled to keep calm showed a hint of excitement. Winning 10 million cash was already surprising, but unexpectedly, he was also rewarded with a luxury mansion worth 500 million. As the #1 luxury mansion in Shanghai, Tan Palace was something Su Yuanhang could never have dreamed of before. Unexpectedly, it had become his today. With a 5-acre plot and an opulent high-end villa, it was the dream of countless Shanghainese. How much did you spend to acquire Tianyu Entertainment? Tang Kexin knew the value of this agency. For Su Yuanhang to acquire it, he must have paid a huge sum. Moreover, with Lin Donghui's nature as a cunning old dog, he would demand an exorbitant fee before she could terminate her contract. It was unimaginable how much wealth Su Yuanhang actually possessed. More importantly, Tang Kexin was well aware that Su Yuanhang's purpose in doing this was purely to help her solve the trouble. Su Yuanhang suppressed his excitement and said nonchalantly to Tang Kexin, Not much, just a few billion. I acquired all the company's shares. Now this company belongs to me. A few billion. Tang Kexin was somewhat incredulous. After all, the company's market value was at least tens of billions. How could it be so easily acquired for just a few billion, as Su Yuanhang claimed? In fact, Su Yuanhang was not lying to Tang Kexin. With the help of the system, he had indeed acquired this agency, which was worth about 2 billion for less than 300 million. It seemed unbelievable, but Su Yuanhang knew the system had its ways. Yuanhang, don't lie to me, Tang Kexin said with concern in her eyes. But Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, Hey, race the acquisition contract. You can take a look. As he spoke, he pulled a contract from the inner pocket of his coat and handed it to her. Tang Kexin found it hard to believe. Such an important contract, and Su Yuanhang had casually stuffed it into his pocket, not afraid of wrinkling it. As if he didn't care about it at all. Startled, Tang Kexin picked up the contract and looked at it. To her astonishment, it was indeed true, too. 800 million to acquire all shares of Tianyu Entertainment. Tang Kexin read aloud, already stunned. At that moment, Su Yuanhang added, "From now on you are the boss lady of this company." Tang Kexin stood utterly stunned after hearing this. She gazed blankly at Su Yuanhang, her eyes swirling with myriad emotions, but above all shock and disbelief. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that one day she would become the matron of an entertainment company. Even less could she have foreseen that Su Yuanhang, who had told her yesterday that he would personally resolve the matter, would actually acquire Tianyu Entertainment. The matron. Those 3 words carried boundless implications. After snapping back to reality, Tang Kexin blushed deeply. Yuanhang, this is utterly incredible. Su Yuanhang felt an inexplicable swell of pride. This was the beauty of possessing the system, turning the impossible into reality. He chuckled. It does feel surreal, but it has truly happened. So from now on, the issue of your penalty fees is complete. The swift shift in circumstances caught Tang Kexin off guard, leaving her unprepared mentally, yet the gratitude within her was incomparable. This man before her, ever since he had sought her out, had been creating miracles and bringing her surprises, much like a fragile leaf adrift on the vast ocean, suddenly shielded by a mighty vessel. That sense of security she felt tangibly. Gazing at the roguish grin on Su Yuanhang's face, she felt he could do just about anything. Ding! Congratulations to the host for providing Tang Kexin with an overwhelming sense of security. Dependency value increased by 5, rewarding 50 million in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for resolving Tang Kexin's confusion, rewarding God-level driving skills. In Su Yuanhang's mind, 2 consecutive reward notifications sounded. As for God-level driving skills, he saw no issue. His current driving ability was merely average. In that instant, a torrent of knowledge and techniques regarding God-level driving skills flooded his mind, surpassing even top-tier racing drivers. Lin Shanshan happened to walk in with a glass of water, sensing an unusual atmosphere, and catching a peculiar glimmer in Tang Kexin's eyes. In the 4 years she had known Tang Kexin, Lin Shanshan had never seen such deep affection directed at any man. To her, this was undoubtedly good news. Earlier, while fetching coffee, some employees had approached her to ask, or rather confirm, whether Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin had truly become the company's boss and matron. Their words carried implications that to Lin Shanshan, a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry, clearly revealed the underlying sentiment. They had shifted from distance and exclusion to now flattery and sycophancy, simply afraid that their past behavior might anger Tang Kexin, who would then complain to Su Yuanhang and get them fired. The workplace was rife with undercurrents and hidden conflicts. Lin Shanshan maintained a frosty demeanor. All of this depends on Sister Xian and her husband's decisions. I'm not certain yet. After leaving, watching the crestfallen employees deflate, Lin Shanshan relished the moment. Now seeing Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin seemingly sparking in the reception room, though not intensely, it was nonetheless a promising start. She broke the air with a smile. Sister Xian, Su Yuanhang, have some coffee. Thanks, Tang Kexin replied, taking the coffee and drinking. Su Yuanhang stood up and said to them, "You two chat. They'll go find Lin Donghui to discuss the handover." Tang Kexin nodded with a serene smile. The adorable children noticed Su Yuanhang was about to leave and quickly ran over, calling out, "Daddy, where are you going? Can we come along?" Before Su Yuanhang could respond, Tang Kexin gently held the children's hands and said softly, "Sweethearts, Daddy has important business to attend to. How about letting Daddy take you out to play later?" Okay. Daddy, come back soon. We'll behave and wait for you here." The children giggled in their sweet childish. They were well-behaved, never fussing or crying. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but walk over, planting a kiss on each adorable face. "Daddy will be back soon." He glanced at Tang Kexin, then turned and left. Once he was gone, Lin Shanshan leaned in gossipily. "Sister Xian, what were you two talking about? Did old Lin's company really get bought out by him?" Tang Kexin replied, a smile spreading across her face as she patted the children's heads. "Yuanhang acquired all the shares of Tianyu Entertainment. I have no idea how he managed it. Wow, I thought he'd just become the major shareholder, but he actually bought the whole thing." Lin Shanshan exclaimed in shock. "Su Yuanhang is incredible." Though a bit crude, Tang Kexin smiled faintly. "He really is amazing, always full of surprises. So that means our contract termination trouble is perfectly resolved." Lin Shanshan cheered. "Sister Xian, you don't have to pay the penalty fees anymore, haha." Indeed, Tang Kexin's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the chairman's office. As Su Yuanhang left the reception room and headed to the chairman's office, he encountered some employees. Their eyes darted away, then they quickly greeted him, "Hello, Chairman." Fortunately, Su Yuanhang didn't act high and mighty. He responded to each one, "Hello to you all." This left a favorable impression on the employees, who found him less intimidating than expected. When he reached the chairman's office, Su Yuanhang pushed the door open without knocking. Lin Donghui, who had been pacing restlessly, immediately put on a welcoming smile. "Chairman Su, you're here. Please have a seat." But Su Yuanhang walked straight to the chairman's seat and plopped down, leaving Lin Donghui deeply embarrassed but too afraid to say a word. "Hey, race all the materials you requested." This is the only copy, no duplicates. Su Yuanhang casually tossed a USB drive onto the desk. Lin Donghui lunged for it like a starving wolf, snatching it up. With a long sigh of relief, he said, Chairman Su, I've done everything you asked. I trust you won't betray me over this. Take the money and get lost. Su Yuanhang, eyeing the freshly brewed tea on the table, poured himself a cup. Don't ever show your face here again. Lin Donghui's expression wavered between light and dark, but the acquisition agreement had already been signed electronically. There was no going back. He was no longer chairman of Tianyu Entertainment, completely severed from the company. Though his heart was filled with resentment, Lin Donghui clutched the USB drive tightly and swallowed his pride. Chairman Su will take my leave. I hope you can steer this company to even greater heights. Spare me the chatter. Even if I dissolve the company, it's none of your business, Su Yuanhang replied nonchalantly. Lin Donghui said no more and strode out of the office. After he left, the system's chime echoed, ding, detecting resentment in Lin Donghui's heart. He will secretly resort to underhanded tactics. Host beware. Ding. Additionally, evidence of Lin Donghui's illegal tax evasion, manipulation of female celebrities, and involvement in gambling and pornography over the years has been sent to the relevant authorities. He will soon be placed under investigation. Once arrested, the host will receive a bonus reward. Su Yuanhang smirked upon hearing this. This still feels far from enough. Before he's arrested, let's have a bit more fun with him. With that, Su Yuanhang deployed a divine prank item, targeting Lin Donghui. After Lin Donghui left in a rage as he passed by the office staff in the lobby, everyone stood up and respectfully shouted, Chairman, my ass. Lin Donghui was in a foul mood, as if a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. In his fury, he found the staff's respectful title so ironic that he lost control and roared, I'm no longer your chairman, starting today, got it? The staff all shrank back, not daring to respond. Instead, a taunting voice rang out. Who gave you the right to yell at my employees? Lin Donghui shuddered, turned around, and looked at Su Yuanhang, who had suddenly appeared. The other staff also turned their heads towards Su Yuanhang, and shouted loudly again, Hello, Chairman. This was undoubtedly a resounding and humiliating slap across Lin Donghui's face. Chairman Su, until we meet, Lin Donghui said with a darkened, gloomy face. Su Yuanhang, however, curled his lips slightly. I want to see you out. Damn it. Lin Donghui cursed, and then slammed the door as he left. Unexpectedly, the glass door bounced back and slammed right into his face. The immense impact produced a loud sound from Lin Donghui's head. Bang! Ding! The divine prank item has taken effect. Lin Donghui fell headfirst to the ground, and when he staggered up dizzily, he stumbled again. Seeing this, the staff all breathed a sigh of relief, while struggling to suppress their laughter, lowering their heads, and not daring to look directly at him. Instead, Su Yuanhang feigned concern, and said, Chairman Lin, are you alright? This glass door is so disobedient. They'll have it removed another day. When Lin Donghui finally came to his senses, he realized he had lost all face, and was like a homeless dog trembling with rage. He stared at Su Yuanhang, as if he wanted to devour him. Chairman Su, this isn't over. At this point, Lin Donghui could no longer hold back, and directly threatened Su Yuanhang. Su Yuanhang, however, shrugged, and made an inviting gesture. Chairman Lin, take your time. Oomph. Lin Donghui left while holding his head, and flicking his sleeves. After his figure disappeared, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone was tense, their hearts churning, as they waited for Su Yuanhang to speak. The commotion outside naturally caught the attention of Tang Kexin and the others in the reception room. The adorable kids had already opened the door, and poked their heads out. Seeing Su Yuanhang standing outside so tall and imposing, they immediately ran out joyfully, and called out, Daddy. Su Yuanhang turned around, and saw the adorable kids all rushing into his arms. He gathered them in. Then seeing Tang Kexin standing at the door, he smiled slightly, and said, Kexin, come here. Tang Kexin exchanged a glance with Lin Shanshan, and then walked towards Su Yuanhang. When the family stood together facing most of the employees in the hall, Su Yuanhang clapped his hands, and said with great vigor, Next, let me introduce myself, and the people I care about most by my side. Involuntarily, all the staff raised their hands and applauded deafeningly. Tang Kexin was moved as she stood with Su Yuanhang, the adorable kids in the middle, each holding hands. Lin Shanshan, however, stepped aside. While looking at Tang Kexin's message on her phone, she typed, Did you see that old dog Lin has left? I saw him. He was kicking and punching at the main entrance, but then some kind soul threw a banana peel that he stepped on, and he fell flat on his face. It's killing me, haha. Tang Kexin said, and also sent Lin Shanshan a photo of Lin Donghui's embarrassing fall. After looking at it, she suppressed her laughter, and said, Come on up. Your brother-in-law and sister are now in charge of the company. Alright, I'll come right up. Tang Kexin was sitting in the Rolls-Royce. Today he served as the driver escorting Su Yuanhang and the adorable kids. At Lin Shanshan's prompting, he stepped out of the luxury car, straightened his clothes, and seeing the passers-by on the street looking at him with admiration, Tang Kexin felt incredibly elated. Without sending another message, Lin Shanshan put away her phone and listened to Su Yuanhang's speech. Dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure and honor to meet you all here. Su Yuanhang began to introduce himself solemnly. My name is Su Yuanhang. I suppose you all know my identity, but today I have a few other titles to announce to everyone. Everyone in the room stood up at their workstations, listening very attentively to Su Yuanhang's speech. The adorable kids stayed close to Tang Kexin, and Su Yuanhang, looking cute and well-behaved, not playing around at this moment. However, their faces bore joyful smiles as they whispered curiously to Tang Kexin, "Mommy, is Daddy going to work here too? Mommy, will we be able to watch Mommy work all the time from now on?" Tang Kexin used to be unable to answer these questions from the adorable kids, but now she slightly squatted down, smiled confidently and happily, and replied, "Yes, from now on my darlings can come and watch Mommy work anytime." "Oh yeah." The adorable kids cheered and jumped for joy. Su Yuanhang could hear their interaction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued to the employees, "I am your sister Zin's fiancé and the father of 2 lovely children. Of course, in the company, I am also meeting everyone as the new chairman. From now on, please guide me well." As his words fell, applause thundered instantly. An employee who had a favorable impression of Su Yuanhang cheered, "Long live the chairman." One voice stirred 1,000 waves. Seeing Su Yuanhang sternly teach Lin Donghui a lesson and vent their anger, the other employees' impression of him deepened, and they chimed in, "Long live the chairman, long live Sister Kexin." At this moment, Tang Kexin just walked in. Hearing and seeing this wonderful scene, he couldn't help but shout along, "Long live brother-in-law, long live sis. And long live my dear darling." Ha ha. Tang Kexin's loud voice immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Shanshan directly covered her face, not wanting to deal with this crazy guy. Instead, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin broke into a smile, and then he introduced to the staff, "As for this handsome guy, he is my brother-in-law, also your sister Zin's younger brother. You probably all know that, right?" "We know," all the employees answered in unison. "Then do you know who the darling he mentioned is?" Su Yuanhang asked with a curl of his lips. As soon as he asked, Lin Shanshan wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was too socially awkward. But seeing the staff, although they didn't know before, now they roughly understood. Their eyes all turned to Lin Shanshan. Feeling the atmosphere lighten, everyone relaxed and shouted, "Sister Shanshan." Su Yuanhang nodded and said, "That's right." Tang Kexin realized that Su Yuanhang had a talent for livening up the atmosphere. When the employees still didn't know much about him as the new chairman, he turned the serious mood into a pleasant one with just a few words. Everyone's impression of him completely changed. Seeing Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan flirting on the side, Su Yuanhang got down to business and said, "As the new chairman, I am still not very familiar with the environment here, so there will be many things to learn from everyone in the future." Pausing, he looked at Tang Kexin again. Then, whether intentionally or not, the adorable kids had retreated to either side of the two. As a result, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin stood closely together, giving Su Yuanhang the opportunity to hold. With a tender look in his eyes, Su Yuanhang held Tang Kexin's hand and said to all the employees, "And your sister Xin will also take the position of vice chairman." This outcome was clear and understood by everyone. After all, Su Yuanhang's status was evident. What they were more concerned about at this moment was Tang Kexin's career. A staff member from the business department dared to ask, "Sister Xin, will you really step back from the screen to behind the scenes? Sister Xin, please don't retire from the industry. Your fans are full of expectations for you. Sister Xin, I'd like to show you a video." The next moment, on the side projector, after the staff's words fell, a carefully made video began to play. The voices of fans followed. In the projection, 5 fans appeared to be climbing a mountain dressed in thick down jackets. In the snow, they had carved a lifelike and vivid outline of Tang Kexin. There was also a row of blessing words, "Dear Miss Tang Kexin, hello. It is a great pleasure to accompany you on this special. We will always support you and love you." Then they said in unison, "Sister Xin, we are challenging the world's highest peak. When we learned that you were about to retire from the entertainment industry, it felt like the sky had fallen." Pausing, they continued with choked voices, "Sister Xin, because of you, you brought us positive energy, enabling us to move forward courageously and challenge the impossible. We all hope that no matter what difficulties you face, you will persevere, because behind you there are millions of fans like us who love and support you." Finally, our dearest Sister Xin fighting. Tang Kexin's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched. To be honest, her fans had a very high degree of loyalty. Moreover, Tang Kexin had no major scandals and was considered a fresh and pure goddess in the entertainment industry. At that moment, the video segment ended. The staff member continued to Tang Kexin, "Sister Xin, actually they are all autistic patients, but because they like you and because of your positive energy, they try to communicate with others." After hearing the explanation, Tang Kexin's face showed a trace of disbelief. She looked at the video and saw that these lovely girls did not seem like people with social communication disorders. Involuntarily, she felt both moved and greatly encouraged. Su Yuanhang felt Tang Kexin's hand, which he was holding tightly, trembling with tension. Regardless of whether Tang Kexin chose to continue retiring from the entertainment industry, he would not interfere. After all, this career was Tang Kexin's greatest love, and with so many fans supporting her, it was perfectly understandable for her to continue acting, singing, and appearing in the public eye. All he wanted to do was silently support her from behind. Now Su Yuanhang had the ability to protect her, the vast entertainment company was his, and Tang Kexin's resources would only get better. As a variety show suggested, go and be someone who rides the wind and waves. With that thought, Su Yuanhang tightened his grip on Tang Kexin's hand, offering her strength. At that moment, the special skill courage of love played a significant role. As Su Yuanhang sensed Tang Kexin's inner turmoil triggered by the video of the autistic patients, her hesitation was directly injected with a shot of resolve, making her gaze firm again. "Thank you," Tang Kexin said emotionally as she looked at the paused screen. But the staff member continued playing, Sister Xian, please keep watching. The next second, under the gaze of dozens of people, a girl lying in a hospital bed appeared on the projection. She was a cancer patient spending every day undergoing chemotherapy and had even shaved off her beloved long hair. As life ebbed away, the cancer girl fought tenaciously against the disease. The video showed scenes of her body covered in needles and tubes along with heart-wrenching pain, but she endured it all. After watching the first half, everyone was moved by the cancer girl's struggle against the disease. The staff member, also in tears, said to Tang Kexin, Sister Xian, I received a private message from this brave girl yesterday. Her only wish is for you to see this. Not for sympathy, but for you not to give up on your dreams. Tang Kexin covered her mouth with one hand to stifle her sobs, but her reddened eyes sparkled with crystal tears. She never imagined she had such strong fans who, even while tormented by illness, still thought to support her. After watching, the children didn't know what the girl was enduring, but they could see the pain on her face. Involuntarily, they tightened their grips on Su Yuanhang's and Tang Kexin's hands, their joyful expressions replaced by one of empathy. They looked at Su Yuanhang and asked, Daddy, is that big sister sick? Seeing tears in Debao's eyes, Su Yuanhang said softly, Yes, she has a difficult illness, but she is very strong and is actively undergoing treatment. Let's make a wish for her speedy recovery. Okay. The children earnestly began to make wishes. Then the cancer girl's voice sounded. This recording and video are actually to tell those haters. The girl I love has been slandered by you for 4 years. She is naturally beautiful, yet you claim she had plastic surgery. When she wins awards, you say she bought trolls or used her looks to get ahead through connections. When she enters cold water during her period, you call her pretentious. When she gets along well with male celebrities, you accuse her of seduction. When she sings well, you say she lip syncs. When she releases albums or holds concerts, you claim she manipulated the numbers to fake popularity. But I want to ask you haters, have you ever truly understood how hard my goddess works? For a single shot, she broke her hand without hesitation. To present a better scene, she rushed into a fire and nearly lost her face. Every year, she does charity work for fans and personally travels to remote areas to deliver supplies and money for homeless children. I just want to say, what kind of heart do you have to belittle others' hard work? This time my goddess was exposed for having an illegitimate daughter and being kept by some invisible rich man. Please use your brains. She simply wanted to protect her loved ones and family. Is that wrong? You started a fool-in online attack, insulting her, doxing her, spewing hate. But do you know that she is also an ordinary person, a precious treasure in her parents' eyes? Why should she be treated like this? Do you only feel satisfied when you drive her mad and leave her with no way out? I ask you haters, has she ever owed you anything? For everyone's sake, she even dared to publicly oppose a tech company helping ordinary people win against the exploitative traffic clearing clause. What more do you want? Finally, I want to tell my beloved Sister Xian, though I don't know how much longer I can support you, please believe that this world has light. All of us fans will wave glow sticks and watch you shine on stage. Please don't let our brightest star be extinguished. By the end, Tang Kexin was sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Lin Shanshan, who had accompanied Tang Kexin through her journey, knew best how difficult it had been. As the cancer girl had said, Tang Kexin had forged ahead through thorns, nearly disfigured, broke her hand, and even filmed in freezing water during her period for 2 whole hours. All these bitter experiences were known only to those who lived them. So she too was moved by the cancer girl's words, crying profusely as she leaned into Tang Kexin's arms. Su Yuanhang grabbed a few tissues from a staff member's desk, handed them to Tang Kexin, and gently patted her on the back. Tang Kexin dried her tears and whispered to Su Yuanhang, Thank you. You're welcome, he replied with a faint smile. Your fans seem to love you very much. The staff chimed in, Sister Xian, in the past 2 days we've received nearly 10,000 fan private messages, and they're still coming. They all support you. Everyone hopes you won't give up on years of hard work because of a few haters' slander. We all want to see you shine on stage and in front of the camera again. Sister Xian, please don't retire behind the scenes. We need you, and the fans need you. But after calming down a bit, Tang Kexin said to the staff, Can you connect me with that girl? I want to say a few words to her. Well, try, the staff said, and immediately began searching for a way to contact her. The system prompt followed. At this moment, Tang Kexin's emotions are very complex, touched, and sorrowful. Her deepest wish is to encourage the girl. The host has found the contact information. Please fulfill her wish. Ding. New mission, please support the cancer girl. She comes from a single-parent family, and the high treatment costs have exhausted her mother. Use the host's means to alleviate the medical expenses. Completing the mission will reward you handsomely. Hearing Tang Kexin's inner thoughts, Su Yuanhang got the cancer girl's contact information and took out his phone. As they waited, the entire office fell silent, everyone quietly watching the staff search for the contact. But when the staff member stood up and looked at Tang Kexin with a hint of regret, he said, Sister Xian, we can't reach her. Give us some time. We'll get in touch with this girl as soon as possible and let you know right away. Tang Kexin knew it was unrealistic to contact the cancer girl quickly. Disappointed and worried, she could only nod and say, Okay, thank you for your trouble. Sister Xian, it's our duty, the staff replied. Just as everyone thought the matter was over, Su Yuanhang picked up his phone and dialed a number, though no one paid much attention. When the call connected, he asked, Hello, is this Lin Xiaoxiao? Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang in confusion. The cancer girl had not mentioned her name, so Tang Kexin didn't know who Su Yuanhang was calling, but she had an inexplicable guess in her heart. After asking, Su Yuanhang turned on the speakerphone so everyone could hear. "Who is this?" came a weary hoarse voice from the other end. Su Yuanhang explained, "I'm a friend of Lin Xiaoxiao. I heard she is ill, so I wanted to call and check on her." Hello. I'm Lin Xiaoxiao's mother. She's in the bathroom and will be out soon." Lin Xiaoxiao's mother immediately explained, speaking politely. At that moment, everyone realized what was happening. Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang in disbelief, her eyes full of questions, as if wondering how he had obtained the fan's contact information. "Damn, is my brother-in-law talking to the mother of that cancer fan in the video?" Tang Kexin blurted out, his eyes near. Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile, "Andy, let's stay on the line. After she comes out we can talk with her, okay? There are others here who care about her and want to hear her voice." Thank you for caring." Woo. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother sobbed with gratitude, crying bitterly. The sound was heart-wrenching and full of helplessness. Everyone listening was infected and moved quietly, wiping tears at their desks. Tang Kexin's tears fell like pearls from a broken string. The tissues handed to her were already soaked. Su Yuanhang gave her fresh tissues. As she smiled gratefully, he comforted Lin Xiaoxiao's mother. "Annie, please don't be too sad. We believe Xiaoxiao can overcome the illness. Please believe in her too. She is so kind and strong." Okay, Annie will be fine. Thank you, and thank your friends." Lin Xiaoxiao's mother cried, even more heartbreakingly after being comforted. Suddenly a sound of vomiting came from the phone, alarming everyone. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother panicked. "My dear daughter, how are you? Do you want mommy to call the doctor?" A door creaked open, and then a voice that Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin recognized so well came through, weak, yet reassuring. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. Who are you talking to? You're crying again. I told you I'm okay." Everyone heard Lin Xiaoxiao's voice. Even in that state, she was still comforting others, making them want to cry. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother quickly explained, "It's your friend wanting to talk to you." "Who is it?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. At that moment, Su Yuanhang handed the phone to Tang Kexin, letting her speak, with Lin Xiaoxiao explaining, "She is the cancer fan you wanted to find." Tang Kexin looked at the phone, her hand trembling as she slowly reached out. From her inner thoughts, one could sense her nervousness. Under Su Yuanhang's encouraging gaze, she finally picked up the phone. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Tang Kexin took a deep breath, and while everyone held their breath, she forced a smile and said, "Xiaoxiao, this is Tang Kexin." After revealing her identity, her heart was full of trepidation and tension. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent for a long while, as if time itself had stopped. Xinjia. Lin Xiaoxiao finally broke the silence as the atmosphere grew tense. Tang Kexin had the phone on speaker, so everyone could hear the tremor in Lin Xiaoxiao's voice, as if she hadn't expected her idol to call her personally. "It's me." Tang Kexin's hands fidgeted nervously, but then she saw Su Yuanhang holding her hand tightly, offering her encouragement. She continued, "Xiaoxiao, I saw the private message you sent me. Thank you for your support. It really is Xinjia." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice choked with emotion, trembling as she said, "Xinjia, thank you for calling me Wu." The employees could all feel the sorrow, which resonated deeply. Some of the more sentimental female employees even wiped away tears. Just then the little ones came to Su Yuanhang's side and asked softly, "Daddy, why is everyone crying? Is it because the sister in the video is sick, so Mama and Aunt Shanshan are sad?" Debeo asked with clear eyes and curiosity. Su Yuanhang nodded and said the big sister is Mama's fan. She sent a video to encourage and support Mama. But now she's sick, so Mama wants to comfort her. "Oh," after understanding, the little ones suddenly shouted into the phone, "Big sister, don't cry. You have to hang in there, you will definitely beat the disease. Big sister, if you feel sad, have a piece of candy. It'll make you forget your worries. I once fell and hurt myself, and after eating a white rabbit soft candy, the pain went away quickly." The two little ones chimed in to encourage Lin Xiaoxiao, which made her burst into tears. "Woo. Xinjia, are those the two babies talking?" Lin Xiaoxiao was a sophomore in college. 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with cancer and began her arduous battle against the disease. During her fight, Lin Xiaoxiao underwent 18 rounds of chemotherapy and 3 surgeries over 2 years, draining her family's savings. They sold their possessions for over 1 million yuan, but it still wasn't enough. She had thought about ending it all, not wanting to be a burden to her mother. But a year ago, Lin Xiaoxiao discovered Tang Kexin and watched her cancer-themed movie. The inspiring life story, full of hardships, yet ending with victory over the disease and finding love, moved her. Although the movie story was fictional, it gave Lin Xiaoxiao a desire to live, a tenacious perseverance and hope, so she began silently supporting Tang Kexin ever since. After joining Tang Kexin's fan group, she also received encouragement and support from many fans. She even received financial help for her treatment, which eased her mother's burden over these 2 years. However, the exorbitant surgery costs were still a drop in the ocean, and she had to resort to online crowdfunding. Lin Xiaoxiao felt that it was all because of Tang Kexin that her life had become brighter and more hopeful. When she learned that Tang Kexin had an illegitimate daughter, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an even deeper appreciation for life. The two little ones, as they appeared in front of the media cameras, were so delicate and adorable. But the online trolls and keyboard warriors relentlessly attacked, making Lin Xiaoxiao very sad. She decided to send a message of support to Tang Kexin. Unexpectedly, Tang Kexin actually saw it and called her personally. It's them. Tang Kexin could now openly bring the little ones into the public eye. She said honestly, Xiao Xiao, I hope you can continue with your treatment and keep fighting the cancer. I believe that one day you will recover. Go for it, big sister. Big sister, when you get better, I'll treat you to White Rabbit soft candies. The little ones kept encouraging her, giving Lin Xiao Xiao boundless hope. She was already sobbing uncontrollably. Her voice choked as she said, "Thank you, Xine Jia, thank you, little darlings. With your encouragement, I will definitely keep living. Xine Jia, do you know? It was because of the movie Cancer Girl that I started following you. The way you played the Cancer Girl completely moved me, and that's why I gave up the thought of ending my life." Lin Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and continued, "So all your fans who love and support you hope you can keep singing and acting." She choked up again and said tearfully, "Because now besides my mom, you are the only reason I have to live. I can't let cancer defeat me, and Xine Jia, you can't let those words crush you." Tang Kexin glanced at Su Yuanhang and Lin Shanshan, her eyes brimming with tears, as she made a promise to Lin Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, thank you for your encouragement, and thank you for loving me so much. So I promise you too, no matter how many difficulties I face or how many people don't like me, I will keep fighting for all of you who have always supported me." Her promise to Lin Xiao Xiao lifted everyone's spirits. After all, Tang Kexin was the pillar of the agency, without her the company would struggle. If profits were poor, layoffs would follow, so everyone hoped Tang Kexin would continue to carve her path in the entertainment. Xine Jia, are you promising not to quit the entertainment circle? Lin Xiao Xiao became excited. Tang Kexin said solemnly, "Yes, for you all, and for myself, I will keep going and strive for the career I love." As she spoke, Tang Kexin glanced at Su Yuanhang. He smiled warmly and tightened his grip on her hand, giving her sign. Lin Shanshan and Tang Renqin were undoubtedly overjoyed by Tang Kexin's decision. "This is amazing. I must tell the friends in the fan group. They've been sad for so long." Lin Xiao Xiao said happily. "When they hear that Xine Jia is coming back, they'll be overjoyed. Xine Jia, we will always support you." "Thank you." Tang Kexin then said, "Xiao Xiao, could you pass the phone to your mom?" Sure. Lin Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate and called out to her mother, "Mom, Xine Jia wants to talk to you." When Lin's mother learned that Tang Kexin was a big star, she became nervous. "Xiao Xiao, what should I say?" "I am afraid to speak, afraid of embarrassing you." Hearing Lin's mother's words, Tang Kexin felt she was a very simple and sincere mother. "Mom, Xine Jia is really nice. Just say whatever." Lin Xiao Xiao comforted her. Finally, under Lin Xiaoxiao's reassurance, Lin's mother answered the phone and said nervously, "Hello, Xine Jia. I am Xiaoxiao's mother. Nice to meet you. Auntie, I'm also very happy to get to know you and Xiao Xiao." Tang Kexin smiled, glanced at Su Yuanhang again, and continued, "Auntie, we already know about Xiaoxiao's condition. You've worked so hard all these years. On my behalf, I'd like to do a little something. Could you please provide your bank account number? I want to express my sincerity." Before Lin's mother could answer, Lin Shanshan, wiping her tears, said, "Xine Jia, count me in. Of course I can't be left out, sis." Tang Renqin stepped forward and said with a smile, "And us too." When Tang Kexin looked at Lin Shanshan and Tang Renqin, all the employees in the company shouted in unison, deafening. Sister Xine were all willing to donate. The staff members expressed their willingness one after another, eager to contribute. This display of unity was deeply moving. Lin Ma naturally heard the voices of many people willing to help her, and tears instantly rolled down her cheeks. Wiping away her tears, she looked at Lin Xiao Xiao, who was lying in bed covered with a blanket, her face pale and bloodless. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at her with a radiant smile, as if the agonizing torment of illness had vanished. Yet tears kept streaming from her eyes, and she grabbed a tissue to press against her cheeks, trying to stem the flow. Truth be told, Lin Ma was reluctant, or rather unwilling, to accept everyone's kindness, as it would fill her with guilt. She had already felt the genuine concern everyone had for Lin Xiaoxiao, and was filled with gratitude from the bottom of her heart. But what lay ahead was an endless abyss of medical expenses. Even with a crowdfunding effort raising over 100,000 yuan, it still wasn't enough for a single surgery. Lin Ma, tears streaming down her face, said, "Thank you all, thank you, Sister Xine, thank you. All she had was boundless gratitude, silent tears falling. If it's convenient, Annie, would you add me on WeChat?" Tang Kexin, who also hoped Lin Ma would accept everyone's goodwill, said politely, "That way we can communicate more easily, and if you need any help, we can do our part." But Lin Ma responded with embarrassment, "Sister Xine, I don't have WeChat, I'm illiterate, sorry." Tang Kexin didn't mind, and said, "Does Xiao Xiao have WeChat? Could you ask her to add me?" Yes, I'll give the phone to Xiao Xiao, she can talk to you." Lin Ma nodded repeatedly, then said to Lin Xiao Xiao, "Sweetheart, Sister Xine wants to talk to you." "Okay." Lin Xiao Xiao took the phone and said, "Hello, Sister Xine, I heard everything you said to my mom. Thank you." After speaking, she wiped away the tears from her mother's face, who was sitting beside her. Lin Ma also took a tissue to wipe Lin Xiaoxiao's face, the two of them attending to each other. "You're welcome." Tang Kexin smiled. "I also want to thank you for comforting me and encouraging me to stick to my dreams." Pausing briefly, Tang Kexin continued, "Xiao Xiao, since your mom doesn't have WeChat, could you add me, and then send me your bank account? My colleagues and I would like to help you out, so please don't refuse." Sister Xine, tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Xiaoxiao's face as she sobbed, "Sister Xine, Thank you all, boohoo. I don't know how to repay you, boohoo. Tang Kexin comforted her. The best way to repay those who support and encourage you is to get well soon. Sister Xian, then tell me your WeChat ID, I'll add you. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart was racing with excitement. On one hand, she was finally adding her idol on WeChat. On the other, she had received Tang Kexin's financial support, giving her another chance to live and easing her mother's burden. After adding each other on WeChat, Tang Kexin took the initiative to send a message. Xiao Xiao, send me your bank account. Sister Xian, please wait a moment. My mom is getting the bank card. Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't planning to use her own bank card, so it would take a bit longer. While Tang Kexin was waiting, Su Yuanhang came over and whispered to her, "They'll contribute a sum from our family to help Lin Xiaoxiao." Yuanhang, no need. Tang Kexin smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but you can't use your money. What's the big deal? Su Yuanhang grinned. 1 million should cover her future medical expenses. If it's not enough, I'll add more later. Tang Kexin was taken aback. She had originally planned to transfer 500,000 to Lin Xiaoxiao herself, and with contributions from employees Lin Shanshan and others the total might reach 7 or 800,000, maybe even 1 million. She was astonished that Su Yuanhang directly offered 1 million in one go. But Su Yuanhang wasn't donating recklessly. The system had provided a detailed breakdown of medical expenses totaling around 1.5 million. Thus he decided to contribute 1 million to help Lin Xiaoxiao's family. Yuanhang, on behalf of my fans, I thank you. Tang Kexin added, if you really want to donate, just make it 100,000, I'll cover the rest. I've already made the transfer. Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile. So if you still want to transfer money to Lin Xiaoxiao, I have no objections. Tang Kexin was stunned. How did you know her account? Su Yuanhang grinned. I peeked at your phone, just now. Tang Kexin was shocked again. I didn't even remember the account number. I have a photographic memory. Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin. Just then Lin Xiaoxiao sent a message looking shocked. Sister Xian, why did you transfer so much money to us? It's too much, Sister Xian. We don't need that much. They'll send it back to you. Tang Kexin hadn't transferred yet. Reading Lin Xiaoxiao's message, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Yuanhang, why does Xiao Xiao say I transferred the money to her? Because I put your name in the remark. Su Yuanhang explained. Tang Kexin could only give Su Yuanhang a helpless smile, then replied to Lin Xiao that was. As she typed, she hesitated, unsure how to refer to Su Yuanhang. Su Yuanhang watched from the side, making Tang Kexin a bit shy. You don't need to watch. Seeing her slightly whining tone, Su Yuanhang's heart soared. Alright, I won't look. Afterwards he went to play with the toddlers and said to them, Mom is secretly texting and she won't let Dad see. Giggle, Dad, do you want us to secretly read Mom's messages? Xiaobao, can you even read? Debao mercilessly taunted. No, Giggle. Xiaobao giggled in reply. Su Yuanhang didn't mind, but he was curious about how Tang Kexin would refer to him to Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang Kexin, without overthinking, typed directly, Xiao, that was my fiancé brother Su, who made the transfer on my behalf. Since it's his goodwill, just accept it. Your follow-up treatment will cost a lot. Now I'm also transferring some to you. After saying that, she transferred another 500,000 to Lin Xiaoxiao. Then with additional contributions from colleagues Lin Shanshan and Tang Renxin, the total increased by about 300,000. After the transfers were done, Lin Xiaoxiao kept sending messages. Sister Xian, we received a total of 1,823,500 yuan. Lin Xiaoxiao tallied the amount. Thank you, Sister Xian, and thank brother-in-law, and all the brothers and sisters. If I beat cancer, I will work hard to pay you all back. Tang Kexin, seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao also referred to Su Yuanhang as brother-in-law, smiled serenely, and said, No need. Just focus on your treatment, and live a good life with your mother. That's our greatest wish. After the matter was settled, Tang Kexin silently prayed that Lin Xiaoxiao would overcome her cancer. Then she turned to Su Yuanhang, and said gratefully, Yuanhang, thank you. You're welcome. Su Yuanhang grinned, then asked curiously, Kexin, now can you tell me how you referred to me to Lin Xiaoxiao? Tang Kexin's face instantly flushed red. As she hesitated to answer, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping the cancer-stricken girl. Reward awarded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 100 million cash reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate operations skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a protective talisman item. This system reward was exceptionally generous, including not only cash, but also items and skills. As Su Yuanhang awaited Tang Kexin's reply, he quickly familiarized himself with the functions of the skill and item. Ultimate operations skill detected that the host has become the owner of a company. Naturally, he must operate it and turn it into the know. One entertainment company in the domestic industry. In the next second, the essence of the ultimate operations skill was instantly mastered by Su Yuanhang, as if he had fought countless commercial battles with invincible prowess, accumulating vast experience. Protective talisman artifact. When the host becomes wealthier and his status rises, he will face suppression and retaliation from competitors. Thus, this talisman will safeguard the host and his family. Note, when a security threat arises, the protective talisman will activate, effectively granting the host and his family. Su Yuanhang instantly understood that this item and skill complemented each other. The talisman had been awarded in 4 pieces, clearly intended for himself, Tang Kexin, and the 2 adorable children. Thus, Su Yuanhang felt the system was exceptionally thoughtful. The high society was rife with countless hidden intrigues and dark channels far beyond the reach of ordinary people. A couple of days ago, Su Yuanhang had come across a news report about a top superstar who had supposedly committed suicide due to depression years ago. Everyone initially believed that conclusion. However, after all these years, new revelations emerged and even trended on social media. The leaked information claimed the superstar had not died from depression, but had been a plaything of the wealthy, then murdered. Su Yuanhang had always believed that even in this era of law there remained inaccessible dark zones beyond legal control, places where the wealthy and powerful could act with impunity. Now that the system had proactively provided the talisman, Su Yuanhang could easily imagine that as his status rose he would inevitably face a succession of crises. Snapping back to reality, Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin, who evaded his gaze hesitantly. "I won't tell you." Her tone was almost coquettish, stirring a flutter in Su Yuanhang's heart. Especially with Tang Kexin's pure face carrying a hint of allure, her playful demeanor was absolutely irresistible. Despite not getting the answer he desired, Su Yuanhang felt no disappointment. Lin Shanshan and Tang Renqin, witnessing the flirtatious exchange between Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin, couldn't help but steal a chuckle. "Shanshan looks like sis and brother-in-law have something going on." "No doubt about it, but your sister is quite reserved. Su Yuanhang needs to keep pushing," Lin Shanshan judged. "But judging by the pace, so far it's only a matter of time before your sister is won over by Su Yuanhang." "Shanshan, how about a bet?" Tang Renqin's playful side emerged. Lin Shanshan actually took the bait. "What bet?" "Spill it. Let's guess when my sis and brother-in-law will truly get together." Tang Renqin explained, "Like the close relationship we have." "Of who's close with you?" Lin Shanshan pouted, but found the idea intriguing. "What's your guess?" Tang Renqin thought for a moment, and said, 6 months. "I think in 6 months my sister will be completely melted in my brother-in-law's warm embrace." Lin Shanshan disagreed. "I say 3 months. Within 3 months your sister will be head over heels with your brother-in-law, possibly even passionately inseparable." "Shanshan, you still don't know my sister." Tang Renqin grinned. "My sister is an ice queen, melting her heart isn't easy." "You say 3 months. If her heart remains frozen after 3 months you lose." "No, make it 4.5 months. If your sister isn't conquered by your brother-in-law, by then I lose." Lin Shanshan correct. Tang Renqin considered the midpoint and readily agreed. "Deal." "What happens to the loser?" Lin Shanshan asked curiously. Tang Renqin whispered something in her ear. It made Lin Shanshan blush, and she playfully punched him, scolding, "You naughty devil full of dirty thoughts." Then Lin Shanshan's phone rang. She stopped fooling around with Tang Kexin and stepped aside to answer. "Hello." Seeing that Tang Kexin's mind was settled, Su Yuanhang picked up the 2 adorable kids and addressed the still enthusiastic staff. "Everyone quiet down, please. Let me say a few more words." Tang Kexin stood alongside Su Yuanhang, listening attentively as he said, "As your new chairman, you must already know that I have acquired Tianyu Entertainment." All the employees instantly grew solemn, their smiles vanishing, replaced by tension. Some even swallowed, nervously watching Su Yuanhang await his next words. As his gaze swept across their faces, observing their expressions, Su Yuanhang immediately discerned their inner thought. So he smiled faintly and said, "I don't know how things were under Lin Donghui before, but now that I'm in charge I hope everyone will work with me to grow this company. Chairman, we will work hard and achieve greater results. Boss, with you and Sister Xin our company will only go. I just hope you won't fire us." One young employee said ruefully. Su Yuanhang laughed and gave the employee about his age a definite answer. "Don't worry, the company has no plans for layoffs. In fact, we might even hire more people." At these words, all the employees' hearts, which had been in their throats, settled down. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. "Long live the chairman. Thank you, boss, for sparing us. I'm company property in life and company ghost in death." Each felt pardoned and was immensely grateful to Su Yuanhang. It was clear how much they valued and craved this job. Tang Kexin knew how hard these employees worked, living a 996 life. Many of them had to work overtime, nightly off, and putting in more than 10 hours a day. Su Yuanhang raised his hand to quiet them and continued, "Though I can't guarantee your workload will decrease, I can promise that under the 8th-hour work system, any overtime will be compensated." The staff were stunned, shocked, and incredulous. Before Su Yuanhang acquired the company, they had never enjoyed such treatment. Lin Donghui had driven them like beasts of burden. "Comrades, sisters, our spring has arrived." Tang Kexin approved of Su Yuanhang's decision, seeing the joy on Suddenly, after finishing her call, Lin Shanshan returned with a grim expression and whispered a few words to Tang Kexin, causing the smile on Tang Kexin's face to freeze. Su Yuanhang turned around to look at Tang Kexin just in time to see her troubled expression, and his heart stirred. He could clearly hear Tang Kexin's inner thoughts. At that moment, Tang Kexin was feeling a bit down because someone had informed Lin Shanshan about her villa being vandalized with feces and graffiti. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanhang's mood also plummeted instantly. He couldn't believe that some people could be so disgusting, ruthlessly retaliating against Tang Kexin. If no one was sabotaging her, Su Yuanhang found it hard to believe. "Yuanhang, I might have to step out for a bit." Tang Kexin did not explain her reasons, unaware that Su Yuanhang already knew. She didn't want him to worry and forced a smile at the children, saying, "Babies, I still need you to take care of things. Mommy, are you going to work?" "I want to go with Mommy." The 2 little ones were a bit clingy, but Tang Kexin explained, "Mommy has work to do, so I might not be able to accompany you." However, I promise to come back before dinner to eat with you, okay? Okay, then mommy, go early and come back early. Be careful on the way, mommy. The children replied obediently. Then Tang Kexin turned her gaze to Su Yuanhang and continued, they'll leave the kids in your care. Su Yuanhang did not insist, but nodded lightly, then said to Tang Kexin, Xin, see your sister off. No need, I'll just go with Shan. Tang Kexin rejected the offer. Considering Tang Kexin's bad luck, she feared he might call for Su Yuanhang as soon as they arrived at the scene, and Tang Kexin did not want him to encounter any danger with the little ones. Sister, what's the big deal? Wherever you're going, I'll give you a ride. Tang Kexin insisted. Brother-in-law's Rolls-Royce is parked downstairs, and I haven't had enough fun driving it yet. Today I'll be your full-time chauffeur. Stop causing trouble on the side, and just follow your brother-in-law properly. Lin Shanshan understood Tang Kexin's intentions. After 4 years together, they had an unspoken understanding. Just take care of the kids for Kexin, you don't have to worry about anything else. Tang Kexin became frustrated. Shanshan, what happened? We'll talk about it tonight. Lin Shanshan did not wish to explain, not wanting to add to everyone's worries. After saying this, they left the company together. Downstairs, Uncle Chun had already taken his position. After they got in, Su Yuanhang could see the cars slowly leaving through the floor-to-ceiling window. Brother-in-law, what exactly are my sister and Shanshan going to do? Tang Kexin speculated. Could it be that they are going to negotiate with the advertiser about the breach of contract? Are you that curious? Su Yuanhang, seeing that Tang Kexin was no longer a child, expressed concern and probed, Xin, do you know? However, Su Yuanhang did not answer. Instead, he saw the employees quietly waiting for his next instruction and arranged. As you all heard clearly from Kexin, she will continue to work in the entertainment industry, so just continue your work as usual. Yes, Chairman. Everyone replied in unison. Su Yuanhang then took the hands of the little ones and walked towards the Tang Kexin hurriedly followed, still eager. Brother-in-law, can you give me a hint? What are my sister and the others going to do? Once inside, Su Yuanhang fully understood the situation at Tang Kexin's villa. In front of him, a relevant panel appeared, visible only to him. It displayed the appearance of Tang Kexin's villa, as if from a god's eye view, allowing him to instantly see the scene of the villa being attacked. The front door had been spray-painted and smeared with feces, and the glass inside the villa was shattered, leaving a mess. As for the instigator, the system had already identified them through various channels, now presenting the information on the panel before Su Yuanhang. Among them, the security personnel of the villa area were also involved, totaling 8 people, leading a group of indiscriminate fans who formed a large collective to wantonly vandalize Tang Kexin's villa, causing extremely adverse effects. And this group did not leave. Instead, they had waiting for Tang Kexin to deliver herself to them. You go downstairs to prepare the car, and you'll find out when we get there. Su Yuanhang teased Tang Kexin. Brother-in-law, you're being mysterious, he remarked, but Tang Kexin understood and turned to leave the office. Before leaving, he took a sip of the exquisite cold tea and smacked his lips, saying refreshing. After Tang Kexin left, Su Yuanhang immediately used the protective talisman. In an instant, 3 protective talismans were placed on the 2 little ones and Tang Kexin. They were silent and invisible, only to be triggered when the little ones and Tang Kexin encountered danger. The remaining protective talisman was worn by Su Yuanhang himself, ensuring absolute safety. After preparing everything, Su Yuanhang said to the little ones, babies, do you want to go find mommy? Yes. Daddy, mommy is going to work. If we go, won't we trouble her? The eldest child blinked her big eyes, understanding the situation well. Su Yuanhang did not expect the eldest child to think so far ahead, but he felt a pang of heartache for her maturity. Since they were young, they had been like canaries trapped in a cage, always protected tightly by Tang Kexin, thus losing. Yet even so, they had no complaints and even thought about Tang Kexin. Ruffling the heads of the 2 little ones, Su Yuanhang smiled and said, no, mommy is in trouble right now. Shouldn't we go help mommy fight the bad guys together? Huh. The 2 little ones widened their eyes. Is mommy being bullied by bad guys? Yes, so as mommy's strongest support, shouldn't we help? Su Yuanhang said cheerfully. Then I'll go help mommy fight the bad guys. I want to go too, nobody can bully mommy. Daddy, let's go quickly. Little Bao said eagerly, pulling on Su Yuanhang's hand to hurry him along. Seeing their determined expressions, Su Yuanhang's heart surged with pride. Babies, aren't you afraid of the bad guys? The little ones replied in unison, not afraid. Because if mommy is bullied, we will be very sad, so even if the bad guys are scary, we must protect mommy. Hearing their firm responses, Su Yuanhang's gaze turned resolute. He suddenly realized how important Tang Kexin was in the children's hearts. Alright then, let's go protect mommy and drive the bad guys away. Su Yuanhang said passionately. As Su Yuanhang headed downstairs, he waved to the staff, saying, while we're not in the company, let the supervisors manage the various departments. Thank you all for your hard work. The company staff were taken aback, as it was the first time they felt that the newly appointed chairman was so polite and considerate. After Su Yuanhang left, the news department quickly learned about the attack on Tang Kexin's villa. After Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan got into the car, she asked Uncle Chen to drive to the villa. With Su Yuanhang and the kids gone, Tang Kexin found it easier to speak. Shanshan, what's the situation at the villa? The property management couldn't reach you, so they called me, Lin Shanshan explained. They said a large group of people surrounded the villa and started throwing eggs and stones at the windows. Did you call the police? Tang Kexin frowned. She would never tolerate these troublemakers. The property management has already reported it, and the police are on their way. But they've all fled, and the property management couldn't do anything about them, Lin Shanshan explained. Tang Kexin, however, felt that this incident must have been orchestrated and didn't intend to let it slide. Let's go take a look first. Uncle Chun then reminded her, Sister Xian, are you sure you want to go back? I'm worried there might be paparazzi. Let them take photos, there's nothing to hide. Tang Kexin added, it's also a good chance to use their pins to announce some news to the fans. Lin Shanshan thought this was a good idea, but still had other concerns. Sister Xian, you should stay in the car for now. I'm worried someone might be hiding and ready to attack. Tang Kexin nodded. The atmosphere in the car suddenly grew quiet, and heavy traffic caused a jam. Tang Kexin turned on her phone, and immediately countless messages flooded in. People from all walks of life were contacting her. Among them were major advertisers. Ignoring some friendly greetings, Tang Kexin focused on the messages that required her attention and replied to them one by one. Lin Shanshan also had plenty of messages to handle. Fortunately, they had developed a tacit understanding, each busying themselves. Time flew by as they dealt with messages and business. By the time they arrived at the villa area, over an hour had passed. Uncle Chun reminded them, Sister Xian, we're almost at the destination. Tang Kexin looked up, recognized the familiar road, and put away her phone. At the entrance of the standalone villa, 2 police cars were parked with officers questioning and investigating the property management. No suspicious individuals were spotted, it seemed they had already fled. After the car stopped, Lin Shanshan said to Tang Kexin, Sister Xian, let me get out first and check the situation. If it's safe, you can come down. Okay. Tang Kexin knew it was a good approach and readily agreed. Lin Shanshan got out of the car and walked toward the property management recognized Lin Shanshan as she was always inseparable from Tang Kexin. After finishing giving statements to the police, they immediately called out, Miss Lin, you're finally here. The police's gaze also fell on Lin Shanshan. Is she the homeowner? Sort of, the property management explained. Officers, the surveillance cameras around here were all sabotaged in advance, so I don't know who did it. We understand. Well, investigate through other channels, the police said responsibly. When Lin Shanshan approached, a handsome police officer asked her, are you the homeowner? I'm her assistant, Lin Shanshan stated bluntly. The homeowner herself is also here in the car. Have you found anything from your investigation? The police glanced at the van nearby. Though they weren't particularly interested in celebrities, they knew who was inside. Tang Kexin had once served as the public relations image ambassador for the local police substation, so they took this case of deliberate property damage very seriously. Nonetheless, the police followed procedure and asked, excuse me, but we need to discuss this matter with the homeowner in person. Please cooperate. Lin Shanshan looked around, and seeing the police present, she believed it should be safe. She nodded politely and said, all right, officers. They'll go get the homeowner. After saying that, she went to the car and said to Tang Kexin, Sister Xian, no suspicious people spotted. You can get out now. Tang Kexin nodded, got out of the car, and walked straight toward the police. Just as she approached, and the police officer was about to speak, a flash suddenly went off. Like a butterfly effect, the flashes grew denser, and then countless people surged out from the shadows. Miss Tang Kexin, your villa was attacked. How do you feel about it now, eh? Miss Tang Kexin. Miss Tang Kexin, do you think this was done by your fans? Miss Tang Kexin, please answer our questions. Miss Tang Kexin, are you really going to retire from the entertainment industry? Questions came one after another, and the scene instantly became somewhat chaotic. Even with the police present, these paparazzi remained undeterred. The officers, seeing 20 or 30 reporters suddenly appear like ghosts, were slightly startled and immediately shouted, everyone step aside. Don't interfere with our official duties. Move aside, everyone. Don't push. However, there were only 4 officers on duty, so they were severely outnumbered. Even their warnings to the media paparazzi proved futile. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were both startled. Lin Shanshan quickly shielded Tang Kexin and shouted at the paparazzi, can you stop taking pictures? If you want an interview, wait until we've sorted this out, okay? Hey, are you ever going to stop? But the paparazzi paid no attention and just wanted Tang Kexin to answer. Even though the police tried to hold the paparazzi back, they were still pushed toward the gate, and the situation descended into chaos. Tang Kexin was also somewhat angered. These people were going too far. Just as she was about to face their questions and respond, a large group of people suddenly surged from elsewhere. These were not media reporters, but ordinary citizens, and they came aggressively. Among them, many were holding eggs, tomatoes, and the like, and upon seeing Tang Kexin, they started throwing them at her. Various curses filled the air, extremely harsh. Tang Kexin was in the crowd, and Lin Shanshan was unable to shield her. Even the 4 police officers hadn't expected the crowd to be so reckless. Smack! An egg hit Lin Shanshan's body, but she ignored it and continued to protect Tang Kexin, shouting amidst the uproar, Sister Xian, get into the house. Watch out! Tang Kexin noticed a tomato flying toward Lin Shanshan's back. She shouted and pulled Lin Shanshan behind her. Lin Shanshan was yanked back by the momentum, and the tomato, visible in plain sight, hurtled toward Tang Kexin's head. At that critical moment, a shadowy figure squeezed through the crowd and pulled Tang Kexin into an embrace. The tomato then hit the shadowy figure's back. When Tang Kexin, amidst the chaos, saw clearly who the figure was, her anxious eyes turned to surprise. Then the crisp voices of the children sounded in her ears, Mama. Tang Kexin gazed at Su Yuanhang's handsome, yet resolute face, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. The distant cries of adorable children still echoed in her ears, stirring her heart. Her body spun in midair, deftly evading the barrage of eggs thrown by the crowd. Su Yuanhang, however, dodged the tomato assault only to be struck by an egg. The splattering yolk dripped onto Tang Kexin's face, carrying a faint pungent odor. Yuanhang, Tang Kexin called out with a complex mix of emotions. Get inside first, Su Yuanhang said, pushing her away. He then shouted to Lin Shanshan, take everyone into the house. Once inside, if these troublemakers dared to step over the threshold, it would be trespassing. With the police present, they wouldn't dare go that far. What about you? Tang Kexin asked anxiously. Their target is you. Once you're safe, they'll stop, Su Yuanhang replied with a faint smile. Besides, the police officers are here. They won't act recklessly. Throwing eggs was already their maximum retaliation. Tang Kexin knew that staying would only add to everyone's burden, so she followed Lin Shanshan into the villa. The police officers were now covered in tomato juice and egg yolk, looking utterly disheveled. They couldn't apprehend each agitator individually, so they could only try to stop them helplessly. Stop right there. The reporters and paparazzi had already retreated far away, capturing the scene without being affected. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang instructed Tang Kexin to take the children inside, as he still had matters to attend to. Su Yuanhang identified the mastermind behind this disturbance. With swift strides, he dashed toward a small grove outside the villa. A furtive figure was on the phone. Startled by Su Yuanhang's charge, he immediately turned and fled. Su Yuanhang's regular training paid off. Leveraging his long legs, he caught the man. After about 50 meters, he pinned the man to the ground, and a profile appeared before his eyes. Chen Xinjia, organizer of the disturbance. Age 38. Identity: gang member. Where do you think you're going? Su Yuanhang pressed his foot against the man's spine, yanking his arm back in a textbook restraint, eliciting a scream of pain. Let me go. Su Yuanhang had no intention of letting him go. As he reached for his phone to call the police, footsteps rustled in the grove. A group of men emerged, tapping clubs against trees with dull thuds. Chen Xinjia grinned smugly. Kid, let me go now, or you'll be sorry. Su Yuanhang glanced around. About a dozen men, each looking formidable. With his current abilities, he couldn't take on 10 opponents alone. Reluctantly, he released Chen Xinjia and stood up to face the hostile crowd, unflinching. The police are nearby. Aren't you afraid? Before they could respond, Chen Xinjia scrambled to his feet, swung his arm, and snarled, Motherfucker. You dare hit me. With that, Chen Xinjia kicked at Su Yuanhang's back. Alert, Su Yuanhang sidestepped, causing Chen Xinjia to miss and stumble forward. He fell into an involuntary split. A tearing sound followed as his pants ripped, accompanied by his agonized shrieks. Oh. Amid Chen Xinji's screams, one of the hired thugs shouted, Get him, and they all charged at Su Yuanhang. Brandishing their clubs with ferocity, they seemed determined to beat Su Yuanhang to the ground. Su Yuanhang was about to flee when the system's chimes sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for resolving Tang Kexin's crisis. Reward 30 million cash, divine martial technique. In the next instant, a torrent of martial arts secrets flooded his mind, transforming him into a seasoned warrior. A thug swung a wooden club at Su Yuanhang's head. Just as it was about to connect, Su Yuanhang reached out with one hand. The club froze midair, immovable no matter how hard the thug struggled. Su Yuanhang yanked it back, pulling the thug without mercy. As the thug lunged, Su Yuanhang extended his right arm and drove it into the man's throat. The thug crumpled to the ground, instantly incapacitated. Then Su Yuanhang engaged the remaining thugs, single-handedly moving through them, as if they were nothing, subduing them. One thug wielding a baseball bat attempted a sneak attack. Su Yuanhang blocked it, and then shattered the bat with a single punch, terrifying the onlookers. By the time the police arrived, the remaining 4 or 5 thugs were too petrified to fight, while the rest lay defeated on the ground. The officers stared in astonishment. Officers, save us. Chen Xinjia wailed, his front teeth knocked out, blood smeared across his mouth. This man is trying to kill us. Ignoring Chen Xinji's false accusations, Su Yuanhang calmly explained, Officer, he's the mastermind behind today's incident. Those thugs are his hired goons. Check the street surveillance footage. ITLL confirm everything. Pausing, he added, most of these thugs have criminal records. A quick search will verify that. One officer recognized Su Yuanhang as the man who had protected Tang Kexin. After restoring order at the villa gate, the officers, still covered in grime, chased after the dispersing agitators, hoping to catch as many as possible. Hearing commotion from the grove, they rushed over and witnessed Su Yuanhang finishing off the thugs. Officers were the ones who got beaten. Chen Xinjia complained again. We're the victims. Shut up, an officer snapped coldly. Everyone here is coming with me for investigation. Su Yuanhang had no objections. He intended to hand over evidence to the police for a thorough investigation. Though Chen Xinjia appeared to be the instigator, Su Yuanhang knew from the system's data that he was merely a pawn. Ding. Congratulations, host, for assisting the police in solving the case. Reward 10 million cash. Ding. Congratulations, host, for capturing the ringleader. The system will provide you with complete evidence of the disturbance, ensuring no one escapes. Su Yuanhang's lips curled into a smile. In the course of a single fight, he had earned 60 million in cash and a skill while bringing criminals to justice. His mood couldn't have been more different from Chen Xinji's. When Su Yuanhang and the thugs emerged from the grove, a police bus pulled up. Chen Xinjia and his crew paled. The officers loaded them onto the bus, then politely said to Su Yuanhang, Mr. Su Xinjia has a long record of misdeeds, 3 times in and out of prison with no repentance. We believe you acted in self-defense, but we still need you to come with us for questioning. Su Yuanhang was relieved to learn the officers already knew Chun Xinji's background. That simplified matters. No problem, officer. It's my duty, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Then please come with me to the station to give a statement, the officer said, courteously gesturing for him to board. As Su Yuanhang was about to step into the vehicle, Tang Kexin's voice rang out, Yuanhang. With the arrival of the police, order began to be restored. Though the rioters had fled, the nearby surveillance cameras captured every single one of them. If they were to be held accountable, not a single one would escape. Tang Kexin and the others could now safely walk out of the villa, only to see Su Yuanhang being escorted into a car. Then Tang Kexin and the 5 little ones all rushed out, wanting to find out what was happening. Yuanhang, what happened? Officer, what crime did my brother-in-law commit? Why are you arresting him? Daddy, boohoo, don't take my daddy away, the little ones cried out with sobs. Under normal circumstances, those who get into a police car are usually people who have committed a crime, so, in their minds, they all believe that Su Yuanhang was in trouble. However, seeing their anxious and sorrowful expressions, Su Yuanhang felt warmth in his heart and explained, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just cooperating with the police officers to go back for an investigation. They'll be back soon. The police officer also told them, Miss Tang, rest assured. Mr. Su Yuanhang helped us capture the instigator of this incident. We will commend him and thank him for his active cooperation. He is just coming with us to the station to give a statement, and then we will personally escort him back. I don't want Daddy to leave. Debao rushed directly into Su Yuanhang's arms, his big eyes glistening, and said, I want to stay with Daddy. Mommy, we don't want Daddy to be taken away by the police, uncle. Xiaobao also said with tearful eyes. Tang Kexin now fully understood what had happened, and the stone in her heart fell. She patted Zaibao's head and said, Officer, can we go together? That would be the best, the officer said with a smile. If you all come together, we can also file a case and investigate the deliberate damage to the villa. After hearing the officer's explanation, Tang Kexin took out his car keys and said, then we'll take brother-in-law's car. Of course, Su Yuanhang could also ride in his own Rolls-Royce and follow the police car to the precinct. Inside the car, the little ones had stopped crying and fussing, instead cuddling in Su Yuanhang's arms, eating milk candies, appearing very well behaved. Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang's soiled clothes, her eyes filled with guilt and concern, and asked, Yuanhang, are you injured? No. Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, this incident was deliberately orchestrated by someone. I believe it will be clarified soon. Lin Shanshan wiped her hair and clothes with wet wipes and said angrily, who the hell instigated this? Don't let me catch them, damn it. When there were no outsiders around, Lin Shanshan was hopping mad. Tang Kexin was also furious. If it weren't for the reporters, I would have rushed over and taught those guys a lesson. In fact, he really wanted to do that, but Su Yuanhang stopped him. If Tang Kexin had actually struck someone, he would not only be photographed by reporters and paparazzi and broadcast widely, but there were also police officers present filming. If he had been recorded, it would go on his record. Don't act impulsively in the future, understand? Tang Kexin had naturally thought of these things as well, and reminded Tang Kexin, no matter what happens, don't resort to violence. Of course there is an exception. You can only fight back in self-defense. Got it, sis. I'm not stupid. Tang Kexin, while driving, said with a grin, besides, we have brother-in-law here. I just need to protect my sweetheart. Lin Shanshan was again moved by Tang Kexin's words. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged a glance. He saw tenderness in her eyes along with a faint shy smile. Ding! Tang Kexin's dependency value toward the host has increased by 12 points. You have received a cash reward of 120 million yuan. The next second, Su Yuanhang heard Tang Kexin's inner thoughts. Yuanhang, thank you. You are a wonderful man. Thank you. Although it was gratitude, it was evident that Tang Kexin's impression of him had deepened once again. The dependency value was now nearing half, and their feelings for each other grew stronger with each passing day. Most importantly, Su Yuanhang's bank account balance was about to break through 600 million yuan. Across the country, those who could produce 600 million in cash were few and far between, and most had fixed assets. Thus, Su Yuanhang felt that he truly belonged to the top echelon of the wealthy. Before long, the group arrived at the precinct following the police. They did not immediately get out of the car, but watched as the officers first escorted Chen Xinjia and his gang inside. After everything was taken care of, Su Yuanhang and the others entered the precinct and were arranged in a reception room for the statement process. When the statements were finished, half an hour had passed. However, Tang Kexin and the others did not see Su Yuanhang come out for a long time. In another room, Su Yuanhang told the officers all the information he had obtained. Chen Xinjia is not the real mastermind, but you can grill him during interrogation if necessary. The officer inquired curiously, Mr. Su, how do you know Chen Xinjia wasn't the mastermind? Su Yuanhang said calmly, because a sum of money suddenly appeared in his account. If you investigate carefully, you should find the source of the money. The person who transferred it to Chen Xinjia is the mastermind. The officer asked while taking notes, Mr. Su, do you know their motive for doing this? I'm not too clear on that, but my fiancée being attacked certainly has little to do with fans being unhappy about her retiring from the entertainment industry. Su Yuanhang folded his hands and said calmly, they were just using the guise of fans to deliberately smear my fiancée to retaliate against her and make her look foolish in public. Alright, Mr. Su. We've got a general picture. Thank you very much for coming in to assist us with the statement. The officer stood up and shook hands with Su Yuanhang, adding, if there are any further questions that need to be clarified, we'd appreciate your cooperation again. Su Yuanhang readily agreed, of course. Cooperating with the people's police and handling cases is what we the people should. Thank you. When Su Yuanhang came out of the room, Tang Kexin and the others all surrounded him. Brother-in-law, what did the police officer ask you? Tang Kexin asked eagerly. Others also looked curious, but Su Yuanhang didn't explain much. Let's go back first. He'll tell you all about it on the way. Alright, I'll go get the car. Knowing it wasn't a good place to talk, Tang Kexin ran out with the car keys. Lin Shanshan said irritably, these reporters are really like sticky plasters. Can't get rid of them. Tang Kexin also became helpless. Looks like we can't go back to the villa, and we can't stay in a hotel either. You can stay at my place temporarily. Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile. Everyone was puzzled. The little ones asked in a childish voice, Daddy, are we going back to the old home? Do we need to take a plane there again? Su Yuanhang smiled, and said, I have a villa in Tangong. We'll go there. The reporters certainly won't be able to get in to snoop around, let alone film us. After he said this, Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were stunned, even shocked. Yuanhang, do you also have a house? Lin Shanshan added, and in Tangong. Su Yuanhang, seeing everyone's incredulous expressions, calmly smiled, and said, yes, I have a villa in Tangong. Tang Kexin was even more astonished, and asked, brother-in-law, didn't you say you had never been to Modu? Not having been doesn't mean I don't have a house, Su Yuanhang replied without changing his expression. Just like the favor I asked you to help me with yesterday. Hearing this, Tang Kexin suddenly understood. Brother-in-law, are you planning to speculate in real estate everywhere? Just thinking about it made Tang Kexin feel that Su Yuanhang's financial power was terrifying. After all, he could casually produce several hundred million. Who knew how much Su Yuanhang's assets were? At that moment, Tang Kexin suddenly realized that after paying attention to Su Yuanhang for 4 years, there seemed many aspects of him she couldn't understand. Initially, she only knew that he had bought a house in an ordinary neighborhood for no more than $1,000,000 and had been living alone as a homebody. When she brought the cute kids to Su Yuanhang, she didn't expect him to give them a life of great wealth and luxury, as she only hoped for a plain and ordinary life like normal people. Now thinking back, Su Yuanhang was even richer than she had imagined. Whether it was the billion-yuan Taoyuan or his single-handed acquisition of an entertainment company, and now a villa in Tangong, with a price tag of 5 or 600 million yuan, where a square meter costs several hundred thousand. This was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was utterly unimaginable for ordinary people. Amid her shock, Tang Kexin began to doubt herself. Have I latched onto a wealthy man? Lin Shanshan also rolled her eyes, a storm raging in her heart. Su Yuanhang, I thought that following Sister Xian made me well-informed, but in front of you, I've become a complete clown. Your concealment is too deep. Su Yuanhang could be called a nouveau riche at this moment, but what delighted him most was gaining the recognition of the cute kid. Of course, being able to help the whole family using the abilities granted by the system filled Su Yuanhang with pride. To Tangong. Su Yuanhang didn't explain much. He smiled faintly at Tang Kexin and said, I'll personally guide you when we get there. Brother-in-law, no problem. Tang Kexin said cheerfully, leave it to my driving skills as the strongest veteran driver. At this time, the atmosphere in the car eased a bit. The cute kids were eating the snacks Tang Kexin bought from the snack street, their relish, making Su Yuanhang a little hungry. Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang's dirty clothes, pulled out a wet wipe, and began to clean him. Lin Shanshan, watching from the side, smiled and teased the kids. Baby's Aunt Shanshan has no one to help wipe her clothes. Will you help your aunt? Aren't you with little Xian? Su Yuanhang retorted. Tang Kexin glanced at the rearview mirror and chuckled, brother-in-law, I'd love to, but then there'd be no one to drive. The cute kids giggled. Okay, Aunt Shanshan, I'll wipe you. Dad has mom to help, so we'll help Aunt Shanshan clean the egg liquid out of her hair. The two kids began attacking from both sides, reaching for Lin Shanshan's top and bottom. Tang Kexin then said, when we arrive, take off your clothes, and I'll wash them for you. No need, let little Xian buy a few fitting ones to change into, Su Yuanhang said. He was still wearing clothes that cost only tens of yuan, and had been worn for over a year. They could be thrown away. Tang Kexin readily replied, brother-in-law, then you'll have to give me an errand fee. That's easy to arrange, Lin Shanshan pouted. Little Xian, since when did you become such a money grubber? They'll give you the money in a moment, Tang Kexin smiled. And you can pick out a few pieces for Shanshan too. Who wants him to buy for me? Lin Shanshan said stubbornly. I'm not satisfied with his taste. Tang Kexin laughed sheepishly. Baby, but you said before that the lingerie I bought you was very fitting. Shut up. Lin Shanshan shouted red-faced. Say that again, and I'll sew your mouth shut. But Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin both heard. They exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. When they arrived, everyone finally saw what a place where true wealthy people lived looked like. As Moda's premier top-tier villa area, Tangong housed people of distinguished status, each of whom could be considered a social celebrity. However, Su Yuanhang was not interested in others' identities. He only knew that giving the cute kids and Tang Kexin a warm home was the most important thing. At that moment, security came to check identities. After Su Yuanhang stated his name, they let them pass. This also convinced Tang Kexin and the others that Su Yuanhang indeed had a mansion in this area. After arriving, Tang Kexin grinned, Brother-in-law, those paparazzi are blocked outside and can't get in. Let's stay here for the next few days. Su Yuanhang said to everyone as he got out of the car. We'll go out together after the storm around Kexin calms down. I still have to meet with several big-name advertisers tomorrow. Tang Kexin said helplessly. After all, I breached the contract first. I need to go and explain in person. That's easy to handle. Su Yuanhang had looked into the big-name ads Tang Kexin had taken, so he said readily, he'll negotiate with them in the company's name. You don't need to appear in person. As for the compensation, it can also be deducted from the company's finances. Now that Su Yuanhang held full control of Tianyu Entertainment Company with a net worth of nearly 600 million, resolving these advertisers was no problem. Tang Kexin felt it was a bit inappropriate since they hadn't gotten the marriage certificate yet. Then he'll give you the money. Tang Kexin stressed. Yuanhang, after all, this whole thing was caused by me, so I must do something. If I always rely on you, I'll feel guilty. Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, all right, as long as you're happy. Tang Kexin's face finally broke into a smile, and she nodded, thank you. After finishing their business talk, the two began to admire the villa. To be honest, the Tangong villa was expensive only because of its location. From the outside, the style of the villa could be seen in some rural villages. It was only the expensive building materials that set it apart. Its uniqueness was far inferior to Taoyuan. So after they had lived in Taoyuan, seeing the Tangong villa was not as shocking. Su Yuanhang was naturally also visiting this place for the first time, but fortunately the villa's blueprint was already presented in his mind, making him familiar with everything inside. It had 3 floors with a building area of about 1500 square meters, including a large courtyard planted with various precious trees. A portion of the money was spent on these decorative landscapes. If it weren't for the system awarding this villa, honestly, Su Yuanhang wouldn't have bought it even if he had the money. He still missed his Taoyuan. That was truly a paradise on earth. After settling the family, Su Yuanhang transferred 100 yuan to Tang Kexin, asking him to buy some clothes and groceries. Tonight, everyone would stay home and rest well in the villa. After Tang Kexin left, Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin went to take a bath since they had egg liquid and tomato juice on them, making them very uncomfortable. As for Su Yuanhang, he heard the system's reward notification again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for resolving the incident of Tang Kexin's attack by fake fans. You are rewarded with 100 million yuan in cash. Ding! Congratulations, host, for assisting the police in solving this case of troublemakers. The mastermind will be successfully captured with the system's help. As the words fell, a panel appeared, and Su Yuanhang saw a list of criminals presented before him. Unexpectedly, the mastermind was a rich, second-generation heir. After looking, Su Yuanhang narrowed his eyes and said to the system, display all the information about this guy. I want to see why he organized this attack. All the information about the wealthy scion was displayed on Su Yuanhang's attribute panel. His name was Wang Tsung, the son of a tycoon who made his fortune in real estate investment. He owned hundreds of shopping malls and cinemas with a net worth of tens of billions. Dubbed the Internet Discipline Committee, he was often active online, lashing out at everyone and everything. After reviewing the data, Su Yuanhang also retrieved records of the feud or disputes between Wang Tsung and Tang Kexin. Not only did the system investigate it, but the internet was rife with reports as well. Once Wang Tsung had directly named Tang Kexin on social media, calling her a very interesting and beautiful actress and claiming to be her devoted fan. Moreover, the only celebrity he followed was Tang Kexin, and he loudly declared his admiration for her, considering her a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry and the pioneer of the pure and seductive style. In just half a year, he had posted over a dozen comments about Tang Kexin, leading the media to believe that Wang Tsung was trying to court her favor. Some even captured photos of Wang Tsung personally waiting at Tang Kexin's film set, showing concern for her, leading many to think he was falling in love. At Tang Kexin's concert, Wang Tsung's presence was also spotted. Not only that, but after her movie was released, Wang Tsung used his influence to give Tang Kexin's film a green light, granting it a higher screening rate than others. Though some of this was media rumor and part of it was true. The public media were more concerned with Tang Kexin's attitude toward Wang Tsung. During an entertainment interview, a journalist asked about it, and she, using the media platform, bluntly rejected his advances. After being rejected, Wang Tsung responded, I feel Tang Kexin is the type most men would like. Which man wouldn't like? Tang Kexin chose to ignore him, refusing to answer any further questions related to Wang Tsung. After reviewing this, the system gave a positive assessment. According to various signs, Wang Tsung may have learned that Tang Kexin already had someone in her heart and had given birth to 2 children with the host. As a result, his love turned to hate, and he wants revenge. Detected that Wang Tsung's methods go beyond this. He has a next step to make it impossible for Tang Kexin to stay in the entertainment industry. Host, please make a decision in advance. After reading this, Su Yuanhang immediately understood the system's implication. Want to blacklist Tang Kexin? With Wang Tsung's status, he indeed had the means to do so. After all, Wangda Films had always been the recognized leader in the industry, dominating the market with significant advantages and strong competitiveness. Moreover, they had invested in most films, meaning every filmmaker had to go through Wangda to release a movie. As Su Yuanhang speculated, the system updated the latest developments. Ding! Detected that Wang Tsung used his influence to evade police investigation by using a scapegoat. Su Yuanhang's eyes narrowed. He knew that with Wang Tsung's powerful backing, clearing his name would be easy. However, he didn't lose heart because the system had uncovered other criminal evidence about Wang Tsong, also involving a promising male singer from a few years ago. Furthermore, Wang Tsong had colluded with his uncle in numerous illegal activities. Ding! At this moment, Tang Kexin's mood is very complicated. She has also guessed who the mastermind is, but facing the power of the financial oligarchs, she feels powerless. Latest situation, the company has encountered new obstacles. All business partners cooperating with Tang Kexin have announced a suspension of cooperation. Tang Kexin is now facing the crisis of being blacklisted from the entertainment industry. Please resolve this matter promptly. Downstairs, Su Yuanhang heard Tang Kexin's thoughts as she took a shower. No sooner had he guessed than it came true. Daddy, here is some candy for you. Just as Su Yuanhang was lost in thought, Debao tugged at his 2 fingers and said. Snapping back to reality, Su Yuanhang looked down at Debao's bright, sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation and joy. Her other hand was raised high, holding a white rabbit soft candy. He smiled warmly, took it, and said, "Thank you, sweetheart. Daddy, I have lots more, hee. Xiaobao also pulled out several white rabbit soft candies from her pocket. Su Yuanhang patted their little heads and said, "You're such good girls. When you finish these, Daddy will buy you more." "Yay, Daddy, your clothes are dirty too. Do you want to take a bath with Mom?" Debao said innocently. Su Yuanhang chuckled, "I'll wash up after Mom's done. For now, I'll play with my little treasure." Daddy crouched down a bit. The toddlers suddenly exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Puzzled, Su Yuanhang still knelt down, smiling. "What's up?" "Daddy, lower." They stood on tiptoes but still couldn't reach, so they continued to coax him. Su Yuanhang crouched down completely, and to his surprise, the 2 toddlers each kissed him on both cheeks. "Moi? Smooch, hee. The toddlers then laughed cheerfully. "Thank you, Daddy, for protecting Mom." Su Yuanhang was slightly taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. "Did what happened earlier scare my little ones?" The toddlers nodded in unison. Those people were so scary. They threw things at Mom and Annie Shanshan. Daddy, will those big bad guys all be caught by the police uncles?" Su Yuanhang comforted them. "Of course, the police uncles specialize in catching bad guys. Didn't you see them all handcuffed earlier?" The toddlers nodded emphatically. "When we grow up, we want to protect Daddy and Mom too." Hearing those words from the toddlers was more than enough for Su Yuanhang. He smiled gently. "Be good, my darlings. No matter how big you get, you'll always be Daddy and Mom's precious gems, and we'll protect you forever. Giggle, Daddy, then it's a deal. Pinky swear, no lying." Seeing them extend their little fingers for a pinky swear, Su Yuanhang obliged. As they linked fingers, they giggled. "Pinky swear, 100 years no change. Whoever changes is a piggy, hee. Watching their joyous frolic, Su Yuanhang felt the softest part of his heart touched. At that moment, he finally had his inviolable scale. These 2 precious children. Just then, Tang Kexin finished her shower and came downstairs. Seeing this scene, her previously heavy heart was swept away by the beautiful sight. Whether it was the lively toddlers or Su Yuanhang crouching on the floor, making pinky promises with him, everything felt so. Life is truly beautiful. Su Yuanhang noticed Tang Kexin coming downstairs after washing up, but the bandages on her fingers were already soaked, so he carried the cute kids over and asked, "All done washing up?" Tang Kexin nodded slightly. "You go ahead and wash up too. No rush, let me redress the wound on your hand first," Su Yuanhang said as he retrieved the medical kit from the living room. Although they had never lived there, the household emergency supplies were well stocked. Su Yuanhang took them out with practiced ease, then had Tang Kexin sit on the sofa and carefully remove the previous bandages. When the little ones saw Tang Kexin's wound, they couldn't help feeling sorry for her. "Mommy, does it hurt? If it does, I'll blow on it for you." Little Bao even did as he said. Tang Kexin felt this was the happiest moment. Su Yuanhang applied iodine to disinfect, then covered it with a band-aid, adding, "You need to treat it once a day. Once it scabs over, it'll be fine." "Thank you." Tang Kexin gave a faint smile. "He'll go take a shower now." Su Yuanhang didn't wait for Tang Kexin to return. His body felt sticky, and he needed to wash. As he walked up the stairs, he remembered something and called out to Tang Kexin. "Kexin, after Xian comes back from grocery shopping, don't cook. He'll take care of lunch." Tang Kexin felt that with Su Yuanhang in the house, she didn't need to worry about anything. It gave her a sense of security and stability she had never known. "Okay," Tang Kexin replied with a gentle smile. Only then did Su Yuanhang go upstairs and enter the bathroom where Tang Kexin had just washed. The exhaust fan was running, clearing the steam, but a mix of shampoo and body wash fragrance still lingered in the air. He took off his dirty clothes and tossed them into the drum washing machine. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he noticed that his improved physique now showed a distinct, shaped torso with defined abdominal muscles that tensed visibly when he flexed. The explosive power contained within was unimaginable. Su Yuanhang stepped into the bathtub and turned on the tap. Water droplets cascaded from the shower head, soaking him completely. While he was thoroughly washing away the grime, Lin Shanshan also finished her shower and came to sit with Tang Kexin in the living room. Both of them were in low spirits. Lin Shanshan, her long hair still wet, explained to Tang Kexin, "Sister Xian, the company just messaged me. All our artist projects have been suspended, and ongoing collaborations are being cancelled one after another." Tang Kexin pursed her lips and held her phone, saying, "It's because of me. Someone with malicious intent is targeting the company. Their goal is clear, they want to blacklist me." "Sister Xian, who has that kind of influence?" Lin Shanshan couldn't figure it out. "Only that young master." Tang Kexin received a text from Wang Tsong. Though they weren't friends on any platform, he had her number. Wang Song wants me to yield and go to the Wangda Hotel tonight. Then he'll settle this whole storm of public opinion. Lin Shanshan's eyes widened with shock and anger. Wang Song, that bastard. Did he orchestrate all of Tang Kexin nodded. It's almost certain. Sister Xine, are you really going to that meeting? Lin Shanshan grew worried. That scumbag is no good. Sister Xine, how about we ignore him and talk to Su Yuanhang to see if there's another way? Tang Kexin really didn't want to trouble Su Yuanhang again. He had gone through so much trouble to acquire Tianyu Entertainment for her, and now Wang Song was blocking everything, freezing all business operations. It felt like all of Su Yuanhang's efforts were going down the drain. They'll handle it myself. After thinking it over, Tang Kexin replied to Wang Song's message. Then she warned Lin Shanshan, don't tell Yuanhang about this. I'm afraid he'll worry. Sister Xine, are you really going? I'm afraid Wang Song will try something shady. Lin Shanshan was deeply concerned. That bastard clearly has bad intentions. Tang Kexin knew that too, but she wasn't going to give in easily. She had her own terms. Don't worry. I'll ask Wang Song to arrange a media conference. Then he won't be able to do anything to me in front of everyone. Tang Kexin finished speaking, and her phone buzzed with a new message. She glanced down, a faint smile spreading across her face. See, he agreed. Lin Shanshan looked at the chat log. Wang Song's smug, self-assured tone irritated her immensely. Sometimes I just want to tear that smirk off his face. Lin Shanshan said indignantly. For Yuanhang and the company, we have to swallow our pride. Tang Kexin understood the terrifying power of capital. Even as a top celebrity, she was just a small figure before these tycoons. They could effortlessly elevate an ordinary person to the top, or knock them off their pedestal, often with just a single word. Since Tang Kexin had made her decision, Lin Shanshan couldn't change her mind, so she could only offer full support. Sister Xine, I'll go with you tonight. Tang Kexin nodded. We'll play it by ear. Got it. Lin Shanshan made a gesture, and as Tang Kexin was about to add more instructions, she laughed. Sister Xine, I know you're going to say, don't let Xiao Xine know. I understand. Their cooperation had long been seamless, and they exchanged a knowing smile. The kids nearby listened in confusion. Mommy, are you and Annie Shanshan sneaking out to play tonight? Why can't we tell Daddy and Uncle? Lin Shanshan almost forgot the kids were listening, and was about to come up with a fib when Tang Kexin hugged them, and said, Sweethearts, don't tell Daddy or Uncle what Annie Shanshan and I just talked about. It's our secret. You'll keep it for us, right? The little ones didn't understand what was going on, but they knew they should listen to Tang Kexin. They nodded in unison. Okay. We'll keep Mommy's secret. Little Bao even made a shushing gesture, looking adorable. Just then Lin Shanshan's phone rang. It was Tang Renqin calling. After answering, he said, Baby, I'm almost at the villa. Come out and help me carry the groceries. Got it. Drive carefully. Lin Shanshan replied. After hanging up, Tang Kexin had just sent a message to Uncle Chen setting a time to leave after dinner under the pretext of picking up luggage from the hotel, so she could attend Wang Song's media conference. As Su Yuanhang was drying himself, the system notification chimed. Ding. Alert. Tang Kexin is planning to meet Wang Song tonight. Host, be prepared to handle the situation. When Su Yuanhang finished washing up and came downstairs, Tang Renqin had also returned from shopping and was busily helping everyone carry the supplies. The adorable children, each holding lighter grocery bags in their little hands, spotted Su Yuanhang and called out cheerfully, Daddy, Uncle bought so many things. He even got us toys, hee. Just then Tang Renqin emerged from the kitchen drenched in sweat and looked at Su Yuanhang with a pained expression. Brother-in-law, come give me a hand. I'm dead tired. Su Yuanhang was now wearing the same clothes as before, but they were much cleaner, thanks to the rapid dry smart washing machine, a fixture that had already been installed in the villa. After a half-hour wash, during which Su Yuanhang deliberately adjusted his internal clock, the dryer had fully dried his clothes. He hurried downstairs and glanced toward the front door. Tang Kexin was currently unloading a mountain of goods that looked more like a moving house. Little Xine, what on earth did you buy? Su Yuanhang asked in surprise. I bought whatever I saw, Tang Renqin replied nonchalantly. Anyway, we need all of it. Lin Shanshan walked out, shaking her head helplessly. This kid has no idea how to run a household. The more money you give him, the more he spends. Here's the receipt, a look for yourself. It could wrap around the earth. Although her words were somewhat exaggerated, Su Yuanhang was still slightly taken aback when he saw the list. The receipt itself was as tall as the little children. It's fine. Little Xin must have exhausted himself hauling all this stuff. Su Yuanhang defended Tang Renqin. He's not wrong. Everything we bought will be put to use. It's not wasteful. Tang Kexin leaned in and whispered, Yuanhang, how much money did you transfer to little Xin? Not much, Su Yuanhang replied with a chuckle, deliberately avoiding the exact amount. I bet he even chipped in his own money. He noticed that Tang Renqin had not forgotten to buy gifts for the children. Beaming with pride, Tang Renqin announced, my precious little one's uncle has to go back to work in a couple of days. I'm not sure if I can make it for your birthday, so I'm giving you presents early. And I'll send you red envelopes later. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle Moi. Little Bao blew a kiss, making Tang Renqin's heart bloom. He responded with affectionate eyes, Uncle loves you too, Moi. Enough kissing. Hurry up and bring everything inside. We still need to cook for the little ones, Lin Shanshan called out, carrying 2 bags overflowing with ingredients. Yes, dear. You're on your period and your back hurts. Don't carry anything. Leave it all to me. You and my sister go rest. Tang Renqin suddenly became as energetic as a rooster eager to please. Tang Kexin was moved by the lively scene. The house was filled with laughter and joy, lifting her spirits. While moving things, Tang Kexin took the initiative to chat with Su Yuanhang. Yuanhang, later this afternoon, Shanshan and I will go to the hotel to pick up our luggage. I'll go with little Xian, Su Yuanhang suggested tentatively. In truth, he knew what Tang Kexin was really up to, but he did. No need. You and little Xian have already worked hard enough. Just rest at home, Tang Kexin said with a smile. Besides, the little ones need someone to look after them. It would be tiring for them to run back and forth. All right. Su Yuanhang nodded. He didn't insist, and readily agreed. Once all the ingredients were moved inside, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin tidied up the kitchen, while Tang Renxin and Lin Shanshan busied themselves adding furniture and small decorations to the house. According to Tang Renxin, the home still lacked a lived-in feel. Though elegant, it felt rather empty. Lin Shanshan, on the other hand, favored tasteful decorations, so they had bought a large assortment of items. Now they set about arranging everything, and Su Yuanhang let them do as they pleased. One of the little girls stayed in the kitchen, while the other ran off to help Lin Shanshan decorate the rooms, filling the house with lively energy. You go rest. I'll take care of the kitchen, Su Yuanhang said softly, noticing that Tang Kexin's hand was still not fully healed and shouldn't touch water. It's all right. I'll help you. Tang Kexin insisted. Then don't cut vegetables or touch water. Su Yuanhang didn't push. Just help me peel some garlic and ginger. Daddy, I can do that too. The Bao said cheerfully. At home, Xiao Bao and I used to help mommy peel garlic. Really? Then my little treasure must be very talented. Su Yuanhang praised her. Receiving Su Yuanhang's compliment, De Bao's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Tang Kexin added, De Bao and Xiao Bao rarely cause me any worry. They're very sensible. Once I came home late from work and they had actually climbed onto a stool to fry me an egg and warm some milk. As she spoke, Tang Kexin's eyes brimmed with tears, her face full of pride. But De Bao suddenly brought up another matter. Daddy, one time mommy was sick and had a fever and no one was there to take care of her. So we learned from the TV how to make ginger soup for mommy and she got better really fast. Auntie Shanshan said we were little miracle doctors. Su Yuanhang knew that over the years Tang Kexin had raised the children on her own. Though they were very sensible, the journey must have been incredibly hard. All these years. You've worked so hard, Su Yuanhang said tenderly as he simmered the pork bone soup. Tang Kexin, however, didn't think it was a big deal. She gave a faint smile and said, I just caught a chill from going into the water while filming. The ginger soup the little ones made did make me feel a lot better. From now on with me around you won't have to work so hard, Su Yuanhang promised. Tang Kexin nodded gently. At that moment Xiao Bao came running downstairs, her face beaming. Daddy, mommy, De Bao, come upstairs and look. I stuck a super pretty sticker on the wall. It looks amazing. De Bao's interest was immediately piqued. I want to play too. Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Sweethearts, go on and play. Daddy will come up to see after the meal is ready. Do your best to make the rooms beautiful. Okay. Then Daddy and Mommy were going to play. De Bao waved to both of them and bounded upstairs. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged glances and smiled at each other. The atmosphere, however, turned a bit awkward with De Bao's departure. At that moment Su Yuanhang once again heard Tang Kexin's inner voice. Right now Tang Kexin wants to interact with you, but doesn't know how to start. She's also curious about interesting things that have happened in your life lately. The host can take the initiative to share, which will help deepen the bond between you two. Hearing this inner monologue, Su Yuanhang understood that he and Tang Kexin had only been together for 2 or 3 days, so they were still not very familiar with each other. He wasn't in a hurry and decided to take things step by step. The system's heart voice aid would certainly bring their emotions. Tang Kexin handed him the cleaned scallions and garlic. After taking them, Su Yuanhang felt a sudden impulse and asked Kexin, you've read my novel. What do you think? Is it scary? The little ones told me that whenever you're home, you have them read my stories to you. It's become a habit. Tang Kexin saw that Su Yuanhang had voluntarily brought up the topic they discussed earlier, but hadn't had time to finish, and a slight smile spread across her face as she said, they don't really like fairy tales. Whether it's the Little Match Girl or Snow White, they find them too pitiful and don't enjoy sad stories. One day somehow they suddenly told me they wanted to hear horror stories. They find them scary, but really like them. So I thought about it and tried reading your book to them. As she spoke, a subtle change flickered in Tang Kexin's eyes, and she explained with a faint smile, unexpectedly they loved listening to your stories and have already finished 1 book. Sometimes when I'm not home I ask Aunt Chun, who helps take care of them, to play the audiobook on her phone for them. By the time I get back they often fall asleep listening to the stories. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected Tang Kexin to find his book and have the children listen to his stories from such a young age. For some reason he felt quite proud. It must be the genes flowing through them. Born to love horror stories, Su Yuanhang teased. Tang Kexin was momentarily startled, then quickly regained her composure, pretending Su Yuanhang was just joking. She said sheepishly, Yuanhang, the past couple of days you've been so busy with our affairs your novel must have stopped updating, right? Su Yuanhang grinned and said, you and the kids are more important. The novel is just a hobby. They'll update it when I find time. I've already asked my readers for a week off. I'm sure they'll understand. Still, Su Yuanhang didn't intend to give up this skill that earned him a living. No matter how much money he made, he would continue to exercise his expertise. The main reason was also for the adorable kids and Tang Kexin. They loved his stories, so he would keep writing. Another reason was for those readers eagerly awaiting updates. Before he got the system, his readers were his benefactors. He wouldn't forget his roots. It's all my fault putting you through so much. Tang Kexin felt guilty. But Su Yuanhang didn't see it that way. Instead, he believed that Tang Kexin and the kids had changed the course of his life. I should thank you for taking such good care of the little treasures, and for always making them think I'm a great father. When Su Yuanhang spent time with the kids, he heard them talk about things their mother had said. In other words, Tang Kexin would sometimes, when the children missed their father, present a glowing image of him, hoping that when they finally met Su Yuanhang, they would have a favorable impression. And in reality, seeing how Su Yuanhang had interacted with the kids over the past couple of days, Tang Kexin felt her approach had been completely right. Even though she had paid a price, sacrificing her career, Su Yuanhang had unexpectedly helped her resolve those troubles. In her heart, her impression of Su Yuanhang gradually deepened. It's only right. After all, they are my flesh and blood. Tang Kexin put aside her reserve and spoke sincerely. Yuanhang, I never intended to hide their existence from you. I was just worried it would be a burden to you. Besides, because of my career's special nature, many people have been watching me constantly over the years, leaving me no room to breathe. Tang Kexin explained the reason. Yuanhang, please don't blame me. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, of course I don't blame you. I understand your difficulties. Now that I see how cute, beautiful, and well-behaved the little treasures are, I'm overjoyed. The two gradually opened their hearts as they talked. Tang Kexin smiled lightly and said, didn't you say it's partly your genes that made them so sensible? Otherwise they wouldn't be this mature. Hearing that, a gleam of delight flashed in Su Yuanhang's eyes. I wasn't that sensible when I was little. But you. Although I didn't know you at school, your name was renowned, excellent grades, and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I think the kids take after you. Not exactly, Tang Kexin said, steering the topic back to the kids. Some of their traits don't resemble me. For instance, they love horror stories and prefer things that are more masculine. Su Yuanhang hadn't yet learned about the kids' hobbies and interests, so he asked curiously, really? I saw that Xiaoxin bought them dolls and plush toys, and they couldn't put them down. Tang Kexin covered her mouth with a laugh. That's just them being polite to him. When he's not around, they hide the dolls and plush toys away. They leave them to gather dust without even a glance. Su Yuanhang was astonished. So they're really little tricksters. Exactly. Though they're well-behaved, they have plenty of clever ideas. After opening up to Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin spoke freely. I remember when they were just a few months old, Xiaoxin was holding them, and they peed right in his lap. Su Yuanhang suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Noticing the change in his expression, Tang Kexin realized she had said something wrong. Just as she was about to speak, Su Yuanhang thought of another question. Kexin, if you hadn't voluntarily revealed the kid's existence, your parents would still be in the dark, right? So back then, was Xiaoxin covering for you? Tang Kexin was inwardly startled. Su Yuanhang was right. She sank into recollection. At that time, I didn't dare tell my parents. I was afraid they'd force me to abort the child. Of course, I also worried they'd go to you and cause you trouble. Once during winter break, Xiaoxin noticed I hadn't come home the whole holiday and knew I wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Worried I'd be scammed by some media company, he came looking for me without telling me. And that's when he saw I was pregnant. After that, to take care of me and the baby, he secretly asked our parents for money under various pretexts, even enduring criticism, all for my sake. He also worked odd jobs to help cover household expenses. She paused, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. And my parents, who adored me, kept sending me money every month because they thought I hadn't found a job. I felt so guilty back then. Yesterday, when I finally talked to them on the phone, they didn't blame me. They just wanted me to come clean with you and your parents. At that moment, a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. I felt so much lighter. Su Yuanhang understood that Tang Kexin had just graduated and, being pregnant, could hardly find a job. Unable to face her parents and relatives, the pressure must have been immense. A pang of guilt rose in his heart. Actually, if you had told me back then, life might have been tough, but I would have been willing to raise them. I had too many concerns. I'm sorry. Through their interactions over the past couple of days, Tang Kexin had come to understand Su Yuanhang's character. The seemingly ordinary young man had casually revealed his wealth and charisma. He had effortlessly resolved the trouble she encountered, protected her and the kids closely, and bore the scorn of thousands without a single complaint. She felt Su Yuanhang was a reliable man. Su Yuanhang, secretly hearing her heartfelt thoughts, smiled and said, now you can completely let go of your burdens. Whatever difficulties come, well, face them together. I believe that whether it's Xiaoxin, your parents, or mine, we'll all support you wholeheartedly. Yes. Tang Kexin nodded firmly. Then together they cooked dish after dish. The meal was lavish seafood, greens, bone soup, and a signature claypot rice. Once the six of them were seated, the atmosphere instantly grew lively. The food was delicious, and everyone ate with relish. When the time came, Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan left together, taking Uncle Chen's business van to the hotel. For lunch, Su Yuanhang created flavors reminiscent of a five-star hotel. However, with a subtle difference. He infused the dishes with a taste of home, unlike the similar textures produced by hotel chefs. Over these days, the adorable children had been eating quite a lot under Su Yuanhang's care. Tang Kexin noticed this and felt a deep sense of comfort in her heart. What she hoped most was that the children would get along well with Su Yuanhang, and it seemed there was no longer any need for her to work. After finishing lunch, it was already past 2 o'clock. Having tidied up, she and Lin Shanshan got into Uncle Chen's commercial vehicle and headed to the hotel. One reason was to collect their luggage and check out, while the other was to prepare to go to the place Wang Tsong had invited them. The children all had a habit of taking naps, as young kids require more sleep. Napping primarily helps regulate emotions, improve mental state, relieve fatigue, and restore energy. After a full meal, napping also promotes gastrointestinal motility and aids digestion. After coaxing them to sleep, Su Yuanhang said to Tang Kexin, who was in the living room working on his laptop, "I'm going out. They'll leave the car for you. Take care of the little ones." Tang Kexin shifted his gaze from the computer and looked at Su Yuanhang with curiosity. "Brother-in-law, where are you going?" "Take me with you. I have something to take care of," Su Yuanhang said casually. "It's not convenient to take you along, and I wouldn't feel at ease leaving the kids at home. It's better that you stay." "All right, I'll wait for you all at home then." Tang Kexin thought for a moment and said readily, "Go ahead, I won't disturb you." Su Yuanhang nodded and then left the villa on foot. Once outside the residential complex, he put on a cap and a mask, then hailed a taxi to Wangda Hotel. That was Wang Sung's territory, where Tang Kexin's meeting with him was arranged. Su Yuanhang intended to see what tricks Wang Sung was up to. If Wang Sung had any ill intentions toward Tang Kexin, Su Yuanhang wouldn't hesitate to make the evidence he held public. When he arrived, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting out of the car, Su Yuanhang looked at Wangda Hotel and walked into the lobby with his hands in his pockets. From Tang Kexin's inner thoughts, he learned that she and Wang Sung were holding a press conference on the 7th floor. The lobby was bustling with activity. Su Yuanhang glanced around and noticed some journalists and media personnel heading upstairs in the elevator. Su Yuanhang didn't immediately follow the crowd upstairs, but approached the front desk. The receptionist, upon seeing him, maintained a professional smile and politely asked, "Sir, how may I help you?" "I'd like to check in," Su Yuanhang replied. "Certainly, sir. What type of room would you like?" The receptionist inquired. "A deluxe room," Su Yuanhang said as he handed over his ID card, then casually remarked, "Your hotel seems to be doing great business with so many guests. Those are all journalists, aren't they?" The receptionist didn't hide the truth and replied politely, "Actually no. Those journalists are here for a press conference for a major celebrity arranged by our general manager Wang." "Oh, can I take a look?" Su Yuanhang asked with interest. "Sir, it's not open to the public." The receptionist, clearly aware of the details, explained, "To attend the press conference you need the proper credentials." "I see. It seems I can't watch the celebrity press conference," Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile. After the receptionist completed his check-in, he paid and retrieved his ID card. Afterward, he went up to the 7th floor along with some arriving journalists. Upon reaching the location, he saw a group of reporters waiting by the door in the corridor. The press conference would start admitting attendees in 10 minutes. Some reporters were smoking and chatting on the side. Su Yuanhang remained unrecognized. Wang Sung is personally holding a press conference to clear Tang Kexin's name. This is huge news. Early on, Wang Sung was known to be pursuing Tang Kexin. Everyone knows that. Now that Tang Kexin has been exposed as having a fiancée and 2 children, who knows what he will say at the press conference. But Tang Kexin doesn't even avoid suspicion, daring to attend a press conference with Wang Sung. That's really interesting. If it weren't interesting, we wouldn't have rushed here first thing. I guarantee today's press conference will be explosive. It might even shake the entire entertainment industry. TSK Tisk, the national husband and national goddess appearing together will definitely set the internet ablaze. Su Yuanhang overheard their animated discussion and walked over with a smile. "Brother, can I borrow a cigarette?" The 2 reporters, deep in conversation, glanced at Su Yuanhang. Though his attire was somewhat mysterious, they still pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. Then, noticing that Su Yuanhang didn't look like a journalist, they asked, "Are you here for the press conference too?" "Yes," Su Yuanhang replied, taking the cigarette and borrowing a lighter to light it. "But I'm just here to watch the If you're not a journalist, how did you get here?" one reporter asked in confusion. "When you enter, they'll check for credentials. If you're not one, you won't get in." Su Yuanhang blew a smoke ring, looking composed. "That's why I wanted to discuss something with you 2 gentlemen. Could you take me in?" The 2 reporters immediately became wary. "Brother, are you joking? We don't have that kind of spare time. If we're caught, well, I'll be kicked out." "Exactly," the other reporter explained. "Besides, even if we wanted to, we can't take you in. Each person has their own credential, and they need to be registered." 10,000 yuan, Su Yuanhang said straightforwardly, looking at the 2 men. "They'll give each of you 10,000 yuan if you can get me in. If you can do it, I'll transfer the money right now. If not, I'll have to find other journalists." The 2 reporters were instantly tempted. After all, 10,000 yuan was no small sum for them. They exchanged glances as if understanding each other tacitly, and immediately smiled at Su Yuanhang. "Brother, are you serious? Why would I lie to you?" Su Yuanhang laughed. "I'm staying at the hotel. I heard there's some celebrity press conference, and wanted to take a look. I've never seen one before, and since I happen to be here, I didn't want to miss it." "All right, well, try our best," one reporter said with a reluctant expression. The other, naturally unwilling to miss a chance to make money, also agreed. "If we both help you, it shouldn't be a problem." "Let's do the transfer then," Su Yuanhang said readily. They immediately took out their phones, opened their QR codes, and after Su Yuanhang scanned each, they soon received a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Just then, the security guard at the door announced, "Attention, all journalists and media personnel, the press conference is about to begin. Please line up and enter in order." The 2 reporters immediately led Su Yuanhang to line up. When their turn came for credential verification, one reporter began to use his silver tongue, explaining to the security guard, "Brother, this is my apprentice. In bringing him to the press conference today, please make an exception. No 1 person per credential is the order from above. We can't break the rules." But the other reporter directly slipped the security guard a few hundred yuan in cash and said politely, "Brother, please be flexible. We have performance evaluations. If he can't get in, we won't be able to report back properly." Moved by the money, the security guard finally let them through. Su Yuanhang remained silent on the side, but inwardly, he found it somewhat amusing. It turned out that money could make things happen in almost any situation. After entering, the two reporters said to Su Yuanhang, "Brother, don't think we just spent a little money to bribe the security. It's only because we're journalists that we could do that. If it were someone else, no matter how much money they offered, it wouldn't be this easy to get in. Right, so you can't think we cheated you." The other reporter chimed in. Su Yuanhang just smiled and said, "I understand. Thank you." With that, he turned. He didn't move forward, but instead stepped to the corner, quietly waiting for Tang Kexin to appear. After a few minutes, Su Yuanhang finally saw Wang Tsung's arrival. Before the press conference began, Tang Kexin arrived at the hotel early with Lin Shanshan. They were then personally hosted by Wang Tsung for discussions in a business room. In the business meeting room, there was a large LCD screen playing the explosive news that Tang Kexin had personally manufactured over the past few days. Also on screen were images of the villa being attacked by troublemakers. Lin Shanshan watched, gritting her teeth, but holding back her anger. Although she knew this was all orchestrated by Wang Tsung, and that they were forced to attend this press conference, they still had no way to resist capital. Tang Kexin, however, sat expressionless to one side, as if her mind was completely elsewhere. In addition to the three of them, Wang Tsung had also brought the top public relations officer of Wangda Hotel to prepare detailed scripts for the evening's press conference. "Mr. Wang, Miss Tang, as long as you follow this script at the press conference, we will immediately release news to completely suppress all your negative press," he continued, "and Mr. Wang's strategic cooperation with Miss Tang will also be announced to the media, first letting them know that Miss Tang will be a long-term partner of Wangda Group." After reviewing the content and finding it flawless, Wang Tsung smiled with satisfaction. "All right, let's do it this way." The PR person asked respectfully, "Mr. Wang, regarding the announcement of your relationship with Miss Tang, that's not your concern. I'll explain to the journalists myself." Wang Tsung took a sip of wine and said with a chuckle, "After all, such a huge piece of news can only achieve maximum impact when I, the one involved, announce it myself." After speaking, Wang Tsung looked at Tang Kexin with a smile. "What do you think, Kexin?" Tang Kexin's gaze was cold. She forced a smile and nodded without saying a word. Later, the press conference began and they entered. Lin Shanshan waited anxiously backstage. Su Yuanhang also saw Wang Tsung take the stage first, with Tang Kexin following behind in a relatively professional casual suit. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, as if lost in thought. After they stood at the podium together, Su Yuanhang, who had been leaning against the wall, straightened up. The reporters grew restless, but unlike before, they did not start asking questions. Instead, they waited for Wang Tsung and Tang Kexin to speak. "Good afternoon, everyone." Wang Tsung placed his hands on the podium, a faint smile on his face, looking triumphant. "I'm Wang Tsung, director of Wangda Industrial Investment Co., Ltd. I'm very glad you could all be here today." Cameras flashed continuously, but the reporters were silent, all concentrating on Wang Tsung's speech. They typed furiously, recording every word of the press conference. Wang Tsung then got to the point. "Regarding today's press conference, I want to clarify a few things with all of you." He glanced at Tang Kexin, who remained silent, and continued, "Miss Tang Kexin's previous announcement of her retirement from the entertainment industry caused a huge stir, but in reality, she was forced into this move under pressure from Tianyu Entertainment Company. In fact, she had her own unavoidable difficulties, and as her best friend, I naturally didn't want to see her misunderstood by everyone. So, I want to help her to do what little I can. That is, I will fully handle her contract termination and invite her to sign with Wangda Group. I will support her unconditionally in continuing her acting career. I believe this is a win-win cooperation. After all, everyone has seen Tang Kexin's development in the entertainment industry over the past few years. Neither I nor her fans want to see her disappear from the public eye. I believe this is the best outcome everyone wants. Also, regarding the attack on the villa, Miss Tang Kexin suffered an unjust assault. Here I want to assure everyone that I will not let these people get away with it. I will seek justice for Miss Tang Kexin." Now let's welcome Miss Tang Kexin to share her thoughts. After saying this, Wang Tsung looked at Tang Kexin, handing the floor. Tang Kexin had actually not heard a word Wang Tsung said. Her mind was still on the lunch she had shared with Su Yuanhang. When it was her turn to speak, she stepped forward, placed her hands on the podium, gripping it tightly, and under Su Yuanhang's gaze said calmly, "Hello, everyone, I'm Tang Kexin. As Mr. Wang said, my announcement of retirement was indeed a last resort. However, I will return to the entertainment industry with a brand new image." Then Tang Kexin suddenly saw the teleprompter at the back, which read, "Will accept Mr. Wang's invitation to join Wangda Entertainment Group and achieve new leaps and growth with Mr. Wang." Wang Tsung watched her, seeing her follow his plan, and an imperceptible smile crossed his face. He eagerly awaited her next words. Su Yuanhang, observing Tang Kexin from the shadows, heard her inner thoughts, and said to the system, "Release all of Wang Tsung's past illegal activities to the entire internet." Ding, your wish has been granted. All of Wang Tsung's shady dealings have been uploaded to major media networks, and they cannot be deleted or altered. At this moment, Tang Kexin spoke again. "However, I will not be cooperating with Mr. Wang, because my fiancée, to keep me from leaving my beloved career, has fully acquired Tianyu Entertainment Company. So now I am an artist under my fiancé's banner. This announcement caused an uproar in the room. Even Wang Tsung's smile instantly froze and vanished. Wang Tsung did not know this. Just yesterday, he had learned that Tang Kexin was facing a huge penalty. How could he believe that Tianyu Entertainment had been acquired overnight? What Tang Kexin said next was even more explosive. Also, the reason I attended Mr. Wang's press conference today is because I was threatened. The reporters below began to stir, looking at each other in shock and murmuring among themselves. Tang Kexin's words were like a bombshell exploding in their midst. Before anyone could react, Tang Kexin continued. He threatened that if I didn't attend this press conference, he would continue to send troublemakers to harass me and my family, and even use his power to slander me unjustly. He even planned to use his means to falsely accuse my fiancé Mr. Su Yuanhang of criminal offenses, thus sending him to prison. Yesterday's attack on my villa was orchestrated by Mr. Wang. I have evidence for everything I'm saying. I have recordings as proof. Finally, I want to tell Mr. Wang that if anyone tries to harm my family, children, or fiancé, I, Tang Kexin, will fight to the bitter end. Because they are the people I love most, and they are my soft spot. After speaking, Tang Kexin suddenly looked toward the farthest corner, and as the cameras flashed, Su Yuanhang's figure was revealed. Their eyes met. Wang Tsung's face contorted with rage. Tang Kexin. Su Yuanhang never expected that Tang Kexin's meeting with Wang Tsung was intended to drag him down as well. This move was essentially a desperate struggle that would leave both sides shattered. His company was being undermined, and all the artists now faced the crisis of being blacklisted. Su Yuanhang was already aware of this. After exchanging a glance, they seemed to understand each other's thoughts without words. He gave Tang Kexin a faint smile, then followed her from the corner toward the podium. Tang Kexin had happened to catch sight of Su Yuanhang. Originally intending to avoid the reporter's gaze, she fixed her eyes on an empty corner only to unexpectedly see Su Yuanhang. His presence instilled immense confidence in Tang Kexin, as if with this man by her side, she feared nothing. Imperceptibly, she had come to regard him as her pillar of support, a man who could shoulder half the sky. So after seeing the teleprompter, Wang Tsung wanted her to fabricate a story claiming she had no relationship with Su Yuanhang and had never given birth, insisting it was all a malicious ploy by Tianyu Entertainment to ruin her reputation, because she intended to jump ship to Wangda Entertainment Group. Then she was to announce that she had been in a long-term relationship with Wang Tsung, and at this press conference she would declare their romance. All as a trade-off for Wang Tsung to relent and spare Su Yuanhang and his associates. At this moment, Tang Kexin's words stunned the journalists, who never expected her to publicly sever ties with Wang Tsung on such a grand occasion. As for revealing the despicable tactics of Wang Tsung, most reporters were already aware of the dark deeds behind the scenes. Now that she openly defied him, everyone could foresee the end of Tang Kexin's career as a star. Wang Tsung never imagined Tang Kexin would expose him like this, and even had an audio recording. Nevertheless, he harbored no concern over the evidence she held against him. With the public relations machine of Wangda Entertainment Group, these troubles would soon be buried. Tang Kexin, you tricked me. Wang Tsung glared at her and shouted into the microphone, utterly disregarding the journalists recording below. He's not tricking you. Just as Tang Kexin was about to confront him, Su Yuanhang's voice rang out from the audience. Then everyone's gaze turned to the man in the baseball cap. Su Yuanhang walked toward the podium, pulling off his mask to reveal his true face. When the journalists recognized Su Yuanhang, they were astounded once more. After all, he was now a celebrity embroiled in rumors with Tang Kexin and fathering 2 illegitimate daughters, his fame rivaling that of top-tier stars. As he appeared, the flashing lights immediately shifted to him. But Su Yuanhang calmly walked to Tang Kexin's side, gave her a gentle smile, and took her hand with utmost composure. Tang Kexin's tense body suddenly relaxed, as if Su Yuanhang had bestowed immense solace upon her. Then, as Wang Tsung clenched his fists, Su Yuanhang turned to face the journalists, and said with a smile, "It's you who is tricking her. Su Yuanhang, who let you in?" Wang Tsung sensed trouble and roared, "Who let him in? On such an important occasion, you let an irrelevant person in. Are you security guards just eating your pay?" At Wang Tsung's outburst, the 2 security guards who had taken bribes from the reporters trembled with regret. As for the 2 reporters who had befriended Su Yuanhang and shared cigarettes with him upon learning that their new friend was the trending figure, they felt nothing but remorse. If it came to light that they had accepted 10,000 yuan, their careers would be utterly ruined. At this moment, the hall fell into dead silence, the sound of typing keyboards growing softer. But Su Yuanhang said without hesitation, "Mr. Wang, as the young master of Wangda Group and a man of high status, using such despicable methods to coerce my fiancée and threaten to destroy me. Isn't that rather unsavory?" Wang Tsung finally looked straight at Su Yuanhang. Seeing the detestable smile on his face, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. "Su Yuanhang, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak here?" Wang Tsung pointed a finger at him dismissively. "Get down from here. This is no place for you." He then shouted at the security guards, "Where are the guards? Are you all dead? Get this man out of here immediately." At that moment, security personnel appeared from both sides of the corridor. 8 men in total, all prepared to forcibly remove Su Yuanhang, the uninvited guest. Tang Kexin tensed up, gripping Su Yuanhang's hand tighter. But Su Yuanhang gave her a reassuring smile, then said calmly, "Wang Tsung, before I take my fiancée away, why don't you check your phone? I think you've become the trending topic of the hour. Then Su Yuanhang smiled at the journalists. Dear reporters, you may also search for some key terms related to Mr. Wang online. I believe compared to tonight's news about my fiancé attending his press conference, you'll be far more interested in the good deeds Mr. Wang has done over the years while dabbling in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, the journalists all grabbed their phones or laptops and began searching for information about Wang Song. What they saw startled them all. The most eye-catching headline was the explosive news that Wang Song had murdered a certain... All the posts came from the same ID mysterious judge. Seeing this, everyone eagerly clicked on the links. The content was shocking and extremely detailed. That celebrity had been a prominent figure 7 or 8 years ago, a very famous singer. He was said to have committed suicide due to depression, and even now people still mourn him. But no one expected that he didn't die from depression. He was murdered. The culprit was none other than Wang Song, the young master of Wangda Group, standing right before them. This revelation was far more sensational than any gossip about Tang Kexin's illegitimate children. Click, click, click. Mr. Wang, is it true that Mr. Liang's death is connected to you? Suddenly a female reporter, a fan of the late singer, dared to stand and ask, please answer our questions, will you? Her inquiry stirred the other journalists. Mr. Wang, I see reports that besides you other celebrities were involved in Mr. Liang's suicide. Can you provide an explanation? At this point, the entire tide of public opinion had turned squarely against Wang Song. Apart from the written reports, videos had even surfaced across major online platforms, sparking a massive uproar in no time and catching the attention of netizens far and wide. Wang Song, sensing something ominous as everyone around him buried their heads in their phones or computers, instinctively pulled out his own device. Just then the lights dimmed, and behind him, the massive projection screen flickered to life. Waves of unrestrained laughter erupted, crashing like thunder in Wang Song's mind. Xiao Liang, you're really not giving President Wang face. Exactly. This powder is top-notch, genuine, grade stuff. Nowhere to be found on the market. You're always under so much pressure, so President Wang specially invited you here to enjoy yourself. Why are you so reluctant? Brother Liang, I promise once you take this you'll be flying high and forget all your worries. Hearing this, Wang Song's body gave a jolt. With a look of terror, he turned stiffly toward the projection screen. On the screen, singer Liang was in a private club being forced to drink by several people. He was soaked, stripped of his clothes, and looked utterly humiliated. The journalists stared at the image, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. They all recognized the man. Handsome, clean-cut, once a celebrated idol singer. But 7 or 8 years ago he had jumped to his death, supposedly due to depression. Tang Kexin also saw Liang being plied with drinks by Wang Song. On a long table crowded with bottles, far more shocking was the mound of grade drugs scattered carelessly in one corner. The quantity seemed considerable, and a few women were already completely out of it. These women were all prominent figures in the entertainment industry, yet their presence at such an occasion was like a thunderbolt shattering the industry. Besides the actresses, there were also famous actors, including Lin, who had always been close to Wang Song. Lin was currently grabbing Liang by the hair, forcing him to kneel at Wang Song's feet, then laughed loudly. Brother Liang, don't you know President Wang's power? With just one word from him, you'll be blacklisted from the entertainment industry. But now he's giving you a chance. Serve him well, and your future will be limitless. Liang, however, showed no sign of yielding. Despite the unprecedented humiliation, he looked straight at Wang Song and said word by word, Wang Song, I will never stoop to your level. I will expose everything that happened today. Before Wang Song could speak, the lackey Lin slapped Liang across the face and cursed, fuck you. Who do you think you are? Believe me, I'll kill you right now. Wang Song, a man of few words but ruthless actions, grabbed a bottle and smashed it on Liang's forehead just as Liang tried to get up. A piercing scream rang out. Liang clutched his head, writhing on the ground in agony. He was battered and covered with wounds, blood and alcohol soaking his entire body. Yet the scene didn't disturb anyone present. They all watched, as if enjoying a show, laughing heartily at Liang's suffering. Haha, hold him down. Wang Song shook the liquor off his hands and ordered the others. Lin immediately took the lead, pinning Liang's arms while the others restrained his legs and head, making it impossible. Wang Song scooped some of the grade powder into his palm, then poured it into a bottle of liquor. Crouching beside Liang, ignoring his bleeding head, he said with a sneer, open his mouth. He didn't intend to pry Liang's mouth open with bare hands. This private club was Wang Song's turf, so naturally there were tools for such entertainment. Someone pulled a tool from under the table, forced it into Liang's mouth, and pried it open. Wang Song then poured the drugged liquor down his throat. Liang spat it out, a mix of blood and liquor splattering all over Wang Song's face and clothes. Enraged, Wang Song grabbed the tool and smashed it hard against Liang's thigh. A sharp cracking sound followed by Liang's agonized scream. His thigh was broken, the bloody bone exposed. Yet even this brutality didn't stop them. They continued to hold the struggling Liang down, waiting for Wang Song to continue his game. But Wang Song had lost interest. He waved a hand at Lin. You deal with this. Make sure he never talks. Everyone understood. Lin immediately nodded. President Wang, rest assured, I'll handle it quietly. No one will ever. Xiao Lin, I trust you. Next month, we'll prepare a new show. Work with your goddess. Don't let me down. Wang Song sat back on the sofa, blood still on his hands, but he didn't hesitate to pick up a glass and drink. The actresses immediately flocked to attend him, enjoying themselves without a care for Liang's fate. Afterward, Liang was dragged out and put into a car. Seeing him secretly taken back to his home, where a fake suicide scene was set up, sent chills down everyone's spine. In the video, Liang was brought to a rooftop by several people, his body mutilated and then pushed off. Falling from a height of over 30 meters, Liang was instantly shattered into pieces. The video ended there. Now the journalists finally understood what had really happened to Liang back then. They never imagined he had suffered such injustice before his death, and that the executioner was none other than Wang Song. Tang Kexin watched in horror. She knew the entertainment industry was chaotic, but she never expected it to be so depraved under the control of capital. Killing for pleasure seemed as mundane as a daily routine. In their eyes, human life was nothing but a joke. She trembled all over. Wang Song never imagined that video footage had been leaked. After all, there was no surveillance in his private club. There was only one possibility. Someone had secretly installed cameras in his club and released this material now. Amid the uproar of the journalists, Wang Song shouted at the staff, "Turn it off. Turn it off now. Don't you understand?" Panicked and losing his composure, Wang Song scrambled. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang took Tang Kexin's hand and whispered, "Let's go." Tang Kexin knew there was no need to stay. She nodded lightly to Su Yuanhang. Okay. Wang Song was too distracted to bother with them, so they left the reception unimpeded. Once outside the hotel, Tang Kexin let out a heavy sigh, but the horrifying images of Liang's suffering still haunted her, making her body tremble. Su Yuanhang pulled her clothes, scared. A little, she admitted. I never imagined they could be so inhuman. Now the public outcry will turn on Wang Song. He'll reap what he sows. Su Yuanhang said coldly. The police will step in soon. Those people won't escape. The evidence of guilt provided by Su Yuanhang was only a part of it. Of course, this portion was precisely what the vast online community and news media were most eager to see. Once it fermented online, Su Shurchen could submit the true evidence regarding Wang Song to the relevant authorities. Watching the slight upturn of Su Yuanhang's lips, she felt a stir in her heart, and asked Yuanhang, "How did you know I was here?" "Finding out where someone isn't that hard for me," Su Yuanhang said with a smile. "Besides, I found out that Wang Song was secretly targeting our company and you, and knowing he was holding a press conference here, Lin Shanshan, standing nearby, felt Su Yuanhang seemed even more towering and formidable. "Su Yuanhang, I find you more incredible by the minute. You were the one who got the media to release the news about Wang Song today, weren't you?" Speaking of this, her expression still held a trace of lingering shock along with a touch of excitement. "I never imagined that bastard Wang Song would turn out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing." Tang Kexin was equally astonished that Su Yuanhang had obtained so much dirt on Wang Song, even managing to find the video of Liang's murder from 7 or 8 years ago, as if he were a hacker. "Let's talk when we get back." Su Yuanhang glanced at the time, estimating that the police had by now received the anonymous tip the system had sent. Of course, he wasn't worried about the police dragging their feet, since the system had ways to ensure a thorough investigation into Wang Song and the Liang case. Just then, Uncle Chun drove over. Once the three of them were in the car, they could see the huge LED screen outside the mall broadcasting the news about Wang Song's murder of Liang. At this moment, no matter how formidable Wang Song's abilities were, he could not escape the investigation. Inside the car, Lin Shanshan kept scrolling through video platforms, most of which were publishing the news about Wang Song exposed by Su Yuanhang. Tang Kexin, however, gazed at Su Yuanhang's profile. Her heart stirred, and she said, "Yuanhang, thank you." Over the past 2 or 3 days, Tang Kexin had lost count of how many times she had thanked him. Every time she encountered difficulties, Su Yuanhang was always there, stepping forward without hesitation. Su Yuanhang grinned. "There's no need to thank me. Now that you're an artist under my company, it's only right that I seek justice for you. Besides, you're the mother of my children. Morally and rationally, I can't allow you to be harmed." A serene smile spread across Tang Kexin's face, her heart filled with warmth and a profound sense of security. Lin Shanshan, who had stopped watching the videos, observed the two of them still maintaining a courteous distance, speaking as politely as strangers. She could not help but chuckle. "Sister Xian, Su Yuanhang, please stop being so formal. As an outsider, even I find it awkward to watch." "Then don't watch." Su Yuanhang understood Tang Kexin's inner thoughts. She had never experienced romantic feelings before, and suddenly having children with Su Yuanhang meant their emotional foundation was nearly non-existent. Tang Kexin herself could not quite articulate her feelings towards Su Yuanhang. So Su Yuanhang was willing to give her time, starting as friends, gradually building a deeper connection. Tang Kexin was moved. She glanced at Su Yuanhang, aware that Lin Shanshan was also anxious for her, and said with a faint smile, "Shanshan, send Xiaoxin a message and ask if he's home and whether the babies are awake." "All right, I won't bother you two anymore," Lin Shanshan said, turning around to pick up her phone and message Tang Renxin. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for perfectly resolving Tang Kexin's crisis and exposing Wang Song's scandal to the point where everyone knows about it. You have received a reward of 500 million in cash, plus a cinema shopping mall. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a super popularity skill card, a super movie. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring divine acting skill, divine musical talent skill. A cascade of reward notifications echoed in Su Yuanhang's mind. He had not expected to receive so many rewards from the system this time. At present, Su Yuanhang's total cash wealth had surpassed 1 billion. He knew that in this world money could make the devil turn the millstone, so he had no complaints about his growing fortune. But the system rewarding him with a cinema shopping mall was quite unexpected. Clearly the system's intention was evident. It wanted Su Yuanhang to start expanding his business empire rather than limiting himself to cash rewards or real estate like villas. When he looked at the super popularity skill card and the super movie, Su Yuanhang was somewhat surprised. Beneath the popularity skill card was a tiny note indicating it was to be used on his horror suspense novel, and the recommended super movie was also based on his own novel. Moreover, he was granted innate divine acting and musical talent. It seemed the system intended for Su Yuanhang to enter the entertainment industry. However, Su Yuanhang had one concern. Even though Wang Tsong would be brought down, the Wang family's influence remained formidable. The blacklisting of Tianyu Entertainment or of Tang Kexin would not end there. It might even escalate. Thus Tang Kexin's career prospects were still unresolved. With this in mind, Su Yuanhang suddenly understood the purpose of the system's rewards, especially the super cinema shopping mall, which was clearly meant for him to go head-to-head with the Wangda Group. In that case, Su Yuanhang intended to make full use of the super cinema rewarded by the system. He quickly learned that the cinema had not yet been named and required Su Yuanhang to personally enter the name in the data panel, which would then generate it instantly, a very sci-fi feature. In reality, a large mall was facing bankruptcy and restructuring, but the system had acquired it and gifted it to Su Yuanhang. After some thought, Su Yuanhang named the mall Tangren Plaza, and naturally the cinema was called Tangren Cinema. The Tangren Plaza contained a total of 15 screening halls, including 2 VIP halls and 2 IMAX halls with a capacity of 4,000 viewers. Once movies were shown and audiences came, the annual revenue would also exceed 100 million. Mission host must use Tangren Plaza to actively expand territories, spreading Tangren Plaza across the country and even the world. The system's prompt sounded again. This time it was issuing a mission to Su Yuanhang, giving him an even more ambitious goal. Reminder: the Wangda Group will not let this matter rest. Host must face the unknown crisis together with Tang Kexin. To defeat the Wangda Group, Host needs a powerful background and strength as support. This system will back you up. Please continue to strive and create a super empire that surpasses the Wangda Group. After hearing this, Su Yuanhang felt his blood boil with excitement. After all, he had never imagined that one day he would contend with a behemoth like the Wangda Group. After understanding the situation, Su Yuanhang spoke up. Kexin, since Tianyu Entertainment has been acquired, it naturally needs a new name. Do you have any good ideas? Tang Kexin shook her head. Yuanhang, you're the boss. You should choose the name. Seeing that she had no suggestions, Su Yuanhang smiled faintly. Then let's call it Tangren Entertainment. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan thought the name carried profound significance. One of the characters, Tang, caught Lin Shanshan's attention, and she asked with a playful smile, Yuanhang, was this company name specially chosen for Sister Exine? In these days, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin were residing in the villa. Of course they were not idle. Besides taking care of the little ones, Su Yuanhang officially renamed Tianyu Entertainment Company to Tangren Entertainment Company. As for the Wang Song incident, the repercussions escalated further, directly causing turmoil in the stock of the Wangda Group, with indirect losses exceeding tens of billions. He himself had been taken in for investigation and prosecution. Even if the Wang family tried to bail him out, they could not secure his release. The public opinion wave once again pushed Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin to the forefront, yet they paid no heed. What proved more troublesome was that people in the industry, directors, actors, or other affiliates who had worked with or maintained good relations with them, all shunned Tang Kexin. Subtly, Tang Kexin and the artists under Tangren Entertainment faced a looming blacklist crisis. Su Yuanhang had anticipated this and clearly understood that the Wang family was intensifying pressure on them. Yuanhang, it seems the Wang family won't let go. Maybe I should negotiate with them, otherwise this company will be dragged down by me sooner or later. Tang Kexin was well aware that it was because of her that the company's operations were indirectly hindered. These past few days, although online voices supporting her were overwhelming, capital manipulation aimed to completely blacklist her. Advertisers and brands, even after learning that Tang Kexin had not withdrawn from the entertainment circle, still insisted on terminating contracts. Due to prior breach of contract, Tang Kexin paid a sum of compensation and the matter was settled. During the negotiation, Lin Shanshan discovered that brands that had once expressed interest in collaborating were now keeping a wide berth. Some brands replied explaining the reasons for not cooperating, while others did not even make a ripple. Kexin, I have a plan. Su Yuanhang, however, was completely unfazed by their suppression. Even if the entire entertainment circle offered no refuge, Su Yuanhang had other ways to keep Tang Kexin in the public eye. Take a look at the script first. I'll start preparing for the shoot. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Tang Kexin looked at the script handed over and asked in surprise, Yuanhang, where did this script come from? Is there a director willing to work with me? At this critical juncture, anyone who would offer her a role was essentially defying the Wang family and other capital powers. She couldn't imagine who would dare to take such a risk. Even renowned directors in the industry would not dare. Lin Shanshan was also astonished. Su Yuanhang, do you happen to know some directors in the circle? But Su Yuanhang merely smiled faintly. No need to know anyone. I am the director myself. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were stunned. You are a director? Why not? Su Yuanhang chuckled. Take a look at the script first, see if it suits you. At this moment, as a shareholder of Fiancée Wang, Su Yuanhang had some authority to select novels for adaptation. Though the Wang family controlled the entertainment industry, they could not extend their reach into other domains, especially Fiancée Wang backed by ByteDance. Right then Su Yuanhang realized the importance of holding 5 of Fanky's shares. As long as he could generate profits for Fiancée and ByteDance, they would have no reason to refuse a collaboration with Tang Kexin. Seeing Su Yuanhang so unruffled, and recalling his miraculous moves in recent days, Tang Kexin sensed he was not shooting in the dark, so she picked up the script. Opening it and glimpsing the theme, surprise flickered again in Tang Kexin's eyes. "This is my book." Su Yuanhang grinned. It was published before and sold well. After discussions with the Fiancée group, they agreed it has potential for a film adaptation, and you are the perfect choice for the lead. Lin Shanshan also knew about Su Yuanhang's novel, and couldn't believe it would be adapted into a film. It was a suspense horror novel with fantasy elements and many new twists. Tang Kexin had already finished reading the novel, so she still remembered the plot. The scenes between the male and female leads were vivid in her mind, and she felt the story had great visual appeal. Yuanhang, I'm not sure I can do it justice. Tang Kexin understood the female lead's personality. It was a challenging role for her, so she hesitated. I'm afraid it'll ruin your hard work. Read the script again. Su Yuanhang had already gone through it. Adapted from his own book with slight modifications to better suit Tang Kexin, he said, the character's personality is indeed a challenge for you. You have to step out of your comfort zone to bring this role to life. I don't think you're afraid of a challenge, are you? Before Tang Kexin could answer, Lin Shanshan spoke first. Su Yuanhang, you probably don't know that Sister Xine hasn't been in her comfort zone for years. She never looks at the paycheck when taking roles, she picks projects that are suitable or challenging. So this film shouldn't be a problem for her. Su Yuanhang had thought the same. He looked at Tang Kexin again, but she was engrossed in reading the script. The more she read, the more she was drawn in. Without pressing for an answer, Su Yuanhang headed to the kitchen to prepare some fruit for them to snack on while chatting. Meanwhile, the little ones were in the room, playing games with Tang Kexin, laughter occasionally spilling out. The children's birthdays were approaching, coinciding with National Day. Su Yuanhang was also working on thoughtful gifts for them. But before that, Su Yuanhang planned to resolve Tang Kexin's situation first. After slicing the fruit and arranging it into a platter, Su Yuanhang brought it over. Tang Kexin had roughly read through the script and looked up at him. Yuanhang, am willing to give it a try. Then it's settled. Su Yuanhang grinned. What about the male lead and other actors? Lin Shanshan worried. We're isolated now and not many will be willing to work with us. Su Yuanhang wanted to discuss this with them. We can try inviting suitable actors. He had a backup plan. If that fails, we'll go international. International? Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were puzzled. Yes, we're not limited to the domestic market. Su Yuanhang explained, you have a certain influence abroad. If possible, I'd like you to develop internationally. As for the actors, we can find foreign ones. They might blacklist us at home, but that doesn't mean we're blacklisted overseas. Hearing Su Yuanhang's words, Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan exchanged glances, eyes wide with disbelief. His idea was too far ahead. Neither Tang Kexin nor Lin Shanshan had dared to think in that direction. But based on the script's design, it could indeed invite foreign actors for a co-production. So leave the tasks of finding actors and assembling the crew to me. Su Yuanhang said cheerfully, Kexin, you just need to focus on mastering the script and bringing the character to life. As his words fell, Su Yuanhang heard Tang Kexin's inner voice at that moment. After reading the script, Tang Kexin was slightly taken aback. The storyline was exceptionally rich and mind-bending, especially the relationships between the characters, full of twists and turns. Based on her past experience in filming, this script would yield a production of very high quality, though the special effects would depend on the director and the team. Hearing her inner thoughts that she was very satisfied with the script, Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and asked, what do you think? Very good, I really like it. Tang Kexin paused and added, he'll give it a try. Then he'll start contacting director Paul. Su Yuanhang put down the fruit and grinned. As for the list of domestic actors, I've already asked the company's casting director to reach out. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan were astonished once again. Director Paul. Yuanhang, is it Director Paul Anderson? Tang Kexin was also aware of the renowned foreign director and his team, and couldn't help but be shocked. After all, they were recognized as the world's strongest director and cinematographer team. They had an extremely precise eye for visuals, pursued perfection in every shot, and every film they produced was of high quality with a guaranteed box office. Even if it wasn't a blockbuster IP series, it could still achieve decent box office results. It's him, Su Yuanhang nodded. I contacted his assistant a couple of days ago and sent the script to him. Having said that, under the expectant gazes of Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan, Su Yuanhang continued, now we just wait for his reply. Lin Shanshan became excited, full of admiration for Su Yuanhang. Su Yuanhang, you're simply powerful. You can even invite an internationally renowned director. Whether he could be invited mainly depended on financial capability. After careful consideration, Su Yuanhang believed director Paul was suitable for filming his work. After all, if an actor needs acting skills, then a director must make the story presentation gripping, memorable, and create a world that feels real. This suspense theme also had a strong fantasy element. Entrusting it to a foreign director team would be better than having some domestic directors film it. Whether in technology or special effects, they were indeed stronger in comparison. Especially in visual effects they could achieve greater realism. Not sure yet, Su Yuanhang said calmly. But I believe that once director Paul reads the script he will be interested in this. As his words fell, Su Yuanhang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was an international call. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan immediately fell silent, letting him answer. Hello, Su Yuanhang answered in fluent English. This wasn't a skill granted by the system, he already knew English. It was one of Su Yuanhang's few specialties from before. Director Paul, hello. Su Yuanhang said politely. I'm very glad to receive your call. Then he looked at Tang Kexin and the others and switched on the speakerphone. The next moment Director Paul's voice came through. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm also very glad to receive your invitation. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan held their breath as Director Paul continued. Mr. Su, I've read your script. Honestly, I was very surprised at first to receive an invitation from a friend in China, so I read your script with anticipation and curiosity. The title alone completely attracted me, prompting me to read the content, which instantly captivated my mind. I just finished reading it now. It's absolutely fantastic. Receiving Director Paul's approval secretly relieved Su Yuanhang. Su Yuanhang immediately smiled. Director Paul, it's an honor to invite you to collaborate. As for the compensation, as I mentioned to your assistant, it will definitely satisfy you and your team. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, I'm not too concerned about compensation. I'm only interested in this script now. Director Paul laughed heartily. According to the information you provided, the leading actress is Miss Tang Kexin, right? Tang Kexin's heart tightened when she heard her name mentioned. After all, her reputation was not good now. She feared that because of her, Director Paul might take offense and give up cooperation with Su Yuanhang. But Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin, immediately reading the anxiety in her tense eyes. He took her hand to comfort her and answered Director Paul. That's right, she is my designated lead actress. As for the main actor, it's not decided yet. I thought we could consider the casting together, Director Paul. Ha ha ha, actually Miss Tang Kexin is very popular abroad. I've heard a little about her recent news. I almost felt sorry that she was going to retire from the entertainment industry, because she is the Chinese actress I most want to work with. Unexpectedly, Director Paul suddenly praised her. After all, her acting talent is obvious to everyone. So when I learned I would be cooperating with Miss Tang Kexin, I feel honored too, ha ha ha. After hearing this, Tang Kexin's face showed surprise, as if she couldn't believe she had received such high praise from Director. The tension in her heart eased a little, but she didn't speak. Instead, she looked at Su Yuanhang with a serene smile. Su Yuanhang replied with a chuckle, Director Paul, that's wonderful. My fiancée has wanted to work with you for a long time. Now her wish has come true. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, you have a very beautiful fiancée. I envy you. Director Paul was very talkative and approachable, praising continuously. I hope we can get along well during this collaboration. Absolutely. Su Yuanhang said confidently. Director Paul, it's settled then. We'll discuss the details later. No problem, feel free to contact me. Director Paul had also confirmed his participation in the film, and a major concern. After hanging up, Su Yuanhang contacted relevant departments of his company to prepare for negotiations with Director Paul. Just then Lin Shanshan's phone rang. She glanced at Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin, knowing they would chat, so she stepped aside to answer. Yuanhang, having Director Paul personally film this drama is really great. Tang Kexin said excitedly. Thank you, you are truly my savior. If not for her restraint, Tang Kexin would have embraced Su Yuanhang. This man, he was simply all-powerful. Su Yuanhang grinned. The filming location is in China, so Director Paul will come here. Before that, you need to thoroughly digest the script. You don't need to worry about other things. Okay. Tang Kexin nodded firmly. After she replied, a system prompt sounded in Su Yuanhang's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling Tang Kexin's filming wish and cooperating with an international director. You have received 300 million cash reward, 1 influence special effect card. Before Su Yuanhang could feel smug, suddenly Lin Shanshan ran over in panic. Su Yuanhang's sister Xin, something terrible has happened at the company. Seeing Lin Shanshan in such a hurry, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin looked at her and asked what happened at the company. They all want to break their contracts. Lin Shanshan explained, they say, because Tangren Entertainment Company has been blacklisted in the entertainment industry, staying on will mean no more commercial opportunities, and they don't want to waste their time. For celebrities without commercial activities, there is no chance to rise, which is akin to being shelved. Tang Kexin could fully understand this situation, so it was perfectly natural for the artists to want to terminate their contracts. Then have HR handle the termination procedures for them. Su Yuanhang had already reviewed the artist profiles of the former Tianyu Entertainment Company. Besides the artists, there were also live streaming anchors, a small number of whom were million-follower bloggers. As for artists like Tang Kexin, who had developed fairly well over the past few years, the rest were mostly singers. Moreover, only 2 actors among the performers had broken into the first tier, but their influence was immense, making the company quite renowned in recent years. Lin Shanshan felt that Su Yuanhang hadn't grasped the severity of the situation yet. She glanced at Tang Kexin, hesitated, then decided to make it clear. Su Yuanhang, every artist and blogger under our company wants to terminate their contracts. What, all of them? Tang Kexin lost her composure. All of them, Lin Shanshan explained. And some employees want to resign too. Other entertainment companies have already started poaching our people. Tang Kexin began to feel uneasy. Su Yuanhang, however, remained unconcerned and said if they don't believe in the company's future, let them go. I'll recruit fresh talent later. But Yuanhang, this will make the company's operations extremely difficult. Tang Kexin felt this was her fault, and that she had to step in and resolve it. No, I have to go to the company and explain things to them. With that, she picked up her handbag, grabbed the script along with it, and headed out. Lin Shanshan also sensed that Su Yuanhang didn't seem to understand how an entertainment company operated. Without employees and artists, it would become an empty shell with no way to generate profit. So before following Tang Kexin, she explained to Su Yuanhang, boss, the most important assets of an entertainment company are its employees and artists. If they all leave, the company won't survive. Before she could finish, Su Yuanhang, hands in his pockets and a slight smirk on his lips, walked out, while interrupting, of course I know that, but isn't our company blacklisted in the entertainment circle? They have no work. I can't force them to stay, can I? Though that was true, Lin Shanshan wanted to say more, but she saw Su Yuanhang had already stepped out the door. She then heard Su Yuanhang call out to Tang Kexin, get in my car. On the way to the company, Tang Kexin was texting on her phone, presumably communicating with a friend from the firm. Meanwhile, she said to Lin Shanshan, message Tang Renqin, tell him to take good care of the little ones at home, and that will be... I already told him, Lin Shanshan replied. Su Yuanhang drove the Rolls-Royce through the company gates, found a parking spot, and turned off the engine. The three of them then walked toward the company's floor. Upon entering, Su Yuanhang sensed an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Every employee stared at Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin, and the others with some surprise, as if they hadn't expected them to show up suddenly. They immediately paused their tasks and greeted them, boss, Sister Kexin. Su Yuanhang noticed they were packing their personal belongings from their desks as if they were about to leave. He clapped his hands, then turned to Lin Shanshan and said, gather everyone. Everyone? Lin Shanshan asked. Yes, including those who are going through resignation procedures in HR. Su Yuan. Okay, I'll go right away, Lin Shanshan replied, then hurried off to the HR department. Before Lin Shanshan returned, Su Yuanhang looked at everyone in the office with a calm smile and said, my dear colleagues, I just learned that some of you want to resign or terminate your contracts, is that right? No one answered Su Yuanhang. Instead, they all kept their heads down, not daring to meet his gaze. Tang Kexin could no longer hold back and pleaded with everyone, I know you've all been very troubled by the company's situation lately, and you might even face the predicament of having no business. But I hope you can trust the company. Trust Chairman Su. He has the ability to lead us through this. Just then an artist stepped out of his office, a fairly popular singer. Not long ago, negative news about him domesticating his girlfriend had been exposed, and the company had used its PR to suppress it. Of course, this singer had always had a poor personal conduct, but he had managed to become the company's top star by releasing a few hit songs. Right after his tour concert ended, Chun Huayu rushed back without a break. He was also the one who had instigated the others to terminate their contracts. Now seeing Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin arrive, he stepped forward and said, Sister Kexin, that sounds nice. Everyone knows you're our boss's fiancée now. Even if you're blacklisted, he can support you, so you don't have to worry about your future livelihood. But are we the same? Chun Huayu questioned, arrogantly continuing, we're all just trying to make a living. Once we vanish from the public, I will be forgotten before long. Then what do we do? Sister Kexin, don't take this the wrong way, but because of you and Chairman Su, everyone else has been dragged down and blacklisted together. Now we can't even land a single commercial gig, let alone sing or act. Are we supposed to live on air? So I hope Chairman Su can let us go and give us a chance to seek broader horizons. The moment he finished, other artists chimed. Yes, Chairman Su, we don't know what to do every day now. It feels like we're just waiting to die completely aimless. Boss, it's not that we want to leave, but we have no choice. I finally landed a role and the contract was almost signed, but the director suddenly said since I'm from Tangren Entertainment, he didn't want me anymore. My song was deleted by the platform for no reason. Mango TV had several shows I hosted, but now they've replaced me. They all started complaining bitterly, but after speaking their eyes were evasive. Tang Kexin suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Now that the company's artists were struggling, she couldn't persuade everyone to stay calm. Su Yuanhang, who had remained silent all along, heard their grievances after the outburst. Those who wanted to leave had actually been poached by competitors. He scanned the room, saw Lin Shanshan returning with the HR staff, and said, you want to leave? I agree. Having fully grasped their intention to resign, Su Yuanhang naturally refrained from forcing the issue. Tang Kexin, seeing Su Yuanhang's agreement coupled with his previous conduct, placed a degree of trust in him. She said no more, though a tinge of regret lingered in her heart. Chun Huayu, still dissatisfied, persisted in speaking up for the others. Chairman Su, don't blame us for this. The company itself is responsible for the setback in our careers, so we hope you'll be lenient regarding the contract termination. Over the years, Chun Huayu had amassed considerable wealth through tours and album releases. With only a year or so left on his contract, he could afford the penalty for breach. His actions, though seemingly advocating for employee welfare, were actually aimed at luring valuable talent to defect to another company. His true motive was to poach those of value to a rival firm. Su Yuanhang gave a faint smile and said, compensation will be handled strictly according to the terms of the original contract. At these words, discontent rippled instantly among the employees and artists. Boss, you can't do this. It's the company's fault that we can't engage in business activities, so the company should bear the loss. Exactly. How can you demand compensation from us? Chairman Su, are you trying to squeeze more money out of us before we thought you were a good boss, but you're just as much a bloodsucker as old Lin. With the pretense shattered, the employees began hurling insults at Su Yuanhang without restraint. Yet Su Yuanhang noticed that those cursing him had already been bought off by Chun Huayu, their purpose being to incite and enlist other employees in the mutiny. Someone had already promised to pay their penalties to the company, which emboldened them so. Tang Kexin, angered by the public humiliation of Su Yuanhang, snapped at the group. Xiaohu Zhongli, Chairman Su, is merely following legal procedures. No one is forcing you to terminate your contracts, so how can you blame him now? You ungrateful lot. Considering the company's financial difficulties and your limited development, Mr. Su even raised your benefits. Now you turn around and curse him. Where is your conscience? Lin Shanshan could not contain her fury, pointing at those she knew well. How much higher can the benefits be? Chen Huayu relished the scene of mass defection and open confrontation with Su Yuanhang, so he fanned the flames. Or does Mr. Su think we're beggars that tossing us a sweet will make us wag our tails and keep working for the company? The bribed artists and employees immediately echoed Chen Huayu. Don't be afraid, everyone. Well, resign and terminate contracts. If they take us to court, well, all fight together. I don't believe they have the right on their side. Su Yuanhang was thoroughly amused by their absurd rhetoric. Letting out a chuckle, he met their bewildered gazes with a playful, sardonic glint in his eyes. You few before terminating your contracts with the company have secretly signed agreements with a competitor. That itself violates labor law. If I pursue this, you'll face joint liability for compensation, and any losses incurred by our company will be borne by you. His words instantly silenced the mutineers. One of them, however, stubbornly denied the charge. You're lying. Do you have proof that we're jumping ship? Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan stared at Su Yuanhang in disbelief, their eyes full of confusion, wondering how he could have known about this. Su Yuanhang shook his head with a wry smile. I wouldn't have called you out without proof. Yu Xiaohu and Yu Su Weiwei. As he named them one by one, all of them averted their eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Their guilty consciences were magnified in Su Yuanhang's eyes. Their petty schemes could not escape his discerning gaze. And you? Su Yuanhang pointed at the smug Chen Huayu with a sneer. Before dissolving your labor agreement with the company, you secretly signed a franchise contract with Xingyue Company. The company reserves the right to sue you. A relevant lawyer will contact you shortly. Be prepared to pay compensation. For a singer of Chen Huayu's caliber, the compensation amount would be substantial. Chen Huayu's triumphant smile suddenly froze, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Su Yuanhang, are you trying to scare me? Scare or not, you'll find out soon enough. The corners of Su Yuanhang's mouth curled into a cold smirk. Don't forget, I'm a capitalist too. Be careful you don't play with fire and get burned. Having delivered his warning to Chen Huayu, Su Yuanhang turned to the motley crew. Anyone who wants to leave the company, you'll allow it. Just prepare the penalty fee. By the way, I had good news to share with you all, but it's not too late now. Su Yuanhang was too weary to waste words on them. He looked at Tang Kexin with a faint smile. Though all of the company's business has ground to a halt, Tangren's development strategy lies not within the country. Just yesterday, Tangren Company forged strategic partnerships with several overseas firms. From music to advertising to films, everything will be globally distributed exclusively. Su Yuanhang dropped a bombshell on the ignorant frogs at the bottom of the well, and Miss Tang Kexin will receive a script adapted by Fiancée Novel Group, collaborating with director Paul on a film. The employees were stunned. Among all entertainment companies, only a handful could ever connect with the international stage. They never imagined that after acquiring Tianyu Entertainment and renaming it Tangren Entertainment, Su Yuanhang would move swiftly to forge strategic partnerships worldwide. For the company's artists, this was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. If they seized the opportunity, they could soar to the sky, perhaps even become international stars. Countless artists had stepped beyond the national border, yet those who became international icons were few and far between. Tang Kexin, once blacklisted in the entertainment industry, was now poised to collaborate with an international director. This was the ultimate proof. It showed that although Tang Kexin could not get roles domestically with Su Yuanhang's help, she had leaped directly onto the global stage, which was infinitely broader and more promising. Even Tang Kexin could make a comeback and go international, proving that Su Yuanhang, as the company's helm, indeed possessed the ability and connections to press forward undeterred by the domestic blackout. Of course, Su Yuanhang's far-reaching plans were built step by step on his exceptional operational capabilities, laying the groundwork for the company's future. The collaboration with director Paul was merely an initial step, laying the foundation for both the company and Tang Kexin. By now the employees were in an uproar. Some who had been silent but intended to resign now began to ingratiate themselves. Mr. Su, I'm willing to stay. I never wanted to resign. Please don't fire me. Me too, Sister Xin. You know me. Please put in a good word with the boss. Mr. Su, do you mean our company won't be blacklisted and will even work with international firms? Seeing the eager light in their eyes, Su Yuanhang gave a definitive answer. That's right. You can ask the publicity and marketing teams. They've already received the news. So far, employees from those departments had not joined the commotion. When they learned that director Paul would collaborate with Tang Kexin on the suspense fantasy film written by Su Yuanhang, they cheered in their office, nearly popping champagne to celebrate. Of course, the other employees had heard the celebration earlier, but everyone had been persuaded by Chen Huayu to resign, so they paid no attention. Now these people were filled with regret. Mr. Su is right. The company has confirmed with director Paul and his team. They will personally come to China for location scouting in half a month, preparing for the film shoot. An employee explained to the crowd. Others in the know chimed in, persuading and even reproaching their close friends. Lin Fei, you've let me down so much. Don't ever call yourself my friend again. Xiao Yuan, we're through. If you're jumping ship, I won't go with you. Brother, you're on your own now. Our Mr. Su has been good to us, but you kicked us when we were down. I looked down on you. The company was now split into two factions. Those who supported Su Yuanhang were united in their indignation. A couple with differing opinions and aspirations broke up on the spot. Those who had intended to follow Chen Huayu or had been swayed were now pale and panicked. Some had even accepted pay cuts at the new company just to escape Tangren Entertainment. Now they had thrown a stone but hit their own foot. A complete loss. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan never expected such a dramatic reversal. Seeing the tide turn, Chen Huayu tried to change the subject. Su Yuanhang, stopped fooling everyone. You invite Director Paul to cooperate with Tang Kexin. With her infamous reputation, Director Paul would probably want to steer clear. He continued, and everyone faced reality. Su Yuanhang is giving all the resources to Tang Kexin. Can't you see that? Even if she gets a role, what about us singers? What about the hosts and bloggers? Can he get us business too? If so, why do we need operations planning or marketing departments? He might as well handle all the business negotiations himself. Chen Huayu's words had a sly manipulative twist, leaving the singers, hosts, and bloggers wavering in uncertainty. Yeah, Mr. Su, what guarantees do we have that our resources will be as good as Tang Kexin's? Su Yuanhang, stop bluffing. Your promises are nothing but sugar-coated bullets. Prove it. Show us that Director Paul is really cooperating with the company, or stop spreading lies. Lin Shanshan was about to retort, but Tang Kexin beat her to it. You're being unreasonable. The publicity, marketing, and film departments have already confirmed it. Why don't you believe them? I think you've gone completely mad and beyond saving. Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes and complained bluntly. With brains like yours, you shouldn't even be in this company. If I were Mr. Su, I'd fire the lot of you. Su Yuanhang grinned and said, "I'll say just one last thing." He paused, meeting everyone's eyes, then continued. Those who want to leave can report to HR. Compensation will be handled through legal procedures. As for the rest, I've said all I need to say. Now go to work or leave. I won't force anyone. With that, Su Yuanhang dismissed the crowd. Even though the company had little business at the moment, they couldn't afford to be idle. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Su Yuanhang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, an international number. Fortunately, he had saved the contact, so he answered immediately, speaking in front of everyone. Hello, Mr. Jason. Hello, Mr. Su. I hope I'm not disturbing you, the other party said politely. Not at all, Mr. Jason. Please go ahead. Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin and the employees who were watching his every move like hawks, a faint smile playing on his lips. Mr. Su, it's like this, Jason said. Mr. Paul would like to have a video call with you to discuss the collaboration in detail. Would that be convenient? Seeing the sincerity in the other party, Su Yuanhang readily agreed, sure, of course. After exchanging contact information, Su Yuanhang immediately went to an employee's desk, opened the international communication software, and had a direct video call with Director Paul himself. The rest of the employees were baffled by Su Yuanhang's actions, but Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan understood. Jason was Director Paul's assistant. His personal call signaled Paul's intention to negotiate with Su Yuanhang. Soon the video connected and Director Paul's figure appeared on the screen. The employees standing behind could clearly see Paul, a name well known in the industry. Su Yuanhang immediately greeted him. Director Paul, hello. I'm Su Yuanhang. Pleased to meet you. Wow, Mr. Su, you're so young. Director Paul exclaimed. Is this your company? Su Yuanhang grinned. Yes, I'm having a meeting with my staff. But when I mentioned my collaboration with you, they didn't quite believe it, ha ha ha. His seemingly jocular words were a sharp slap to those who had doubted him. The live video call from Director Paul silenced the skeptics instantly. Chen Huayu's face darkened to an extreme. Ha. When my team learned that we were going to collaborate with Mr. Su and Huaxiao, they found it a bit hard to believe. Director Paul also laughed in agreement, saying, after all, we have never collaborated with artists in Huaxiao. This time, we are all filled with anticipation. His words were in English, so most of the employees who were not familiar with foreign languages were left confused. However, this did not prevent them from witnessing the conversation between Su Yuanhang and Director Paul. The two chatted happily, but Chen Huayu's face turned ashen. Those who wanted to resign under his lead were now anxious. Director Paul, we are also very much looking forward to collaborating with you. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, when you come to Huaxiao, I will definitely show you the local scenery. Ha, great. Director Paul laughed heartily. Let's leave it at that for now. I will have my assistant Jason communicate with you about subsequent matters. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Goodbye, Director Paul. Su Yuanhang replied politely with a smile. After hanging up the video call, the room remained eerily silent. Su Yuanhang looked at Chen Huayu and the others and said, why are you still here? Didn't you want to resign? Hurry up and go to the HR department. Chen Huayu and the others wore grim expressions. They never expected that even under the complete ban of Su Yuanhang and the company in the country, they could still collaborate with an international director. Before he could speak, Su Yuanhang's expression turned cold again. And you go write your resignation letters. As for those who continue to believe in the company, roles will be arranged for you in this film, personally handled by Director Paul, giving you a chance to be exposed to the public. After a pause amidst the excitement of some loyal employees, Su Yuanhang continued, don't worry about the film not being able to be released. The company currently has a movie mall, and I will also cooperate with Douyin to launch this film through multiple channels. This statement reassured everyone, and some began to cheer excitedly. Long live Director Su. Chairman, you are in Tangren Company is amazing. Moreover, the theme song, background music, and ending song of the film will be created by our company's singers. You will also have the opportunity to study abroad and learn from top foreign singers. As for hosts and others, they will also have opportunities for international arrangements, ensuring that before the domestic ban is lifted, your career prospects will not be delayed. Once Su Yuanhang arranged for the singers, actors, and even hosts, this group of people felt a sense of security wash over them, even excitement. Their previous achievements were mediocre, and some were even relatively unknown. But if Su Yuanhang truly fulfilled his promises, they would have the chance to soar. The premise is that Su Yuanhang's actions would consume vast amounts of manpower, resources, and finances, yet he seemed more than capable. With the system in place, Su Yuanhang was not afraid. Chairman, I am willing to stay. Please give me a chance. Mr. Su, everything was instigated by Chun Huayu. It has nothing to do with me. Please, I beg you, give me one more chance. Boss, it was my foolishness to listen to Chun Huayu's nonsense. Please don't fire me. At this moment, they were all begging, their attitudes completely different from their earlier bravado. Seeing these fair-weather friends turning against him, Chun Huayu's face darkened to the point it seemed he could drip water. He then scoffed, so what if I instigated them? Su Yuanhang, do you really think that just because you've associated with Director Paul you can rise to the top? The domestic market is not the same as the international market. Even if the film is made, it must withstand the test of the market. Don't let it flop at the box office. Oh, let's see what you'll do then. He turned to the others and continued to shout. And you all willing to follow Su Yuanhang, huh? Let's see how this plays out, and don't come begging me later. Humph, damn you. At this moment someone got angry. Usually Chun Huayu flaunted his power as the top dog in the company, backed by Lin Donghui. So many had long been displeased with him. Now that the mask had been ripped off, some employees could no longer tolerate his attitude and directly cursed, get lost. Chun Huayu, the company supported you initially. Now that Lin the old dog is gone, you're just a piece of crap. Do you really think that highly of yourself? Mr. Su quickly let this traitor go. Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin, seeing the employees united against Chun Huayu, were in great spirits. They admired Su Yuanhang's clever handling of this crisis. Su Yuanhang coldly said to Chun Huayu, get lost. The resignation process will be handled by someone else. Prepare for your breach of contract compensation. Chun Huayu was enraged by the insults from the employees, feeling powerless against the crowd. He could only point at them and coldly snort. We'll see. We'll see. Su Yuanhang remained unfazed. Be careful when you leave. The last time Lin Donghui fell and got his head. Chun Huayu was seething with anger, but could not vent it. He looked like a stray dog as he left the company. Su Yuanhang then looked at the remaining fair-weather friends without any pity and said, you all too pack your things and leave. At this moment, even if they had thick skin, they could no longer stay. This was their choice, and some employees had already signed contracts with other companies, leaving them no room for regret. They left with Chun Huayu looking ashen while still shouting, Su Yuanhang, don't think the company is anything special. You really think I care? Get lost. Don't regret it later. Tian, you actually broke up with me for a band company. Good, very good. Don't come crying to me to get back together. Quick, get lost. The girl named Tian immediately picked up a water cup, threatening to throw it, scaring her ex-boyfriend into a hasty retreat. This scene caused the employees to burst into laughter. Outside, when Chun Huayu and the others reached the stairwell, he angrily kicked a trash can. Bang! The trash can was overturned, but Chun Huayu let out a cry of pain. Oh! His foot felt like it had kicked a metal plate, and as the trash can fell, it splattered trash everywhere. Numerous departing employees were splashed as well. Someone had leftover takeout, including stinky tofu soup, which spilled all over them. As Chun Huayu jumped around clutching his leg in pain, he was completely unaware that a rove beetle had just dropped onto his head and was beginning to crawl on his face. My leg. At this moment Chun Huayu felt as if his toes were about to break, unbearable pain flooding him. Those who left with him were also groaning. At this time the elevator doors opened, and Chun Huayu, supported by his assistant, hurried into the elevator. After finally alleviating the pain, the assistant suddenly noticed the rove beetle on Chun Huayu's face, thinking it was just an ordinary bug, and quickly reminded him, Chun, brother Chun, there's a bug on your face. Others upon seeing this also looked over and noticed the rove beetle, all displaying expressions of horror. Chun Huayu was furious, now being targeted by the bug. In a fit of rage he raised his hand and slapped his own face. Slap. The sound of the slap was crisp, and the rove beetle, unable to escape in time, was killed instantly. When he opened his hand, he saw the bug in his palm completely dead. Damn it, Su Yuanhang, you wait for me. After disposing of the bug, Chun Huayu said viciously. But one employee exclaimed in horror, Chun, brother Chun, that's a rove beetle. What a rove beetle. Everyone was taken aback. However, Chun Huayu was unaware of what a rove beetle was. Filled with confusion and annoyance, he asked, what is that? Brother Chun, hurry to the hospital. Rove beetles are also known as sulfur beetles. Brother Chun, your face must have been contaminated with the beetle's venom, and it could disfigure you. Quickly throw away the rove beetle, it will cause your skin to rot. In the elevator, everyone avoided it like the plague while educating Chun Huayu. Upon hearing this, Chun Huayu still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. Are you cursing me? Brother Chun, you just killed the rove beetle, and the venom is all over your hands and face. Soon you will experience burning symptoms on your face, and you need to go to the hospital to deal with it. The assistant had once suffered from a rove beetle, so he was very clear about the creature's lethality. However, symptoms would not appear immediately. Instead, they would last for a while, and then burning sensations would emerge followed by red spots and blisters. If not handled properly, Brother Chen, your face will rot, and scars will remain. At this moment, Chen Huayu began to panic. Damn it, why didn't you say this sooner? His heart raced, and he felt like he was living in hell while stuck in the elevator. As he watched the floors pass by, seeing that they were about to reach the first floor, suddenly the elevator jolted, and then stopped descending. Soon the elevator went pitch black, as if the power had gone out. Oh! At this moment, everyone started screaming loudly. Chen Huayu was even more desperate, leaning against the elevator wall, shaking with his assistant. Some began frantically pressing the elevator buttons, but there was no response, as if it had malfunctioned. The elevator is broken. At this point, everyone panicked. I'm not dead. Chen Huayu regained his senses, seeing that the elevator was not falling. He breathed a sigh of relief, and started cursing. What the hell are you all doing? Call for help. One by one, they took out their phones to call for help, while others pressed the elevator emergency button. Soon an elevator administrator responded, "Hello. What kind of broken elevator is this? We are stuck inside. Hurry and send someone to rescue us. We will call the fire department immediately for rescue. Please remain calm in the elevator." The administrator replied. Chen Huayu couldn't help but roar, "Hurry up." The administrator ended the call, leaving the 12 people in the elevator anxiously waiting. Half an hour passed. There was still no news from the fire department, and after pressing the emergency button, the administrator informed them that the fire department was on the way, but traffic congestion was causing delays. Chen Huayu clearly felt a slight sting, an itch on his face and palm, which were the initial reaction symptoms of the rove beetle's venom, and he couldn't help but scratch. Meanwhile, the assistant and others were preoccupied with their phones, either illuminating the area or contacting external help. At this moment, Chen Huayu felt that he was calling out to the heavens, but receiving no response, a sense of despair rising within him. Damn it! Frustrated, he began to pound on the elevator wall. Others, seeing this, turned pale and shouted, "Brother Chen, can you not make a scene? What if the elevator cable snaps?" "What did you say?" Chen Huayu, with nowhere to vent his anger, grabbed an employee by the collar, saying, "I'll do whatever I want. Who are you to stop me?" The employee was left speechless by his unreasonable behavior. However, due to Chen Huayu's status, no one dared to speak up. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the small elevator fell into dead silence. Chen Huayu, used to bullying others, soon felt the burning pain in his face and palm, as if his skin were being roasted. Besides the pain, his skin felt tight and hot, accompanied by an itch. "Oh!" Chen Huayu screamed, feeling extremely uncomfortable. All of this was witnessed by Su Yuanhang. Or rather, everything Chen Huayu was experiencing at this moment, while self-inflicted, also involved the effects of a divine prank tool. Previously, when Lin Donghui left, he had slipped at the entrance, and then again at the building's door, hitting his head and breaking his teeth, all due to the divine prank tool's effects. A considerable number of employees had left, or rather anyone wanting to leave, or who had already processed their resignation, exceeded 30. Chen Huayu was the first to descend, while the other employees waiting for the elevator did not encounter any further accident. In the office, employees were celebrating the company's revival under Su Yuanhang's clever strategies, when suddenly an employee rushed in his face, filled with a mix of emotions, saying, "Chairman Sister Xian, and everyone, Chen Huayu and the others are trapped in the elevator." "What?" Someone was puzzled. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, it serves him right. Why not have the elevator cable snap, and let him fall to his death?" Someone else said gleefully. Su Yuanhang, however, looked at Tang Kexin, seeing her smile knowingly, said, "Yuanhang, thanks to you again the company could escape this crisis. You are amazing." "It's nothing, just a small effort," Su Yuanhang replied with a grin. "Besides, this company is already mine, so naturally, I wouldn't let it go bankrupt." Lin Shanshan leaned in and said, "Yuanhang, Sister Xian, I've already sent Xiao Xian to take the treasures upstairs, but one elevator broke down and is under repair. They are taking the stairs up, I'll go greet them." "Go ahead." Su Yuanhang smiled and said, "Since the company is undergoing a major reshuffle, I also want to announce something." As the employees celebrated their retention and the bright future ahead, Su Yuanhang called out to them, "Everyone gather around. I have another piece of good news to announce." Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang, a hint of speculation in her mind. Once all eyes were on him, Su Yuanhang wasted no time and declared, "Our company faces an unprecedented opportunity. Director Paul is merely the first step in our strategic partnership." In the ensuing silence, Su Yuanhang turned to Tang Kexin and added, "For this reason, I also announce that Miss Tang Kexin will serve as vice president of the company with the same decision-making power as myself." Everyone knew that Tang Kexin was Su Yuanhang's fiancée, and thus part owner of the company, so no one objected. Moreover, her popularity, acting career, and inherent talent were evident to all. Her presence had once generated nearly half of the company's profits, so the employees had no complaints and applauded. "Congratulations, Sister Xian. Long live Sister Xian. Sister Xian, from now on we'll call you Boss Lady." Tang Kexin felt a surge of joy at Su Yuanhang's recognition. She did not refuse, but looked at him before addressing the employees. "Thank you all for your support and Chairman Su's trust. I will do my utmost to contribute to the company's development." Pausing briefly amid the cheers, she continued, "Tonight dinner is on me. Let's celebrate the new film project together. The employees were naturally delighted as the company had not held a group dinner for a long time. This was because Lin Dongwei had been stingy, treating them like workhorses with endless overtime packages. Though Su Yuanhang had no prior experience running a company, his operational skills made a remarkable difference when applied. Just then the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully retaining the team's loyalty and eliminating the company's parasites. The company is now on the right track. Reward 100 million company funds, company rebirth fortune at 100. The cash reward was understandable to Su Yuanhang, but the concept of company rebirth fortune puzzled him. After reading the explanation, he finally grasped it. In simple terms, both Tangren Entertainment Company and Tangren Movie Mall would gradually revive under the 100 fortune step by step. Then through Su Yuanhang's own efforts and operations they would become the best enterprises. He knew that both Tangren Entertainment and Tangren Movie Mall could be unified under the Tangren Group. Fortunately, Su Yuanhang did not need to worry about these details. The system would handle everything. According to the system, he only needed to take care of his family, while career matters would be shared. This truly was the ultimate nanny system. After the announcement, Su Yuanhang heard the adorable children calling out, "Daddy! Mommy!" The little ones had been waiting in the car for a while, and were overjoyed to finally see Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin. Their short little legs carried them forward as they burrowed into their parents' arms. They had grown very dependent on Su Yuanhang, wanting to cling to him every day. Of course, Su Yuanhang also longed to stay with the children constantly, which was why he had been handling company affairs from home the past few days. If not for Chun Huayu's troublemaking, Su Yuanhang would not have come to the office at all. Instead, he would have managed remotely, letting the departments handle the film matters involving Tang Kexin and director Paul. After picking up Debeo, Su Yuanhang kissed her and smiled. "Sweetheart, did you miss Daddy and Mommy?" "Yes," the little ones giggled. Tang Kexin held Xiaobao in her arms. The two stood together under the gaze of the employees, appearing exceptionally affectionate and harmonious. Though this was not the first time the staff had seen the twins, their beauty was strikingly extraordinary. Yet it was understandable. With two stunningly attractive parents, their children were naturally not far behind. On the side, Tang Renxin was being affectionate with Lin Shanshan. He grinned at Su Yuanhang. "Broinla, when I took the kids upstairs earlier, I passed the elevator doors and saw a bunch of firefighters. Sean said it was because a company trader was trapped inside." Seeing his curiosity, Su Yuanhang explained, "Just a pest. Kicking them out gives the company some peace." "That's Chen Huayu. I used to be his fan," Tang Renxin replied. Tang Renxin, noting Su Yuanhang's tough stance, even toward a first-tier singer, gave a thumbs up. "But you're really something, Broinla, getting him fired." "Heh." Then he continued, "Oh, by the way, besides the fire trucks, an ambulance came too. I saw Chen Huayu lying on a stretcher with what looked like injuries on his face." Su Yuanhang knew about that attack by rove beetles. Being trapped in the elevator was a living nightmare. If he had reached the hospital in time, there might have been a chance to neutralize the rove beetle venom, but by now it was too late. Tang Kexin was curious. "Did the elevator fall?" "No, sis, he got hurt by rove beetles," Tang Renxin explained. "That venom is terrifying." The employees overheard and began to murmur among themselves. "Rove beetles are highly toxic, like acid. Chen Huayu might be disfigured. I say he deserves it. But I hope the venom hit his throat, so he can't sing anymore." Tang Kexin was a bit taken aback. She clicked her tongue, but felt no pity, as still she refrained from passing judgment. Daddy, Mommy were hungry. The kids cared nothing about such matters, they only wanted their parents close and something to eat. Su Yuanhang naturally prioritized the children. He coaxed them, "Hungry are you? Then Daddy will take you to eat something yummy." "Great, great. Daddy, I want to eat sour soup hot pot." "Yes, the kind that spins." The two little ones seemed to share the same mind. As soon as Debeo spoke, Xiaobao nodded vigorously, gesticulating. "Sweethearts, didn't you two just have ice cream?" Tang Renxin was puzzled. "You're hungry again, already. Uncle, ice cream isn't a real meal. We want rotating hot pot." Tang Renxin sighed helplessly. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? Uncle would have taken you. Now Daddy and Mommy are busy." Just then Su Yuanhang heard the children's wishes, and they were very strong. "Ding! Take the kids to eat a rotating hot pot, and reward with a mystery gift pack." The prompt echoed in Su Yuanhang's mind. Even without the system reward, he would have immediately taken them to eat. So he grinned and said, "Daddy will take you now." The little ones cheered and jumped up, their crisp laughter lifting everyone. Meanwhile, he looked at Tang Kexin softly, coming along. Tang Kexin pondered for a moment, then seeing the expectant eyes of the adorable children, nodded and said, "All right, let's go have hot pot." Due to their status, Su Yuanhang planned to personally prepare a revolving hot pot at home, which would also allow Tang Kexin to focus on reading the script in peace. Since a cooperation agreement had been reached with director Bao Luo, the signing of the contract naturally could not be delayed but had to be finalized as soon as possible to avoid any complications along the way. "I'll go back with Sister Xine. You all continue working at the company," Su Yuanhang said to the staff. "Let me know if any." "President Su, Sister Xine, go enjoy your meal. Leave the company to us. Boss, rest assured we'll take good care of it." Then Sister Xine, the evening gathering. Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang, waiting for his decision on how to arrange the schedule. There was a strong sense of following one's husband wherever he goes. Su Yuanhang thought for a moment and said, "Let's have the evening gathering at Tangren Mall. You can search for the location as Sister Xin, and I will come by to settle the bill." "Tangren Mall," the employees exclaimed in surprise. Boss, is this yours too? Su Yuanhang hadn't mentioned this matter to anyone, having only casually brought it up earlier. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Su Yuanhang, including Tang Kexin. Opening a large-scale mall requires a significant investment. Most companies simply couldn't afford it. Su Yuanhang, however, chuckled and said, "It is mine. Or rather, I acquired it and renamed it Tangren Mall. It's now a subsidiary of the Tangren Group. Wow, boss, who on earth are you? Then can we get a free meal when we go tonight? Chairman, you're incredible. I'm sticking with you from now." At this point, Tang Kexin also spoke up. "Brother-in-law, how many assets do you actually have in Modu? Tell us all, so we can be mentally prepared." Lin Shanshan nodded in agreement, saying, "Su Yuanhang, I never expected you to be such a hidden tycoon." Tang Kexin too was inwardly astonished. She had thought that having a mansion like Tao Weiyuan was already impressive. Then came the acquisition of Tianyu Entertainment, and now a large mall surfaced. Each low-key move left everyone utterly amazed. Just as Tang Kexin said, even Tang Kexin had no idea how many businesses Su Yuanhang owned. Su Yuanhang, however, remained utterly calm, saying, "You'll find out gradually in the future." Everyone's curiosity itched, but they could not press further. Yet they knew one thing: Su Yuanhang was immensely "Daddy, can we come along tonight?" The adorable child held in Tang Kexin's arms asked expectantly as they left. "Sure, the more the merrier. As long as you like it, we'll all go together," Su Yuanhang replied with a smile. Tang Kexin then set down the little one, held the child's hand as they walked to the elevator entrance. Seeing that the elevator had resumed normal operation, she said to Su Yuanhang, "Yuanhang, I want to go out for a bit later." "Where do you want to go?" asked Su Yuanhang. "Well," Tang Kexin glanced at the adorable children and hesitated. "The children's birthday is coming soon." "Got it." Su Yuanhang nodded and said, "Let's go check out Tangren Mall together then." Tang Kexin stared at him for a moment, then recalling that it was his territory, nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." Afterwards, the group followed him downstairs and got into the car. Su Yuanhang then asked Tang Kexin, "Can you get hold of a revolving hot pot setup?" Tang Kexin, seated in the driver's seat, was surprised and said, "Brother-in-law, where am I supposed to find such a thing for you?" "Then buy a set from a revolving hot pot restaurant." Su Yuanhang thought for a moment and said decisively, "Let the owner name their price, no matter how much, it's fine." Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan exchanged glances, both shocked. Su Yuanhang's words exuded immense wealth and even a hint of overbearingness. "Well," Tang Kexin thought it over and said, "Brother-in-law, since you put it that way, I'll give it a try. But I can't guarantee they'll sell." Seeing Tang Kexin's lack of confidence, Su Yuanhang glanced at the adorable children and said, "Kexin, let Uncle Chun take this car back. The business van is parked downstairs. Xiao Xin and I will go together." "Are you really going to bring back that revolving hot pot setup?" Tang Kexin found it amusing. "We could have something else to eat. No need to go through all this trouble." But it was the children's wish, and Su Yuanhang was determined to fulfill it. He smiled and said, "It's no trouble, just a matter of spending some money. After all, once the children were satisfied, he would receive rich rewards from the system." With the decision made, Tang Kexin had no choice but to call Uncle Chen over, and they drove off as the adorable children waved goodbye. Tang Kexin then draped his arm over Su Yuanhang's shoulder, grinning, "Brother-in-law, I think you and my sister are getting along much better now." "How can you tell?" Su Yuanhang pulled out his phone to search for the exact location of a revolving hot pot restaurant. "Ready?" Tang Kexin whispered in his ear, "Brother-in-law, can't you see that the way my sister looks at you is completely different from how—" Su Yuanhang, who had already noticed from her dependency value that their bond had indeed deepened, acted ignorant. "Is that brother-in-law, you haven't noticed?" Tang Kexin exclaimed in surprise. "Her gaze when she looks at you is especially tender, and now she lets you make all the decisions. You've really become the man of the house." Having observed for the past few days, Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan as outsiders had been quite perceptive. Su Yuanhang, after being reminded by Tang Kexin, thought about it and realized it seemed to be true. Tang Kexin now followed his opinions completely in everything she did, giving him a sense of total reliance. After locating the revolving hot pot restaurant, Su Yuanhang hailed a cab while replying, "In your opinion, am I qualified as the man of the house?" "Qualified?" Tang Kexin began to exaggerate. "Brother-in-law, I'm not flattering you. Qualified is an insult to your skills. You're the pillar of our hearts now." Su Yuanhang felt a little elated by the praise and chuckled, "But before I came back, didn't your sister take good care of the children?" "It's different." Tang Kexin, having witnessed everything over those days, gave an unbiased assessment. "How should I put it? It feels like my sister now completely depends on you, and it's because of you that she's able to get through every crisis." As he spoke, the taxi arrived. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin got in, and he continued, "Brother-in-law, Shan just told me about the company. She praised you for being brave and resourceful, always handling emergencies perfectly." "That's just my duty." Su Yuanhang curled his lips, slightly looking out the window as the scenery sped by. Suddenly, these past few days felt like a dream. But this is far from enough. I will turn your sister into a super international superstar. Tang Kexin could feel the vibrant confidence radiating from Su Yuanhang. It was infectious. He followed with anticipation, "Brother-in-law, I believe you can do it." "Haha, thanks for your support," Su Yuanhang replied politely with a smile. After spending time with Tang Kexin, he found him to be a very good person, hardworking and uncomplaining. Though they had only known each other for a few days, it felt like they had been friends for years, and their friendship grew stronger. When the taxi arrived, Tang Kexin saw the huge logo at the mall entrance and was astonished. "Brother-in-law, are we here to shop at Tangren Mall?" The location matched, and it's nearby, so I thought we'd take a look, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Kexin immediately straightened his clothes and put on a casual, confident air. Brother-in-law, this is like an incognito inspection, isn't it? Su Yuanhang naturally understood what he meant, but he had no intention of flaunting himself. Instead, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked into Tang Kexin Mall with a smile, if you say so. Once inside, he noticed the mall was bustling with people coming and going in an endless stream. He and Tang Kexin went to the revolving hot pot restaurant. Since it wasn't yet mealtime, there weren't many customers inside. A few scattered patrons were eating, some with children, others as couples. Brother-in-law, there are customers. I doubt the owner will sell it, Tang Kexin said without confidence. Yet Su Yuanhang walked straight in. A waitress came over and he cut to the chase. Excuse me, is your boss in? Oh. The employee was startled. What business do you have with the boss? I'm here to talk business, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Could you please inform him? After hesitating briefly, the employee nodded. Wait a moment, I'll go get the boss. Thanks, Su Yuanhang replied politely. After the employee left, Su Yuanhang glanced at the small dishes on the revolving hot pot conveyor belt. The selection was quite rich with plenty of ingredients. Tang Kexin sat beside Su Yuanhang, but instead of looking at the dishes, he lowered his head and said timidly, brother-in-law, are we really going to haul that equipment away? We'll talk it over, Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile, as if it was inevitable. Before long, the owner emerged from the kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing an apron, apparently busy with work. Seeing Su Yuanhang, he confirmed their identity and greeted them. The two of you. My employee said you were looking for me. Su Yuanhang stood up, shook hands with him, and said, hello, boss. I'd like to discuss some business with you. Business? The owner looked bewildered. Yes. Su Yuanhang got straight to the point. I want to buy the revolving hot pot setup in your restaurant. Can you sell it to me? The owner. Tang Kexin. Neither of them expected Su Yuanhang to be so direct, catching the boss. Are you joking with me? The restaurant owner had never encountered such a situation before. He smiled, but looked quite bewildered. The three of them sat down and chatted casually nearby. Su Yuanhang, however, was very straightforward. I'm not joking. For certain reasons, my children want to eat revolving hot pot, but it's inconvenient for them to come here, so I plan to purchase your equipment and take it home. Of course, you can name your price, no matter how much it takes. Just say how much. Su Yuanhang probed. The shop owner hesitated. Though the revolving hot pot restaurant was a small business, its profit margin was still quite high. Despite the high rent at Tang Kexin Mall, thanks to the foot traffic, the annual net profit could still amount to several hundred. So he had no choice but to say helplessly, boss, I'm sorry, the equipment in the shop isn't for sale. And as you can see, there are still customers here. After speaking, the shop owner looked Su Yuanhang over carefully, then said in surprise, boss, you're Su Yuanhang, right? Recognized Su Yuanhang, didn't hide it. It's me. Seeing the negotiation fail, but Su Yuanhang's identity being recognized, Tang Kexin chimed in, good eye, boss. That's Su Yuanhang, the chairman of Tang Kexin Mall. I know. The shop owner was overjoyed, immediately rising and saying excitedly, President Su, I've long admired you. I never imagined you would grace my humble shop with your presence. It's an honor. The employees, noticing their boss treating Su Yuanhang with such deference, couldn't help but be drawn in. Don't you think that guy looks like someone? Did the boss just say he's Su Yuanhang? Whoa, isn't he Tang Kexin's fiancé? That's right. I didn't notice earlier. Wow, he's so handsome in person. And he's the chairman of Tang Kexin Mall. It's incredible that he's here negotiating with our boss. One after another, they pulled out their phones and began recording and taking photos. Even though he had been recognized, Su Yuanhang remained calm and composed. Boss, please sit down. Since the equipment in your shop isn't for sale, could you tell me the contact information for the supplier who manufactured this revolving hot pot setup? President Su, I have it. The shop owner was thrilled but also filled with trepidation, having just refused the chairman of Tang. With a single word from him, the shop could be shut down. So he quickly took out his phone and said, President Su, if you really want this set of equipment, I'll have it dismantled and delivered to you right now. I can buy another set later. At that moment, the shop owner changed his tune and began to fawn. Su Yuanhang understood that in this society, once one's status and position completely surpassed others, they received due respect. He had no intention of using his identity as chairman of Tang Kexin Mall to bully the shop owner, so he offered compensation. Boss, thank you then. If you get new equipment, how long will it take before you can reopen? It won't take more than a couple of days, the shop owner explained. Then he'll cover the losses from the closure during those 2 to 3 days, Su Yuanhang said. How about this? He'll waive your rent for half a year. In this premium location, the rent at Tang Kexin Mall was 350 yuan per square meter per month. The revolving hot pot restaurant had a total area of about 40 square meters. That meant the monthly rent was nearly 14,000 yuan. Half a year would be roughly over 80,000 yuan. The daily revenue was about 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. Monthly profit ranged from 30 to 50,000, with peak seasons earning more, an annual profit between 4 to 500,000. When Su Yuanhang offered to waive half a year's rent, the shop owner was ecstatic. It wasn't just about selling the equipment, it also involved a personal favor, which was what the shop owner truly valued. President Su, I'm so grateful. Thank you. The shop owner excitedly grabbed Su Yuanhang's hand. Tang Kexin watched as Su Yuanhang effortlessly won over the shop owner, who was now full of gratitude and admired his brother-in-law even more. After the deal was settled, the diners in the shop had mostly finished. Some people still came wanting to eat, but were told the shop was temporarily closed. Then the shop owner along with the employees dismantled the revolving hot pot equipment ready to drive a large truck to deliver it to Su Yuanhang's residence. The entire process went very smoothly. Su Yuanhang, of course, didn't just talk about waiving the rent. While the shop owner was dismantling the revolving hot pot, he personally called the person in charge of Tangren Mall and had them draft a lease agreement waiving the other party's half-year rent. After everything was handled, Su Yuanhang returned to the shop and found that the shop owner had been incredibly fast. He had already hung a banner that read, "This shop is temporarily closed because Chairman Su Yuanhang purchased the revolving hot pot equipment. It will reopen in 3 days. Stay tuned." When the shop owner saw Su Yuanhang return, he sheepishly asked, "President Su, you don't mind me telling the customers the Not at all." Su Yuanhang smiled faintly, knowing it was a way to attract customers, and didn't stop him. "It's the truth, so no problem." "Thank you so much," the shop owner said again. "President Su, can I take a photo with you?" Though he read the shop owner's intention to use his reputation to promote the hot pot restaurant, he still agreed sure. The two stood together for a photo. However, Su Yuanhang's striking good looks and tall stature made him stand out next to the shop owner, giving a sense of incongruity. Tang Kexin also came over and took a photo together, then laughed. "Boss, after your shop reopens you can use our photos for promote." "Haha, of course." "I'll enshrine President Su's photo," the shop owner blurted out impulsively. Then realizing what he said, he quickly explained, No, President Su, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean. It's..." Su Yuanhang was amused, but didn't mind. "Boss, this lease agreement has been signed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you have any issues later, feel free to communicate with the relevant person in charge." "Alright, no problem," the shop owner said warmly. "Oh right, President Su, I've also packed up the fresh ingredients from the shop. When you get home you can assemble the setup and start cooking right away." As for the soup base, the shop owner also prepared to gift it to Su Yuanhang, but he declined. As a culinary deity with divine cooking skills, Su Yuanhang could easily make the soup base himself. It was getting late. Since the shop owner was personally delivering the equipment, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin decided to hitch a ride to Tangong Villa. When the shop owner learned that Su Yuanhang lived in Tangong, he was astonished. But then, considering Su Yuanhang's status, it seemed only natural. His eyes were filled with nothing but envy. While driving, the shop owner kept saying, "President Su, to be honest, I'm your fan. Of course my wife is a fan of your fiancé. Boss, I believe your wife is a fan of my sister, but you claiming to be a fan of my brother-in-law. That's a bit too fake." Tang Kexin, being straightforward, said bluntly, "After all, my brother-in-law isn't a big star." The shop owner hurriedly explained, "The news these days has been all over the place. I've been following it, so naturally I learned about President Tang's fiancé. When I found out he was President Su of Tangren Mall, and after watching the video of him confronting the young master of Wangda Group, everyone I know is talking about President Su. When the news broke that Wang Tsong was suspected of crimes and was arrested, we all cheered." The shop owner spoke with great enthusiasm, spittle flying. "You may not know this, but I've run revolving hot pot shops not only at Tangren Plaza, but also at Wangda Plaza. So I have no good impression of Wang Tsong. He's a proper rich brat. Because of him, they demanded higher rent, property fees, and deposits, making life impossible for us merchants. That's why I decided to move to Tangren Plaza. Under President Su's decisions, Tangren Plaza's policies have always taken care of us merchants. So all of us are..." Su Yuanhang willed it, and called up the system panel where he saw the specific details of Tangren Plaza. It turned out that under the system's orderly arrangement, it ensured the merchants' rent and various benefits, while also allowing Tangren Plaza to continue making profits through rent collection. So he nodded confidently, "Boss, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. Without you, Tangren Plaza would be an empty shell and no one would come here because of your shops. President Su, your vision is truly broad and enlightened." The shop owner laughed again. "So even though you're not a big star, you're even better than one. All the merchants sing your praises and wish they could thank you in person." Tang Kexin hadn't expected Su Yuanhang to be so revered in the eyes of these merchants. He grinned. "Boss, you're meeting him in person now, haha. And you've even made a deal with my brother-in-law. How do you feel right now?" "Of course I'm overjoyed," the shop owner added, "and also very excited. I just called my wife and she told me to handle things seriously for President Su and not make any mistakes." Su Yuanhang could feel the shop owner's heartfelt gratitude. He smiled faintly. "It's nothing. We're all the same. If there are any issues at Tangren Mall in the future, feel free to report them to us. We will ensure that your legitimate rights and interests as merchants are protected without any loss." The shop owner was ecstatic. President Su, with those words, "He'll be rooted in Tangren Plaza for life. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't drive me away, ha. Alright, I wish you a prosperous business." Su Yuanhang offered his blessings. Then the shop owner began driving attentively, and within less than an hour they arrived at the Tangong area. Su Yuanhang, together with the shop owner and Tang Kexin, unloaded the equipment from the truck. Of course, employees also arrived in other cars to help with the assembly. Tang Kexin and the others were astonished when they learned that Su Yuanhang had actually brought back the revolving hot pot equipment. They came to the villa's entrance and immediately lent a hand. Before long, the equipment was assembled, and the system's prompt sounded ding. "Congratulations, host, for receiving a mysterious gift pack." A trace of secret delight flickered across Su Yuanhang's face as he eagerly began to open the mysterious gift box. The next instant, the system's reward notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 of ByteDance's shares, making you one of the top 10 shareholders with certain decision-making and management rights. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Yuanhang never expected the mysterious gift box to contain such a prize. If it had been 5 of Tomato's shares, it would only allow participation in major decisions and management of the novel website, including rights to profit distribution. But ByteDance shares were different. They belonged to the parent conglomerate, whereas Tomato was merely a subsidiary spun off from ByteDance. Holding 5 of the shares made him the second largest shareholder. Naturally, the largest shareholder was surnamed Zhang. The remaining shareholders each held single-digit percentages. For instance, Lei and Ma each owned approximately 1 of ByteDance's shares. In the next moment, Su Yuanhang's mind was filled with details about the various projects and industries invested in by ByteDance's headquarters. These included investments in multiple film and television companies and AP copyright firms, jointly launching various entertainment plans, and gradually integrating entertainment projects through brand building, promotional resource cooperation, and music empowerment. This encompassed preparations for films, TV dramas, and music, as well as hot topic marketing and other directions. After learning this, Su Yuanhang grew more confident that his Tangren entertainment company, backed by ByteDance, and utilizing multi-channel promotions, could make films that, even if unable to screen in theaters, would still reach audiences through online channels. In the past, Su Zhang had struck a bet agreement and released a film on an online platform, reaping immense profits. At this moment, the blueprint of the entertainment industry in Su Yuanhang's mind became increasingly clear. The rewards from the mysterious gift box did not end there. Su Yuanhang heard the system continue with other reward notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fan influence effect card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eagle Eye skill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a film and television base. The value of this mysterious gift box far exceeded mere cash rewards. His eyes gleamed with brilliance. After examining the skill effect card, he discovered that using the fan influence effect card would enhance his overall influence in various aspects. Su Yuanhang knew this effect card could only be used once, so he had to save it for a critical moment. As for the Eagle Eye skill, it was not about X-ray vision or marksmanship, rather it granted a unique insight into investments, allowing him to be invincible in the investment arena. Lastly, there was the film and television base. According to the detailed information presented by the system, this base, named the Tangren Film and Television Base, was one of China's top 10 film and television bases. Of course, it was not built by the system, but acquired through a purchase that made it Su Yuanhang's personal property. Its main attractions included Minghua City, Luelu, and Honeymoon Corridor, an integrated tourist destination combining film shooting, sightseeing, cultural entertainment, and leisure vacation. Additionally, it featured Ming and Qing Dynasty palaces, Qing King's Palace, and along the river during the Qingming Festival. Multiple shooting bases that had become the largest film and television shooting base in Asia, earning the title China's Hollywood. The total investment exceeded 8 billion yuan. This time the system directly gifted him a package worth over 10 billion yuan. Although it was not cash, it was a goose that laid golden eggs, allowing Su Yuanhang to continuously generate wealth. Su Yuanhang was in high spirits. After the rotating hot pot was installed by the shop owner, he began preparing the broth base for the adorable children. The adorable children saw the rotating hot pot set up in their shaded backyard and were overjoyed, frolicking around the pool while eagerly awaiting the meal. Su Yuanhang glanced at the time. It was past 6 in the evening, and started mixing the soup base in the kitchen. Tang Kexin and the others came to help, skewering fresh ingredients on bamboo sticks, and said cheerfully, "Yuanhang, I can't believe you actually brought back the rotating hot pot equipment. Xiao Xine, how did you and your brother-in-law manage that? Those people earlier were the owner and staff of the rotating hot pot restaurant, right?" Lin Shanshan asked, equally curious and astonished. Tang Renxin replied smugly, "Darling, it was naturally my brother-in-laws and my charisma that won over the shop owner." "Humph, you're lying through your teeth." Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes and said, "Come clean. Did you spend a lot to get this equipment? Tell me how much you paid." "Not a penny." Tang Renxin waved his hand and said, "Because the shop owner learned that my brother-in-law is the chairman of Tangren Mall, he willingly transferred the equipment. Didn't you hear the owner introduce himself? He said he really admires my sister and brother-in-law, and is even a fan of theirs." Just like that. Lin Shanshan was astonished, finding it hard to believe. Then after a moment she asked, "Wait, where did you get the equipment? Could it be from Tangren Mall?" "Yes, after all it's my brother-in-law's territory, so it's easier to approach our partner there," said Tang Renxin with a grin. "My brother-in-law's charm is radiant, undeniable." Su Yuanhang, seeing that he was starting to exaggerate, interrupted, "Actually, I made a deal with the owner. I waived half a year's rent, and that's how we got the equipment." "What? Half a year's rent?" Lin Shanshan's eyes widened. Su Yuanhang, that rent must be at least 100,000. Tang Kexin was also slightly surprised. "Yuanhang, is that true?" "It's less than 100,000, Su Yuanhang explained. "As long as the babies like it, such rent is nothing." Honestly, Tang Kexin was deeply moved. Su Yuanhang spared no effort to fulfill her and the children's wishes, and he always kept his promises. "Yuanhang, you've worked hard," Tang Kexin said with tender eyes. Although the two had not publicly acknowledged their relationship, or even officially dated, their feelings continued to warm. "It's my duty," Su Yuanhang replied, watching the playful children with a happy smile. I wasn't around for them all these years, now I'm trying to make up for it, as much as possible. Tang Kexin felt that it was entirely not Su Yuanhang's fault if there was a problem, she should be the one to compensate. But she wasn't one to be overly sentimental, so she nodded with a gentle smile, and said, "Alright, let's make up for it together." As she spoke, Lin Shanshan picked up her phone and glanced at the company group messages. Then a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Looking at Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin, who were talking, she said in a troubled tone, "Su Yuanhang's sister Xian, something terrible has happened." Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin simultaneously looked at Lin Shanshan and inquired what happened. The film development and production department just received news that our actors have been blacklisted and are unable to enter the film studio for shooting. Lin Shanshan said in a terrible mood, "It's also been spread that any film team collaborating with our company will face suppression from the Chinese entertainment circle and will no longer cooperate with them in the future." After hearing her account, Tang Kexin's heart sank. She had originally thought that once they found the director team, the film shoot would be without issue. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened at this critical moment. Tang Kexin began to feel anxious, but she also started racking her brains to think of a solution. She even considered that if all else failed, they could go abroad to shoot the film. If funds were tight, she would voluntarily pay for it herself to get the movie made. Is this another trick from the Wangda group? As Su Yuanhang's voice fell, a strange call suddenly came in. Without waiting for Lin Shanshan to respond, he answered. A female voice spoke. "Hello, President Su, I'm Zhao Xiaoxiao, director of Byte Film Company. I just got the latest news from Wangda Film. It announced publicly that it will completely suppress your Tangren company until it cannot recover, and even forbid your company's artists from entering the film base. It has also united with other partners to pressure you. Our Byte Film Company received the relevant news, but we have refused." As a shareholder of Byte Company, Su Yuanhang now had the right to participate in various decision-making powers of Byte. If the Wangda Group hadn't contacted Byte Film, it would be fine. His company had nothing to do with Byte, so they could each mind their own. But since the Wangda Group proactively contacted Byte Film to pressure him, as a shareholder of Byte, the Byte Film side certainly had to get in touch with him. "I understand. Just tell the person in charge of the Wangda Group that Tangren Entertainment Company will cooperate with Byte Film to develop in-depth collaborations in films, TV series, and other areas. The works produced each year will also be exclusively given to Byte Company." Su Yuanhang made the decision. As the head of Byte's film subsidiary, Zhao Xiaoxiao immediately became excited upon Su Yuanhang's decision. After all, she knew very well how hot Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin were right now. In the past few days, news about them on Douyin had exploded across the internet. In this information age where money was made from popularity, Zhao Xiaoxiao knew that once Tang Kexin had a new work, it would definitely become an instant hit. Moreover, Tang Kexin had been a trending topic magnet in recent years. Even if she just turned her head on the street, netizens would send her to the hot search. Coupled with her works consistently maintaining high popularity, reaching a cooperation was something she eagerly wished for. "President Su, I understand. I will report to the relevant leaders," Zhao Xiaoxiao replied. "I will contact you again then." Su Yuanhang acknowledged with a nod, and then hung up the phone. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan, who had not heard what Zhao Xiaoxiao said, now shared their thoughts with Su Yuanhang. "Yuanhang, I was thinking if we can't use the film based domestically, why not shoot abroad? Damn Wangda Group, they really stop at nothing to suppress us." Lin Shanshan was furious. But thinking about how the Wangda Group was once the largest physical enterprise in the country with investments and voice in real estate, cinemas, and film bases, it was easy for them to prevent Tangren's artists from entering the film base. No one dared to offend such a behemoth to help Su Yuanhang, whose entertainment company was only worth a few billion. After all, there were countless celebrities, and there was no shortage of outstanding actors like Tang Kexin. If one wasn't enough, they could pool several together. Some companies even wished for Tang Kexin to retire so that her popularity and heat would be diluted and they could get a But Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, "I already know it's the Wangda Group's doing. Don't worry, even if they use any tricks, they won't stop our film plan." "Yuanhang, who were you talking to just now?" Tang Kexin, seeing that Su Yuanhang showed no sign of worry and recalling his mention of Byte Film Company, asked curiously, "Are we going to cooperate with Byte?" Tang Kexin, however, had grasped the gist. Before Su Yuanhang could speak, he explained, "Sis, didn't brother-in-law just say that Tangren Entertainment Company will cooperate with Byte Film Company and will also give the exclusive copyright of your film works to Byte? This means Byte definitely supports us. But the problem is we don't even have a film base to shoot in. How can there be a next step of cooperation?" Lin Shanshan frowned. "Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart?" The analogy was crude, but reasonable. Everyone was more concerned about the lack of a shooting location. At this moment, Su Yuanhang finally felt the foresight of the system. No wonder it gave him a film base worth tens of billions. It was helping him through this difficulty. Of course, without this base, there would be other ways to solve it. Just as Tang Kexin said, if they couldn't shoot domestically, they could go to Hollywood. But now that he had a film base, Su Yuanhang planned to turn it into a true Chinese Hollywood, the world's largest entertainment industry center. Of course, this goal was still far away. To achieve the same value as Hollywood, they would need comprehensive development in multiple fields, introducing cooperation with film, television, and music production companies. Seeing that they were all worried about this, Su Yuanhang stopped beating around the bush. "Don't worry about the shooting location. We're not short of a film base." "What do you mean?" Tang Kexin didn't understand. Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin also looked at Su Yuanhang with curiosity, waiting for him to continue. I mean, I happen to have a film base we can use to shoot the movie, Su Yuanhang said with a grin. But it's not in Shanghai, oh, it's in Furong City, as the largest entertainment base had also spurred the rise of other live streaming industries. It was also known as the entertainment capital. Its industry not only covered traditional cultural entertainment projects, but also integrated modern technology and innovative elements, forming a unique urban cultural atmosphere that attracted many tourists and young people. When Su Yuanhang casually mentioned that he owned a film-based Tang Kexin, and the others stood frozen, as if turned to stone, they felt they could never fully grasp Su Yuanhang's background. It was as if there was nothing beyond their imagination that Su Yuanhang couldn't accomplish. He even owned a film base. Su Yuanhang, are you kidding us? Lin Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Kexin was also stunned. Brother-in-law, a film base, not a villa or a company. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Tang Kexin also found it incredible since a film base was different from other real estate. It required investments of tens or even hundreds of billions. Could it be that Su Yuanhang was a billionaire tycoon? Well, let me put it this way. Seeing that they were still incredulous, Su Yuanhang came clean. I acquired a Hungyan studio earlier, and now I hold 100 control. It's also a subsidiary of Tangren Group. Do you understand now? The group stood dumbfounded. After a long pause, they came to their senses. Sis, brother-in-law. No need to check. I know the film base in Furong, but it's not called Tangren Film Base, it's called Furong Film Base Tang Kexin, said her heart surging. Yuanhang, am I right? Yes, but it has been officially renamed Tangren Film Base, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. I know you shot a drama there before. Lin Shanshan knew this best. It was that drama that made Tang Kexin the youngest best actress and won the fate. So Tang Kexin remembered it vividly, feeling that Furong City was the place where her dreams came true. However, Tang Kexin had already searched for the location and name of Furong Film Base, and the legal representative was Su Yuanhang. After reading it, Tang Kexin's heart pounded wildly, feeling as if he were dreaming. Then looking at Su Yuanhang as if at a monster, he said, brother-in-law. Who the hell are you? Let me see. Lin Shanshan took the phone and also froze. Only Tang Kexin could still speak. After Su Yuanhang answered, she opened her mouth and said, Yuanhang, so we have a place to shoot the movie. Of course, Su Yuanhang shrugged. So it's completely impossible for the Wangda Group to stop the full development of our Tangren Entertainment Company. Holy crap, brother-in-law, you're so awesome, haha. Tang Kexin burst into laughter and excitement. You're simply a god. Lin Shanshan was speechless, feeling that she and Tang Kexin had been blind to have paid attention to him for so long. At first they thought he was just a small-time writer making a living. Unexpectedly, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, casually revealing strength, status, and wealth that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Su Yuanhang, what other companies have you invested in or acquired? Spill it, so we can give up hope. Brother-in-law, you're so rich, why have I never seen you on the Forbes rich list? Tang Kexin was curious. After all, any of Su Yuanhang's industries could be worth tens or hundreds of billions. Even Wang Song would pale in comparison. Su Yuanhang explained, I'm just a nobody, not even an entrepreneur, so naturally no one pays attention to me. Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes. Su Yuanhang, I've known you for so many years, and you've been hiding your identity. Tang Kexin also felt that Su Yuanhang was very low-key, completely unlike rich second-generation heirs or nouveau riche. Before she found him, he had been living like an ordinary person in a 100-square-meter apartment. Who would have thought that in 5 or 6 years Su Yuanhang would go from a college graduate to a billionaire? Brother-in-law, I'll just follow you from now on. Tang Kexin had completely lost his entrepreneurial motivation. Compared to Su Yuanhang's brilliant life, he felt his own tech game company was like child's play. Even though he had obtained tens of millions in financing, it wasn't even pocket change for Su Yuanhang. Then I'll acquire your company, and you can work under me. Su Yuanhang joked. Sure, with you at the helm, I'm all for it. Tang Kexin took it seriously. After all, with you as my backing, I'm not worried about the company's future. Seeing that they were getting off track, Lin Shanshan pinched Tang Kexin's arm. As he winced in pain, she pouted, put your company aside for now. Let's first solve Sister Xine's movie shooting. Ah, baby, let go, it hurts. Tang Kexin cried out. This made Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang exchange smiles. It's already solved. No need to worry anymore, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Let's continue preparing dinner. At that moment, the kids, seeing that the hot pot turntable wasn't serving food, ran in and urged Daddy, Mommy, when can we eat the hot pot skewers? We're so hungry. Right away. Su Yuanhang, while discussing serious matters, had never stopped making the soup base, so it was now ready to be served. Let's eat first and talk while we eat. Okay. Everyone prepared the skewers, placed them on the rotating device, and then sat down together. There were 4 flavors of soup: base, sour, spicy, clear, and seafood. The clear soup was made from bones, very delicious and similar in taste to the seafood soup. After they sat down, Su Yuanhang personally served the kids. Sweethearts, what else do you want to eat? Daddy, I want egg dumplings. Daddy, I want fish balls. Su Yuanhang was very busy, not even having time to eat himself as he served the kids. He poured all the skewers they liked into the pot, while also holding a small spoon to feed them. Both kids had rice grains all over their mouths and on the table, picking them up with their little fingers and eating them again. Fortunately, the rotating table had been disinfected and wiped clean so the kids could eat worry-free. Seeing that Su Yuanhang had been busy all day without a bite, Tang Kexin said to the kids with a smile, sweethearts, come to Mommy. Let Daddy eat first. Daddy, you don't need to feed us. We can eat by ourselves. Daddy, have a bite too. Little Bao scooped up a fishball with her small spoon and stretched her hand to Su Yuanhang's mouth. Seeing how thoughtful they were, Su Yuanhang felt extremely satisfied. He swallowed the fishball in one bite and grinned. At that moment, Tang Kexin, who was burying her head in eating, looked up and said without thinking, "Sis, shouldn't you feed brother?" Lin Shanshan also chimed in, "Sister Xin, feed him one. Mommy, you feed daddy the skewers and daddy will feed us the skewers, hee hee." The little ones giggled, joining in the matchmaking. Su Yuanhang watched Tang Kexin, a flicker of anticipation. She shy and tender fished out a piece of egg dumpling from her sour soup pot, and under the amused gaze of the others blew on the steaming morsel before carefully presenting it to Su Yuanhang's lips. "Here, it's hot." This marked the first real step between them. Su Yuanhang bit into the egg dumpling, chewing as he smiled, "Thank you. Mommy fed daddy an egg dumpling. I love it when daddy and mommy are like this." The little ones clapped their hands and cheered. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan exchanged a knowing smile, their hands secretly intertwined beneath the table. They too were eager to push Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin together, growing quietly anxious at the slow, hesitant progress between the two. Now with Tang Kexin's gesture, it was clear she had accepted Su Yuanhang as her fiancée. The meal was a warm affair. The revolving hot pot setup proved its worth, delighting the little ones. Around 9 o'clock, the company finally wrapped up for the day, and after Su Yuanhang promised to provide filming locations, they launched a full-scale promotion for the new movie. Meanwhile, ByteDance Film Investment Company sent new news they would purchase the rights to Su Yuanhang's latest film, which would then be released across all their video platforms. With the luck-enhancing effect of the lucky star, Su Yuanhang's career began to sail smoothly. Good news kept pouring in. Su Yuanhang asked Tang Kexin to focus on familiarizing herself with the script while he took the family to the company, preparing to host a gathering at Tangren Mall, a celebration for the successful acquisition. It could also be seen as a launch party for the company's rebirth. Upon arrival, there were over 50 employees, all core staff. Su Yuanhang planned to nurture them well. Of course, he could have reshuffled the team, but that would have taken too long to get the company running again. Since they chose to stay, Su Yuanhang would offer them good treatment. Once at Tangren Mall, the group marched in a grand procession into the hot pot restaurant Su Yuanhang had reserved. It was their choice. Eating hot pot together while discussing business was efficient and helped foster harmony among departments. Su Yuanhang had this intention in mind. After all, departments often had conflicts, whether over performance or personal grudges, and he hoped they could resolve them over the dinner table. Having booked the entire restaurant, Su Yuanhang sat with Tang Kexin, raised his drink, and said, "Dear colleagues, this is our first dinner as the newly formed Tangren Entertainment Company. Hey, raise a toast to all of you." The employees were pleasantly surprised. Honored to be personally hosted by their boss, they immediately stood up, filled their glasses with beer or soda, and raised them in return. "President Su, a toast to you." Su Yuanhang downed his drink, then gestured for them to sit. "Please sit. No work talk today, just eat and drink your fill. Order whatever you like and eat to your heart's content." Lin Shanshan whispered to Su Yuanhang. Old Lin never hosted a single dinner for everyone. Departments had to arrange their own gatherings, and they were always Dutch treat. He wouldn't even give them that much. What a jerk. No way, why would they stay in such a lousy company? Tang Kexin, hearing this for the first time, was stunned. Even his small company often organized team dinners, not just to coordinate work, but more importantly to strengthen bonds. "It's the same in every company now," Lin Shanshan said, knowing the scene well as she casually munched on sunflower seeds. The little ones were still eating, and Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin didn't stop them. Tang Kexin, however, only drank mineral water. She maintained good dietary habits, partly to keep her figure. "Boss, we never imagined that bastard Wang Da would keep cutting off our escape routes." A planning department employee complained. "I thought our movie was going to be shelved again, but then you showed up with a film studio, like a godsend. That's why I said sticking with the boss, our happy days are just around the corner. I already feel lucky. Being treated by the chairman like this is something I never dared to dream of." Everyone shared that sentiment. They then briefed Su Yuanhang on the movie's progress. The company had also contacted director Paul, finalized the contract, and once he arrived in China to sign, filming could officially begin. Though the hot pot didn't cost much, Su Yuanhang could see how much everyone enjoyed it. The feast lasted until midnight. The mall had already closed by the time they walked out, laughing and chatting. The hot pot owner wouldn't have dared to stay open so late if Su Yuanhang weren't the chairman of Tangren Mall. "Those who drank, don't drive. Get a designated driver or take a taxi," Su Yuanhang instructed, holding the already sleeping Debao. Some employees were drunk, others still sober. This meal had bridged the distance between them, especially as they realized Su Yuanhang was nothing like the stingy and harsh Lin Dongwei. A sense of security filled their hearts. It was like the difference between having a gentle teacher and a strict one in class. At work, having a boss who cares about their subordinates' feelings is a rare blessing. After seeing off each employee, only the 6 of them remained in the cold wind. Tang Kexin had also been drinking, so Su Yuanhang volunteered as the driver, taking the wheel of the Rolls-Royce. They arrived home past 1 in the morning. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin put the little ones to bed. "Yuanhang, you should rest too," Tang Kexin said softly in the hallway. The day had felt surreal to her, unlike anything before. "You rest early too." The villa had 3 bathrooms, one on. Tang Kexin nodded with a smile. "Okay, good night." "Good night." Su Yuanhang knew they weren't at the stage of sharing a bed yet, so he whispered. As he entered his room upstairs, the system's chime rang again. Ding, detected that the little one's birthday is 24 hours away. This system will present a surprise gift to them in advance. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected the system to be so thoughtful. As the blessing faded, the reward appeared directly. The gift for the little ones wasn't just one thing, it was a double treat. Ding! Congratulations to the little ones for acquiring super learning ability. Ding! Congratulations to the little ones for gaining resistance, granting immunity to all poisons. Hearing the abilities bestowed by the system, his heart surged with excitement. These two gifts were priceless. What parents care about most is their children's health, hoping they stay strong and well. Then, there's the worry about academics. Though Su Yuanhang had seen that the little ones were very clever, learning was another matter. Unexpectedly, the system had considered that too, granting the little ones learning abilities that erased Su Yuanhang's. Of course, Su Yuanhang wasn't overly anxious about their grades, even if they weren't top of the class. His current resource. These birthday gifts merged directly into the little ones' bodies, giving them a constitution immune to all diseases and clever little minds. The little ones themselves were unaware, sound asleep in their dreams, slowly absorbing these abilities. The next day, Su Yuanhang rose early and began preparing birthday gifts for the little ones. It was the eve of National Day. After washing up, Su Yuanhang went downstairs and heard sounds from the kitchen. A graceful figure in home clothes was busy inside. Her long hair was pinned up with a hair stick, lending her a gentle elegance. As he descended the steps toward the kitchen, Tang Kexin turned around, their eyes meeting. Morning! Tang Kexin greeted him with a serene smile. Morning! Su Yuanhang answered with a hint of a smile. Making breakfast? Tang Kexin nodded. I made sandwiches for everyone. Would you like some first? Su Yuanhang looked at the arranged sandwiches, all cut into bit-sized pieces for easy eating. He picked one up and took a bite. The rich milk fragrance, the texture of egg, and the mix of vegetables and salad made it quite delicious, Su Yuanhang said without excessive praise. Two simple words were enough to express his appreciation for this breakfast made with love. Tang Kexin was pleased and smiled faintly. Have some more. They'll probably be up soon. Su Yuanhang licked his fingers and said, Kexin, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Tang Kexin returned to the stove, still having more sandwiches to prepare. Watching her graceful figure, Su Yuanhang felt the urge to embrace her from behind. But he restrained himself, stepped to her side, and said, Tomorrow is the kid's birthday. I want to take you all back to Furong City. Both the living environment and the film studio were in Furong City, making things more convenient. Tang Kexin replied without hesitation. You mean go back to Furong City to celebrate the kid's birthday? Yes, Su Yuanhang grinned. And there's one more thing. I plan to move Tangren Entertainment Company to Furong City too. Off. Tang Kexin was a little surprised, turning to look at Su Yuanhang. Wouldn't that be troublesome? Not at all, Su Yuanhang explained. Think of it as a fresh start. Once we're in Furong City, it's also suitable for development, so we won't need to keep commuting between two places. That made sense, and Tang Kexin, understanding Su Yuanhang's reasoning, readily agreed. I'll follow your lead. Alright, after breakfast we'll start moving. Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile. I'll also notify the company colleagues to start relocating to Furong City. As for the office space, I'll negotiate it today. Is there anything I can do? Tang Kexin didn't want Su Yuanhang to bear everything alone. As a part of the company and its vice president, she was eager to contribute. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, no need. You just focus on mastering the script. Then tell me if there's anything I can do. Don't hold back. Tang Kexin explained to Su Yuanhang. Fortunately, being able to hear her thoughts, Su Yuanhang fully understood her, so Su Yuanhang nodded and said, I will. You go ahead. I'll finish the remaining sandwiches and call Shanshan and the others down for breakfast. Tang Kexin said, knowing there was much more to come and not wanting to waste Su Yuanhang's time. But Su Yuanhang hesitated and then asked Kexin any ideas about gifts for the little ones. Is there anything special they want? Every year, Tang Kexin usually gave the kids toys or memorabilia. Seeing Su Yuanhang's particular concern, she smiled and said, actually, the little ones aren't materialistic and they already have what they need. Then, I still have to give them something. Su Yuanhang thought, after all, this is the first time I'll celebrate their birthday with. Yes. Tang Kexin raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, then explained, Yuanhang, what the little ones truly miss every birthday is having a dad to blow out candles and eat cake with them. Su Yuanhang instantly understood. I see. Then let me arrange the birthday cake today, okay? I'll spend this joyful National Day holiday with them properly. Good. Tang Kexin could feel Su Yuanhang's eagerness to make up for lost time with the kids. She too was filled with anticipation. Before, Tang Kexin often didn't even have time to celebrate the kids' birthdays during National Day. Every day her schedule was packed, the company always trying to squeeze every ounce of value from her. Commercial ads, variety show invitations, music releases, or TV dramas. They came in an endless stream, leaving no spare moment to stop and enjoy a birthday evening with the little ones. For this reason, Tang Kexin felt more and more that publicly acknowledging her children and fiancé was the right choice. Even if her career stalled, being able to eat and live together happily as a family, that she felt was what she truly wanted. Su Yuanhang said nothing more. He went to the living room, sat on the sofa, and began searching for office buildings in Furong City on his phone. If possible, he would even build his own corporate tower. After all, with his current wealth, it was more than feasible. But acquiring land through bidding was no easy task. It required. Perhaps sensing Su Yuanhang's wish, the system chimed in at that moment, detected the little one's wish Take them to an amusement park and this system will gift you an office building. Su Yuanhang was instantly thrilled upon hearing that. The construction cost of an office building alone would be at least over 100 million. The system was indeed generous, but considering the real estate it had previously given him, the office building's value couldn't compare to the villa they currently lived in. To Su Yuanhang, the Tan Palace villa worth 4 to 500 million was the least worthwhile. But since there was no other house in Modu, he had to make do. Otherwise he would have auctioned it off for a larger, cheaper place. That would have to wait. For now he still needed to notify the department heads of the company. In the group chat everyone announced an announcement: our Tangren Entertainment Company will relocate to Furong City for better business development. Please have all department heads inform your colleagues. Start preparations today. After a moment's thought, he added, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you'll move directly into the Tangren Group's office building. Better environment. Please acknowledge receipt. It was just before 8 o'clock. But as soon as Su Yuanhang posted the message, the group exploded. All department heads, sir. Boss, for real. Chairman, are we sure about moving to Furong City? President Su received. Seeing the mix of excitement and doubt among the department heads, Su Yuanhang confirmed it's true. Furong City is also the home base of Tangren Group, and the entertainment industry there is thriving. Perfect for collaboration. Please work hard today handling company affairs, and we'll start moving tomorrow. At your command, Chairman. Following the boss, our Tangren Entertainment is getting more promising. Furong City, my paradise, ha. I think the happiest ones are the artists. I'll notify them right away. Seeing everyone enthusiastic about the relocation, Su Yuanhang felt a temporary relief. Then he put aside leasing an office building and turned his attention to the news. Over the past few days, the topic of Tang Kexin and him had remained hot, especially on Douyin. Just opening it showed his own news video. By now Su Yuanhang was used to it. He clicked on the account of Tang Kexin, the only star he followed. The first video was a costume change performance with likes exceeding 5 million. Her follower count, which had been around 60 million a few days ago, had skyrocketed to over 80 million, approaching 100. The scandal of her secret children and fiancé not only didn't harm her popularity, but actually boosted her followers. Truly a unique case. He clicked into the comments section and saw that the top like comments were all praising and encouraging her. Scrolling down, he occasionally saw recent comments with some trolls. After all, every star has haters, which was inevitable. After all, she wasn't renminbi, so she couldn't please everyone. Daddy, just as Su Yuanhang was engrossed in scrolling, the adorable voices of the little ones rang in his ears. He looked up toward the staircase. He noticed the two little darlings, still half asleep, standing at the stairway in their cute pajamas. Su Yuanhang immediately responded, "Sweethearts, you're awake." Daddy hugged. "Daddy, good morning." The two little ones ran down the stairs joyfully and snuggled into Su Yuanhang's arm. Ever since reuniting with Su Yuanhang, they had become exceptionally clingy. "Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face?" Su Yuanhang rubbed their little heads, feeling an indescribable warmth. These past few days he felt his life had become so fulfilling with the little ones around. "No, I want Daddy to wash my face." Su Yuanhang glanced at the kitchen. Tang Kexin had already finished cooking and was carrying a plate over. "Sweethearts, eat first. After you finish, Daddy will take you to wash up." "Mommy, good morning." "Mommy, I want braids today." The little ones ran out of Su Yuanhang's arms and tugged at Tang Kexin's. Apart from reading the script, Tang Kexin had nothing else to do. Due to the blacklist warning from Wangda Group, no one was asking her for endorsements or appearances. She was happy about that, as it allowed her to spend quality time with the children. "Okay, after you eat and wash up, Mommy will braid your hair," Tang Kexin said with a bright smile. When breakfast was served on the table, the little ones immediately sat down in their chairs full of energy. Su Yuanhang also joined the table to eat with the children first. Lin Shanshan and Tang Renxin were latecomers. Finally, the whole family sat together for a warm breakfast. Su Yuanhang shared his plan with them. "Today we're heading back to Furong City and moving the company to our home base. After you finish eating, pack your luggage and we'll set off." Brother-in-law, great decision. Tang Renxin, with his mouth full of sandwich, supported the idea. Furong City has much better development and environment than Modu. "I'm all for it." Lin Shanshan glanced at Tang Kexin in slight surprise and immediately guessed she already knew. "I have no objection either," Lin Shanshan said with a smile. "Wherever you go, I go." "Daddy, are we going back to Peach Blossom Source?" "I like Peach Blossom Source." The little one said expectantly, "I want to row a boat on the lake." Su Yuanhang had always remembered that promise. He smiled at the children and said, "When we get back, Daddy will build you a big boat himself and take you rowing, okay?" "Yay, yay, thank you, Daddy moi." The little ones were full of vitality, every day easily brightening everyone's mood. After breakfast, Su Yuanhang and the others started packing their luggage. Su Yuanhang didn't have much, so he went ahead to Tang Kexin's room. Seeing the luggage scattered on the floor filled with the children's belongings, he walked over and said, "Let me help." Tang Kexin gave a faint smile. "Yuanhang, I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Go ahead." Su Yuanhang agreed without hesitation. "I'd like to go back to the villa for a bit," Tang Kexin explained. "Since we've decided to return to Furong City, we probably won't come back to the villa often. So I want to take all the children's things." Su Yuanhang hadn't thought of that. The children had been living in Modu all along, so everything they owned was in the villa. He smiled and said, "Okay, we'll pack together, then find a moving company to ship everything to Furong City." Tang Kexin added, "Also, I want to sell the villa. I'll list it online for auction. Do you know anyone who can help me with that?" With real estate in hand, Su Yuanhang's phone contacts also included many influential figures. And through the system's interpersonal management many steps were omitted, making Su Yuanhang relatively familiar with them. He did not explain much, but nodded saying, "They'll try to contact someone for you in a moment. If not, it's fine. Just leave it on the trading platform for an intermediary to handle." Tang Kexin smiled faintly. "If you're in urgent need of money, I have some," Su Yuanhang said after a moment's thought. Seeing that Su Yuanhang had misunderstood, Tang Kexin explained, "That's not it. I'm just worried I won't have the time later, so the sooner I can sell it the better." "I see," Su Yuanhang said with a smile. "I'll ask around." With that, he picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and greeted everyone in the group. He also explained the situation with the villa. Soon someone popped up and asked, "President Su, I do know a real estate agent. Would you like me to inquire for you?" This was a senior executive from ByteDance. Now that Su Yuanhang had joined the shareholder list, he naturally received everyone's attention. Su Yuanhang immediately messaged him privately, "Of course, thank you. If things go through, I'll send you a red envelope." "Haha, you're too kind, President Su," the other replied politely. "Then I'll look forward to your good news," Su Yuanhang said. "Hopefully we can get a good price." "That's for sure." After ending the call, Su Yuanhang told Tang Kexin, "Someone is helping us contact an agent, and they'll list your villa online for sale. Shouldn't be a problem." Tang Kexin was slightly surprised by how quickly he acted. Yuanhang, that was so fast. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. "Someone will contact you. Just hand over the relevant documents to them." Su Yuanhang grinned. "Okay." Tang Kexin nodded. Then they began packing their luggage. After about 30 minutes, everyone had their bags ready. They set off, got into the Rolls-Royce, and headed for the villa. The damage to the villa had already been mediated by the police, with the troublemakers responsible for compensation. A renovation company had been contacted and would arrive today for repairs. Tang Kexin entrusted the entire villa matter to the property management for oversight. For such a high-end villa, the property management was very responsible. When Su Yuanhang and the others arrived, they only needed to focus on packing their personal belongings. During the process, Tang Kexin also called a moving company to load everything needed onto the truck. They worked until noon before packing up many items from the villa. After seeing the moving company drive off, Su Yuanhang and the others headed to the airport ready to fly directly to... The Rolls-Royce was arranged to be shipped back to Furong City via a towing company. That afternoon, the group arrived at Furong Airport discreetly. Uncle Chun helped carry the luggage, and they took a hired van back to Taoyuan. After arriving, Su Yuanhang and the others were somewhat exhausted. The children had fallen asleep, so Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin carried them to their rooms to rest. As for themselves, they still had a mountain of luggage to sort out. Despite the travel fatigue, they didn't stop to rest. "Kexin, Xiaoxin, and I are going out to buy some things. You should rest first." At that point, each person had only a few items. "They'll go with you," Tang Kexin said after a moment. "I need to buy gifts for the little ones too." "And me? I'm definitely coming along." Lin Shanshan giggled. However, if 4 people went out, they had no car available. The Bugatti Veyron only had 2 seats, so it couldn't be used. After thinking, Su Yuanhang said to Tang Kexin, "Just send me a message with what you need. I'll buy everything together." "Honey sis, you've both had a long day. Better let my brother-in-law and me go out alone. After all, you're a celebrity now, you'd easily get surrounded wherever you go. It's much simpler if my brother-in-law and I..." Tang Kexin considered this and nodded. "Alright, I don't really need much. Just use your judgment. Xiaoxin, I've transferred you some money. Don't let your brother-in-law pay." Su Yuanhang, hearing her instruct Tang Kexin, chuckled. "Do I have to use your money to buy gifts for the little ones?" Tang Kexin said softly. "Yuanhang, you can't always pay for everything. It's settled." "Fine," Su Yuanhang replied without protest. "Then today you and Xiaoxin are treating." As the two were about to leave, Lin Shanshan called out to Tang Kexin, "Xiaoxin, don't forget our gift." "Got it, babe," Tang Kexin said with a smile before leaving. In the garage, he eyed the Bugatti Veyron, feeling the itch to drive. "Brother-in-law, let me be your driver." "Alright." Seeing his fondness for the car, Su Yuanhang smiled faintly. "You drive?" He handed over the key. "Take it easy. Brother-in-law, you know my driving skills. I'll keep it smooth as silky." Tang Kexin took the keys with a grin, slid into the driver's seat, started the engine with a roar, and drove out of... Lin Shanshan was helping Tang Kexin pack the children's toys while laughing. "Xinjia Xiaoxin just wants to drive. Otherwise he'd be too lazy to go out." Tang Kexin knew that feeling all too well. "Since he's been with his brother-in-law, I rarely see him gaming," she said with a faint smile. "But when is he going back?" "In a couple of days," Lin Shanshan replied. "He's been dragging his feet about booking a ticket." Deep down, Tang Kexin was very grateful to her younger brother. He had been running around with them all this time, even acting as the driver. She felt somewhat sorry for him as his older sister. "It's the holidays now. I wonder if his studio is busy." Tang Kexin seldom asked about these matters, so she only chatted with Lin Shanshan to find out. "He works every night, sometimes even staying up late." Lin Shanshan had noticed it all. "A small game is about to launch soon. I played a few rounds during internal testing, and..." Tang Kexin was curious. "What games?" "Sheep a sheep," Lin Shanshan explained. "It's extremely hard. I've never cleared a single level." Meanwhile, Tang Kexin was telling Su Yuanhang the same thing. "Brother-in-law, my game company is about to launch a small game. Could you take a look and give your opinion?" "Oh," Su Yuanhang said in surprise. "No problem. They'll send you the mini-program later, give it a try." Tang Kexin looked forward to it with anticipation. Su Yuanhang, naturally curious, gladly agreed. The system's prompt tone followed. "Tang Kexin's mini-program game is about to launch, but there are still some areas for improvement detected. Please assist in resolving them, and you will be rewarded by the system. Additionally, investing in his studio will yield certain returns. So this guy's game has considerable potential after its release. Since the system had spoken, Su Yuanhang naturally devoted himself fully. At that moment, the Bugatti Veyron cruised down the road, instantly achieving a 200% head turn rate. On the streets, Bugatti Veyrons were few and far between, rarely seen even on ordinary days, rarer than luxury cars like Ferraris or Lamborghinis. The jet black body, the deep roar of the exhaust, and the incredibly smooth handling allowed Tang Kexin to finally indulge herself. Brother-in-law, your car is just too cool. Driving it feels amazing. If the Bugatti Veyron Black Sound weren't a coupe, Tang Kexin would have opened the roof. But he did roll down the windows, and while waiting for the traffic light, the car was instantly surrounded by other vehicles, their occupants turning their heads to look at Su Yuanhang. Hey there, beautiful. Tang Kexin noticed a pink sports car in the adjacent lane with a young woman inside, and couldn't resist whistling and teasing her. Seeing Tang Kexin driving a Bugatti Veyron, the young woman naturally took a liking and greeted him back. Handsome, how about we exchange WeChat? In Furong City, a city of entertainment, many attractive young people naturally roamed about, including numerous influencers drawn to the scene. Su Yuanhang, seated in the passenger seat, glanced over and immediately recognized the young woman as an influencer blogger. Just as Su Yuanhang was about to pull out Lin Shanshan's name to warn Tang Kexin chuckled and said, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend, ha." The female influencer's face darkened instantly. Her pink sports car was merely rented for filming short videos, a facade of wealth and beauty that didn't reflect reality. Seeing Tang Kexin teasing her, she said crossly, "Handsome WHYD, you even greet me then. Really, doesn't hurt to chat a bit." Tang Kexin added with a grin, "After all, we're stuck at a red light. Boredom calls. I bet your car is rented too." The female influencer pouted, feigning playfulness, but clearly annoyed. But Tang Kexin waggled his finger and said, No, this car is my brother-in-law's. Keep it down." Su Yuanhang glanced at the traffic light timer, still over 30 seconds, and said impatiently, "Just drive." Tang Kexin dared not defy Su Yuanhang, so he withdrew his head. Just as he was about to say something, the female influencer sneered again, acting all high and mighty with a car that's not even yours. "I bet it's not your brother-in-law's, but rented." As soon as she finished, she suddenly noticed Su Yuanhang in the passenger seat. As an influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin, she naturally kept up with current hot topics, especially entertainment news, impossible to avoid even if she wanted. She was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Handsome is that? Su Yuanhang, right?" After teasing the female influencer, Tang Kexin had been about to focus on driving. But hearing her mention Su Yuanhang's name, he immediately replied, "Oh well, looks like you've got good eyes. You're right, and this car is his." Back then, the Bugatti Veyron had appeared only once, captured by the media and published across major networks. Curious about Su Yuanhang's identity, they delved deeper. Eventually, they learned that the Peach Blossom Spring valued at 1 billion was his, and that he had even purchased the Black Sound. Naturally, the female influencer had come across that report and video. Now reminded by Tang Kexin, her expression immediately turned polite and ingratiating. "So it really is Su Yuanhang. I've seen you in person. Can I take a photo with you?" "No time." Before Tang Kexin could answer, Su Yuanhang leaned back and replied coldly, then reminded Tang Kexin, "It's green, time to go. See ya, beauty." Tang Kexin waved goodbye, then floored the accelerator, roaring through the intersection, leaving the female influencer far behind. With the noise gone, Su Yuanhang shook his head at Tang Kexin and said with a wry smile, "Xiaoxin, if I tell Shanshan about this, will you be kneeling on a washing board?" Tang Kexin flinched and said, "Brother-in-law, you can't be so disloyal. Besides, I was just having a bit of fun. Next time I'll tattle on you." Su Yuanhang shook his head helplessly. Still, he could understand the young man's desire to show off and act cool. It was inevitable. Tang Kexin breathed a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law, this car of yours was made for showing off. If you don't take it for a spin, you're wasting its value." As men, the urge to show off naturally exists. Su Yuanhang was no exception, but he was much more restrained. When they arrived at the large shopping mall, they parked the car and entered the mall to find a cake shop, intending to make a special cake for the kids. They also needed to buy ingredients for dinner. Tang Kexin pushed a shopping cart while fiddling with his phone. "Brother-in-law, I sent you the mini program. Open it and give it a try. Tell me how it feels." Su Yuanhang nodded, took out his phone, and opened the mini program. The sheep page loaded, followed by several cute lambs circling around. A simple start button appeared below. Tang Kexin began to explain, "This is an innovative take on Match 3. The difference is that you need to tap matching images into the slots below. 3 identical ones will be eliminated." Following Tang Kexin's instructions, Su Yuanhang tapped 3 images of green grass, and they were quickly eliminated. "Yes, exactly like that." Tang Kexin smiled. "Brother-in-law, play a few rounds first, then give me your thoughts." Soon Su Yuanhang cleared the first level, then moved on to the next, only to find the difficulty was roughly the same. It was indeed fun for passing time. However, he also noticed some issues. Though Tang Kexin appeared to be shopping, his attention was fixed on Su Yuanhang's phone. Xiaoxin, this game has a great concept, but it lacks its own soul. Aside from the different mode, it's essentially no different. Su Yuanhang shared his thoughts. With the Game King skill activated, his opinion mattered greatly to Tang Kexin. Brother-in-law Shanshan thought it was really fun though. Su Yuanhang smiled faintly. This kind of game appeals to girls, but for men it's lacking in novelty. Tang Kexin humbly asked, brother-in-law go on explain more. First, the difficulty design should break the norm. Su Yuanhang knew that if the difficulty increased gradually like in ordinary match 3 games, it would waste the brilliant concept. So he summarized after some thought. The first level can serve as a tutorial, but by the second level the difficulty must skyrocket, ideally making it impossible for 99% of players to pass. Tang Kexin was stunned. Brother-in-law, if that's the case, how can anyone play? Won't it drive away 99% of... Su Yuanhang grinned. This is where you need to understand player psychology. The more novel something is, the more interest it sparks. Both men and women have an unyielding spirit. Think about it, would you rather be part of the 99% or the 1%? Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile. The 1%, of course. Tang Kexin answered without hesitation. Why, oi? Su Yuanhang asked back. Tang Kexin thought about it and replied, because it gives a great sense of achievement. Just like playing League of Legends, everyone wants to be a challenger, not a gold player. Exactly. Su Yuanhang snapped his fingers. Since it's a game, why not think along those lines? Tang Kexin suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes lighting up. Brother-in-law, you're absolutely right. Anything else? Next is the game mechanics. Su Yuanhang continued. Now that the difficulty is higher, you still need to give the 99% of players some hope. So in the slot area, you should add skill points for eliminating cards along with an undo option. At that moment, Su Yuanhang was playing the initial version, very simple. If the slots filled up, the game ended immediately, leaving no room for error. Tang Kexin started taking notes on his phone, excited by Su Yuanhang's unique insights. Brother-in-law, hearing you say that, I think it's feasible. It will increase player engagement and fun. That's the idea. Su Yuanhang smiled faintly. Also, social elements need to be considered. Tang Kexin didn't quite understand. Su Yuanhang could sympathize. Tang Kexin was just 20, young and inexperienced. As they shopped for ingredients, Su Yuanhang explained, simply put, it's like comparing single player to online games. By incorporating social elements, players can compete through leaderboards, and adding regional score rankings will spark their competitive spirit. Tang Kexin found Su Yuanhang's advice invaluable. After jotting it all down, he was in a state of extreme excitement. But that's not the main point. Su Yuanhang's mind was sharp. He continued, although this game is free, it can still generate revenue through ads. Our ultimate goal is to make money, so this is essential. In this era of traffic, Su Yuanhang considered every angle. Similar to Fiancée novel where books are free but authors earn from viewers watching ads, the same logic applies. Inserting ads into the game is a natural move for monetization. However, Su Yuanhang found that while the page was simple and intuitive, there was no consideration for ads. Relying solely on download clicks wouldn't generate profit. Brother-in-law, if we insert ads, won't it drive away some players? Tang Kexin pondered deeply. Su Yuanhang offered a sound suggestion. That's true, but what if we integrate ads into mechanics like resurrection? Tang Kexin wasn't foolish, he was quite sharp. One sentence was enough to enlighten him. Brother-in-law, you mean? In the game mechanics, there's a resurrection option. Yes, by watching an ad you get one chance to revive. Su Yuanhang grinned. I believe that for players eager to pass a level, they'd be willing to spend 30 or 15 seconds watching an ad. That way ad revenue rolls in. Wow, that could really work. Tang Kexin grew more excited. Brother-in-law, you're like Zhuge Liang reincarnated. Hearing you say this, I can't wait to go back and revise this game. First, you guys need to address the difficulty of the second level. Su Yuanhang smiled. You use an overlapping method, making it hard for players to clearly see the second image. That's a highlight. So for difficulty, try to overlap 6 or 7 images at once, making players engage in a psychological battle with the game. Tang Kexin took everything down, praising repeatedly. Brother-in-law, I've recorded everything you said and sent it to our work group. I'll have my partners review it and work through the night to make changes. Give it a try. Su Yuanhang grinned. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. Tang Kexin directly invited him. Brother-in-law, how about you invest in my studio? It'll give you dividends, and you just need to be my advisor. What do you think? The system's purpose was to get Su Yuanhang to invest in Tang Kexin's studio. Seeing Tang Kexin bring it up voluntarily, Su Yuanhang didn't hesitate. Invest. How much? Brother-in-law, talking money makes it too formal. Tang Kexin said with a grin. Your advice alone is worth a fortune, enough to count as an investment. If you're willing to offer guidance, I'll give you 30% of the shares. Deal. Su Yuanhang felt his ideas and creativity were worth that many shares, so he readily agreed. From now on, you're my studio's strategist. Tang Kexin said cheerfully. Brother-in-law, just wait for our performance. Once we update the game to the latest version, I'll let you play it, and you can keep giving feedback. No problem. Su Yuanhang agreed. After that, they began shopping. One cart wasn't enough, so they grabbed a second. After browsing around and buying almost everything they needed, they went to the cake shop to pick up the cake. The 2-tier cake was covered in fruit, and it was styled as a pink Hello Kitty, just what the kids loved. For this shopping trip, Su Yuanhang only paid for the cake. Tang Kexin covered all the other ingredients. According to Tang Kexin, since Su Yuanhang had provided such invaluable advice for the game, treating him was only right, and he even refused Tang Kexin's money. Su Yuanhang didn't stand on ceremony. After loading the shopping bags into the car, he took the wheel himself, while Tang Kexin needed to communicate the revision plan with his work group. Just as the engine started, Su Yuanhang saw in the mirror a mischievous child kicking a soccer ball straight toward the Su Yuanhang immediately slammed on the brakes, just barely avoiding running over the child. At this moment the naughty kid was right in front of the car, bursting into loud wails, leaving Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin completely at a loss. The child's crying instantly drew the attention of the adults, and a woman rushed over hastily to embrace the mischievous. Her expression seemed rather agitated, and Tang Kexin felt a foreboding sense. Brother-in-law, that woman isn't going to try and scam us, is she? Gripping the steering wheel and pressing the brake, Su Yuanhang remained silent. The woman hugging the child strode aggressively towards Su Yuanhang's car and knocked on the window. Brother-in-law, if she tries to scam us, let me handle the argument. Tang Kexin had already prepared for the worst. Su Yuanhang, however, rolled down the window and asked, "Ma'am, is the child all right?" But she did not respond. Instead, she set the child down and began making a series of gestures. Tang Kexin, who was mentally rehearsing a rebuttal for the woman, was stunned when she didn't speak. Brother-in-law, what does this mean? At that moment, he noticed something was off. Through his inner thoughts, he realized the woman was deaf-mute and was apologizing to them. After understanding this, Su Yuanhang reminded Tang Kexin, "She's deaf-mute, and she's apologizing to us." Deaf-mute, huh? Tang Kexin felt a surge of sympathy. Seeing the woman still gesturing, he waved his hands frantically and said, "Ma'am, no need to apologize. It's fine as long as you're okay." Su Yuanhang, unfamiliar with sign language, could only smile and respond with sincerity as the woman clasped her hands together. "Ma'am, the child's safety is what matters most. You don't need to apologize to us." Neither party could hear or understand each other, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Fortunately, a man carrying a shoulder pole soon strode over. On one end of the pole were roasted sweet potatoes, on the other were grilled tofu. He had a simple, honest appearance. As soon as he arrived, he called out to the woman, "Wife, what are you and the child doing here?" The woman gestured to her husband, helping him understand the situation. Panic-stricken, he quickly set down the pole and began explaining and apologizing to Su Yuanhang. "Sir, I'm so sorry, so sorry. My child didn't mean it. My husband is apologizing to you. Please don't blame us." As he spoke, he pulled out crumpled bills, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 10 yuan notes, and said with a pained expression, "My child scratched your car. This is all the money I have. I hope you won't mind." Tang Kexin opened his mouth, touched by the scene. "Brother-in-law." Su Yuanhang knew what Tang Kexin wanted to say. He got out of the car, and amidst the tense atmosphere of the man and woman, he pushed the money back without mentioning the incident. "Boss, how much are your roasted sweet potatoes?" The man was flustered. "Sir, the sweet potatoes are 5 yuan each." "Pack them all for me," Su Yuanhang said with a faint smile, gently patting the little boy's head. "Want some, Mom?" The boy looked helplessly at the woman, who gestured to him not to be afraid. The man packed all the roasted sweet potatoes into a paper box. There were 7 of them, each quite large. They had cracked open from roasting, revealing golden flesh with a charred, appetizing skin. After packing, he handed the box to Su Yuanhang. "Sir, the sweet potatoes are free. Please take them." The man was still preoccupied with compensation, fearful of having to pay a huge sum. That would be a devastating blow to his impoverished family. "Pack all the grilled tofu as well," Su Yuanhang said, taking a roasted sweet potato and breaking it in half. A sweet fragrance filled the air, steaming hot. Though the National Day holiday was imminent, the temperature had dropped sharply. Eating a hot roasted sweet potato was a He handed the other half to Tang Kexin, who took it and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, it smells amazing." "Heat up," said Su Yuanhang, taking a bite. The rich aroma burst in his mouth, the dense sweetness and firm texture sweeter than steamed sweet potatoes. Then, noticing the little boy staring fixedly at him, Su Yuanhang offered a sweet potato to him. "Little one, have one too. Your mom and dad's sweet potatoes are very sweet." But the boy, scared, hid behind the woman, clutching her leg. Seeing this, the man chuckled. "Sir, my son is a bit shy and afraid to talk to strangers." Su Yuanhang made casual conversation. "Boss, is your wife born deaf-mute?" "Yes," the man replied, glancing at his wife with a simple smile. "When I married her, my family strongly opposed. But I knew my wife was gentle, virtuous, and hardworking. My family is very poor, yet she didn't mind being with me. What right do I have to mind?" "Well said," Tang Kexin shouted from inside the car. "Boss, I support your attitude toward relationships." "Thank you." After packing all the grilled tofu, the man added a bag of chili powder and handed everything to Su Yuanhang. "Sir, the tofu is packed. How much in total?" Su Yuanhang took out his phone to scan the QR code. The man was flattered. "Sir, you really don't need to. These things aren't worth much." "Boss, that's where you're wrong," Su Yuanhang said with a grin. "First, I want to clarify, it wasn't your child who scratched my car. The fault is mainly mine. I should have paid more attention to my surroundings before driving. So, I should be the one apologizing to you. Second, I ate your food, so I should pay. There's no such thing as a free meal." "Sir." The man's eyes welled up with tears. He knew he had encountered a kind person. Choking up, he said, "Then how about I just take 20 yuan? Deal." Su Yuanhang agreed readily. After scanning, the payment page popped up, but he didn't pay immediately. Instead, he got into the car and said, "Boss, thank you for the sweet potatoes and tofu. They were delicious. And please keep a closer eye on your child, so he doesn't get lost." I will. "Thank you, sir," the man replied repeatedly. Su Yuanhang's phone was still on the payment page, but he had already entered the amount of 200 yuan. He started the car. "Boss, we're off. Goodbye." "Safe travels, sir," the man waved. After the car left the mall's open parking lot, the man sighed in relief. We really met a kind-hearted person today. The woman gestured in return. Yes, our baby ran into their car. Lucky they didn't hold it against us. Dad, those big brothers didn't pay, the child couldn't help reminding. Usually he stayed by his illiterate parents' side, responsible for checking payment notifications to ensure they didn't lose their hard-earned money from selling sweet potatoes. Without scolding the child, the man ruffled his hair and smiled. Sweetheart Daddy treated those two brothers. Both he and the woman felt happy. As long as they could get by with the three of them healthy and joyful, that was what mattered most. The little boy nodded. Oh, okay. Just then the man's phone suddenly rang with a payment notification. WeChat payment received 200 yuan. Hearing that, the man froze. They had assumed Su Yuanhang didn't pay and never would. Who would have thought he waited until they were far away to give them so much money? To make sure he hadn't misheard, the man excitedly pulled out his phone and checked the balance. Sure enough, an extra 200 yuan had appeared, making his entire body tremble. Seeing this, the woman gestured in confusion. Honey, what's wrong? The man explained to her. Wife, that gentleman gave us 200 yuan. Tears instantly welled up in the woman's eyes, deeply moved by Su Yuanhang's gesture. Mom's medical bills are covered. The man's voice choked with emotion. He then bowed deeply toward the direction where Su Yuanhang had driven away. After Su Yuanhang drove off, he said to Tang Kexin, pay the boss for me. Tang Kexin, seeing Su Yuanhang had entered 200 yuan, was stunned. Brother-in-law, did you type it wrong? The boss only asked for 20 yuan. It's 20000. Looking at the little boy and his deaf-mute mother and the small business-running father, Su Yuanhang thought of his own two little ones at home. Moved, he wanted to do his small part. To Su Yuanhang, 200 yuan was perhaps just the cost of a meal. But to such an impoverished family, it was a substantial sum that could change their lives. At the very least, it could ease the pressure of the child's schooling. Tang Kexin understood immediately. Brother-in-law, what? 191,001. Su Yuanhang directly said the password. After entering it, the 200 yuan was transferred. Realizing something, Tang Kexin handed the phone back to Su Yuanhang and exclaimed, brother-in-law, is that the little one's? Yes, Su Yuanhang grinned. I didn't know before, so I used my own birthday. Now that I know, I changed it to theirs. Tang Kexin chuckled. Brother-in-law, guess what my sister's payment password is? Could it be? Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin. The same. Ha ha ha. Tang Kexin burst out laughing. You two are too easy to read. Maybe it's telepathy. I'm going to tell my sister when I get back. Su Yuanhang didn't stop him, though he suspected it might not be a coincidence. Most parents change their passwords to their children's birthdays, showing their love through daily habits. Only when you truly become a parent do you feel that way. Ding. Hidden mission completed. Helped a vulnerable, impoverished group. Rewards 20 million yuan in cash, 10 years of life distributable. Su Yuanhang hadn't expected such a small act to trigger and complete a hidden quest. Besides the cash, the reward was quite unique. He thought of a phrase, good people live long. These 10 years of life could be allocated arbitrarily. He could give Tang Kexin extra years or add to the little ones. After deliberation, Su Yuanhang decided not to use the life distribution for now. After all, the system didn't set a time limit. Back home, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin carried large and small shopping bags into the living room. They didn't forget the roasted sweet potatoes and grilled tofu. It was already past 7 in the evening. Tang Kexin even got out of the car to check the Bugatti Veyron's front, finding no scratches, confirming the little boy hadn't damaged the car. Entering the house, they put the ingredients and birthday cake into the kitchen refrigerator. Then Tang Kexin told Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin about what happened in the mall parking lot. Sis, guess what? You and brother-in-law used the exact same payment password. Tang Kexin was surprised. Watching Su Yuanhang tidy up the kitchen for dinner, she smiled. How do you know? Brother-in-law told me the password. Tang Kexin ate a slice of grilled tofu chili powder on his lips, exclaiming how good it was. You two are so in sync. Su Yuanhang shrugged with a faint smile. That's not unusual. When you and Shanshan have kids, your passwords will probably be... Tang Kexin chimed in. Xioxin's password is easy to guess. Shanshan's birthday. But Shanshan's password isn't Xioxin's. So far, Tang Kexin didn't know Lin Shanshan's password and asked curiously, honey, tell me. What is it? I can't be bothered with you. Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes while washing vegetables. Everyone was preparing to celebrate the little one's birthday, so they all started bustling in the kitchen. Fortunately, the space was large enough for them to work side by side, handling ingredients first. The little ones came over eating roasted sweet potatoes. Daddy, when will you take us boating? Time was tight, so Su Yuanhang hadn't had a chance to build a small boat yet. He crouched down seriously. Sweethearts, Daddy will make one for you in the next couple of days. I promise. Yay, Daddy. Little Bao, Daddy is very busy. We can go boating some other time. The Bao thoughtfully considered Su Yuanhang was deeply touched. His mind drifted to the boy from earlier, and his affection for his own daughters deepened even more. You're such good girls. Thank you for understanding, Daddy. Su Yuanhang smiled. Just then, Tang Kexin, holding a peeled sweet potato, broke off a small piece and brought it to Su Yuanhang's lips. Though Su Yuanhang had already eaten since it was offered by Tang Kexin, he accepted without hesitation. However, with both hands occupied, he opened his mouth and said, help me put it in my mouth. Tang Kexin, without any disdain, carefully placed the roasted sweet potato into Su Yuanhang's mouth, while adding, I'll eat quickly too, then help you with the prep work. By now everyone had already learned about Su Yuanhang's culinary skills. But tonight he wasn't the only one cooking. Each person would make their own signature dish for the little ones. As he chewed the roasted sweet potato, Su Yuanhang asked, "Kexin, have you ever celebrated their birthdays like this before?" "No," Tang Kexin shook her head. "Since they were born, I've never really held a proper celebration for them." As she said this, Tang Kexin glanced toward the living room where the little ones were watching children's cartoons, a faint smile on her face. "So I feel quite sorry for them. We'll make it up to them slowly from now on," Su Yuanhang blurted out. Tang Kexin was briefly stunned, then smiled warmly. "All right. Hey, brother-in-law, sis, come look." At that moment Tang Kexin came over with his phone. Chen Huayu made the headlines. Lin Shanshan immediately leaned in. "What happened to that bastard?" Su Yuanhang already knew the story, but he and Tang Kexin still turned their attention to Tang Kexin. Tang Kexin grinned. Chen Huayu got outed. Apparently his face is ruined. He might need plastic surgery. Everyone exchanged glances. Tang Kexin added gleefully, "Haha, they say he got poisoned from a blister beetle while trying to swat it. Honestly, he totally deserves it. Why didn't the blister beetle's poison get into his throat too?" Lin Shanshan snorted, voicing her curse. But everyone could understand her feelings. It was Chen Huayu who led the defection from Tangren Entertainment and had been relentlessly smearing the company behind the scenes, stirring up resentment among many. "He's getting what he deserves," Su Yuanhang said dismissively. "When a person does evil, the heavens will eventually soar." True he. After reporting the gossip, Tang Kexin turned to Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin. "And I have some great news." "Xing, what good news could you possibly have?" Lin Shanshan suddenly had a thought. "Is your game about to launch?" Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan had played Sheep Got Sheep that afternoon and found it quite entertaining. However, the puzzles were far too easy, and after a few levels they lost interest. It served as a decent time killer, like a disposable item. But Tang Kexin raised a finger. No, there are still many improvements to be made, so it's not launching yet." "Didn't you say earlier it would launch during the National Day holiday?" Lin Shanshan was puzzled. "That was the plan, but after I let my brother-in-law try the game, he gave me several valuable suggestions that opened up more possibilities for this little game," Tang Kexin explained. "What's more, after his guidance I suddenly had a breakthrough. I invited my brother-in-law to become a shareholder in my game studio." Tang Kexin's words indeed came as a surprise, and a welcome one. Neither Lin Shanshan nor Tang Kexin underestimated Su Yuanhang's capabilities at this point. For a young novice like him, having Su Yuanhang join the studio would be a tremendous boost. "So how much money did your brother-in-law invest?" Lin Shanshan asked with a grin. "How could I possibly take money from my brother-in-law?" Tang Kexin replied. "Talking about money is so tacky. I voluntarily offered him 30% of the shares in exchange for him becoming a technical advisor. From now on, every game we develop will go through him for guidance." "Good, at least you have a conscience," Lin Shanshan praised him. "Your brother-in-law is a big entrepreneur now. His advice is invaluable. You'd better make the most of it." Tang Kexin felt the same way. "When Shanshan showed me your game this afternoon, we did play it for a while. There are indeed some minor issues. Sis, tell me about them too." Tang Kexin was eager for feedback so he could polish the game before its launch. "It gets boring," Tang Kexin said based on her own experience. "There's no real urge to keep playing." "Sis, what you said is exactly what my brother-in-law told me," Tang Kexin said, not discouraged, but full of confidence. "But after his advice, that problem will no longer exist. Just wait and see." "Then go ahead and follow your brother-in-law's advice to improve the game," Lin Shanshan urged. She was genuinely invested in Tang Kexin's career, hoping he could achieve something in his field of interest. "Got it, dear. He'll go revise the game settings now," Tang Kexin said, sliding back into the living room with a flourish. Watching his playful antics, the others all burst into laughter. Afterward, the three of them immersed themselves in the kitchen's busy workflow. Su Yuanhang had 4 or 5 dishes to prepare. Tang Kexin would make 2 dishes the little ones loved, and Lin Shanshan would also showcase her cooking skills. As time ticked by, Su Yuanhang brought dish after dish to the table. The three of them worked until after 11 o'clock before finally having the lavish dinner ready. During the process, the little ones had already eaten roasted tofu and sweet potatoes, so they weren't too hungry. But when the delicious dishes were served, the tempting aromas rekindled their appetites. At the table, Su Yuanhang raised his glass. The adults savored a bottle of red wine specially selected from the wine cellar. Though it was expensive, Su Yuanhang didn't hesitate. The little ones drank juice. Everyone raised their glasses. "First of all, tonight's dinner is very special. It's almost time for the little one's birthday, and with the National Day approaching, we also wish our country grows stronger and stronger. Come on, cheers to all." The little ones cheered joyfully. Daddy, Mommy, Uncle, Auntie Shanshan cheers. "Hey, race to our babies. Happy birthday." Su Yuanhang, his heart stirred, watched the clock hit midnight and called out. The others chimed in, "Happy birthday, little ones." Suddenly, the birthday song began to play automatically in the living room. Everyone joined in singing and clapping. Tang Kexin also left his seat, went into the kitchen, and brought out the birthday cake. The next moment, all the lights in the living room went out. Su Yuanhang followed over and took the cake. In the pitch-black darkness, a flicker of fire suddenly ignited. Tang Kexin was lighting the candles on the cake. 5 candles instantly bloomed with a radiant glow in the living room, swaying gently as Su Yuanhang moved. When the cake was placed on the dining table, the little girls' faces shimmered with excitement. The birthday song continued playing, accompanied by ceaseless applause and humming, everyone sending their warmest blessings to the little girls. Su Yuanhang looked at them, his voice trembling with emotion. My darlings, make a wish and blow out the candles. This was truly the first meaningful birthday for the little girls. They closed their eyes and began making wishes. Almost in perfect unison, they opened their eyes, exchanged glances, and broke into the most radiant smiles. Su Yuanhang and the others were brimming with curiosity. Lin Shanshan asked directly, my little darlings, what did you wish for? The little girls giggled and replied, Aunt Shanshan, it's a secret. Exactly, Aunt Shanshan saying it out loud makes it not come true. However, though the little girls thought their wishes were hidden from everyone, they couldn't escape Su Yuanhang's ability to hear their inner thoughts. He was deeply moved. Both little girls made very similar wishes. They were to Bao, I hope Daddy and Mommy will always live with Xiao Bao and me and never leave us. Xiao Bao, I hope Daddy and Mommy will love each other forever. Their wishes were extremely simple and pure. Su Yuanhang smiled warmly and said, all right, darlings, time to cut the cake. The next moment, the lights turned on again. Su Yuanhang smiled at them. My darlings, blow out the candles. Yay, yay, Daddy, Mommy, let's blow them together. Okay. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin agreed. Then, following Lin Shanshan's countdown, they all blew out the 5 candles in one breath. Tang Kexin was slightly emotional, clapping and blessing them. My darlings, you've grown another year older. From now on, Mommy hopes you'll be happy and healthy every day. Daddy also wishes my darlings will never have worries and always be happy. The little girls, though still young, could feel the care from their parents. Their faces beamed as they said, Daddy, Mommy, we're already very happy now. Tang Kexin picked up the cake knife and handed it to them, asking, do you want Mommy to help you? The little girls glanced at Su Yuanhang and smiled. We want Daddy and Mommy to cut the cake together. All right, Su Yuanhang agreed without hesitation. Today they were the birthday stars, so Su Yuanhang was willing to comply with every request the little girls made. Lin Shanshan chimed in with a smile. How about this, each of you hold the little one's hands and together, as a family, cut the cake. I agree. Tang Renqin added his support. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged a glance, and seeing the anticipation in the little girl's eyes, they smiled at each other and said, come on, let's cut the cake together. Immediately the family of 4 layered their hands, big hands over small ones, grasping the cake knife together. Amid the little girl's laughter, they cut into the cake. Tang Renqin recorded this beautiful moment on his phone. Once the cake was sliced, Lin Shanshan laughed and said, everyone can eat cake now. The little girls personally handed out cake to everyone, and the atmosphere became filled with unparalleled joy, and just when everyone thought the celebration was over, the little girls exchanged glances. Then each of them dipped a bit of cream from their own slice of cake, and taking advantage of Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin's inattention, dabbed it onto them with their tiny fingers. Ha! Daddy, Mommy, I love you. Tang Renqin, who had long been overcome with a playful spirit, snuck behind the little girls, while Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin were still stunned and moved. Both of his hands were already smeared with cream, and he slathered it onto them. In an instant, the little girls who had been laughing heartily found their faces covered in a layer of cream. Ha ha ha! Tang Renqin's laughter rang out abruptly, and then he quickly scurried away. The little girls were furious, stomping their feet and shouting, Uncle, you ambushed us. Daddy, Mommy, teach Uncle a lesson, boo-hoo. Su Yuanhang naturally obliged the little girl's wish and replied, all right, Daddy will avenge you. Plop. But as the words left his mouth, Tang Kexin suddenly smeared cream onto his face, causing Lin Shanshan and Tang Renqin to gloat with delight. Whoa, Sister Kexin, well done. Big sis, love you, haha, plop. Su Yuanhang wasn't about to let Tang Renqin get away with his smugness. He hurled a plate like a frisbee, and an entire piece of cake smacked directly into Tang Renqin's face. While Tang Renqin was laughing uncontrollably, half a piece of cake was jammed into his mouth, cutting off his laughter abruptly. The little girls, however, jumped up and down on their chairs, clapping and shouting, Daddy is amazing. I want to do it too. They began grabbing handfuls of cake and throwing them at Lin Shanshan and Tang Renqin. In an instant, chaos erupted. It was like a snowball fight, with everyone scrambling to escape in disarray. Up. Lin Shanshan failed to dodge, and after being caught by Tang Renqin, her face was also smeared with cake cream. Tang Renqin, you're dead meat. Lin Shanshan was utterly disheveled, spitting out cream as she scolded coquettishly, Sister Kexin, teach him a lesson. But at that moment, Tang Kexin was also in trouble. Attacked by Su Yuanhang, her face and clothes were also covered in a layer of white cream. When the two women saw each other's state, they couldn't help but laugh. Let's get them. Tang Kexin shed her reserve, her playful spirit ignited. Amid this birthday celebration for the little girls, she opened her heart and deepened the bond with Su Yuanhang. Mommy, Aunt Shanshan will help you. The little girls joined the girls' army and began pursuing Su Yuanhang and brother-in-law save me. In truth, the little girls and Lin Shanshan were chasing only Tang Renqin, with cake flying everywhere. At this point, the hall was a mess of cream bubbles. But no one cared, as long as everyone was happy. Besides, they could always hire a cleaner to tidy up later. Tang Kexin meanwhile charged at Su Yuanhang, but she failed to notice the cream on the floor and slipped. With a cry of alarm, it seemed Tang Kexin was about to fall. But Su Yuanhang had already been mindful of the floor. As Tang Kexin began to tumble, he dashed over in a single stride, his hands swift as lightning grabbing her flailing arm. He forcibly pulled her slender body back, and she tumbled into his embrace from the momentum. At that moment, Tang Kexin's heart was pounding uncontrollably, completely startled. Thankfully, Su Yuanhang had caught her, or she would have taken a nasty fall. Just as she was about to thank him, an accident befell. He too stepped on a piece of cake, and as if on a snowy slope his body toppled backward. Tang Kexin, but Su Yuanhang held her tightly, forcing his body to land on his buttocks first while cradling Tang Kexin in his arms to shield her from any harm. Splat. Yet unexpectedly, as Tang Kexin's weight pressed onto Su Yuanhang, due to inertia her face also drew close to his. At that moment an accidental kiss happened between them. The adorable children were chasing Tang Kexin when they also heard the scream from Su Yuanhang's side. They all stopped what they were doing and looked over together with everyone else. They happened to catch sight of Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin kissing and couldn't help but watch the spectacle. Daddy and Mommy are kissing. Daddy and Mommy are so shy. Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin exchanged a glance, both feeling that this was a gift from heaven. But when Tang Kexin came to her senses, she quickly moved away from Su Yuanhang, asking with concern, "Did you get hurt anywhere?" Su Yuanhang knew how to absorb the impact, so landing on his bottom didn't injure any other part. As Tang Kexin reached out to help him up, he smiled faintly and asked, "And you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Tang Kexin knew that Su Yuanhang had been fully protecting her, and she felt immensely touched. The little ones ran over giggling and saying, "Daddy and Mommy, you just kissed. We want to be kissed by Daddy and Mommy too." The children knew how to defuse the awkward atmosphere, pouting their lips. Su Yuanhang simply picked up the children and planted a kiss on her face, saying, "All right, darling, your face is covered in cake." Hee smack. Debao didn't mind and kissed Su Yuanhang on the cheek. Daddy too sweet and fragrant. At this point the farce came to an end. It was getting late, and it was the first time the children had stayed up so late, so they took them. During bath time the children strongly insisted that Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin bathe together. Of course it was to help them wash. As for Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan, they stayed to clean up the mess. Looking at the cake all over the floor and the sofa, they felt overwhelmed. "Honey, why don't we just leave it? We can hire a cleaner tomorrow," Tang Kexin said somewhat exasperatedly. "But we still have to mop the floor." Lin Shanshan, being more diligent, cleared the dishes from the table and took them to the kitchen to wash. Tang Kexin had no choice but to stay and start mopping the floor with a mop. As for the bathroom, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin were also covered in cake and cream from head to toe, feeling quite uncomfortable. Tang Kexin said to Su Yuanhang, "You go change your clothes first, I'll start washing the little ones." "Okay." Su Yuanhang nodded without refusing. He walked back to his room, changed out of his clothes, used tissues to wipe the cream off his face and skin, and changed into a clean set of clothes before heading to the bathroom. Then it was Tang Kexin's turn to change out of her dirty clothes. Now alone with the children watching their little bodies soaking in the bathtub as steam rose, Su Yuanhang smiled and asked, "Little ones, is the water too hot?" "Not hot," the children played in the water happily. "Daddy, this is the first time you've bathed with us." The previous few days Tang Kexin had been the one bathing the children, and Su Yuanhang felt it was inappropriate. But now he had let go of his reservations. After all, they were his daughters, and still young, so Su Yuanhang granted their wish. Su Yuanhang asked the children to extend their arms and began to wipe them down. Their arms were delicate and exquisite, fair and tender, and he gently scrubbed them. But the next moment the children's playful spirit surged again, and they splashed water, shouting, "Daddy, let's have a water fight." They seemed not to have had enough fun, and Su Yuanhang's clothes quickly became soaked. Yet he wasn't angry, instead he joined in the frolic. "You two little rascals ganging up to bully your daddy, aren't you?" With that he splashed water back at them. But not on their faces, only on their bodies. This made Su Yuanhang's splashing completely harmless. "Giggle giggle daddy, you can't hit us, hee. Xiaobao, get daddy wet." They simultaneously continued swinging their arms, scooping water and splashing it onto Su Yuanhang. The clothes he had just changed into were immediately drenched again. When Tang Kexin entered, she found the children were all standing up, scooping water and splashing it at Su Yuanhang. As Su Yuanhang dodged, he moved close to the door. In an instant Tang Kexin became an innocent victim. Her clothes were instantly soaked. Since she had planned to bathe soon, she wasn't wearing underwear. Suddenly her chest was soaked, and one could vaguely see the outlines beneath. Tang Kexin usually wore clothes, so Su Yuanhang wasn't sure about her bust size. As for the memory of their encounter a few years ago, he had almost completely forgotten it. Now accidentally glimpsing it, he realized she was quite endowed, so he quickly turned away. Tang Kexin also realized she had accidentally exposed herself, and her cheeks flushed instantly. But the children didn't notice that they were still unaware of the impropriety between genders. Seeing Tang Kexin, they continued splashing. "Mommy, let's play water fight. Daddy has become a drowned rat, haha." Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin were a bit thinking quickly. Su Yuanhang made a protective move, pulling Tang Kexin into his arms while draping a towel over her. At this moment, he had his back to the children, so his back was immediately soaked. Such a heartwarming gesture made Tang Kexin's heart flutter. The handsome face, so close, was easy to be mesmerized by. "He'll rinse off the kids, you go wash up in another bathroom," Su Yuanhang said with a smile. "Oh, okay." Tang Kexin, having been exposed, found it inconvenient to stay longer, so she nodded in agreement. Then she said to the children, "Little one's mommy also needs to take a bath. How about daddy stay with you?" Fortunately the children were not unhappy, instead they giggled. Yes. "Mommy, go quickly, daddy can stay with us." Tang Kexin immediately wrapped herself in the towel and left the bathroom. After closing the door, she leaned against the wall, covering her chest with her hands, her heart pounding like a deer. She couldn't help but look down at her chest. Though heavy, the wet fabric clung to her skin, making it easy to see a large expanse of her bosom. He saw everything, didn't he? Although they had been intimate before and she had borne his children, being seen naked again still made her shy and uncomfortable. Then a faint smile suddenly appeared on her face, so captivating. Suddenly from the bathroom the sound of Su Yuanhang and the children's laughter came again, clearly having a great time. With a smile spreading at the corners of her mouth, she left and went to another bathroom to wash. Su Yuanhang had heard Tang Kexin's thoughts. She was shy, but in a very happy mood. Being accidentally seen naked was just a little uncomfortable. With a gradual progression of feelings, she would slowly accept and embrace herself. After the water fight with the children, Su Yuanhang had become a waterlogged mess, but he didn't bathe with them. After all, he was an adult and male, so it was inappropriate. After drying the children, Su Yuanhang picked up the pajamas Tang Kexin had prepared for them and dressed them neatly. Then he blow-dried their hair in the bathroom. After all the fuss, it was already past 2 in the morning. The children were yawning constantly, looking very sleepy. Xiao Bao even fell asleep in his arms while he was blow-drying her hair. He carefully carried both of them into the bedroom, tucked them in, and tiptoed out of the room. As he closed the door through the crack, he glanced toward the bed. The children had somehow hugged each other in sleep, looking so peaceful. Su Yuanhang's heart melted at their gesture. A smile spread across his face as he whispered, "Little ones, good night." After closing the door, as Su Yuanhang was about to return to his room, Tang Kexin came over carrying clothes still with wet hair, and asked, "Yuanhang, are the little ones asleep?" Su Yuanhang looked at her, without makeup, still beautiful and moving. It was hard to imagine how she maintained her. Even after 5 years, she looked almost the same as in her college days, making it hard to believe she was already a mother of 2. Su Yuanhang said, "It's a bit late tonight." They fell asleep without needing a story. Tang Kexin replied. Tang Kexin knew that Su Yuanhang had fulfilled the children's wish, so she said with feeling, "Thank you for giving them such an unforgettable night." "Not me," Su Yuanhang smiled. "It's us." Tang Kexin smiled gently and said, "It's late, you should go wash up too. Put your clothes in the washing machine later, and I'll wash them together with mine." "You're not sleeping?" Su Yuanhang asked in surprise. "I'm not sleepy yet," Tang Kexin explained. "I want to read the script a bit more before bed." Su Yuanhang couldn't help but admire Tang Kexin's professionalism. It was no wonder she had achieved such tremendous success in the entertainment industry over the years. It was inseparable from her diligent efforts behind the scenes. Su Yuanhang didn't try to dissuade her. He nodded and said, "All right, but just leave the clothes to be dry tomorrow. With the dryer it's not that troublesome." "I know," Tang Kexin nodded. "Well, good night." "Good night." Su Yuanhang passed by her. Their rooms were separate, but they were close to the children's room. As he walked past Tang Kexin, he could smell the mixed fragrance of shampoo and body wash. He turned back and couldn't help but say, "Kexin, what is it?" Tang Kexin turned around, looking at Su Yuanhang with a hint of expectation in her eyes. She didn't know what she was expecting, but she just wanted to hear him say more. "Remember to dry your hair." Su Yuanhang smiled and said, "The weather has been getting colder. Remember to turn on the heater so you don't catch a cold." "Oh, okay." Tang Kexin smiled slightly. "You too." After that they turned their backs to each other and entered their respective rooms. Back in his room, Su Yuanhang again took out a t-shirt and shorts from his suitcase. He only had one pair of pajamas. These days he had been busy handling matters for Tang Kexin or taking care of the children, so he hadn't had time to buy new clothes. So he went to the bathroom in his underpants to wash himself. At that moment his phone placed nearby pinged with a message notification. Su Yuanhang picked it up and saw it was from Tang Kexin. "Brother-in-law, a night of bliss is worth 1,000 gold. You'd better seize the opportunity," accompanied by a lewd sticker. Only Tang Kexin would do such a thing. He chuckled and replied, "Are you and Shanshan cleaning downstairs? Don't bother tidying up, just go rest." "Brother-in-law, I'm serious. Shanshan and I can both tell that my sister has feelings for you." Tang Kexin began to teach. "That kiss was the best proof. She definitely likes you too. You need to strike while the iron is hot. You little rascal, stop messing around." Su Yuanhang knew he meant well and found it amusing. "Su Yuanhang, it's Lin Shanshan. Xiaoxin and I have really been worrying about you too. Even the kids are trying their best to set you up. You're really like the emperor who isn't anxious, but the eunuch is." As if not finished, Lin Shanshan added another sentence. "Sister Xin is serious about relationships and slow to warm up. At this point you need to add fuel to the fire. You already have kids together, but your relationship is still unsettled. Does that make sense?" Su Yuanhang also felt that Lin Shanshan was right, but he couldn't rush things. He thought the current pace was fine. "Thank you both, will speed up." Su Yuanhang said somewhat perfunctorily. "Isn't it National Day tomorrow? Sister Xin has no work, so why not take them to the amusement park?" Lin Shanshan suggested. "Xiaoxin and I won't be a third wheel. If you don't seize the opportunity, don't blame us for not giving you the chance." Su Yuanhang thought this idea seemed pretty good. He thanked them. "Thanks Shanshan, thanks Xiaoxin. They'll talk to Kexin. That's the spirit. You're a grown man, what's there to be shy about? A thicker skin is always right." Lin Shanshan added, "Just like Xiaoxin. He pursued me like a rogue, and I couldn't shake him off no matter what." Su Yuanhang couldn't help laughing. "Alright, I've got it." After the chat ended, he heard the system prompt again. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for celebrating the children's birthday. You have received a mysterious chest." Su Yuanhang knew that the system would trigger a reward after he celebrated the children's birthday. Now it had finally arrived. He opened the mysterious chest while washing himself. In his mind, reward prompts echoed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward of 500 million. Congratulations to the host for receiving game creation talent. Congratulations to the host for receiving love potion. He had obtained 3 good items. Su Yuanhang looked at the game creation talent. It was a skill related to game design. Not only that, the system had also prepared over 100 highly creative game designs for him. Su Yuanhang could quickly produce them by following the blueprint. He then looked at the love potion and was dumbfounded. Obviously, it was a prop designed for Tang Kexin. It seemed even the system was anxious about their relationship progress. Su Yuanhang put it away, then dressed. As he passed the children's room, the door happened to open. Su Yuanhang looked at the children standing at the door with surprise. They said drowsily, "Daddy, I want you to sleep with me." The 2 little ones stared with big eyes, looking expectant. Hearing the commotion, Tang Kexin also opened her door and saw Su Yuanhang and the children standing in the hallway. She asked in surprise, "Little ones, why are you all awake?" Then the children called to Tang Kexin, "Mommy, we want to sleep with you guys tonight." Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged a glance. Under the expectant gazes of the little ones, they didn't refuse. "All right, Mommy will sleep with you," Tang Kexin said as she walked toward the children's room. "Coming." "Sure." Su Yuanhang had just showered, so afterward they lifted Debao and Xiaobao Tang Feier and Tang Linger onto the bed with Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang lying on either side. It was the first time the little ones experienced both parents tucking them in together in their own bed, and they felt immensely too thrilled and excited they lost all sleepiness. "Hee, Daddy and Mommy are sleeping with us. From now on I want Daddy and Mommy to sleep with us every night." Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged a knowing smile. This was hardly realistic. Yet they both wished to fulfill their wishes as much as possible. "Sweethearts, go to sleep now." Su Yuanhang gently brushed the hair from Debao's eyes and said softly, "Tomorrow you can sleep in as long as you like, and then Mommy and Daddy will take you to the amusement park." Hearing this, the little ones became excited. "Daddy, really? We're going to the amusement park? Yay." Their joy made Tang Kexin unable to refuse. "Sleep nicely, and when you wake up there will be fun things to do," Tang Kexin chimed in. At that they closed their eyes, instantly snuggling against Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin. Time passed minute by minute. Soon the little ones fell asleep quietly. Su Yuanhang half reclined, resting his chin as he watched them sleep intently, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. About an hour later, after the children's hands loosened from his body, he was able to turn and get out of bed. "Kexin, you stay and sleep with the kids," he said to her. In truth, he also wanted to stay with the little ones, but he worried it might be inconvenient for Tang Kexin. Yet she got out of bed as well, and whispered to Su Yuanhang, "Yuanhang, I want to talk to you about the children's schooling." Su Yuanhang knew this was quite important. The little ones were already 5 and should start kindergarten. The 2 quietly left the room and went to the living room. By then Tang Renxin and Lin Shanshan had largely finished cleaning. After they sat down, Su Yuanhang poured Tang Kexin a cup of tea to refresh herself. "The kids really should be enrolled in kindergarten," Su Yuanhang said after taking a sip himself. "But we need to transfer their household registration first, then register with the relevant departments and change their names," Tang Kexin explained. Su Yuanhang understood that would require the entire family's household booklet, birth certificates, and the like. Changing the names meant they would be registered under Su Yuanhang's household. With this in mind, he suggested, "Kexin, after taking the kids to the amusement park tomorrow during the National Day holiday, let's go home and visit their grandparents. And of course a couple of days later, we'll go see their maternal grandparents. That way we can take care of some matters." Actually, Tang Kexin had also been thinking along these lines. Since both sets of parents had already spoken on the phone, meeting them was only a matter of time. "All right, I'll follow your lead." At that moment, Tang Kexin felt like a wife obedient to her husband. After their discussion, seeing it was getting late, Su Yuanhang said to Tang Kexin, "Get some rest early. Let's skip the script. You go to sleep too." Tang Kexin smiled faintly. "Good night. Good night." Su Yuanhang didn't linger in the living room. He got up and headed to his room. Once inside, he lay down to sleep. Exhausted from the day, even his high energy couldn't keep his eyelids from drooping. Soon he was fast asleep, until sunlight streamed through the window and fell on his bed, prompting Su Yuanhang to open his eyes. His first move was to grab his phone and check the time. It was almost 9. The room was dead silent. He couldn't tell if the soundproofing was that good or if everyone was still fast asleep. Su Yuanhang didn't laze in bed. Feeling sufficiently rested, he got up to wash up in the bathroom. Opening the door, the hallway was still quiet. Without waking anyone, he headed into the bathroom. As he turned the doorknob, he saw Tang Kexin sitting on the toilet, deeply absorbed in her phone. Hearing the door, she looked up and met Su Yuanhang's eyes. Instantly the atmosphere grew awkward, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Su Yuanhang came to his senses and quickly greeted her morning. Then he swiftly exited the bathroom, closing the door behind him. As for Tang Kexin, her cheeks burned. Staring at the door, she felt at a loss. She distinctly remembered locking the bathroom door. How had Su Yuanhang opened it so easily? How stupid of me. Tang Kexin wished she could crawl into a hole. Her flushed face was full of chagrin and embarrassment. Of course, she wasn't sure if Su Yuanhang had seen something he shouldn't have. So she looked down at her own legs. Apparently they would indeed be exposed. While outside the door, Su Yuanhang's heart raced, adrenaline surging. Though it wasn't the first time he had seen between Tang Kexin's legs, seeing it again still felt dreamlike. How could I be so Su Yuanhang also chided himself. I should have knocked. In truth, the Peach Blossom residence had plenty of bathrooms, but people usually headed to the nearest one. He returned to his room, unable to concentrate his mind, full of the image of Tang Kexin sitting on the toilet. To calm his pumped-up nerves, he changed out of his shorts and t-shirt into his usual clothes. Then he cautiously opened the door again, trying to listen for sounds from the bathroom. But his peeking was noticed by the little ones who had just stepped out of their room. "Daddy, are you playing hide and seek with mommy?" Su Yuanhang quickly withdrew his head, but accidentally bumped it against the door frame, wincing in pain. His clumsy move made the children burst into laughter. "Giggle giggle daddy, we caught you. We want to play hide and seek with daddy and mommy too." Seeing the little ones full of energy so early, Su Yuanhang rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. "Sweetheart's mommy is washing up. Why are you up so early? Didn't you want to sleep a bit more?" The children shook their heads. "Daddy, we've slept enough. We want to go to the amusement park now," probably because they were looking forward to the trip. They had woken up early. Su Yuanhang stepped out, picked them up, and said, "Then let's wait until mommy is done washing up, okay?" "Okay." The little ones replied with clear, cheerful voices. "Then let's go downstairs first. Daddy will make you breakfast," Su Yuanhang coaxed. The children had no objection. As Su Yuanhang carried them past the bathroom, he quickened his pace a little and headed. After setting the children down, Su Yuanhang called a housekeeping company. Although the cleaning was mostly done, there was still cake cream on the sofa and walls. When the call connected, Su Yuanhang said, "Hello, is this the housekeeping service?" "Hello sir, Xuanfeng Housekeeping is happy to serve you. How can I help?" "Send a few people to clean my place," Su Yuanhang explained. "It's at Peach Blossom Residence." "Absolutely sir. May I ask your surname, so I can note it, and our team can contact you upon arrival?" Su Yuanhang replied. "Just call me on this number when you get here." "Certainly sir. Is there anything else you'd like to arrange?" The customer service representative asked politely. "Not for now," Su Yuanhang said, then added, "When can they come?" "Mr. Su, what time would you like us to arrive?" "The sooner the better," Su Yuanhang thought. The housekeeping representative replied with a professional smile, "Well, arrange it immediately." After ending the call, Su Yuanhang received another call from the department manager of his company. The manager respectfully said, "Chairman, we finished packing all documents yesterday and should arrive in Furong City today." Having just celebrated the children's birthday and inherited the system-granted building, Su Yuanhang immediately arranged, "I'll send the address of Tangren Tower to the group chat. Go directly there. I've already made arrangements." "Yes, Chairman." After handling the arrival of his employees in Furong City, Su Yuanhang finally had time to spend with the little ones. They were sitting on the sofa, absorbed in a cartoon playing on the TV. Seeing their rapt attention, Su Yuanhang smiled and walked to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. With the gourmet god skill, making a nutritious breakfast was a breeze. There was plenty of ingredients at home, and by the time Tang Kexin came downstairs, he had already prepped some side dishes. When Tang Kexin emerged from the bathroom, she heard sounds coming from downstairs. She felt reluctant to face Su Yuanhang, but then recalled that they had been intimate before. That thought emboldened her to head. Seeing the children absorbed in their cartoon in the living room, she turned her gaze to the kitchen. There was the silhouette she had been avoiding, busy at work. His face was directly toward the staircase, but he was bent over chopping something. The focused expression on Su Yuanhang's, he looked so handsome and charming that Tang Kexin was captivated. "Mommy." At that moment the children turned around and saw Tang Kexin standing on the stairs, and they couldn't help but call out joyfully. Su Yuanhang was naturally alerted and followed their gaze toward the staircase, where a graceful figure with long hair, cascading to her waist, met his eyes. It was as if a spark had flared up in the air, creating a flicker of flame, causing Tang Kexin to abruptly withdraw her gaze. She looked aside at the children and smiled. "My darlings, you're awake." "Mommy, we've been awake for a long time." "Mommy, Daddy is making us breakfast." Tang Kexin smiled knowingly as she descended the stairs, then walked into the living room and said to them, "My darlings, how about Mommy takes you to freshen up?" Yes. "Mommy, are you and Daddy taking us to the amusement park today?" Despite her immense embarrassment at the moment, Tang Kexin nodded and said, "Yes, but before that you need to wash up." Su Yuanhang, momentarily setting aside his own awkwardness, acted as if nothing had happened and said, "I've already bought the tickets for the amusement park. We'll go after breakfast." "Alright, I'll take the kids upstairs to wash up and change clothes before coming down," Tang Kexin explained to Su Yuanhang. "Go ahead, I'll take care of the kitchen. Breakfast will be ready soon." Su Yuanhang grinned. Then Tang Kexin led the children upstairs. Shortly after, Tang Kexin walked downstairs, yawning and stretching with his clothes disheveled. He looked like he hadn't even washed up yet, with sleep dust still in the corners of his eyes. Rubbing his eyes with his fingers, he said, "Brother-in-law, morning." "Morning, Xiaoxin," Su Yuanhang replied, still frying eggs, but looking up to respond. Tang Kexin entered the kitchen, where the aroma was tantalizing and whetted the appetite. Seeing Su Yuanhang preparing a lavish breakfast, his mouth began to water. "Brother-in-law, any tasks for today?" Since he asked voluntarily, Su Yuanhang instructed, "The moving truck should arrive today. Your sister and I are taking the kids to the amusement park, so you and Shanshan will have to work hard unloading the stuff." "Brother-in-law, that's no big deal. Leave it to me." Tang Kexin agreed readily, then added with a grin, "Brother-in-law, you need to step up today and win my sister over." Su Yuanhang couldn't help but chuckle. "Let things take their course. How can you just let things be? You've got to shine." Tang Kexin began to offer advice. "If you need any help, just message me. I, the love guru, guarantee you'll win her heart." But Su Yuanhang suddenly noticed Lin Shanshan, silently approaching behind Tang Renxin, holding a slipper in her hand. Just as Tang Renxin was boasting triumphantly, she smacked him directly with it, startling him like a startled cat, making him jump on the spot. Lin Shanshan sneered coldly. "Oh my, a fly has been buzzing non-stop since early morning. But I've already swatted it. Su Yuanhang, stay away from him, so you don't pick up his bad habits." Tang Renxin looked aggrieved. "Honey, when was I buzzing? I'm telling the truth." "The truth?" Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes. Who was it shamelessly calling himself a love guru? Su Yuanhang watched the two clowns fooling around. But he returned to business. Shanshan, today, all the employees of Tangren Entertainment will likely relocate to Farang City. If your sister and I aren't back, yet take them to the Tangren building to report in. Brother-in-law, where is the Tangren building? Tang Renxin asked seriously. After breakfast you and Shanshan can go there and get familiar with it. Su Yuanhang instructed. No problem, I've got it covered. Tang Renxin patted his chest. But Lin Shanshan pouted. Why should you cover it? You're not an employee of Tangren Company. Just stay home and wait for the movers. Tang Renxin began to coax Lin Shanshan. Babe, don't be like that. Brother-in-law and sister are going out to play, so we should work together and handle their tasks well, right? I can handle it alone, Lin Shanshan snorted coldly. You go be your love guru. This flower girl can't match. Tang Renxin immediately shot a distress signal to Su Yuanhang, but he was powerless and instead gave him a good luck. At that moment Lin Shanshan went upstairs in a huff. Tang Renxin hurriedly chased after her, trying to hold her hand, but she shook him off, saying, Don't touch me. Honey, I was just giving advice to brother-in-law. Don't be mad, okay? Tang Renxin pleaded bitterly. I'm on my period, so don't mess with me. Lin Shanshan snapped. Su Yuanhang knew that Tang Renxin liked to talk big, but as for romantic experience, judging by the scene, he was completely wrapped around Lin Shanshan's finger. Before long Tang Kexin came downstairs with the children. They had been dressed up by her like little angels, incredibly cute. The children immediately ran to the kitchen to show off their prettiest side to Su Yuanhang. Daddy, Mommy braided my hair. Does it look nice? Daddy, look at the dress Mommy bought me. Last night Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin had given gifts to the children. Tang Kexin had prepared the new dresses they were wearing, while Su Yuanhang had passed by a gold store yesterday when he went to order the cake with Tang Renxin and bought auspicious locks for the children. The meaning was also very auspicious, symbolizing that they would enjoy a long life and have everything go as they wished. Tang Kexin had been keeping them for now, but they were already worn around their necks. The auspicious locks, like pendants, added a touch of nobility on the children's chests. These are the auspicious locks Daddy gave us. Thank you, Daddy. Su Yuanhang grinned. You look beautiful, my darlings. Hee, thank you, Daddy. Daddy, when can we have breakfast? We can't wait to go out and play. Tang Kexin had also let go of the awkwardness from earlier in the bathroom, and with a slight smile, she said to Su Yuanhang, I heard Shanshan and Xiaoxin came downstairs earlier. Where are they now? Xiaoxin and Shanshan had a little spat, Su Yuanhang said with amusement. They're probably kneeling on a keyboard in their room right now. Knowing the two well, Tang Kexin immediately understood after Su Yuanhang's explanation. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those two are really a pair of bickering sweethearts. I've seen it firsthand, Su Yuanhang agreed, but their squabbling shows how deep their feelings are. Tang Kexin had watched them grow together step by step. Although they bickered constantly, even when separated by two cities, they would still quarrel over video calls. It had become a norm. Still, she envied Tang Renxin and Lin Shanshan's relationship. In this world full of temptations, they had held on to their original intentions and were now true lovers who had finally tied the knot. When Su Yuanhang finished preparing breakfast and with Tang Kexin's help brought it to the table, his phone rang again. Assuming it was a company employee, he didn't rush to answer. Tang Kexin happened to be free and saw the caller ID. She called out to Su Yuanhang, It's your dad. Su Yuanhang set down the dishes and took the phone from her. Hello. As soon as he spoke, he noticed Tang Kexin pulling out her own phone and then holding the caller ID up for him to see. She whispered, It's my mom. They exchanged glances and smiled, finding it too coincidental. Both sets of parents were calling at the same time. Then without a word they walked toward the kitchen and the yard separately. Not because they were afraid of being overheard, but to avoid the parents hearing each other's calls and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. In the kitchen, Su Yuanhang heard his father's voice, Son, are you awake? Dad, Su Yuanhang replied, I'm awake. We're about to have breakfast. How about that matter we discussed earlier? Have you made a decision? His father asked. He knew exactly what his father was referring to. Fortunately, he had discussed it with Tang Kexin yesterday, so he answered, Dad, Kexin and I have talked it over. We should be coming to see you in the next 2 or 3 days. His father didn't say much more, seemingly satisfied with the answer, but then changed the topic. These past few days your mother and I have been following Kexin's news reports. Especially seeing her villa smashed and eggs thrown at her. It really makes us furious. Then his mother's voice came through, Son, are you in Modu now? Why don't you come back quickly? Spare Kexin and the kids from suffering. Bring them home and Grandma and Grandpa will cook them delicious meals. Hearing this, Su Yuanhang felt not a trace of annoyance, but immense warmth and gratitude. As parents, their only concern was their children's safety and happiness. Mom, I know, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Kexin the kids, and I will be back in 2 days. That's good. His mother said with relief. Tell Kexin that no matter how much she suffers outside, once she comes home, we'll take good care of her and the kids. We won't let them be hurt, even a little. His father also added, "Son, there's something I want to ask." "What is it, Dad?" Su Yuanhang asked seriously. "These past few days news reports say you're a rich second generation, living in the Taoyuan villa worth $1 billion, and even starting a company. What's all this about?" His father's voice was filled with confusion and curiosity. Su Yuanhang noticed that Father Su had been following the news about Tang Kexin and him these past few days, even learning that his personal wealth amounted to hundreds of millions. He decided to stop pretending and came clean. "Dad, everything they said is true," Su Yuanhang said. Although he knew the confession would startle Father Su, having money wasn't a bad thing. "Your son has made it big." Father Su fell silent on the other end. "Dad, why aren't you saying anything?" Su Yuanhang asked worriedly, afraid the shock might be too much for him. "Son, did you do something illegal?" Father Su asked with concern as soon as he spoke. "Or is there something you've been hiding from?" Su Yuanhang knew it was indeed incredible. Anyone would find it hard to believe. After all, going from a monthly income of tens of thousands to a net worth of several billion, transforming into a self-made rich man overnight, Father Su still found it hard to accept or adjust to. Father Su had been hardworking all his life, scrimping and saving for decades, yet no matter how hard he tried, the wealth he accumulated was only a few million at most. But his son, after struggling in the big city for only 3 or 4 years, had earned a fortune that would take him several lifetimes to accumulate. He couldn't believe it unless Su Yuanhang had taken some shortcut. "Dad, I did hide something from you." Su Yuanhang could only make up an excuse to brush it off. "Over the years I've been playing the stock market. I got lucky and my investments gave me decent returns, 100-fold returns. Recently there was a bull market, and I put all my money in, so my net worth multiplied several times over. At first I didn't dare tell you because I was afraid you'd worry, so I just said I was writing novels earning a few tens of thousands a month to put your minds at ease." Father Su wasn't an old-fashioned or stubborn man. After hearing Su Yuanhang's explanation, though astonished, he still said with great composure, "You're not lying to me, are you? Are you sure you didn't do anything bad?" "Dad, you've taught me since I was a child not to get involved in gambling, drugs, or prostitution. Of course I know that lesson." Su Yuanhang corrected. "Although stock trading is a bit like gambling, I've already stopped. Now your son can be considered a billionaire." Father Su sighed. "Son, I'm certainly very happy that you can make money. As long as the money comes from a legitimate source, your mother and I don't covet a single cent of your money. Whatever you earn is your own achievement." Mother Su was more reserved. When she first learned that Su Yuanhang was in the news and exposed as having a net worth of hundreds of millions, she was shocked. When did her son become so successful? Owning a company and living in a mansion. This was like a dream, wasn't it? Now that she heard Su Yuanhang admitted himself, she said excitedly, "Son, your father and I haven't slept for several days and nights. If your father hadn't stopped me from disturbing you, I would have called you a few days ago. We even guessed whether Kexin gave you money to start a business. As soon as I thought of that, your father and I lost our appetite, even more worried that you might become a Livian son-in-law at their house." The older generation had conservative thinking and hadn't seen much of the world. Su Yuanhang could understand. He laughed. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Kexin and I have already discussed this. In a couple of days I'll bring her and the kids back to see you. Also, we'll take the household registry and change the children's surname." "Son, is that true? You're coming back?" Mother Su was overjoyed. "And the baby's surnames will be changed to yours. Have you discussed this with her family?" "Don't act on your own," Mother Su said more rationally. "It's best to talk it over with everyone so there won't be any awkwardness." Su Yuanhang smiled gently. "Dad, don't worry, we'll handle it." Father Su spoke calmly. "When are you coming back? Let us know in advance so your mother and I can prepare." "Okay, Dad," Su Yuanhang obediently agreed. Father Su added, "Then we'll talk when you get back. That's it for now. Take care of yourselves." Su Yuanhang had heard his parents' words countless times, but each time it felt heartwarming. They would never forget to care about their children's health, safety, and whether they had enough money. After hanging up, Su Yuanhang saw that Lin Shanshan and the others had already come downstairs and were having breakfast with the little ones, so he walked over. Tang Kexin asked while eating breakfast, "Was that your parents?" "Yes," Su Yuanhang smiled. "They asked when I'm coming." Lin Shanshan immediately chimed in. "Isn't it just the National Day holiday? Take the kids and Sister Kexin back. What a perfect opportunity." "That's what I think too," Su Yuanhang nodded. Then Tang Kexin finished her call and entered, seeing everyone already seated at the dining table. She came over and sat down next to the little ones. Tang Kexin asked directly, "Sis, was that Mom and Dad?" She nodded and gave a helpless smile to Tang Kexin. "Did Mom and Dad message you too?" "I told them I was at the company and couldn't go home," Tang Kexin said. "Sis, now that Mom and Dad know about you and brother-in-law, are they urging you to come home and meet?" Su Yuanhang couldn't help but listen attentively. Tang Kexin didn't hide it. "They asked me to bring Yuanhang home for a visit." I agreed. This had been discussed before, and the timing was right now. Tang Kexin had no reason to refuse. After all, her parents hadn't seen their granddaughter for 5 years. They had to meet and rekindle the bond. Before Su Yuanhang could speak, Lin Shanshan covered her mouth in astonishment. "Oh, my sister Xi and Su Yuanhang, then you two have a lot to discuss." Su Yuanhang's parents also just told him to go home. What a coincidence. Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang as if she had guessed it already and smiled slightly. "So I told my parents that we'll go back at the end of the National Day holiday. Before that, I want to take the little ones to Su Yuanhang's hometown to meet their grandparents." Although there hadn't been much progress between them, and they hadn't gotten married yet, the little ones were the granddaughters of the Su family. That couldn't be changed, and calling them grandparents was only natural. But to Su Yuanhang's ears it sounded so sweet and pleasant. At least Tang Kexin acknowledged his parents. Tang Renxin asked curiously, what did mom and dad say? Did they agree? They agreed, Tang Kexin said, as if to Su Yuanhang. They also told me to explain well to uncle and aunt so they won't misunderstand. Su Yuanhang immediately formed a good impression of his future parent Simla. Of course, from their first phone call he had already gotten a sense of their personalities and conduct. They were easygoing parents sharing the same mindset as his own parents and were very considerate of each other's family feelings. For this reason Su Yuanhang was secretly moved that Tang Kexin was thinking for him. Then let's go to my place first, and after 2 days we'll go to yours. I should also make a proper formal visit to your home. Tang Kexin was actually very nervous, yet also filled with a touch of anticipation. Whether it was going with Su Yuanhang to his home, or to her own, the feeling was the same. The little ones listened on the side half understanding, but it didn't dampen their excitement about going out to play. Soon they finished their breakfast drinking every last drop of milk. Fortunately, seeing that Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin were still eating and chatting, the little ones didn't fuss to go out immediately. Instead, they climbed down from their chairs and ran to the sofa to watch cartoons. After everyone finished breakfast, about 10 minutes had passed. Everything that needed to be discussed was settled, so Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin took the little ones out. They didn't forget to remind Tang Renxin to be on the lookout for the moving company, while Lin Shanshan was responsible for familiarizing herself with Tangren Mansion and then waiting for the company staff to relocate. At the door in front of the extended Rolls-Royce, Su Yuanhang had no other means of transportation, so he had to drive. After the three of them got in, Su Yuanhang drove himself, taking his wife and children to the amusement park. Although the car was eye-catching, Su Yuanhang didn't mind being the center of attention. Once they reached the parking lot, Su Yuanhang parked the car effortlessly. Although this amusement park wasn't as famous as Disneyland in Modu, its facilities were very complete, offering everything from food and drink to entertainment. The little ones held by Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin lined up at the ticket gate. Some people recognized them, causing a commotion. Fortunately, Tang Kexin was down to earth. When fans and passers-by came up for autographs, she would show a friendly smile and sign personally. Some people also recorded videos with their phones, but Su Yuanhang and the others didn't say anything. However, soon the ticket gate was surrounded by a crowd, disrupting the order a bit. Helplessly, Tang Kexin had to say to everyone, "Thank you all for your support, but please don't affect others queuing. I wish everyone a great day. Thank you." Most of the passers-by were considerate, with Tang Kexin, and the security's help order was restored. As they entered the amusement park after ticket inspection, the staff couldn't help shouting to Tang Kexin, "Sister Xian, we're also your fans." And the little ones, so cute. "Sister Xian, you look beautiful even without makeup. You're really a goddess in our hearts." Fortunately, it was a female staff member who said this, so no misunderstanding occurred. "Thank you," Tang Kexin replied with a grateful smile. After entering the amusement park, Su Yuanhang noticed that Tang Kexin was almost sweating profusely. He pulled out a tissue and handed it to her. "Now I finally understand why celebrities disguise themselves when going out." At that moment, Tang Kexin was indeed barefaced without any makeup, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, yet she was still recognized. It was mainly because Su Yuanhang and the little ones were too conspicuous. Whether it was Su Yuanhang's height or good looks, as well as the adorable twin daughters, they were all easy for people to notice. But we were still recognized. Tang Kexin also felt that the fans were very enthusiastic. Many of them were encouraging and supporting her. Tang Kexin said, deeply moved, "They are all wonderful. I'm so grateful for their support. Being recognized by everyone is also a result of your own hard work," Su Yuanhang said. Su Yuanhang knew that the presence of the little ones and himself would definitely affect some of her public popularity, but with the system's help these negative impacts were gradually being resolved imperceptibly. Your songs, film and television works, and other charitable activities. All of these more or less will make them adore you. Su Yuanhang spoke the fans' true feelings. After the emotion subsided, Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang then shifted their focus onto the adorable children. The kids had been persistently asking to ride the Ferris wheel, but in the past, due to their careers, they couldn't expose the children's existence, so they never dared to come to such public places. Now that the existence of both her fiancé and the two precious children had been made public, Tang Kexin could finally fulfill their wish. Their first stop was directly at the Ferris wheel. As they passed by a beverage shop, the children looked forward eagerly and said, "Dad, Mom, we want ice cream." "All right, Dad, we'll get it." Su Yuanhang was also eager to please, pulling them along to the shop entrance and placing an order. The clerk recognized Tang Kexin, even though she was wearing a hat and sunglasses. Of course, Su Yuanhang, who was embroiled in scandal with Tang Kexin at the time, had also become a celebrity along with the children, who were now well known to the public. At this moment, they were all trending figures online. When the employee saw them, they became excited. "Are you Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang?" "It's us," Su Yuanhang replied. "One classic ice cream, please, and 2 strawberry-filled ice creams." "Sure." After Su Yuanhang pulled out his phone to place the order via the app, the employee immediately started preparing. There were still some people buying ice cream here. So when they realized they had encountered a big star by chance, they became extremely excited. Soon the ice cream shop was surrounded by a crowd becoming packed. Tang Kexin felt the urge to flee, carrying a sense of tension. But Su Yuanhang held her hand, leading the older child while the younger one was held by Tang Kexin. While offering encouragement, he spoke kindly to the onlookers who were taking photos or recording. Ladies and gentlemen, today is my children's birthday, and it's also the first time I'm bringing them to an amusement park with Tang Kexin. So I hope you can give us some private space. I beg you all. Everyone could empathize with Su Yuanhang's sentiment and immediately showed support. Everyone disperse. Stop crowding. Exactly, since Su Yuanhang said that, let him and Sister Xian enjoy time with the kids. Stop crowding. Take photos and leave, don't scare the two adorable children. Both men and women among them were fans of Tang Kexin, so they began helping Su Yuanhang, and the others urged passers-by and fans to disperse, to avoid unnecessary disturbance. The clerk quickly finished making the ice creams, handing 3 cups to the children and Tang Kexin. Then the clerk said excitedly, Sister Xian, could we please have your autograph? Sure, Tang Kexin replied accommodatingly. After the clerk produced a marker, she signed her name on a paper cup. The employee cherished it immensely, thanking her profusely. Thank you, Sister Xian. I will definitely collect this cup. Tang Kexin responded politely, then raised her ice cream, and said, thank you for the ice cream. Then she led the children, who were happily licking their ice creams, away. After escaping that bustling place, Tang Kexin felt a sense of relief. Su Yuanhang had anticipated before coming that given Tang Kexin's current popularity, they would inevitably attract a crowd. Fortunately, no major trouble occurred. The older child held out their ice cream to Su Yuanhang and called, Dad, you have some too. All right, Dad, we'll take a bite. Su Yuanhang bent down and took a bite of the ice cream. The children's mood remained unaffected, fully immersed in their own childish world. It was only then that Tang Kexin noticed Su Yuanhang had only ordered 3 cups of ice cream, so she handed hers over and said, you can have mine. I don't really like ice cream, Su Yuanhang laughed. You have it. Then, you take a bite too. Tang Kexin was grateful for the words he had said to the onlookers, especially that handshake, which had indeed given her courage. Su Yuanhang smiled slightly and took a taste of the classic original flavor, finding that he preferred this classic one. The children giggled and said, Mom, I want to taste it too. Tang Kexin smiled and replied, all right, you can each try it, and see if Mom's tastes better or your strawberry ones. After taking a taste, the children exclaimed in unison, Mom, they're both delicious, hee. But you can only have 1 cup, otherwise your tummies will hurt. Tang Kexin wanted to share the delicious treat with the children, but she knew that too much ice cream would be bad for their digestives. Today the weather was unusually clear with not a cloud in the sky, and the temperature had reached 20 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let the children have a whole cup of ice cream. The family chatted and laughed as they walked toward the Ferris wheel platform. There was already a queue there, so they quietly stood at the children were still licking their ice creams while Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin held their hands to prevent them from getting lost. During the wait, others recognized Tang Kexin, Su Yuanhang, and the children, but they didn't approach to disturb. They just secretly took photos. Su Yuanhang and the others, now accustomed to it, paid no attention. This was far better than the earlier requests for autographs and group photos. Once they had checked in and boarded the Ferris wheel, Su Yuanhang noticed Tang Kexin's expression of slight relief. He smiled and said, it seems we're still not quite suited to being here. But Tang Kexin looked at the children, who were curiously watching the Ferris wheel ascend, and the scenery below their eyes and expressions shining brightly. She felt it was all worthwhile. As long as they're happy, that's enough. Su Yuanhang understood Tang Kexin's feelings. This was perhaps one of her long-held wishes, to bring the children to an amusement park and make up for the regrets of the past 5 years. Dad, Mom, we want to take pictures, the children said excitedly, looking at Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin immediately took out their phones and captured the beautiful moment as the children leaned against the window gazing at the view outside. Then came a group photo, all 4 of them in the same frame. The children made funny faces or laughed joyfully, their emotions completely infecting Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang. This was truly the first time the whole family had been captured together. However, while on Tang Kexin's phone, Su Yuanhang couldn't help but ask, could you send me all the photos later? Tang Kexin smiled warmly and replied, sure, but let me touch them up first. Even though all 4 of them had extremely high looks and no angle could be unflattering as a woman, even one as beautiful as Tang Kexin, a goddess-level beauty, she still wanted to perfect the images with editing. Okay, Su Yuanhang naturally had no objection. The Ferris wheel landed about half an hour later. After that, Su Yuanhang took them to the carousel that the children had been longing for. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin each took one of the children on 2 carousel horses as they spun around. Even with people filming, they acted naturally and thoroughly enjoyed themselves with the children. But it was a bit dizzying. After the experience, the children had a wonderful time. Seeing the children's faces brimming with smiles, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin felt a great sense of satisfaction. By the time they finished, it was already late afternoon. The children were exhausted from playing, so Su Yuanhang discussed with Tang Kexin and decided to take them home. Throughout the whole process, neither Lin Shanshan nor Tang Kexin called to disturb them. Tang Kexin had only brought her personal phone, leaving the work phone at home. She wanted to focus entirely on taking the children out to play without any other interruptions. Back in the car, Tang Kexin placed the children in the back seats, covered them with a jacket, and seeing them sleeping peacefully after a tiring day, she smiled knowingly and said, Yuanhang, they've fallen asleep. They've been walking all day, played on 7 or 8 rides, and didn't take a nap. Their energy and stamina are completely spent. Su Yuanhang, seeing their sweet sleeping faces through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but grin. Yes, they've been wanting to come here for a long time, and today their wish came true. Tang Kexin's face glowed with maternal affection. My guilt toward them has lessened a bit. Su Yuanhang started the car and drove out of the amusement park, replying, "Take it slow. Him here. We'll make it up to them." Tang Kexin believed in his promise. Suddenly she thought of something and made casual conversation. "Yuanhang, did you notice the thief in the amusement park earlier?" Hearing this, Su Yuanhang laughed. "You noticed too?" "You knew?" Tang Kexin was surprised. "I saw him behind a couple using tweezers to try to pull out a wallet." "I saw it," Su Yuanhang said with a smile. "I saw you go and warn them so the thief didn't succeed. But that couple recognized you and even asked for your autograph." Tang Kexin thought Su Yuanhang hadn't known about that part. Now that he mentioned it, a smile spread across her face. "Actually, I was scared at that moment too, afraid of retaliation from the thief." Su Yuanhang finished for her. Yes, Tang Kexin thought. After all, thieves usually work in groups. I was worried about causing trouble for myself, but I couldn't bear to see that couple get their things stolen and have a miserable time later. Su Yuanhang then laughed. "So I kept an eye on that thief's movements the whole time. But after he left, I didn't see him again. Maybe he was deterred by your celebrity status and didn't continue." Tang Kexin breathed a sigh of relief. "But from the moment we encountered the thief, I kept holding the children's hands, afraid they might get separated from us and end up being taken away. Indeed, amusement parks are high-risk areas for children wandering off, so her concern was understandable. Don't overthink it, they're fine. If we get a chance later, our family can go on a picnic, which would be more convenient and free," Su Yuanhang suggested. "A family picnic?" Tang Kexin repeated, then began to daydream. Finally, looking at Su Yuanhang's smiling face through the rearview mirror, she nodded in agreement. "Okay. Then tomorrow, shall we go home?" Su Yuanhang discussed with her again. "I'll book the tickets," Tang Kexin said without hesitation, pulling out her phone. "What time? What day will we come back?" Seeing her actions, Su Yuanhang smiled. "Kexin, are you nervous or scared about coming home with me?" Tang Kexin smiled serenely and said, "A little bit." "Are you more excited or nervous?" Su Yuanhang opened his heart to her, hoping to deepen their emotional bond. Their relationship now was delicate, more than friends, yet less than lovers. They were merely a spark away from breaking through that ambiguous boundary. "Right now I suppose I'm more excited," Tang Kexin admitted truthfully. "But once I meet your parents, I might become more nervous." "I feel the same way," Su Yuanhang said with a grin. Tang Kexin paused, then realized, "My parents are very kind and think highly of you, so there's no need to be too nervous." "Oh." Su Yuanhang, aware this was a rare chance for intimacy, steered attentively, while asking curiously, "What did they say about me?" She recalled that morning during a call with her parents, the two elders insisted that Su Yuanhang bring the children home. On one hand, they thought Tang Kexin had concealed such a monumental secret, which was unfair to both the children and Su Yuanhang. They felt indignant and wanted to meet him, hoping to make amends later. Additionally, they had been following the news reports over the past few days. This included the press conference where Su Yuanhang, as her fiancée, shielded her and even acquired a company to prevent her from paying a massive penalty for breach of contract. There was also a video of Su Yuanhang rushing to protect her during an attack by troublemakers outside the villa, which had been uploaded online. All these incidents deeply moved the elders. "They just think you're a wonderful person," Tang Kexin summed up, simply unable to find more elaborate words. But Su Yuanhang caught the unspoken thoughts behind her words, curling his lips into a hint of a smile. "Your parents have excellent taste, haha." Surprised by his sudden narcissism, Tang Kexin soon burst into laughter. "How can you praise yourself like that?" "But it's true," Su Yuanhang said, meeting her eyes through the rearview mirror. "Isn't it?" Locking gazes in such a manner, Tang Kexin shyly averted her eyes, blushing like a young girl. "If you say so, then." Wrapped in this tender, ambiguous atmosphere, their conversation flowed comfortably. Su Yuanhang turned on some music, keeping the volume at 10% to avoid waking the sleeping children. His playlist included quite a few songs by Tang Kexin. Currently playing was one of her old compositions, Ferris Wheel Under the Starry Sky, which had won both the annual music festival's Top 10 Golden Melody and the Chinese Top 10 Golden Melody Awards. Moreover, it had topped overseas music charts for 13 consecutive weeks, among other achievements. Her award list could fill several pages. She had truly become a global sensation. The lyrics painted a beautiful picture, and paired with Tang Kexin's unique voice, it was easy to get lost in the song. Her voice possessed a kind of magic often described as having been kissed by an angel. Su Yuanhang hummed along softly. Tang Kexin hadn't expected him to play her song, a faint smile blooming on her face. When the song ended, Su Yuanhang asked, "Kexin, do you have any new songs recently?" She shook her head. "I have ideas, but haven't had time to create them." At this point, Tang Kexin was a versatile artist, excelling in film, television, and music, also venturing into dance. Su Yuanhang thought for a moment, then said, "How about you record the OST for the movie?" "Me?" Tang Kexin was surprised. "Am I up to it?" "You're the only choice," Su Yuanhang replied, naturally intending to keep the film's soundtrack in the family. He paused and continued, "I plan to write the lyrics and compose the music myself, and you'll sing. After all, this film is adapted from my novel. Only I know its threads and meaning best." Tang Kexin went from mild surprise to sheer astonishment. "Yuanhang, you can write lyrics too?" "I dabbled a bit," Su Yuanhang said modestly. "I'll have to see if I can actually write them first." She never expected he possessed so many talents. Not only was he brilliant in business, but he was also a skilled cook, now a lyricist, and even a novelist. Every time she interacted with him, she discovered more of his shining qualities. Yuanhang, I'm really looking forward to the song you create, Tang Kexin said with eager anticipation. If it came to fruition, it would be like a harmonious partnership, truly a gift they could share. Of course the children were their first joint surprise. They'll start working on it after we return from your hometown, Su Yuanhang. By the time they arrived home, it was past 6 in the evening. The children had slept through the whole ride. As Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin gingerly carried them out of the car, they found the villa empty. Tang Renxin and Lin Shanshan were not there. However, the luggage moved from Tang Kexin's villa had been neatly arranged. Clearly, they were waiting for Su Yuanhang to return and organize everything himself, as they felt it inappropriate to touch personal belongings. The children woke up and cheered when they saw their belongings and stuffed toys had arrived. Wow, Daddy and Mommy, my big plushie is here. And my strawberry bear. I missed you so much. Seeing them cuddle their toys lovingly, Su Yuanhang smiled. Are you hungry, darlings? Want Daddy to cook something? We're hungry. We want Daddy's cooking. Daddy's food is so delicious. Xiaobao wants some. Su Yuanhang exchanged a glance with Tang Kexin. He'll go cook. You rest for a while. Later I'll help you unpack. I'm not tired. Tang Kexin had spent a pleasant day. She smiled. They'll take these bags upstairs and start organizing. Later I'll arrange the children's clothes so we won't be rushed tomorrow. She had booked tickets to Liandu for 10 o'clock the next morning. The flight would take only an hour and a half as it was just a... Su Yuanhang nodded. Alright, I'll come help you after I finish cooking. Tang Kexin smiled faintly. Sure, I'll start unpacking. Call me if you need anything. They were still being polite with each other, yet a hint of romantic intimacy had begun to seep in. A system prompt chimed in. Ding, task released. Su Yuanhang was not in a hurry to cook. Instead, he listened to the latest tasks issued by the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for finally fulfilling your wish to meet each other's parents. At this moment, Tang Kexin's heart is filled with nervousness and anxiety, and she is also preparing gifts for your parents. Please eliminate her negative emotions, and you will receive an unexpected surprise. Ding. Second task during the National Day holiday, accompany Tang Kexin to visit her parents and strive to gain their approval. When the satisfaction value reaches 100%, you will successfully unlock a new reward. Ding. Third task, let the adorable children meet both sets of grandparents. Seeing the system release 3 tasks at once, almost all concerning the children and the 2 families, he instantly felt a hint of pressure. His own parents were easier to handle. He could take good care of Tang Kexin's emotions and ensure she had a harmonious interaction with them. However, regarding Tang Kexin's parents, although Su Yuanhang had some confidence, truly earning the elder's full satisfaction, 100%, made him feel a long and arduous road ahead. But this did not dampen his determination, instead it fueled his fighting spirit. Moreover, from the system's telepathic insight, he learned that Tang Kexin was troubled over preparing gifts, which served as a reminder to him. Without rushing upstairs to offer suggestions, Su Yuanhang saw that it was getting late, and began preparing ingredients, ensuring at least the children would not go hungry. He planned to make 4 dishes, and 1 soup enough for 6 people. The first dish was shrimp balls with a portion size satisfying everyone. Then he would braise tomato beef brisket, followed by rice cake, spare ribs, and smoked salmon. Since everything was homestyle, Su Yuanhang generously increased the portions. The final dish was seasonal stir-fried vegetables. No matter what, greens were essential, balancing the richness of meat and fish. After preparing all the ingredients, Su Yuanhang tied on an apron and began cooking. It was about 7 o'clock. Tang Kexin was still tidying up while the children occasionally came to the kitchen, chatted with Su Yuanhang for a few words, then ran back upstairs. It seemed they were helping Tang Kexin pack. Meanwhile, Tang Renxin and Lin Shanshan had not yet returned, and Su Yuanhang did not ask specifically. Perhaps they were busy with work at the company, or perhaps they were enjoying some time alone during the National Day holiday. So both Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin tacitly refrained from sending them messages, avoiding any added pressure. First, Su Yuanhang dealt with the tomato beef brisket. He scored the tomatoes with a cross, peeled the skin, blanched them in boiling water, and then removed them. Then he used tweezers to peel the tomatoes and set them aside. After blanching the beef brisket to remove the gamey smell, he caramelized sugar in the pot. Mastering the heat for caramelizing was crucial, but Su Yuanhang handled it with ease. When the sugar turned a jujubird color, he directly added the beef brisket and stir-fried until fragrant. Once every piece of beef brisket was coated with caramel, Su Yuanhang added various spices to eliminate any off flavors and enhance the aroma. He also added tomato paste to deepen the color of the broth and improve the texture of the beef. Finally, he poured in enough water to submerge the brisket, brought it to a boil over high heat, then transferred it to a clay pot to simmer for 30 minutes. After that, he reduced the heat to low and simmered for another 45 minutes, ensuring the beef was tender enough for everyone, including the children, to chew. Next, he started working on the spare ribs. There are many ways to prepare rice cake spare ribs, but most variations are similar. Su Yuanhang's method did not differ significantly in procedure. Each rib had a balanced ratio of lean and fat. Su Yuanhang deliberately removed the ends, keeping only the finest middle section, making it easier to eat. Simply remove the bone. He prepared a variety of seasonings: goji berries, spices, red dates, longan red, yeast, rice rock, sugar syrup, scallion, ginger, and garlic. Again he blanched the ribs to remove any blood scum. When the meat was almost tender enough to separate from the bone, he turned off the heat and manually pulled the bones out of the meat. Then he stuffed the prepared rice cakes into the cavity left by the bones, dusted them with cornstarch, and deep-fried them in oil heated to 70% readiness until set. Once they turned a golden brown, he removed them. Then he caramelized more sugar and tossed the rice cake ribs in the wok. After stir-frying, he added spices to fully infuse the flavors, then poured in enough water to cover the ribs, followed by some seasonings: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chicken powder, salt soaked, dried longan, red dates, scallion, ginger, and red yeast rice. With everything set, he covered the pot and braised for 30 minutes. Time slipped away in Su Yuanhang's busyness, and it was already 8:30. He had nearly finished all 4 dishes and the soup. Juggling 2 pots at once, the kitchen looked busy yet orderly. From the front door came the voices of Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan. Stepping into the living room, Tang Kexin looked toward the kitchen and said cheerfully, "Brother-in-law, I can smell the aroma of food from far away. Are you cooking for us?" Lin Shanshan, seeing only Yuanhang busy downstairs and no sign of the children or Tang Kexin, asked curiously, "Su Yuanhang, where are Sister Kexin and the kids?" "Upstairs," Su Yuanhang replied with a smile. "Xiao Kexin, haven't you two eaten yet?" "No." Tang Kexin entered the kitchen ravenous and said, "Shanshan and I were at the company all day. Compared to my sister and the kids' luggage, I think your colleagues are the ones who really moved house. They almost brought pots and pans. My whole body aches." Su Yuanhang then realized that Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin had been busy with company affairs until now. Feeling a bit guilty, he said, "I've braised beef brisket tonight. You can replenish your strength." "Brother-in-law, I was waiting for you to say that, hee." Tang Kexin laughed. "I'll talk to you later. I'm drenched in sweat, I need to take a shower first." Lin Shanshan poured herself a glass of water, and after Tang Kexin went upstairs, came into the kitchen. Seeing the lavish meal Su Yuanhang had prepared, she swallowed and said, "Su Yuanhang, I went to see the Tangren building today and found out that whole building is yours. The Tangren building will serve as the headquarters. Apart from the Tangren Entertainment Company, other departments will also move in. Each department will get 1 or 2 floors." Su Yuanhang explained. "The Tangren Entertainment Company is arranged on the 5th floor, as you said. Half a floor already feels spacious, a whole floor is more than enough." Lin Shanshan laughed. Su Yuanhang asked, "Thank you for your hard work today. Are the colleagues adapting well?" "They still need time to adjust, but being in a new environment has lifted their spirits and filled them with enthusiasm." Lin Shanshan explained, "They still need to find proper rental apartments, but tonight everyone plans to sleep in the office since it's huge. Tomorrow they'll handle business while organizing." Su Yuanhang hadn't considered this fully. "After dinner he'll go check on them," he said. As the boss, he felt he should lead by example, so he planned to visit the company and reward the employees. Then the system notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully relocating the company. Considering that employees' accommodations are yet to be arranged to take care of their daily needs, the system rewards you with a super apartment building located about 5 kilometers from the Tangren building. The environment is beautiful and suitable for employees to live in." Su Yuanhang immediately checked and found that the super apartment building, calculated by property prices, cost nearly 5,000 per square meter. The building had 8 floors and all the rooms had similar layouts. 100 square meters of interior floor space with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, enough for 3 people. There were also hotel-style rooms suitable for 1 or 2 people. Naturally, senior employees or department managers would have hotel-style rooms to themselves. Regular employees could share apartments. If they found it inconvenient, they could rent outside. According to company policy, the monthly housing subsidy was 600 yuan for regular employees, higher for senior ones. Hearing how comprehensive the system's plan was, Su Yuanhang's mood brightened. It seemed his Tangren group was also getting on track, just like other large corporations, making him increasingly excited and anticipative. "Su Yuanhang, that's exactly what I was thinking," Lin Shanshan smiled. "Right now they probably hope you can show up." "Definitely. I have to catch a flight back to my hometown tomorrow, so tonight is the only time to settle them in." Su Yuanhang felt the housing matter should be announced in person, so he kept it from Lin Shanshan for now. But Lin Shanshan was curious. "Su Yuanhang, how was your outing with Sister Kexin today? Any new progress?" Seeing her curiosity, Su Yuanhang gave a faint smile. "We all had a great time. The fans we met were enthusiastic, but thankfully nothing went wrong. It was a rare experience." "That's good. Let me tell you, Sister Kexin is sensitive. She doesn't always say it, but deep down she still has feelings." Lin Shanshan took the chance to explain, while Tang Kexin hadn't come down yet. "Otherwise she wouldn't have gone 5 years without any scandals, and then brought the kids to find you." "We're doing well," Su Yuanhang smiled. "We both see what you and Tang Kexin are trying to do, but matters of the heart need to progress step by step. Someone like Kexin can't be rushed, right?" Lin Shanshan thought it over and realized he had a point. "Seems you're quite observant. But during this trip home, make sure you look after Kexin and never let her feel wronged." Lin Shanshan said with concern, "Meeting the parents is one of the most dreaded things for us younger generation." Everyone sympathized. Interacting with elders always felt constrained. He nodded. "Don't worry, I won't let her feel." "I'm relieved to hear that," Lin Shanshan smiled. "Even though you're my boss now, I'm used to calling you by name. Don't mind." Su Yuanhang chuckled. "We're still classmates, so no need to be so formal. Alright, I'll go upstairs and take a shower too. Moving the company is exhausting. I bet I can eat 3 bowls of rice tonight." Lin Shanshan said, and turned to go upstairs. After she left, Su Yuanhang placed all the dishes in the warm pot and walked toward the second floor. At the door he could hear the children laughing joyfully. A smile spread across his face as he knocked. Kexin, sweethearts, have you finished packing? It's Daddy. Daddy, we haven't finished yet. Tang Kexin responded. Yuanhang, come in. The door isn't locked. Su Yuanhang opened the door and saw that half the room was neatly organized while the other half was a mess. It was clear she was packing carefully. Most items were the children's clothes, but she had plenty of her own too. Judging by the variety of styles, they were obviously gifts from brand endorsements. Need any help? Su Yuanhang asked as he stepped in. Tang Kexin smiled slightly. No, I'm almost done. Daddy, Mommy needs you. Daddy, there's still so much stuff to pack. Help us. And these clothes, we can't fold them properly. The children tugged at Su Yuanhang's hands. Su Yuanhang laughed. Okay, Daddy will help you. Then the whole family busied themselves in the room. After nearly half an hour of orderly packing, arranging clothes and other items, Su Yuanhang said with a smile, we're just about done. Let's go downstairs for dinner. Mommy, let's go eat. Our tummies are about to cave in. The children's pitiful expressions made Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang exchange a smile. Let's go. Time to eat. Su Yuanhang picked up Little Bao and said, here we go. Let's charge. Giggle Daddy, the Bao isn't up yet. Little Bao did not forget her sister and called out to Su Yuanhang. Su Yuanhang then crouched down, seated Little Bao on his shoulders, and lifted Da Bao with one arm. Now Daddy is your mecha warrior, and you can command me to take off. The two children burst into silvery laughter, delighted by Su Yuanhang's playfulness. Daddy, let's go eat. Charge, Daddy. Tang Kexin followed behind, watching Su Yuanhang dart downstairs under the children's directions, a warm smile spreading across her face. She reminded Yuanhang, slow down. Don't fall. Got it. Su Yuanhang called back from the stair corner. At that moment, Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan came downstairs after washing up and saw Su Yuanhang carrying the two children on his shoulders. Tang Kexin exclaimed in surprise, wow, brother-in-law, you're incredibly strong. How did you get both kids on your shoulders? Look at your brother-in-law, then look at yourself. Always complaining about back pain. I wonder if you'll even be able to carry your own child when the time comes. Lin Shanshan complained with foresight. Tang Kexin immediately tried to flatter her. Honey, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll ask brother-in-law how he works out. He'll follow his routine and guarantee he'll be just as strong. Tang Kexin came over and saw the two bickering. She asked with amusement, when did you two get back? Was the company relocation smooth? Lin Shanshan noticed that Tang Kexin's attire was simple, yet it could not conceal her innate elegance. She ignored Tang Kexin and said, Sister Xin, with everyone at the company there's no major issue. By the way, did you have a good time with the kids today? As she spoke, she walked over and took Tang Kexin's arm. Feeling like an extra person, Tang Kexin simply greeted them and headed downstairs. Tang Kexin smiled. It was pretty good. Lin Shanshan chuckled. I heard you ran into a thief and you scared him off. Lin Shanshan said with a grin. Hearing this, Tang Kexin realized that Lin Shanshan had spoken with Su Yuanhang. Yes, I never expected to encounter a pickpocket. If I hadn't wanted to avoid trouble, I would have called the police. Tang Kexin explained. Arm in arm, the two walked downstairs. By then, Su Yuanhang and the kids had already set the dishes on the table. Tang Kexin was also helping. Seeing them come down, Su Yuanhang smiled and said, come eat, it's better while it's hot. Although the daytime temperature was high, it dropped again at night. A light drizzle fell outside, but the capricious weather didn't dampen anyone's spirits. Everyone gathered around the table looking at the abundant dishes. The little ones, famished, asked Daddy, Mommy, can we eat now? Of course you can. Tell Daddy what you want, and I'll serve you. Su Yuanhang sat beside Xiao Bao and said to them, we want everything he eats. Daddy, I want shrimp. From these few meals, Su Yuanhang had learned that Da Bao and Xiao Bao had different tastes. Da Bao preferred seafood, especially crabs and shrimp. Xiao Bao, on the other hand, favored meat. One thing they shared was that they weren't picky. They would eat any vegetable dish. Thus their nutrition was fairly balanced. Su Yuanhang served Da Bao a peeled shrimp, tender and delicious. Mixed with rice, she ate with great delight. Tang Kexin also served Xiao Bao, listening as the children repeatedly praised Daddy. It's so yummy. By now Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin were also famished and ate without restraint. After tasting the other dishes, their eyes sparkled. Brother-in-law, this brisket is so flavorful with a hint of sourness. It's really appetizing. This is the first time I've had brisket that melts in the mouth. It's even better than the food at upscale restaurants. Lin Shanshan unreservedly praised Su Yuanhang. I feel you could open your own restaurant. You'd definitely make money. Su Yuanhang filled a bowl for Tang Kexin and chuckled, if I opened a restaurant, I wouldn't have time for other things. That's true. It's more important to stay home with your wife and kids. Lin Shanshan continued to tease. Tang Kexin smiled wryly. Shan, even with all this food you can't shut your mouth. Hehe, it's because Xiao Xian and I are benefiting from your luck getting to enjoy Su Yuanhang's incredible cooking. Lin Shanshan spoke glibly. Now I wish I could stay here permanently. But Lin Shanshan knew that was impossible. After all, she was only Tang Kexin's assistant. Once work officially began, she would have to find an apartment outside. As for Tang Kexin, he had his own career. After much eloquent persuasion, he finally got Lin Shanshan to agree to stay until after National Day before returning to work. After serving the children, Tang Kexin began to taste the dishes Su Yuanhang had prepared today. She took a bite of the fluffy rice, which carried a hint of sweetness, and then sipped the rich brisket soup. A robust meaty aroma mingled with the tangy sweetness of tomatoes full of flavor. She felt the fatigue of the day melt away with that mouthful of soup. She smiled at Su Yuanhang. Yuanhang, this is delicious. Try the other dishes too. Su Yuanhang served Tang Kexin some shrimp. Everyone feel free to eat as much as you like. I made plenty today. They all ate without reservation, chatting as they did. Brother-in-law, the new version of the game should be ready for review by tomorrow. Okay, I'll take a look then. Su Yuanhang agreed readily. After all, he was now a shareholder of Tianqing Studio, and he would do his best to help whenever needed. Where are the employees staying tonight? Tang Kexin asked Lin Shanshan. Lin Shanshan explained they're sleeping at the office just for one night. Once the company is fully set up tomorrow, they'll find new accommodation. That's tough for them. Tang Kexin thought for a moment. How about this, Shanshan? Go book some rooms tonight, 2 per room. Can you make a reservation? Sister Xine, are you sure? Lin Shanshan was surprised. There were nearly 50 or 60 people in total. Booking rooms would cost a lot. Of course. Tang Kexin didn't want her employees to go through the trouble of moving to a new place only to lack energy for work due to poor food and sleep. As the company's vice president, Tang Kexin felt it was her duty. What did a little expense matter? She could afford it. Alright, I'll check now. Lin Shanshan said, picking up her phone to book rooms. But Su Yuanhang stopped her. After dinner, I'll go to the company to see the colleagues and take care of their food, accommodation, and transportation. No need to check, Shanshan. I've already arranged everything. Everyone was surprised. Yuanhang, you planned ahead. Such a big matter definitely needs advanced consideration. Su Yuanhang smiled. So don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. President Su Yu never ceased to amaze us. Lin Shanshan put down her phone and continued eating peacefully. Tang Kexin also smiled knowingly. Yuanhang, I'll come with you later. Alright. Su Yuanhang didn't refuse. We'll need to eat quickly, it's getting late. With that, Su Yuanhang instructed Lin Shanshan, tell the colleagues to rest at the company for a while. Say that accommodation will be arranged, and if they're hungry they should grab something to eat. On the company. Sure thing, boss. I'll send a message in the group now. Lin Shanshan was multitasking, not only Tang Kexin's assistant, but also the company's assistant. Then I'll stay at home. Tang Renqin explained, I still have work to do. I'll try to finish the new game version tonight. After discussing half an hour later, once all 6 had cleaned their plates, Su Yuanhang looked at the time, nearly 9 o'clock. He and Tang Kexin headed to the company. The kids clamored to go too, and Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin didn't stop them. Lin Shanshan naturally accompanied them, leaving only Tang Renqin to guard the empty house. Everyone got into the extended Rolls-Royce. Su Yuanhang didn't forget to say to Tang Renqin, Shao Xian, call us if anything comes up at home. Don't worry, brother-in-law. With me here, no thief will get in. Tang Renqin joked. Su Yuanhang started the car and slowly drove out of Taoyuan. It took about half an hour to reach the company. Fortunately, it wasn't rush hour, and with Su Yuanhang's steady driving, everyone relaxed in the car. When they arrived at the company building, Tang Kexin couldn't help but take in the surroundings. She noticed the building was extremely tall, it was hard to count the floors. The 4 characters Tangren group were mounted on the top floor, glowing brightly under the night sky, dazzling. Curious, Tang Kexin asked Yuanhang, how tall is this building? 312 meters. Su Yuanhang smiled. A bit shorter than the Twin Towers with 62 floors. Is the entire building owned by Tangren group? Tang Kexin was inwardly astonished. Before Su Yuanhang could answer, Lin Shanshan chimed in, Sister Xian, this whole building belongs to Tangren group. Besides our Tangren Entertainment, I also met staff from the Tangren film base today. What Su Yuanhang didn't mention was that the construction cost of this Tangren Group office tower exceeded 7 billion yuan, about the same as the original cost of a Tangren film base. By now it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his net worth was in the tens of billions. Although his liquid assets were only a few billion for a large company like Su Yuanhang's with a market value of tens of billions, it might not be able to come up with a few hundred million in cash. Thus, Su Yuanhang could be considered a hidden tycoon. When they approached the building entrance, a security guard checked their credentials. After Su Yuanhang provided his ID, the guard immediately became respectful and waved them through. After parking in the open-air lot downstairs, Su Yuanhang noticed many cars already there, some BMWs, Land Rovers, and Mercedes, but most were ordinary cars worth around 100,000 yuan. Luxury cars like Su Yuanhang's worth millions were rare. After parking, everyone entered the building. Holding the kids' hands, Tang Kexin began to explore the Tangren Group headquarters lobby, which was truly awe-inspiring. If not for the urgency to see the employees, she would have loved to give the children a proper tour. Lin Shanshan led the way. They entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor, quickly ascending to their destination. When the doors opened, they could hear the clamor from the office. Su Yuanhang stepped out of the elevator and looked down the long corridor, which stretched over 10 meters. Both sides were made of transparent glass, allowing a clear view of the partitioned, yet well-arranged offices inside. Dozens of people in the office didn't feel crowded at all. There was still plenty of space. Seeing them eating takeout and holding department meetings, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged knowing smiles. When they reached the office entrance, Lin Shanshan walked in. Hearing the commotion, the employees looked toward the door. Although they had been notified in advance, seeing Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin bring the children to visit energized the staff. They put down their takeout and stood up, shouting, Chairman, Sister Xian, good evening. Su Yuanhang had reviewed the profiles of these employees. Most were very young and full of vitality. The oldest employee was just over 30 and department managers were a bit older, but they all mingled together. Su Yuanhang remarked with emotion, brothers and sisters, didn't I tell Shan to let you order whatever you wanted for dinner? Why are you eating fried rice or cover rice? A department manager stepped forward and said with a smile, President Su, it doesn't matter what we eat as long as it fills our stomachs. Now I order you all to put down your chopsticks and come with me, Su Yuanhang declared with bold confidence. Shan contact the hotel restaurant and reserve the entire private dining area. These employees had worked so diligently and even thoughtfully conserved company expenses that Su Yuanhang would never neglect to reward them. Lin Shanshan, stirred by Su Yuanhang's words, immediately pulled out her phone to make the call. Tang Kexin added warmly, tonight I'll treat everyone. General Manager Su, don't try to steal my honor. Su Yuanhang chuckled softly. Very well, your treat it is. Tears welled instantly in the employees' eyes, moved beyond words, they chorused in unison. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senior Sister Kexin. You've all worked hard today, Su Yuanhang continued. I heard from Shanshan that you plan to sleep here at the office tonight. Is that? Yes, Chairman. There's plenty of space here. It's more than enough for sleeping, one employee replied cheerfully. After all, it's only our first day. We haven't prepared anything yet. Chairman Tangren Group really is enormous. It rivals those industry-leading enterprises, another employee exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I'd happily sleep here every night. Huh. All utilities, water, electricity, restrooms, are available here. I'm not even sure I want to rent an apartment outside anymore. Someone remarked. In this era of soaring living costs and meager wages, young people bore immense pressure, a reality Su Yuanhang understood deeply. He smiled wryly. So you've already adopted the company as your home? Exactly, Chairman. If possible, I'd truly like to set up camp here. Huh? Someone responded. Tang Kexin and the others burst into laughter. Yet Su Yuanhang shifted smoothly back to seriousness. Your accommodations have already been arranged at Tangren Apartments. You may move in immediately fully furnished. Those who prefer renting privately will receive a monthly housing subsidy of 600 yuan from the company. Any additional costs will be your own responsibility. Hearing this, the employees stared in astonishment. Boss, is this true? Even Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin were completely unaware of the arrangement. They gazed at Su Yuanhang, stunned and expectant, awaiting his reply. Why on earth would I deceive you? Su Yuanhang grinned. Tangren Group is vast. How could such a corporation lack staff apartments? They're located just under 5 kilometers away. After dinner at the hotel restaurant tonight, I'll personally escort you there to settle in. Now then, gather your personal belongings and come with me. Chairman, may we drop our luggage at the apartments first before heading to dinner? A female employee ventured boldly. Others quickly chimed in. Chairman, most importantly, we'd like to change clothes. Su Yuanhang graciously obliged, agreed. Let's head to the apartments first, leave our things, then dine. Lin Shanshan, now putting away her phone, reported. Chairman, the restaurant has been fully reserved. The entire floor is secured, easily accommodating 100 guests. Excellent. Everyone gather your things, and let's depart. With a sweeping gesture, Su Yuanhang ignited a wave of enthusiastic cheers as the employees hurried to pack their belongings. He added with a warm smile, I'll wait for you downstairs, no rush. Take your time. Yes, Chairman. Then hand in hand with the children, Su Yuanhang left the office. As they walked out, Tang Kexin murmured, incredulous. Yuanhang, so Tangren Group actually has staff apartments. I had no idea. Yuanhang, how many enterprises do you really own? Every day brings another surprise. I and Senior Sister Kexin are astonished several times daily. Lin Shanshan echoed her sentiment. Su Yuanhang smiled. Many. Eventually you'll discover them all in due course. His air of mystery sent Tang Kexin's pulse quickening. She could scarcely fathom his wealth. His empire rivaled renowned conglomerates. Meanwhile, the children gazed about in wide-eyed wonder at the skyscraper, captivated by its scale, their first visit to such an imposing place. Dad, this place is even bigger than our home. Su Yuanhang smiled. When I have time, I'll take you both on a proper tour. Would you like that? Yes. Dad, will this be your new workplace? And Annie Shanshan's too? Tang Kexin answered gently. Yes, this is your father's company. Mama and Annie Shanshan will both work here now. So whenever you miss Mama, you can visit us anytime. Yay. Seeing the children's radiant joy, Su Yuanhang felt profound fulfillment. Once downstairs, he ushered them into the car to shield them from the chill. He remained outside to await the employees' descent. Tang Kexin stood beside him, exhaling a plume of frosty breath and rubbing her hands together. It's truly cold tonight. Clad only in a long-sleeved shirt, not a coat, he removed his denim jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Temperatures plummet after dark. If you're cold, go wait inside the car. Wear your jacket, you'll catch a chill. Noting he wore only a thin shirt, Tang Kexin complied, returning the jacket to him. I'll wait in the car. If you grow cold, good. Su Yuanhang flashed a bright grin. Moments after Tang Kexin entered the vehicle, the employees began descending in steady succession. Some arrived by private car, others by plane or high-speed rail. This large-scale relocation had indeed Su Yuanhang resolved to organize a company outing soon, to help them unwind. Before long, all staff assembled, debating how best to reach the apartments. Some drove themselves, the others hailed taxis. When Su Yuanhang invited colleagues to ride with him, all polite, partly out of deference, uncomfortable sharing such intimate proximity with their chairman, and partly from unease riding in so luxurious a vehicle. After consensus, Su Yuanhang shared the apartment's GPS coordinates with Lin Shanshan, instructing her to broadcast them in the group chat for navigation. He led the convoy forward. The 5-kilometer journey passed swiftly. By 10 o'clock traffic was light. 10 minutes later they arrived. Through the car window Tang Kexin glimpsed a towering residential complex. An apartment manager pre-notified stood waiting at the entrance. As Su Yuanhang stepped out, a senior supervisor approached, greeting him with a firm handshake. "Good evening, Chairman." Instinctively, Su Yuanhang recalled the supervisor's personnel dossier, allowing him to respond with effortless composure. "Are the apartments fully prepared?" "Yes, Chairman. All rooms are ready for occupancy." The supervisor elaborated, "Will assign accommodations according to each employee's rank and position. Senior executives were welcome to reside here, with higher-ranking staff receiving correspondingly superior accommodations." "Very well. Once everyone arrives, please oversee the assignments." Su Yuanhang added, "After check-in, join us for late-night refreshments." "Chairman, it's our duty and privilege." Before Su Yuanhang, the supervisors maintained formal restraint. Tang Kexin, witnessing so many subordinates bow deeply before him for the first time, felt a quiet awe. His commanding presence, calm, assured, effortlessly charismatic, held an irresistible magnetism. Lin Shanshan linked arms with Tang Kexin and whispered, "Senior Sister Kexin, don't you think Su Yuanhang looks like an emperor incognito surveying his realm?" Tang Kexin nodded instinctively. Shortly thereafter, the employees gathered before the apartment building, guided by supervisors to their assigned quarters. Su Yuanhang called out, "Drop your luggage, then rejoin us downstairs. We'll eat first, then return to unpack and rest." "Understood, Chairman." "Chairman, this apartment is far more upscale than any place I've rented outside." "Amazing. Sharing a room works better." "Huh." Then a young couple approached Su Yuanhang hesitantly. "Chairman, may we speak with you a moment?" "Go ahead," Su Yuanhang replied warmly, without pretense, studying the pair. "May we share a room?" The young man appeared 25 or 26. The woman matched his age. Su Yuanhang recalled they'd graduated from the same university and joined Tangren Group together. They were the sole university sweetheart couple among the staff, a rare and enviable bond. Per company policy, cohabitation isn't permitted, Su Yuanhang explained gently. The couple exchanged a glance, their faces falling with disappointment. He understood their plight. Sharing quarters would eliminate costly external rent. "However, I'll make a discreet exception for you." Having weighed his decision, Su Yuanhang added firmly, "But I require absolute assurance you'll respect your neighbor's peace. If any disturbances arise, you'll be required to relocate immediately." Overjoyed by his concession, the couple exclaimed, "Chairman, we promise not to disturb anyone." "Thank you," the young woman eagerly affirmed. "Should we ever inconvenience others, we'll move out willingly." "Excellent. Please inform the apartment manager immediately so they may arrange your unit." Su Yuanhang smiled. After they departed with their luggage, Tang Kexin observed lightly, "Yuanhang, I know them. They're diligent, steadfast employees, and their relationship is exceptionally stable. I hear they're saving diligently for a home. Couples who graduate together and build careers side by side are increasingly rare, truly admirable." Lin Shanshan added, "To afford that home, they live extremely frugally. Chairman, you've just relieved them of a significant financial burden, accelerating their dream of homeownership." In the young man, Su Yuanhang saw a reflection of his own past, and extended aid without hesitation. For today's youth, whether entrepreneurs or salaried workers, burdens weigh heavily. He offered what modest support he could. A chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. Hidden task completed. Securing staff housing. Reward 100 million yuan in cash. Tangren Plaza's flagship establishment in Furong City." At that moment, Su Yuanhang's accumulated wealth had reached 2 billion. This was all in cash deposits. Yet what delighted him further was that aside from the Tangren Plaza in Modu, there was now a commercial square of his own in the prime strategic location of Furong City, allowing him to envision the thriving future of his business empire. After all the apartment check-ins were arranged, Su Yuanhang led them to the pre-booked hotel restaurant for a meal. With the venue booked exclusively, the dozens of people dined as if at a grand banquet, as the hotel staff served an array of delicacies from land and sea. Fine wine was naturally included, though limited to 1 glass per person to prevent anyone from oversleeping and missing work the next morning. Su Yuanhang also took the opportunity to toast his colleagues and share a few words. "Everyone has worked hard today. Some of you have relocated across great distances to follow the company to this unfamiliar place. As the company's owner, I have the responsibility and duty to ensure your well-being in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation." He continued, "Tomorrow morning, please write down any issues you encounter and submit them to the relevant manager, who will compile them for me. I will review the difficulties you all face during this relocation and do my best to resolve them." By now the employees fully appreciated Su Yuanhang's sincerity. Compared to Lin Donghui, Su Yuanhang was generous, approachable, and considerate toward his subordinates, showing thoughtful care in every aspect. That was why they were willing to relocate with him. One employee chuckled, "Chairman, I'm from Furong City originally, so now it's like I'm going back to work in my hometown. I'm not from Furong City, but I'm from a neighboring area." I told my parents yesterday that I'm working closer to home now, and they were overjoyed. They feel it's more convenient for me to visit them. Chairman, truth be told, everyone is a bit out of their element, but Furong City as a hub of entertainment is a better place for us to spread our wings. I think this relocation was a brilliant move. Of course, some remained silent, though their expressions betrayed their hidden feelings. This was precisely why Su Yuanhang had asked them to write down the problems and needs they faced, so he could address them in advance. The meal did not last too long before it ended, and Su Yuanhang watched everyone return to their apartments. A supervisor was in charge there, so he would be informed of any issues immediately. After Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin got home, the children were already asleep. Kexin, the kids are staying up later and later. From now on, we should make sure they're in bed before 10 o'clock, Su Yuanhang suggested. The children were still in their growing years, so Tang Kexin agreed. All right, I'll follow your lead. That evening at the dinner table, hearing Su Yuanhang speak, Tang Kexin could sense the authoritative aura of a chairman. Though he was just over 20, he handled matters in an orderly manner, deepening her admiration for him. Yuanhang, we're going to be very busy from now on. I'm worried that the kids might be left without care again, Tang Kexin said, knowing that as Su Yuanhang's business expanded and her own acting career demanded frequent filming, this was a concern. Su Yuanhang had already considered this. After tucking the children in, they strolled through Taohua Yuan. As he said, focus on your work. I'll take care of things at home. Seeing her puzzled expression, he reassured her, although I founded the Tangren group, I've delegated all the work to the team. I'm just a hands-off boss, so I have plenty of time to spend with the kids. Tang Kexin felt that Su Yuanhang was a man she could rely on. With him around, no problem seemed insurmountable. Yuanhang, I'd like to discuss something with you, Tang Kexin said hesitantly. Go ahead, Su Yuanhang replied with a faint smile, sitting down on a wooden chair in the courtyard. Still worried about something. If my career picks up further, I want to turn down unnecessary engagements and only accept film and television projects. I'd rather not take on commercials or variety show appearances, Tang Kexin said, knowing this was a common path for artists and companies. Any commercial endorsement would bring in extra money and boost her influence, but now her situation had changed. Since she was no longer short of money, she thoughtfully said, I want to devote that time to the children, to accompany them while they're... Su Yuanhang agreed that Tang Kexin's thinking was correct. In this fast-paced era, many children rarely receive enough attention from their parents. Parents are busy toiling away hoping to provide a better life for their families, but in reality children need more than material rewards. They crave the presence of their parents. They need someone to comfort them at bedtime, feed them at mealtime, and be there when they're sad. For parents, this is often a difficult... For an ordinary family, spending time with children means losing income. But for Su Yuanhang's family, this was no... Yet Tang Kexin worried that her decision might reduce the company's profits. Fortunately, since it was their own company, Su Yuanhang was more than happy to say, of course you can. I wholeheartedly support it. But it will cost the company, she fretted. Oh, that's nothing, Su Yuanhang said with a light laugh. The company doesn't rely solely on you to make money. Besides, I have so many ventures. There are plenty of ways to generate income. Even if I stopped working entirely, the dividends from my investments and shares in various companies alone would be more than most people could earn in several lifetimes. Supporting this family is more than enough. Tang Kexin knew that Su Yuanhang owned a wide range of businesses. His real estate investments alone earned him substantial profits along with dividends from several listed groups. At this point, he was leading a life of effortless success. Thank you, she said, deeply grateful for his understanding. We're family. No need to say thank you, Su Yuanhang replied with a smile. It's getting late. We have a flight tomorrow, so let's rest. Tang Kexin felt both anticipation and nervousness. Do you need me to help pack your luggage? No need. I'll just grab a few clothes, Su Yuanhang said. We'll be back in 2 or 3 days, and then we'll visit your parents. All right, Tang Kexin nodded slightly as she headed back. Get some rest early. Good night. Su Yuanhang watched her leave, his heart stirred with a hint of excitement. The system's mission had also been triggered, and he looked forward to the journey ahead. The next day, Su Yuanhang rose at a little past 5. He had slept for less than 5 hours in total. He needed to prepare breakfast early so that when the little ones woke up they could enjoy a steaming, fragrant meal. Moreover, the journey to the airport would take an hour, so Su Yuanhang had allowed ample time to avoid any last-minute rush. Unexpectedly, Tang Kexin was also awake, having had the same thought. In fact, she was even earlier than he was already washing up in the bathroom. Fortunately, Su Yuanhang had learned from past experience. Seeing the bathroom light on, he went to the ground floor bathroom to freshen up. Spare toothbrushes and towels were available. After rinsing his hair, Yu Chinfeng went to the kitchen to prepare a hearty and nutritious breakfast for the little ones. The first dish was egg rolls, followed by millet and pumpkin congee plus steamed eggs with shrimp and stir-fried broccoli. He also prepared oranges and blueberries as after-meal fruit desserts. He heated up some milk as well, letting the children choose between millet congee or milk. As they were pressed for time, Su Yuanhang didn't make 6 servings. Lin Shanshan had come downstairs the night before specifically to tell Su Yuanhang not to prepare breakfast for them. After Tang Kexin finished washing up, she came downstairs to assist Su Yuanhang. Truly, when husband and wife work together, their combined strength can split metal. With great efficiency, they gradually developed a tacit understanding, cooking each dish in an orderly manner. Yuanhang, have you packed your luggage? Tang Kexin asked. I only have a few casual clothes to wear, nothing much to organize. Su Yuanhang, being a man, was quite straightforward about travel. What about you? Do the kids have a lot of stuff? Want to put some in my suitcase? Everything is packed. Like you said, we'll only be away for 2 or 3 days, so there isn't much. Tang Kexin had also packed lightly, though the little ones had a bit more. Then she added, I went to your room earlier, but you weren't there. I bought you 2 outfits. Try them on upstairs later. If they fit, bring them along. Su Yuanhang was pleasantly surprised. You bought me clothes. When did that happen? I noticed you've only been alternating between 2 outfits these days, and you seem to have just 1 set of pajamas, so I got you some. Tang Kexin said with a serene smile. She continued, you mentioned before that you're 187 meters tall, so I bought according to your height. The size will need to be checked after you try them on. Su Yuanhang felt deeply touched and pleasantly surprised. Lately he had been so busy with the company and the little ones that he had forgotten to update his wardrobe with something more stylish. At the moment, he was still wearing fairly casual simple clothes. But with his physique and looks, even an outfit costing just 300 to 500 yuan still appeared trendy and sophisticated. He had never been particular about clothing. In the past he rarely went out, so he didn't own many garments. Thank you, Su Yuanhang said politely, knowing it was a gesture from Tang Kexin's heart. Her words were overheard by Lin Shanshan, who had just woken up. Yawning, she said with a grin, Su Yuanhang, this is the first time Sister Xin has ever bought clothes for a guy? And with her taste, those outfits will definitely make you look brand new. When Tang Kexin had gone shopping for clothes, she had consulted Lin Shanshan. In the end, they selected a few casual outfits ranging from a few thousand to over 10,000 yuan. As for Lin Shanshan, she had also bought a new outfit for Tang Kexin. Of course, she wasn't as generous as Tang Kexin, but it was a sincere gesture. Shanshan, you're up too. Tang Kexin turned and smiled as the other approached. Since you're all going on a trip, of course I have to come see you off, Lin Shanshan replied with a laugh. Xiaoxin is awake too. We'll drive you to the airport. Actually, Tang Kexin had originally planned to have Uncle Chen drive her to the airport. Although Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin had been driving the past 2 days while Uncle Chen had some time off, Tang Kexin had no intention of terminating his contract. I was about to call Uncle Chen. Anyway, Xiaoxin and I have nothing to do. We might as well take a little drive, Lin Shanshan said. Now that she had some free time, while Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin returned to his hometown, she planned to spend time with Tang Kexin. Let Uncle Chen go home and rest. Alright, I'll text Uncle Chen. Tang Kexin took out her phone and sent a message. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang felt it would be impolite not to offer them breakfast, so he said with a smile, why don't you both join us for breakfast? No need, we're not hungry. Lin Shanshan waved her hand. Xiaoxin and I will go out for steak later. Our own little date. With that, she jogged upstairs laughing. You 4 hurry up and eat. If you need any help, just call us. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged smiles and continued preparing breakfast. When things were almost ready, Tang Kexin glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock, and said to Su Yuanhang, I'll go wake the little ones. Alright, I'll finish tidying up the kitchen, and then head upstairs, Su Yuanhang replied. After that, Tang Kexin went to wake the children. They had gone to bed rather late the previous night, so they were still groggy upon waking. Tang Kexin had to personally take them to the bathroom to wash up, and then comb their hair. About 10 minutes later, Su Yuanhang finished cooking all the breakfast items, kept them warm, and went upstairs to his room. Seeing several outfits and pairs of shoes placed on the chair and bed, he was immensely delighted. He glanced at his own slightly wrinkled clothes, and compared them to the brand new ones, which looked far brighter and fresher. After a moment's thought, he changed into the new clothes, a matching set. With the newly purchased sneakers, they fit perfectly. Standing before the full-length mirror, he studied himself, and felt increasingly confident that he had the potential to be a celebrity. Perfect. Su Yuanhang praised himself playfully. Just then a knock came at the door, followed by the children's voices. Daddy, open up. Daddy, are you in there? Su Yuanhang walked over and opened the door to find the little ones fully dressed. Both wore princess dresses, one black, one white, with braided hair and small accessories, looking utterly adorable. They looked like little fairies who had escaped from a fantasy world, and Su Yuanhang couldn't help but praise them. Sweeties, you look very beautiful today. Mommy helped us get dressed. The children giggled. Daddy, you look very handsome today too. Tang Kexin approached as well, and when she saw Su Yuanhang's outfit, her eyes brightened. It was clear that the clothes she had bought for him gave off a different aura. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. Although Su Yuanhang was already handsome, he now appeared even more pleasing to the eye. Su Yuanhang met Tang Kexin's gaze, and said with a hint of excitement, Kexin, how do I look? Very nice. Does it fit? Tang Kexin didn't lavish praise, but nodded gently, her eyes still fixed on him as she asked. It fits perfectly, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. This is a loose style, so it's more comfortable to wear. Tang Kexin's own outfit today was somewhat similar to his. Su Yuanhang noticed, but felt too shy to say anything. Both in terms of appearance and figure, they looked like a perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a couple born for each other. Daddy, let's go downstairs for breakfast. We have to take the car and catch the plane. Daddy, will we see Grandma and Grandpa today? The 2 little ones tugged at Su Yuanhang's hands. Seeing their eager expressions, he said cheerfully, yes, today we're going to Grandma and Grandpa's house to play. Yay, we're going to see Grandma and Grandpa. The children were full of anticipation, jumping and cheering. The family of 4, filled with laughter and joy, arrived at the dining room, where the table was already set with the meal. After Su Yuanhang removed the warming lids, the fragrant scent of millet congee and other delicacies filled the air. The little ones' mouths watered. Daddy, Mommy, can we eat now? Go ahead, Tang Kexin said with a smile. The children even remembered to put on their bibs so they wouldn't soil their clothes. Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang also sat down drinking congee, and enjoying the other dishes. Every day Su Yuanhang cherished breakfast the most, the four of them sitting together sharing the most comforting and heartwarming meal. When they had almost finished, the little ones patted their small bellies. Daddy, Mommy, we're done. Daddy, I love the steamed eggs and the broccoli is really yummy too. I want to eat it again. Alright Daddy, we'll make it for you again, Su Yuanhang promised. Noticing Tang Kexin had also put down her chopsticks, he asked, finished? Yes. Tang Kexin began to clear the table, but Su Yuanhang reached out and gently grasped her wrist. As she looked surprised, he explained, let me clean up. You and the little ones go rest. Remembering that the luggage hadn't been brought down yet, Tang Kexin nodded. Alright, I'll go upstairs and get the bags. They'll help you in a moment, Su Yuanhang said. Don't carry them alone. Although they were still a little formal, they had already made physical contact, and their feelings were gradually growing. Tang Kexin and Lin Shanshan came downstairs and happened to witness the scene. They couldn't help but tease brother-in-law, sis, you're feeding us dog food this early in the morning. Oh my Su Yuanhang, that outfit looks great on you. Very matching. Lin Shanshan chimed in. Su Yuanhang immediately let go of Tang Kexin's hand and retorted, so you two are allowed to be lovey-dovey every day, but Kexin and I can't have a private moment. Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang in surprise, not expecting him to respond that way. But she didn't stop him, as she felt a little embarrassed instead. It was as if someone had caught them doing something special. Her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Yes, Lin Shanshan said with a grin. For the next 2 days we're entrusting Sister Xin to your care. You better take good care of her. Tang Kexin came over to Su Yuanhang, put his arm around his shoulder, and whispered, brother-in-law, you've got to seize this opportunity. Your little brother can only do so much for you, but if anything comes up, just contact me. We'll give you a perfect assist. He winked at Su Yuanhang, making him laugh despite himself. It was clear that Tang Kexin also wanted him and Tang Kexin to grow closer as soon as possible. Don't worry, you'll take good care of her, Su Yuanhang promised. The little ones stood by giggling at the commotion. Just then Lin Shanshan noticed something. Hey Sister Xin, this outfit of yours and Su Yuanhang's look like a couple set. They really match. Yeah, now that you mention it, it's true. Tang Kexin jumped in to play matchmaker. Sis, you and brother-in-law standing together look like a match made in heaven. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Kexin chided playfully. Stop messing around. I need to go upstairs and get the luggage. Shanshan, give me a hand. Sure'll help. Lin Shanshan rolled up her sleeves briskly. Tang Kexin was eager to escape, not wanting to be teased any longer. Once upstairs, Lin Shanshan whispered slyly to Tang Kexin, Sister Xin, have you seen Su Yuanhang's physique? Tang Kexin froze her fair cheeks, flushing crimson. Shanshan, what are you talking about? How could I possibly have seen? Your progress is way too slow, Lin Shanshan said. But Su Yuanhang has an amazing figure. Those long legs are even longer than Tang Kexin's. It's a shame he's not a celebrity. Tang Kexin found it amusing. I think it's actually good that he's not a celebrity. As if catching her unspoken meaning, Lin Shanshan grinned. Sister Xin, are you afraid that if he becomes famous, more girls will set their sights on him? Tang Kexin hadn't thought of that. She just felt the entertainment industry was a deep, murky pool. If Su Yuanhang entered that dive vat, who knew what might happen? Sister Xin, you're blushing. Did I hit the mark? Lin Shanshan loved teasing Tang Kexin, smiling brightly. Tang Kexin lightly tapped her arm. Stop joking around. Help me get the luggage downstairs. We might hit traffic and miss the plane. Alright. But Sister Xin, this trip back to Su Yuanhang's hometown is a perfect opportunity, Lin Shanshan began brainstorming. When you meet his parents, they'll definitely bring up the marriage. Just say yes. You two already have the brush strokes. You just need the name. I think you should settle it. Tang Kexin had indeed thought about that. Meeting Su Yuanhang's parents would inevitably lead to talk of marriage. She was still a little nervous. Shanshan, do you think uncle and auntie will approve of me? Lin Shanshan was surprised to see Tang Kexin lacking confidence. Oh Sister Xin, don't you realize how perfect you are? You've got looks, you've got money, and you've given them 2 adorable, sensible granddaughters. There's no reason for them not to approve. Encouraged by Lin Shanshan, Tang Kexin gained a bit more confidence. At that moment the luggage was pushed out. Lin Shanshan, holding one bag in one hand and pushing Tang Kexin with the other, said, Xin, Jia, don't overthink it. Let's go. Everything will work out. Alright. Tang Kexin smiled happily and then pushed her luggage down the stairs. Su Yuanhang had just finished cleaning and was coming up the stairs. Seeing them struggling with the bags, he went to help. Tang Kexin went to the garage to get the car. When Su Yuanhang carried 2 suitcases, only one lighter one was being held by Tang Kexin. Tang Kexin parked the car at the main entrance. After putting the suitcases into the car, Su Yuanhang still had his own luggage. He dashed upstairs like the wind and brought his luggage down in less than a minute. Everyone got into the car. Tang Kexin acted as the driver. After closing the house door, they drove off to the airport. Fortunately, the car was spacious and drinks and fruits were prepared. The kids could watch cartoons on their phones while snacking. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang and the others started chatting. Brother-in-law, where is your hometown? Our village is famous for its tea plantations and terraced fields. Su Yuanhang introduced it. It's known as the Tibet of Ludao. Tang Kexin, intrigued, asked, brother-in-law, is your hometown very beautiful? There are canyons and waterfalls, Su Yuanhang continued. I remember as kids we roamed the mountains picking wild fruits. But now there are fewer young people in the village. Listening to you, I want to go too, Tang Kexin said eagerly. Lin Shanshan searched for Tibet of Ludao on her phone and actually found it. She first looked at the description and was immediately captivated by the scenic photos. She also discovered that Su Yuanhang's hometown was nestled in the Yunding Mountains with an altitude of 1,000 meters. The people were simple and honest, and the houses were scattered in a line within the canyon. Surrounded by layers of terraced fields and lush tea gardens, the scenery was breathtaking. Hey Su Yuanhang, your village is one of the top 10 most beautiful villages in Ludao. As Lin Shanshan finished, even Tang Kexin couldn't help but look curiously. Until now she hadn't asked for the exact location of Su Yuanhang's hometown, thinking she would find out when they arrived. The photos depicted a landscape that seemed isolated from the world. Mountains rose in layers and clouds appeared to rest at the foot of the peaks, blending with the houses. She loved this kind of serene and tranquil life. Su Yuanhang's parents made a living by growing tea, as did almost every household. The annual output of high mountain tea combined from several villages and towns reached thousands of tons. The tea was sold to countries like Japan, Europe, and America. Every family's livelihood was closely tied to tea. In recent years, Wui rock tea had been introduced, greatly improving the quality. With the rapid development of the internet, the Tibet village of Ludao had become a popular check-in spot for some influencers, and tourism had begun to thrive in the past 2 years. I also want to go. Lin Shanshan was also captivated by the stunning scenery, her face full of longing. But this trip was to meet the parents, so it wasn't convenient for them. Su Yuanhang smiled and said next time. This time it'll take Kexin to scout the way. Brother-in-law, you said it. No, Tang Kexin, without much psychological pressure, said, sis, if you and brother-in-law go, and it's fun, remember to send us videos and photos. Next time, well, all go together. Tang Kexin chuckled. We'll see when the time comes. At that moment her heart was pounding at the thought of meeting his elders, wondering what challenges lay ahead. Yet she also carried a hint of anticipation. When they arrived at the airport, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin handled the luggage while Lin Shanshan linked arms with Tang Kexin, and the two took care of the kids. They had an hour before boarding. They had bought first-class tickets, so they waited in the VIP lounge. For this trip, not only Tang Kexin, but also Su Yuanhang and the kids wore masks. They didn't want to attract too much attention and avoid any negative consequences. Lin Shanshan and Tang Kexin stayed with them until boarding time, then left. After safely getting into first class, Su Yuanhang had just sat down when both his and Tang Kexin's phones rang almost simultaneously. They glanced at the caller IDs, exchanged smiles, and said, my dad, my mom. They answered the calls and each sat apart to respond. Dad, I'm on the plane. We'll land around 12. Knowing why his father was calling, Su Yuanhang proactively said we should be home by around 2 in the afternoon. Alright, take it easy on the road and take care of the kids and your wife. Su Fu straightforward said bluntly, your mom and I are starting to cook now. We'll have dinner ready when you get home. Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin and the kids and smiled. Okay, but don't make too much. Keep it simple. Nonsense, let us handle it. Don't you worry. Su Fu laughed. Just come home and eat. Alright. Su Yuanhang knew his father was hospitable and warm-hearted, so he didn't say more. After hanging up, Tang Kexin was still on the phone. Mom, I know. I've brought everything. She continued, the babies are here too. They're very well behaved and won't cause trouble. Got it. They'll bring Yuanhang home in a couple of days. Tang Kexin exchanged a glance with Su Yuanhang. Alright, I have to go now. They'll message you after landing. Bye. After hanging up, Tang Kexin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yuanhang asked curiously, what did Annie say? She just told me to talk nicely with your uncle and aunt and explain why we kept the babies a secret to avoid misunderstandings. Tang Kexin's heart grew anxious again. Noticing her tension, Su Yuanhang smiled. Kexin, I've already explained everything to my parents. Don't worry. They're looking forward to our return with joy, not ready to give us the 3rd degree. Also, they've been longing to see the babies. They've prepared a ton of food. My mom's cooking is better than mine. Urine, comforted by Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin felt much better. A smile spread across her face. My mom also hopes that the babies and I can make a good impression on your uncle and aunt. Su Yuanhang didn't insist that Tang Kexin change how she addressed his parents, as they hadn't yet formalized their marriage, so calling them uncle and aunt was appropriate. After their conversation, the plane took off. The only and a half hour journey passed in a blink. The kids were well behaved in their seats, watching cartoons and snacking on the plane's offerings. Soon they felt the plane land. They shouted, Daddy, Mommy, we're getting off the plane. Su Yuanhang grinned. Yes, we're going home. The advantage of first class was priority disembarkation. Tang Kexin carried her handbag, holding Debao's hand, and walked off the plane with Su Yuanhang and Xiaobao. They could also retrieve their luggage from the priority area, avoiding the wait with regular passengers and leaving the airport fast. Upon arriving at Ludao, a refreshing sea breeze greeted them as they left the airport carrying a damp scent. Living in a coastal city, the air was heavy with moisture. Walking out of the terminal with Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin felt less anxious than when she first boarded and more relaxed. Yuanhang, during my first 2 dramas, I came to Ludao once and stayed for a while, Tang Kexin said with a smile. Su Yuanhang had known this for a long time, because he had watched that drama. A heartwarming family drama starring Tang Kexin. A story of 2 families lacking maternal love, raised together by 2 fathers with 2 older brothers, forming a warm family. That drama had become a huge hit when it aired, even boosting tourism. Did you visit Galanjiu Island? Su Yuanhang asked with a smile. On the plane, he had told her that someone would pick them up. Now he was making a call while waiting for her answer. I went once. The wind was strong, the weather was nice. I spent the day with friends from the crew and went to the pedestrian street for seafood and sauté noodles. She smiled. I really like Ludao. The kids hadn't been with her then. At that time no one knew that the actress playing the young girl was already a mother. "I'll see if I can take you all for a trip in the next couple of days," Su Yuanhang said as his call connected. "Cousin, we're at exit 8. Just drive over." Before heading home, Su Fu had privately contacted Su Yuanhang about transportation. After discussing, they decided it was inconvenient to take a taxi, so his cousin would pick them up. Su Yuanhang had been close to his cousin since childhood, so he agreed, and privately gave him a red envelope of 200 yuan as a thank you. "I see you guys." His cousin was about 5 years older, married, but without children. A black SUV pulled up and stopped beside Su Yuanhang. A robust, dark-skinned man in a short-sleeved shirt rolled down the window and greeted Su Yuanhang. "Yuanhang over here." He got out to help with the luggage. Seeing the masked Tang Kexin and the two kids, he warmly greeted them. "Yuanhang, is this my cousin-in-law?" To outsiders, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin were a married couple. Although the village seemed deep in the mountains, transportation and internet were well developed. They often browsed Douyin and other platforms, so they kept up with current trending news. The matter of Su Yuanhang having an illegitimate daughter with the big star Tang Kexin has become common knowledge. Tang Kexin also nodded in greeting, saying, "Cousin, hello." Cousin, with a warm and cheerful demeanor, laughed heartily. "You and the kids get in the car first, leave the luggage to me." Su Yuanhang placed a hand on Tang Kexin's shoulder, and noticing her slight unease, smiled. "Kexin, you take the kids into the car, I'll help cousin with the luggage, and come right over." "All right." With Su Yuanhang beside her, Tang Kexin felt more at ease. The few pieces of luggage weren't heavy for the men, and after she sat in the back seat, the two of them quickly loaded the luggage in. The little ones were still a bit dazed, and it wasn't until Su Yuanhang and cousin took their seats in the driver's and passenger's seats that they slowly greeted, sweetly calling out, "Hello, cousin." Cousin smiled broadly, saying, "Haha, hello, little ones. Are you scared of flying today?" "Not scared, hee. Cousin, do you want some candy?" The little one said, reaching out her hand to reveal 2 little white rabbit soft candies. These were their essentials that they often carried in their pockets. Cousin looked at them and accepted without refusal, smiling. "Thank you, little one." "You're welcome, cousin." Tang Kexin, however, sat silently in the back seat, gently patting the little ones' heads. Cousin, being quite familiar, turned to Su Yuanhang and said, "Cousin, your kids are very well behaved, much better than my 2 little troublemakers." As he said this, he shook his head, feeling a bit nostalgic. Su Yuanhang intentionally turned to glance at Tang Kexin and the little ones, giving her a slight smile. "That's all thanks to Kexin's good upbringing." "Oh right, cousin's wife, I've prepared bottled water and drinks in the back seat for you, and of course tea that we personally picked from our village. It's all brewed and ready for you to enjoy." Cousin was well prepared, enthusiastically offering. Through this interaction, Tang Kexin found cousin to be quite nice, and with a faint smile she said, "Thank you, cousin." "No need for thanks, we're family." Cousin continued. "This time when you return with Yuanhang, just treat this place as your own home. Don't be polite, feel free to ask for anything you need." "Will do," Tang Kexin responded. Su Yuanhang noticed that she was rather reserved, but he could understand. To ease her mood, Su Yuanhang deliberately tapped a few times on the central control screen, found the music app, and played some soothing music to make the atmosphere in the car a bit lighter. Then Su Yuanhang opened a bottle of water and handed it to Tang Kexin, saying, "The temperature on Lu Island is quite high today, you should drink some water." "Oh my mind." Cousin then realized, "Cousin's wife, how about I turn on the air conditioning for you?" "Cousin, don't set it," Su Yuanhang answered for Tang Kexin. As she accepted the bottled water, she smiled gently at him, knowing he was trying to ease her emotions, so she too was making an effort to appear natural and composed. "Daddy, I want water too. I want orange juice." Su Yuanhang opened other drinks for them, busying himself. "Take your time drinking, don't choke," Su Yuanhang reminded. "Thank you, Daddy." At that moment, the little ones and Tang Kexin finally took off their masks, revealing their true faces. Cousin, seeing their faces, was amazed, but quickly composed himself, returning his gaze to Su Yuanhang, saying, "Cousin, the kids are even cuter and prettier than I saw on TV. Of course they are my and Kexin's biological children." Su Yuanhang said proudly, "With our looks, our kids must—" Tang Kexin couldn't help but be amused by Su Yuanhang's self-love, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Through the rearview mirrors, Su Yuanhang saw her smile, and his heart felt a surge of joy. The little ones were busy drinking their drinks, their little feet swinging in the air. Fortunately, they were not bored. With little white rabbit soft candies in their mouths, they watched SpongeBob playing on the tablet. "That's right, back then you were the village's heartthrob." Cousin, in an attempt to ease Tang Kexin's nervousness, joked, "Cousin's wife, you have no idea, cousin was already getting love confessions in the 1st grade when he was in school with me." Su Yuanhang. Tang Kexin, however, was filled with curiosity, asking, "Really? He was already famous back then?" "Absolutely." Cousin continued, "By the time I went to college he was still in middle school, and I heard he had become the heartthrob of the middle school, bragging to me every day that his desk was filled with love letters when he returned to class the next day." "Cousin, you shouldn't tease like that." Su Yuanhang felt embarrassed. This old story was being brought up for ridicule. At this moment, he truly regretted having cousin come to pick him up. While he was at it, he deliberately glanced at Tang Kexin's changing expression, only to find her showing a faint smile, and she looked at him and said, "So cousin, do you know how many relationships Yuanhang has had?" This, cousin recollected, saying, "I don't think I've ever heard him mention it. There were classmates in the village who are also my friends, and we usually have fun together, so during casual chats I haven't heard about cousin having any relationships." As for college, I wouldn't know, after all he was in another province. Cousin then added, "Oh right, I saw in the news that cousin's wife is from the same school as Yuanhang, so is he the heartthrob of your school?" "Cousin, can you please stop being so gossipy?" Su Yuanhang said helplessly. Tang Kexin, however, smiled knowingly, saying, "I'm not too sure either, I didn't pay much attention back then." Speaking of which, she looked at Su Yuanhang again. Cousin, with a face full of certainty, said, "College is full of talent, and while I'm not sure if my cousin is the heartthrob, I can definitely say you are the school beauty." Tang Kexin felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Su Yuanhang, however, for the first time agreed with cousin's words, nodding. Back then Kexin was indeed a school beauty, and there were many who pursued her. Tang Kexin. Cousin then curiously asked, "So were you one of them?" "Me." Although Su Yuanhang knew of Tang Kexin back then, they were in different majors and classes, so they had little interaction. Moreover, he thought that a beauty like Tang Kexin would definitely have plenty of rich and powerful admirers around her, so he naturally didn't dare to pursue her. Recalling that time he heard Tang Kexin's inner thoughts, she was also curious about this question and straightforwardly replied, "Back then, I felt I wasn't worthy of her, so naturally there was no follow-up." "Huh?" Cousin was amused, saying, "Cousin, I didn't expect you to have moments of insecurity too." Tang Kexin was also taken aback by Su Yuanhang's thoughts, and inadvertently asked, "Was I very cold back then?" She felt she was quite ordinary and didn't give off a vibe that kept people at bay, but rather she was quite sociable with her class. Looking back at her past self, Tang Kexin felt she was indeed much more cheerful back then. However, after entering society and experiencing ups and downs over the years, her personality had become more restrained. Especially after having the little ones, Tang Kexin felt she had become even more cautious. Beautiful women often give men a misconception. Su Yuanhang joked that they are hard to approach. "I agree with that." Cousin echoed, saying, "Back then I tried to pursue the class beauty, but she was extremely aloof and didn't even give me the time of day. Since then I've avoided beautiful women." Although there was a joking element, Su Yuanhang knew cousin was generally carefree, and it was indeed quite possible. Tang Kexin found cousin amusing and thought he was very interesting. Cousin then returned to the main topic, asking, "Cousin, I've heard that you've been developing quite well these past few years. Those news reporters are saying you've started a company. Is that true?" Su Yuanhang knew that his affairs couldn't be hidden from the villagers, including his relatives and friends. So he had no intention of hiding it, saying, "I've invested a bit and made some profit, but not much. The things in the news are a mix of truth and fiction. They can fabricate anything for views. So from what you're saying, starting a company is true, but the 10 billion mansion is false?" Cousin asked curiously. At this point Tang Kexin started to gossip, sitting in the back seat like a bystander. However, from cousin's words it was evident that Su Yuanhang's career development over the years seemed to have gone unnoticed. Upon careful reflection, she realized that with Lin Shanshan's help she had been keeping an eye on Su Yuanhang for 3 to 4 years without realizing he was a top figure, which showed just how deep Su Yuanhang had hidden himself. If it weren't for her encountering a crisis, he might have continued to hide like this. Thinking of this, Tang Kexin felt that Su Yuanhang was doing this for her to make a comeback. Her heart couldn't help but feel. Su Yuanhang was not lying, but instead revealed, "The 10 billion mansion is also mine." Cousin almost lost his grip on the steering wheel, feeling as if he had been hit by a truck. "Cousin, do your parents even know about this?" "Actually, this has only happened in the last year or two." Su Yuanhang explained, "So I haven't had the chance to tell them yet, and of course I was afraid they wouldn't believe it, so I didn't mention it." "Wow!" Cousin exclaimed. "Cousin, it seems you've made quite a bit of money." "It's okay, just barely able to support the family," Su Yuanhang said, glancing at Tang Kexin, downplaying it. Cousin sighed, feeling like he wanted to bang his head against a wall, saying, "You're being way too modest. With your wife's earning ability, it's not just about supporting the family. You could probably support our whole village." The journey took more than 2 hours. From the airport to the village, with the lively atmosphere created by my cousin and Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin did not feel bored. During this process, Tang Kexin also learned about her cousin's character. He was quite talkative. In the meantime, Su Yuanhang briefly mentioned his career and future plans. Her cousin was also very clever, avoiding any sensitive topics, which made Tang Kexin feel somewhat relieved. Although they were in the village, the mountain roads had been built a few years ago, so the way was smooth and straight. However, there were steep slopes at high altitudes, while the roads were not winding. There were quite a few curves. Fortunately, her cousin had honed his driving skills long ago, and they arrived at the village entrance without any trouble. Contrary to what Tang Kexin had imagined, Tongan village had already been developed into a tourist attraction, with lush greenery stretching as far as the eye could see and terraced fields that were breathtakingly beautiful. The exhaustion from a day of travel suddenly lifted. The little ones had never seen such beautiful scenery. The layers of clouds seemed to be about to fall, floating at mid-mountain, creating a uniquely spectacular visual feast. At this moment the weather was clear with no clouds in the sky. The sun shone down warmly, bringing a sense of relaxation. Each villager had their own house. Some were single-story red brick buildings, while others were 2- or 3-story villas. Some of these houses were dilapidated, while others had been renovated, all nestled within a large tea garden. Tang Kexin instantly fell in love with the place. At 3 in the afternoon, wisps of smoke began to rise from several rooftops of the houses, evoking a sense of longing. Compared to the hustle and bustle of a big city, the tranquility of the village was profoundly healing. Su Yuanhang hadn't returned in 2 years. Seeing the changes at home, now, he felt nostalgic and remarked, "Cousin, there have been many changes over these 2 years." "Indeed, quite a lot," his cousin replied with a smile. "Now every household is planting tea leaves and exporting them abroad, and life is getting better day by day." As they carried their luggage, Su Yuanhang smiled at Tang Kexin and said, "We've arrived home, but we still need to walk for a bit." Tang Kexin held the little one's hands and responded, while following Su Yuanhang, "That's fine. After sitting in the car all day, it's nice to breathe in the fresh air here, get familiar with the place, and enjoy the scenery. Daddy, do Grandpa and Grandma live here?" The eldest child exclaimed joyfully, "The scenery here is so beautiful. The air is so fresh and the clouds are so pretty. Oh, I feel like I could pick one." The youngest child said innocently. Her cousin chuckled, "Sweetheart, you'll have to wait until morning for Grandpa and Grandma to take you to the tea garden to pick clouds, okay? Wow, can we really pick clouds?" The little ones were excited. Su Yuanhang laughed. "Cousin, that's just the morning mist, not clouds. It's all the same." "My dear cousin," he said with a smile, "let's let your husband show you around our village over the next couple of days. I guarantee you'll fall in love with it here." Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang, her heart filled with anticipation. At that moment, a villager passed by carrying a basket and wearing a straw hat. Seeing Su Yuanhang, his cousin, and the unfamiliar faces entering the village, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't that my little brother?" Su Yuanhang greeted him, "Aunt Lu, just back from picking tea leaves." It was October, so they were harvesting autumn tea. By late October, it would be time for winter tea. "Who is this?" Aunt Lu looked at the two adorable twins who were very lively, and then smiled at Tang Kexin. "Is she my little brother's girlfriend?" But her cousin laughed and said, "Aunt Lu, what girlfriend? This is my little brother's wife and daughter. My little brother has made it big now. He earns a lot of money outside and has come back with his wife to meet the in-laws. Oh my goodness, this is incredible." Aunt Lu laughed. "Little brother, I've heard some kids in the village say you married a big star." Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin, noticing her slightly shy demeanor, and said with a smile, "Aunt Lu, we should head back now. We can chat more later." Okay, you all hurry back." Aunt Lu said cheerfully, "Your parents have been busy slaughtering pigs and ducks these past few days. It turns out it's for such a grand occasion. Remember to invite us when you have the wedding banquet." "Sure thing, goodbye," Aunt Lu," Su Yuanhang replied readily. Afterward, they finally arrived at a house with an old-style brick and tile roof. The entire house occupied a large area with a big courtyard totaling nearly 200 square meters. The kitchen was separate from the house, and at that moment a delicious aroma wafted from inside, making the little ones eager. "Daddy, Mommy, we're hungry." Su Yuanhang smiled at the little ones. "We've arrived home. Grandpa and Grandma will prepare delicious food for us soon." The little ones happily shouted, "Grandpa, Grandma, we're back." Tang Kexin, however, gently said to Su Yuanhang, "Yuanhang, your nickname at home is little brother." "Yes," Su Yuanhang nodded. "Is there an older brother?" Tang Kexin asked curiously. She hadn't previously inquired about Su Yuanhang's family situation regarding siblings. This, however, touched on past memories that Su Yuanhang preferred not to mention, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile and replied to Tang Kexin, "The older brother is my elder. Is he at home now?" Tang Kexin suddenly felt nervous. Without waiting for Su Yuanhang to answer, his cousin explained, "Sister-in-law Yuanhang's brother left when he was very young." Only then did Tang Kexin notice the hint of sadness in Su Yuanhang's expression, a shadow of guilt. It was evident that Su Yuanhang harbored some unspoken feelings. However, she refrained from asking further. At that moment, hearing the little ones shout, two figures emerged from the house, and they were Su Yuanhang's parents. Upon seeing Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin with the little ones, the elderly couple with graying hair immediately broke into smiles and rushed over, exclaiming, "Yuanhang, you're back." Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin, who was feeling quite nervous, but still greeted Uncle Annie. "Hello. You must be Kexin, right?" "That's wonderful. Oh, it's good to have you back." Su's mother directly took Tang Kexin's hand, her face radiating joy and excitement. Looking at the little ones, she smiled brightly. "These two must be the precious granddaughters, right?" "Yes, Mom." Su Yuanhang smiled and said, "Dad, let's take our luggage inside first." Sure, it'll help you," Su's father said, looking at his cousin. "You've worked hard, cousin, as stay for dinner later." "No need, Uncle. There are a lot of things to handle at the factory. Let's do it another day," his cousin replied cheerfully. "Today, just enjoy a good time with Annie and my little brother and sister-in-law." "All right then, well, invite your whole family over for a meal another time," Su's father said warmly. "Sounds good." His cousin then looked at Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin and said, "Well then, little brother, sister-in-law, he'll take my leave now." "Thank you, cousin." Both Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin replied in unison. The little ones also sweetly called out, "Goodbye, Uncle." This made their cousin very happy. Of course, Su's father and mother were pleasantly surprised to see how well-behaved the little ones were. Come, let's go inside and talk." Su's father started ushering them. By this time, after Su Yuanhang and his father had taken the luggage inside, they saw that the living room had already been tidied up with the dining table filled with various delicious dishes. The little ones couldn't take their eyes off the food. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang took the luggage upstairs and said to Tang Kexin, "We'll be staying on the second floor for the next couple of days while my parents will be on the first floor." "All right," Tang Kexin replied, helping carry a piece of luggage upstairs. There were 4 rooms upstairs which were quite spacious. Su Yuanhang slept in one of the rooms, but despite not coming back for years, it was still kept spotless by his parents. "The other room is for the children." Su's father smiled and said, "Kexin, the village isn't like a big city. If you're not used to sleeping, please let us know." "Uncle, I can sleep anywhere." Tang Kexin smiled and said, "I won't have any trouble adjusting." After all, she had been filming for years and was not overly pampered. Sometimes she had to soak in water in the mountains, roll in mud, or sleep on the ground under a tent. She was not delicate. However, seeing that Sue's father had only arranged for 2 rooms, it was clear that they were meant to share a room with Su Yuanhang. But she still didn't ask for anything more. After placing the luggage, Sue's father went downstairs and said, "Kexin, you all can take a rest for a bit. The food isn't ready yet. I will help your mom if there are any problems. Just ask Yuanhang, he knows the family well." "Okay, uncle, thank you," Tang Kexin replied politely. Although the address felt somewhat distant, Sue's father didn't mind. He understood that the two were not yet married, so this form of address was acceptable. After Sue's father left, Su Yuanhang took Tang Kexin to tour the various rooms on the second floor. The little ones always looked at every corner with curious eyes. Apart from the 2 bedrooms, there was another room that served as the living room, which had a bit of an old-fashioned feel. There was also a room with the door closed, and Su Yuanhang explained to Tang Kexin, "That's my brother's room, but now it's used as a storage room." Tang Kexin could see that Su Yuanhang was feeling a bit down, so she hesitated and said, "Yuanhang, I brought gifts for uncle and auntie. They are in the suitcase. Can you help me take them out?" "Sure," Su Yuanhang replied, feeling relaxed. "But what gifts did you bring? I wasn't aware of this." Tang Kexin smiled and said, "I bought them with Shanshan when we had some free time. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to get, but later I listened to my parents' suggestions and bought them bird's nest and some accessories." Moved inwardly. Previously he had planned to just buy some fruit in town as a gift, but hadn't expected Tang Kexin had secretly brought gifts. After taking it out, the beautifully packaged bird's nest looked expensive. Then there was a jewelry box which opened to reveal an exquisite bracelet, its color purity, suggesting it cost no less than hundreds of thousands. As for Sue's father, Tang Kexin had prepared mitai, explaining, "I heard you say uncle likes drinking, but I didn't know what to give him. Your hometown is famous for tea, so preparing tea again wouldn't be suitable. Apart from mitai, there were also ginseng slices, and these nutritional supplements uncle and aunt can steep them in water to drink anytime. Kexin letting you spend so much." Su Yuanhang was moved, saying, "Thank you for being so thoughtful." These gifts were valuable. Though he could afford them, it was clear Tang Kexin had truly put in effort. Tang Kexin smiled happily. "What's this? Compared to your devotion to me, I still feel it's insufficient." "How could it be insufficient?" Su Yuanhang laughed. "With that thinking, when I go to meet uncle and aunt, should I prepare a suitcase full of gifts?" Huffed. Tang Kexin was amused. "Yuanhang, my parents said just your presence is enough. They lack nothing else." "That's right, my parents only hope we bring people back." Su Yuanhang smiled. "But I understand your feelings, you can give it to you. Come with me." Tang Kexin was still a bit shy. "I alone don't know what to say." At this moment, Tang Kexin was no different from ordinary people, nervous meeting her in-laws. Meanwhile, the little kids had no such pressure. They were still playing in the room. "Daddy, Mommy, our bed is so comfortable." Su Yuanhang smiled. "I'm glad you like it. Now let's unpack first, then we'll go downstairs for dinner." Okay, I just saw Grandma and Grandpa made us big trotters. I really want to eat them. And chicken feet." Seeing the 2 little foodies so eager, Su Yuanhang quickly took out the luggage with Tang Kexin and hung it up. Shortly after, Sue's father's voice came. "Yuanhang, bring Kexin and the kids down for dinner." "Coming, Dad," Su Yuanhang replied. Then he led the family downstairs. Thump, thump, thump. The little kids ran fast. Su Yuanhang shouted behind, "Slow down. Hee, Daddy, catch us." "Grandma, Grandpa, let's eat." They were affectionate, with everyone calling out warmly. It melted Sue's parents' hearts. "Oh, my little darlings, you've grown so big. My dears, Grandma doesn't know what you like to eat. Try some, if you don't like it, tell Grandma, and he'll make what you like." "Grandma, we like everything. Such big chicken feet, I want to eat." Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin walked over. "Mom and Dad, the kids are not picky, their mouths water just hearing you made good food." "That's good, sit down to eat." Sue's mother looked at Tang Kexin, her natural elegant aura and fair complexion, like a celestial maiden. She smiled politely. "Kexin, auntie didn't make anything fancy. If it's not to your taste, tell Yuanhang to make you something else." Tang Kexin, holding gift boxes, smiled. "Auntie, don't be so polite. Yuanhang said your cooking is better than his. I've been eating his meals these days. Yours must be delicious." "That's good, sit down and eat." Amid the greetings, Tang Kexin picked up the gift boxes and handed them to Sue's parents. "Uncle, Annie, we came in a hurry and didn't have time to pick proper gifts, so just brought some things for you. I hope you can accept them." Sue's parents were extremely delighted. "Kexin, we're already very happy that you and the babies came back. Why spend so much?" Sue's parents took them and put them aside for the moment. "Don't waste money anymore. You're working hard outside, earning money isn't easy, and you have kids to raise. Uncle and Auntie don't lack anything. We only hope the 2 of you get along well and the babies are healthy." Su Yuanhang also spoke for her. "Mom, Dad, this is Kexin's heartfelt gesture. Open them and see if you like it." All right, let's look." Sue's parents were still very happy. With Tang Kexin's help, they opened the gift boxes, and she began to introduce. "Auntie, this is bird's nest. You can drink it usually. It helps promote sleep and beauty, but don't drink it when you have a cold. And this bracelet, I bought it according to my mother's size for you. Wearing it can promote blood circulation, soften skin cells, and improve metabolism." Tang Kexin continued to introduce the benefits. "On the other hand, this jade bracelet can also help lower blood pressure for the heart. Since you go to pick tea leaves on the mountain, it can also relieve summer heat. Let me put it on for you now." For Sue's mother, both the bird's nest and the bracelet were valuable items. She was flattered. "Kexin, why spend so much? Auntie appreciates the thought, but I can't take this bracelet. Su Yuanhang explained, in a couple of days, you'll also have to visit Kexin's parents. If you don't accept now, how will they look at me when I go? Yes, uncle, and auntie, it's my heartfelt intention regardless of value. Tang Kexin explained. Su's mother was very happy inside, so she extended her hand. After wearing it, the bracelet fit perfectly. Seeing her reluctant to take it off, Su's mother's face was full of smiles. I wouldn't dare wear it to the mountains, I might accidentally chip it. Su Yuanhang saw Tang Kexin's pleading look and smiled at his mother. If it breaks, Kexin, and I will buy you another one. Yes, Annie, our income is pretty good now. As long as you like it, we'll buy it for you. Tang Kexin said with a faint smile. Kexin, thank you. Su's mother said, her eyes reddening, moved to tears. Then Tang Kexin opened another gift box and said to Su's father, Uncle, I asked Yuanhang, and he said you like drinking. This bottle of matai is for you, and these ginseng slices can be steeped in water to drink. They help nourish qi and blood, enhance strength and immunity. If you feel weak or low on energy, you can drink them. Su's father was more straightforward. He took it and smiled. Kexin, uncle thanks you for being so thoughtful in picking gifts. Uncle and auntie don't know what to give you all. Saying this, he took out prepared red envelopes. There's nothing nice in the countryside, so auntie and I each prepared red envelopes for the babies. Tang Kexin didn't refuse. Instead, she looked at the red envelopes and said to the kids, big treasure, little treasure, grandma and grandpa are giving you red envelopes. Say thank you. Grandma, grandpa, thank you. Wow, big red envelopes. Grandma, grandpa, we also have gifts for you. The kids' laughter was crisp. After receiving the red envelopes, they said something that made everyone full of anticipation. Even Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin didn't know what gifts the kids were going to give. At this moment, Su's parents were also. The kids ran to them, stood on tiptoe, gave each a smooch on Su's parents' cheeks, smiling. Grandma, grandpa, we have a kiss for you, love you. They also made a heart gesture. Although Su's parents didn't understand the gesture, the kiss itself made them happy for days. Oh my darlings, you've melted grandma and grandpa's hearts. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged smiles, feeling that the kids' gift was even more meaningful. Only then did they sit down to eat properly. The kids' bowls were filled by Su's parents with heaping dishes, trotters, chicken feet, and various fish. Su Yuanhang smiled. Mom, Dad, don't just serve them, you eat too. Yes, uncle and auntie, you eat quickly, the kids can serve themselves. As she spoke, Tang Kexin's bowl was also visibly You all eat, these are prepared for you. Su's mother said cheerfully. Grandma, your cooking is as good as Daddy's. Daddy, grandma's chicken feet are so good, you and mommy eat too. Su Yuanhang knew his parents' enthusiasm and said to Tang Kexin, eat, or I'll get cold. This meal gradually eased Tang Kexin's nervousness. She appreciated Su's parents' warmth and their fondness for her and the kids. Moreover, Su's mother's cooking was excellent. She ate with relish. After finishing all the food in her bowl, Su Yuanhang knew it was her limit and told his parents not to serve more. The kids, however, had bigger appetites and ate heartily. When they were almost done, the family began to chat. Kexin, since you're back, stay a few more days. Let Yuanhang take you and the kids to have a good look around. Yes, Yuanhang, our village scenery is nice. Take them for a stroll and let them get familiar with the surroundings. Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin's poised posture and smiled. I'll take them around. After a pause, he said, but Dad, I see the village has changed a lot in the past 2 years. How's the tea planting going? At Su Yuanhang's mention, Su's father's expression darkened. Now every household grows tea. It looks like the village's market has improved, but recently our family's tea has been having a hard time selling. Before Su Yuanhang could speak, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host's father is currently facing a tea sales crisis. Please assist in resolving it to receive generous rewards. Even if the system hadn't issued the task, Su Yuanhang would have personally dealt with the family's trouble. He asked Dad, why is it unsaleable? Tang Kexin also grew serious. Seeing Su's mother's worried expression and Su's father pulling out a cigarette with a troubled air, he said, it's nothing. We can handle it. But Su's mother became anxious. Old man, what can you handle? Even our cousin's son has no solution. Everyone is frantic. You, a woman, should say less. Su's father didn't want to add to Su Yuanhang's burden, especially with Tang Kexin present, so he frowned and said, son, don't meddle in this. We'll take care of it. On the way back in the car, Su Yuanhang had asked his cousin. They were all family and cooperated, yet his cousin hadn't. Perhaps it was because Tang Kexin was present, or maybe he didn't want to put pressure on him. The Su family had always been harmonious with no internal conflicts. Now only external factors could be at play. What about the others? Su Yuanhang inquired. How are their tea sales going? It was the season for tea picking and selling. If the tea were unsaleable, all the hard work over the past months would be. In previous years, wholesalers would come to purchase on site. This should not have happened. Su's father was reluctant to talk, while Su's mother seemed to hesitate. Seeing their worried expressions, Tang Kexin chimed in. Uncle and Aunt, now that Yuanhang is back, you can tell us the difficulties. If we can help, we definitely will. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and Dad are amazing. They're invincible superheroes. The little ones, though not understanding the conversation, could tell the elders were troubled and chimed in cheerfully. Su Yuanhang ruffled their heads and chuckled. Mom, Dad, just tell us honestly. Old man, if you want, I will. Su's mother was almost frantic with worry. Son, the other families have already had wholesalers coming to negotiate prices, and all their stock is pre-ordered. Only our tea and your cousin's remain unsold. This year your cousin and I together rented 30 mu of land to grow tea. We're looking at over 10,000 Jin, probably being stuck on our hands. Su's mother added, we invested over 300,000 yuan. Your father even hurt his back and can barely work. This was the first time Su Yuanhang heard his mother mention his father's health. Every time he called to ask about their condition, now hearing this Su Yuanhang felt a pang in his heart, and Tang Kexin was no better. Exchanging a glance with Su Yuanhang, she asked, Uncle and Aunt, do you mean the wholesalers refused to buy our tea because of quality issues? No. Seeing that his wife had already revealed so much, Su's father stubbed out his cigarette and said, it's the village chief's doing. I knew it. Su Yuanhang's expression turned cold. Village chief. Tang Kexin had never lived in the countryside, so she wasn't familiar with village relationships, but she understood that the village chief had the final say. Where there are people, there are organizations. She glanced at Su Yuanhang and thought, Uncle and Aunt, is the village chief causing trouble? Kexin, that bastard of a village chief, has been targeting our family for years, Su Yuanhang said. We're not well off in the village, and years ago my dad was swindled out of hundreds of thousands by a friend, making things even worse. Yuanhang, why bring that up? Su's father looked displeased. That was the darkest, most humiliating moment of his life, and he didn't want Su Yuanhang to mention it in front of Tang Kexin. It wasn't about saving face, but he worried that if Tang Kexin knew their family's circumstances, she might look down on them. But since the words were already spoken, Tang Kexin could naturally infer what had happened. Over the years, such scams were not uncommon. Even in her circle, some big celebrities or renowned investors had fallen. They were lured by exorbitant profits while the scammers targeted their principal. Su Yuanhang didn't elaborate further, but continued, the village chief, seeing that our family had no connections and little money, bullied us. This year the village chief demanded we pay 10,000 yuan in management fees. Your father refused, so he colluded with others to squeeze us. Su's mother added, when wholesalers came, the village chief entertained them and slandered us behind our backs. He now had a general understanding. The village chief with his connections had been embezzling money for years and had always gotten. Su Yuanhang still remembered clearly a family in the village dissatisfied with the chief's actions reported him to the relevant authorities. They spent 200,000 yuan only to see it all go to waste. After all, in terms of status and connections, the village chief wielded more influence than the villagers. So over the years, though the chief still ostensibly lived in an old house, he had quietly seized a considerable amount of land. His son drove a Mercedes and owned several luxury homes in the city and even outside the province. Did they say our tea quality is poor and advise against buying? Su Yuanhang guessed. But Su's father shook his head. No, they deliberately drove down our price, not even covering the cost. Su's father continued, naturally your cousin and I didn't give in. Your cousin personally went out to find other wholesalers, but all his efforts were in vain. It's all the village chief's doing. Su's mother fumed. He made sure no wholesaler dared to cross him. Dare not. Su Yuanhang's eyes turned icy. Mom, Dad, don't worry. Leave the tea sales to us. Tang Kexin thought for a moment and said, Uncle and Aunt, I actually have an idea. Not sure if it'll work. Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin, feeling their thoughts aligned. Kexin, are you thinking of selling our tea through live streaming? Su Yuanhang smiled. Exactly. Tang Kexin chuckled. Uncle and Aunt, I can help sell the tea. Su's father and mother were deeply grateful. Kexin, you're a guest, and here you are worrying about our family. We feel off? Uncle and Aunt, don't be so polite. Tang Kexin glanced at Su Yuanhang. Though their relationship was unspoken, she smiled gently. Yuanhang has helped me solve many problems lately. I've always wanted to help him and you both. Kexin, you want to personally promote the goods? Su Yuanhang had originally planned to rely on his own connections and popularity to relieve his parents' burden, but Tang Kexin's offer was a godsend. With Tang Kexin's popularity and reach, even 10,000 Jin of tea, or 100,000, would be snapped up by her fans. Yuanhang, you and your uncle and aunt discuss the price, and then I'll use my account to start a live stream. Tang Kexin, both of them had enough money to buy all the tea themselves, or simply give the money to Su's parents. But that wouldn't truly solve the old couple's worry. No problem, leave it to me. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin shared an understanding look. Then after exchanging smiles, Su Yuanhang said to his parents, Mom, Dad, leave the tea to us. I'll call my cousin over in a bit to discuss this. As for the village chief, he's had his hand in everything for decades. It's time to settle old scores. He would never forget how the village chief had led some villagers to bully his parents. Especially during his summer vacation from high school, when he happened to witness the incident. As they were about to demolish his house, he snatched a hammer and was confronted by the village chief's question, Whose son are you? What do you think you're doing? Those words he still remembered to this day. Su Yuanhang answered defiantly, I am Su Yuing's son. If you dare tear our house down today. After that, under the persuasion of several aunts and uncles, the farce was put to rest. But the grudge with the village chief's family had been sealed. As the old saying goes, misfortunes always target the most vulnerable. That was exactly the Su family situation, but now things were different. With the system's help, Su Yuanhang had, through subtle influences, come to know many people in business and other industries, both in assets and connections. Yuanhang, is a live stream really feasible? Su's father and mother had lived in the mountains most of their lives and didn't understand the prevalent online model. Mom, Dad, everyone's doing live stream sales now. Some even live stream to help farmers. So don't worry. Su Yuanhang smiled. Besides, there's Kexin, the big star. She has millions of fans. Buying 10,000 jin of our tea will be a piece of cake. That's right, uncle and aunt. Leave the tea to us. Tang Kexin was thrilled to be able to help her future parents-in-law. Seeing that they weren't just comforting him, Su's father finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Then what can mom and dad do? You just rest at home, Su Yuanhang chuckled. Just ask my cousin to tally the tea output, pricing, and quality. Our tea quality is the best in the village. Su's father declared, pounding his chest. Your mother and I get up early and work late taking care of every tea plant. Our tea beats anyone else's in the village. And our yield is higher than others. Su's mother held Tang Kexin's hand and explained, Kexin, what your uncle said is true. Tomorrow we'll take you to the terraced fields to see our own tea. It was already 5 or 6 in the evening, and it would get dark soon. Not the ideal time to view the tea fields. Tang Kexin naturally believed them. She smiled and said, Aunt. Alright, let's go take a look tomorrow. Then I'll call my cousin over to discuss it, Su Yuanhang said. By now dinner was finished. Tang Kexin immediately took out her phone and said, he'll let Shan know and have her arrange matters regarding my live stream. Kexin, thank you, Su Yuanhang expressed his gratitude. Su's parents also said gratefully, Kexin, we originally wanted you to come to our home to have a good time and eat well, but we've troubled you to help us with the tea matter. Your uncle and aunt really feel sorry. Tang Kexin smiled slightly and said, Uncle and aunt, you are the grandparents of the little ones, so we are one family. No need to stand on ceremony with me. These words instantly warmed the hearts of the two elders. Su Yuanhang also looked at Tang Kexin with a beaming smile. Everything was understood without words. The group sat on chairs in the living room, each operating their own phones. After Su Yuanhang dialed his cousin's number, he said to him, Cousin, I've heard everything about the tea from my parents. I've thought of a solution. If it's convenient, come over to my place. After agreeing, Su Yuanhang hung up and waited for his cousin to arrive. As for Tang Kexin, she had already contacted Lin Shanshan and explained the situation. As an agent, Lin Shanshan naturally also handled fan operations on a daily basis. The fan support group came in handy at this moment. With Tang Kexin's fan base, a small move quickly affected the whole. Next they began discussing the details of the live. As a shareholder of Douyin, Su Yuanhang naturally also delegated relevant tasks, stating that he wanted to sell tea. Under the premise of not violating and satisfying certain conditions and complying with relevant regulations, Su Yuanhang truly exerted his own value to the fullest. In addition, he also sent a message in the senior management group of Tangren Group, who knows the contact information of Ludao Supervision Commission. Send it to me. At this moment, Su Yuanhang's network of connections was immediately reflected. Soon senior managers spoke up in the group. Chairman Su, what happened? Is the Moda Supervision Commission okay? Chairman, I know someone from Furong Procuratorate. They'll ask my friend. Since Su Yuanhang's business development had not reached Ludao City, the executives all leveraged their own connections to help him solve the problem. Thank you all for your trouble, Su Yuanhang replied politely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Kexin then said to Su Yuanhang, Yuanhang, I've got it sorted. Shan has notified the fan support group. I'd like to ask what time would be suitable for uncle and aunt to start the live stream tomorrow. Su Yuanhang then looked at his parents and asked, Mom, Dad, can all our tea leaves be picked now? Of course, they answered in unison. Your cousin has already processed them into semi-finished products. We're just waiting for wholesalers to come and purchase. That's fine then. Knowing that his cousin had been in the tea business for many years and had more experience than himself, Su Yuanhang replied to Tang Kexin. As for the live stream time, we'll need to wait for cousin to come and discuss it together. Okay, Tang Kexin nodded. I'm available anytime. Su Yuanhang was very grateful that Tang Kexin could lower herself to live stream and sell tea for his parents. In reality, top-tier stars like her usually disdain live-stream e-commerce. It tarnishes their image and exhausts their goodwill and fan base. Although Su Yuanhang had seen many celebrities start live-stream selling, including some A-list stars, top-tier stars like Tang Kexin were extremely rare. Soon after the cousin arrived in his car, he parked by the roadside at the gate, turned off the engine, and hurried inside without seeing that Su Yuanhang's whole family was present. He exclaimed excitedly, Cousin, have uncle and aunt already told you about the matter? After inviting him to sit down, Su Yuanhang added, Kexin has decided to help us sell the tea through live stream selling. The cousin looked at Tang Kexin. Perhaps Su's parents didn't know Tang Kexin's selling power, but the cousin understood it very well. With Tang Kexin's popularity, as long as she was willing, selling the tea would be a piece of cake. Thus the cousin said with gratitude, Cousin's wife, I really don't know how to thank you. Cousin, don't mention it. Tang Kexin said with a cheerful smile. Su Yuanhang continued, Cousin, what is the total production of our tea now? And what about the quality? What price do you plan to set? He needed to discuss with his cousin before taking action with Tang Kexin. The yield is roughly between 15000 and 2000 jin. The cousin glanced at Su's parents and said, the quality and yield of our tea this year are very high, but because that old scoundrel of a village chief has been obstructing us, we're now stuck with unsold stock. For this tea matter, I've personally run around pleading with wholesalers many times, even offering prices lower than the market wholesale price, but no one is willing to buy our tea. At this point the cousin added, oh, by the way, I specially brought tea Guanyin and Huangjingui. They come in 3 grades, perfect for you and your wife to taste. Generally, tea leaves are processed in factories, turned into semi-finished products, and then handled by wholesalers, thus greatly reducing costs. Some people sell directly to wholesalers without processing, but the price will be pressed very low. As for Sue's parents, they only drink tea dregs, which is why Su Yuanhang didn't ask them to take out the tea for tasting. That would mislead pricing and quality. As he spoke, the cousin immediately ran out to his car and brought in the special. When the packaging box was opened, the aroma of tea instantly filled the entire room. Tang Kexin didn't drink much tea, so she didn't know how to distinguish good tea from bad. Su Yuanhang, however, had been exposed to tea in the past, so through osmosis, he knew how to distinguish good tea from bad. It generally falls into 5 aspects. From appearance, good tea leaves are usually neat, compact, curled, and have vivid color with observation of impurities and damage forms among many aspects. This includes shape, tenderness, color, uniformity, wholeness, and fragmentation, and cleanliness. In addition, there is aroma. High-quality tea should have a rich fragrance. Good tea has a pure and lofty aroma that brings a refreshing and uplifting feeling. For brewed tea, one also checks whether the liquor is clear and bright with pale green or yellow-green being best. This is also an important indicator for evaluating tea quality. Another aspect is whether the taste is refreshing without bitterness, sourness, or turbidity. Finally, there is the infused leaf. The bottom of the brewed tea leaves should appear uniform and soft with vivid colors and no breakage or impurities. While the cousin was brewing tea, Su Yuanhang also explained to Tang Kexin the difference between good and bad tea. Cousin's wife, please have a taste. The cousin poured a cup for everyone, including the adorable kids. Although the kids didn't yet know how to appreciate tea, drinking tea after meals could help clear the liver and improve eyesight. Of course, it shouldn't be drunk excessively, just a small cup. After Su Yuanhang's explanation, Tang Kexin took a sip and instantly felt a refreshing and mind-clearing effect. Moreover, the tea was not bitter, instead it carried a rich fragrance. The taste retained the original aroma of the tea leaves with a bright color that left a lingering aftertaste. Cousin, this tea is delicious, Tang Kexin said straightforwardly. The cousin nodded with a smile. This is tea we grew ourselves, the top batch. Of course, there are also medium-grade and low-grade teas. Please taste them too. Su Yuanhang passed the other 2 types of tea to Tang Kexin. After drinking them, she indeed felt some differences. The low-grade tea was astringent on the palate, and its liquor was turbid, not as bright and clear as before. Indeed, the quality of each tea is different, Tang Kexin commented. Before the cousin could respond, Su Yuanhang smiled and asked, Cousin, how do you plan to price the tea? On this question, the cousin had more experience than Su's parents, so he explained, if wholesalers come to buy, the prices are actually the same, but if it's for live stream sales, roughly, it's divided into these 3 grades. As for the prices, I'm not too sure. The cousin deliberated. Cousin, do you have any good suggestions? Su's parents sat aside listening to the conversation. They didn't understand this aspect, so they remained silent. I don't know much about pricing either. You are the expert, so you decide, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. How about pricing this special grade tea guanyin at 350 yuan per jean? The cousin thought for a moment and said, as for the other 2 grades, 178 and 25 yuan per jean. After speaking, he looked at Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin with an expectant and hesitant gaze. Su Yuanhang was browsing online to check the prices of tea guanyin and also noticed that Huangjinghui tea was slightly. Seeing that his cousin's quote was similar to the prices in online tea merchants' live streams, he thought for a moment and said, can the price be a bit lower? Of course we can, the cousin considered. Considering it's all cousin's wife's fans buying, we can offer the biggest discount. Cousin and cousin's wife, you set the price too, as long as we don't lose money. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged glances. Then Tang Kexin said, I don't understand this, so let Yuanhang set the price. At this moment, Su Yuanhang didn't lack the tens of thousands of yuan at all. His main purpose was to solve the tea unsold problem for his parents and cousin. Moreover, to avoid disappointing Tang Kexin's fans, and coupled with the experience gained from his marketing skills, Su Yuanhang asked his cousin, Cousin, do you know the respective yields of these 3 grades of tea? By pricing according to the yield, we can ensure both benefits for the fans and no losses for you. This is the most prudent way. Just set the price based on this approach. I need to go back and estimate this, explained the cousin. Also, the premium tea won't be much, but mid-grade tea will make up over half. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you, cousin, to tally it up as soon as possible. After estimating, send me the final quote, and I'll coordinate with Kexin. That way tomorrow's live stream can go smoothly. Su Yuanhang wouldn't stay in the village for long. At most 2 or 3 days. He needed to resolve the tea overstock issue as quickly as possible and also bring the village chief down from his position. Alright, I'll head back right now to sort out the quality and yield of the tea. I'll message you the moment I have news. The cousin felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. With 2 heavyweights like Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin backing him, he had no worries about the tea not selling. Now all he had to think about was how much money he could make. After the cousin left, Su Yuanhang noticed that his father had a smile on his face, but their hair had turned quite gray. A pang of guilt struck his heart. Mom, Dad, after this year's tea planting, just stay at home and enjoy life, Su Yuanhang said, getting straight to the point. Your son is very wealthy now. If you'd like, come live with me in the city. But Su's parents glanced at Tang Kexin, who nodded in agreement. She took Su's mother's hand and gently urged, Uncle Andy, growing tea is too hard, and Uncle is still injured. Yuanhang is right. Both he and I have the means to take care of you. Although their relationship wasn't explicitly stated, her words made it clear to Su's parents that she was willing to be their daughter-in-law. They were deeply comforted. Su's mother held Tang Kexin's hand, then looked at the children, who had already fallen asleep on the sofa. With immense affection she said, "Kexin, your uncle, and I have lived in this village our whole lives toiling for most of it. We wouldn't feel right just idling away. Besides, we've grown accustomed to village life. The big city would feel strange to us. So thank you for your kind intentions, but we just want to keep living here in the village." Su's father added, "Yuanhang, Kexin, we know you both want to be filial. As long as you come home to visit us often, we as parents will be more than satisfied." Su Yuanhang knew his parents' temperament well. They were more comfortable in the village. He also understood their unspoken thoughts. They didn't want to interfere with his and Tang Kexin's lives. After all, when young people and elders live together, there are bound to be some frictions and inconveniences. Su Yuanhang looked at the home he had lived in for over 20 years and made up his mind to renovate it. "Mom, Dad, since you've made up your minds, I won't force anything," Su Yuanhang said decisively. "The main reason we came back this time is to let the little ones meet their grandparents and also to help improve the family's living conditions. Yuanhang, even though you said you've made a lot of money, remember not to waste it, okay?" Su's father didn't intend to rely on Su Yuanhang for retirement. After all, they were still under 60 and could work. The older generation's thinking was conservative, but they took pleasure in honest labor and reaping the fruits of their own hands. "Your father is right. You and Kexin still have to take care of the little ones. Their food, clothing, housing, and schooling," Su's mother went on. "Your father and I don't need you to worry about us. We just hope you all stay safe and healthy." Tang Kexin truly understood the simple, kind hearts of Su Yuanhang's parents. She was deeply moved. "Uncle Annie, the same goes for you. Stay healthy and don't overwork yourselves. We will," Su's mother said with a smile. "Kexin, it's getting late. The children are already asleep. You've been traveling all day and busy with our matters until now. Go upstairs, wash up, and get some rest." Seeing that only the teasling issue remained, Su Yuanhang said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, you should turn in early too. We'll take the children upstairs to bed." "All right." Su's mother nodded. "We've prepared toothbrushes and towels for you, all new. Feel free to use them." "Uncle Annie, good night," Tang Kexin said, cradling the youngest child. "Good night, you too," Su's parents replied. Afterwards, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin headed upstairs. The children were already asleep, so they put them to bed and, back in their own room, they found themselves alone together for the first time. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward and charged. "You take a shower first." They spoke in unison, then shared a laugh. Su Yuanhang spoke first. "You go ahead. They'll discuss some matters with cousin." "Okay." Tang Kexin didn't argue. She took out her pajamas from the suitcase, walked into the adjacent bathroom, closed the door, and surveyed the new surroundings. She saw that Su's mother had thoughtfully prepared toothbrushes, towels, and bath towels, hanging them on the wall. They were color-coded, one white and one pink. Though the environment couldn't compare to the villa in the big city, Tang Kexin didn't mind at all. After a quick look around, she undressed, turned on the shower head, and washed her hair and body. Meanwhile, Su Yuanhang took out his phone. There was a message in the executive group chat. Through their network of connections, someone had managed to share the contact information of the relevant official from Lu Island. Though not from the disciplinary committee, he was the person in charge of the Tongan region. Su Yuanhang immediately added the contact, and the person accepted shortly. He was at the director level. After adding him, Su Yuanhang saved the name as Director Su Isong. Soon the other party proactively messaged, "Chairman Su, hello." "Director Su, hello," Su Yuanhang replied politely. "Director Su, please just call me Xiao Su." "Haha, Chairman Su, you're too kind." Director Su quickly sent another message. "I heard you've returned to Xiking village in Tongan. Why didn't you let us know?" The two had never crossed paths before, but it was clear that someone from the Tang Group's management had introduced Su Yuanhang, making the director so courteous. Su Yuanhang got straight to the point. "Director Su, I came back in a hurry, mainly to deal with some family issues." "Chairman Su, what's wrong at home?" Director Su took the initiative. "Is there anything I can help with, eh?" Seeing the other's clear intentions, Su Yuanhang didn't beat around the bush. "Director Su, it's like this. The tea that my parents worked so hard to grow has hit a sales bottleneck. From what I've gathered, it might be related to the village chief abusing his authority." He stopped there without finishing. After sending the message, he waited for Director Su's response. About 30 seconds later, Director Su replied, "Chairman Su, I will definitely look into this matter actively based on your report." Su Yuanhang understood that the other party was waiting for his own stance. In the adult world, especially concerning one's own interests, people tend to leave themselves room to maneuver. He thought for a moment, and then wrote, "Director Su, Tongan is under your jurisdiction. I remember that several villages still lack convenient roads. Since I'm back, I'd like to contribute to my hometown by paving those roads with concrete." He stopped halfway, leaving the rest for the other party to react. Director Su perked up immediately after reading it. For him, this was a golden opportunity for promotion. Although Su Yuanhang addressed him as Director Su, he had been stuck in that position for about 5 years. Now Su Yuanhang was offering him a chance, and he had to seize it. "Chairman Su, I am extremely grateful to you. Rest assured, tomorrow, I will have the disciplinary inspection team look into the village cadres of Xiking. I will give you a satisfactory answer." Only then did Director Su freely agree. Su Yuanhang knew the other was a cunning old fox. Someone in a high position always prioritizes their own interests. "I will donate 10 million yuan for road construction. If it's not enough, I'll add more," Su Yuanhang stated, clearly offering tangible leverage to reassure the other. "Chairman Su, I am deeply grateful. We will make sure all the common people know of your great contributions. Would you have time tomorrow for me to personally visit you, Chairman Su? Su Yuanhang guessed the man's intentions immediately, partly to see him, but mainly to secure the funds quickly and then publicize it in neighboring towns. This also benefited Su Yuanhang. Of course, I came back to handle family matters and to contribute to my home. Su Yuanhang said with a slight smile. In addition, I want to properly promote the local tea and boost tourism and tea development. Chairman Su truly has the world in mind. Our hometown is proud to have such an outstanding figure as you, Director Su. Director Su, please let me know before you come tomorrow so I can prepare to receive you properly, Su Yuanhang replied politely. Director Su was pleasantly surprised. Chairman Su, you're too kind. This is my duty. Let's keep it simple. All right, as you wish, Su Yuanhang said decisively. Then see you tomorrow, Chairman Su. Rest early. With that, their conversation ended. But Su Yuanhang knew that the village chief's good days were numbered. Once the disciplinary team and Director Su arrived, that old fox would have his long-buried secrets unearthed no matter how deeply he hid them. Su Yuanhang also messaged the executive who had given him the contact. Manager Chen, the matter is resolved. They'll treat you to a meal when I'm back in Furong. Soon Manager Chen replied instantly. Director Su, it's resolved. It was just a small favor, no need to be polite. We'll get in touch again when we return to Furong. The Tang Group will be in your hands. I appreciate your hard work. Su Yuanhang said without any pretense. Director Su, rest assured, with us at the Tang Group, there won't be any problems, ha. The other party was evidently in high spirits. After the conversation ended, Su Yuanhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put down his phone and was about to lie down for a rest when Tang Kexin pushed the door open. Seeing Su Yuanhang looking somewhat tired, she wiped her hair and said, Yuanhang, go take a shower. Okay. Su Yuanhang nodded, picked up the pajamas she had bought for him, and walked into the bathroom. Tang Kexin meanwhile picked up her phone to message Lin Shanshan. Shanshan, are the livestream formalities ready? Sister Xian, everything is done. The fan support group is also looking forward to your livestream tomorrow. Lin Shanshan chuckled, but Sister Xian, I heard about the situation. Why don't we just give money directly to your parents? This is a charity livestream, so it's fine. Tang Kexin smiled. Remember to coordinate with the fans so we don't slip. Don't worry, with me handling it you can be at ease. Lin Shanshan laughed. We're putting up 1 million yuan for charity, treating fans to tea for free. It benefits us and helps Su Yuanhang's parents, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Kexin said politely. Sister Xian, it's nothing. By the way, how was your visit to Su Yuanhang's home today? What did his parents say? Lin Shanshan began probing. Tang Kexin, looking at her message, couldn't help but smile. They are very kind, and they got along well with the little ones. So they didn't mention your marriage to Su Yuanhang? Lin Shanshan asked curiously. No, they didn't. Tang Kexin confided in her best friend, but I can tell they approve of me, and that's enough. Sister Xian, do you want his parents to bring up marriage, or don't you? Lin Shanshan sent another message. Tang Kexin felt this didn't sound like something Lin Shanshan would ask. After all, when it came to emotional matters, Lin Shanshan only ever offered advice based on Tang Kexin's own opinions, never taking the initiative to pry. Thus Tang Kexin typed directly, Tang Renqin, are you bored to death? On the other end, Lin Shanshan had gone to the restroom, leaving her phone on the table. Tang Renqin grabbed it and secretly sent the message. Unexpectedly, Tang Kexin saw through him immediately. He stopped hiding and asked, Sis, how did you know it was me? I think you're itching for a spanking. Tang Kexin laughed. Sis, I'm just looking out for you. Tang Renqin added, and I had a hand in organizing the fan support group. Brother-in-law and I were buying food on the bund in Shanghai when we ran into your fans, so I added them. As soon as I heard you were going live, I contacted them. Tang Kexin had no idea about this, and even Lin Shanshan had just seeing that Tang Renqin had gone to so much trouble, she praised, I'll credit you for this. Hee, but sis, how are things with you and brother-in-law? Do you want to marry him? Tang Renqin was determined to get to the bottom of her love life. Tang Kexin's heart was in turmoil, unsure how. You're just a kid, why so many questions? Stay out of grown-up affairs. Tang Kexin answered evasively. There was a long silence. A few minutes later, Lin Shanshan's reply came, Sister Xian, I've beaten Tang Renqin up for you. Anything else you need to say? Tang Kexin smiled at the message. It's just the livestream details. I'm not sure how it works. I hope tomorrow goes smoothly without any hiccups. Sister Xian, you just need to show up. Our operations team will handle everything. Lin Shanshan said casually, it's like other celebrity live streams. You just sit in the main seat without saying a word and the fans will place orders. Besides, this is a free live stream. The money fans spend can be reimbursed, so even if something goes wrong we can fix. Lin Shanshan reassured her. Good. They'll leave it to you all tomorrow. Tang Kexin was still a bit nervous. This was her first live stream, and she wanted to give her best to her fans. Of course, after the scandal broke, this was also her first time facing her fans directly. When Su Yuanhang came out of the bathroom, Tang Kexin had already finished discussing tomorrow's plans. Seeing her sitting on the balcony with wet hair, Su Yuanhang draped a towel over his neck, grabbed one of his jackets, and went out smiling. Kexin, although it's warmer here on Lu Island, it gets cold at night. Put this on. Tang Kexin was touched. Wearing his jacket, she smiled and said, Yuanhang, I just messaged Shanshan. Everything is set for tomorrow's live stream. Thank you both. Su Yuanhang was grateful. Don't be so polite. You've helped me plenty. Tang Kexin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and laughed. But when cousin sends you the tea data later, forward me a copy. Let me check. Su Yuanhang went back to the bedside where his phone lay. Tang Kexin watched him in his pajamas. They were a bit loose for his height, but fit well. From now on she could continue buying him clothes in this size. Su Yuanhang picked up his phone and noticed a missed call, but since it was on silent Tang Kexin hadn't heard it. There were also several messages. He opened them, and saw they were from his cousin containing detailed tea production data. He went to the balcony and called his cousin back. Once connected, Su Yuanhang asked, "Cousin, have you sorted out the tea production figures?" "Yes, I've sent them to you." His cousin replied, "Yuanhang, we plan to sell tea in half-jean and one-jean packs. Considering they're your wife's fans, we've offered the best deals and quality to satisfy them, so go ahead with the live stream, without worries. Also, we'll split the profits with you 5,050. His cousin said gratefully, "Don't refuse, cousin. If not for you, all our tea from the second half of the year would be stuck." Su Yuanhang knew that tea could be harvested 4 times a year, and the labor costs were enormous. Besides, his cousin had invested heavily in a processing plant to increase profit margins by selling semi-finished products. With his sharp mind, he had also thought about selling tea through live streaming, but lacked the network and popularity. During his own live streams, he was lucky to get 2 or 3 orders a day. After all, the live stream market was saturated with tea vendors, there was no room for him. He knew that without Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin, he'd likely lose everything in the second half of the year. "Cousin, I know you've been helping my parents all these years, and am truly grateful." Su Yuanhang smiled. "So, I feel obligated to help with this tea surplus problem. You've helped my family so much, it's time I repaid." "Kid, we're family. Don't talk about repaying. If you do that again, he'll be upset." His cousin roared with laughter. That was his nature, direct and straightforward. He hadn't even accepted the Tuthasanyu in red envelope. He never mentioned the crisis he was facing. If his mother hadn't brought it up, Su Yuanhang would have remained in the dark. "Alright, you get some rest. He'll discuss the live stream time with Kexin and let you know." Su Yuanhang said. "Okay, you two." His cousin laughed. "See you tomorrow. Good night." After hanging up with his cousin, Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin and said, "Xin, I'll forward you the data my cousin sent. Please check it." The most important part of the live stream was the sales quota to avoid overselling and causing problems. Compensation was secondary, the real issue was a crisis of trust. "Okay," Tang Kexin replied, then gave him a surprised look. "Yuanhang, what did you just call me?" Su Yuanhang paused too. He had said it without thinking. He didn't understand why he had suddenly given her that nickname. "I called you Kexin, didn't I?" Su Yuanhang quickly tried to cover up. "You called me Xin." Tang Kexin confirmed. At that moment, Su Yuanhang realized it was the effect of the love potion. It subtly influenced them, gradually reviving the love within the potion's fermentation. "Maybe I did," Su Yuanhang admitted. "Kexin, if you don't like me calling you, that'll stop." Tang Kexin blushed. "I like it." Under the influence of the potion, she blurted out. The emotions she had been suppressing burst forth, she no longer hid them. Su Yuanhang's face lit up with a smile. He knew their bond had deepened. "Xin," he called again. Tang Kexin, like a tender woman, evaded his gaze, and softly replied, The atmosphere between them at that moment was one of subtle ambiguity, appearing to any onlooker as nothing short of a bona fide romance. Yet they did not linger long in this tender spell, quickly regaining their composure. "Xin, I'll send you the list from my cousin," Su Yuanhang said, picking up his phone to forward the information. Then he continued, "Xin, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it?" Tang Kexin asked, her eyes still on the data as she turned to face him. "It's about this live streaming sales event of yours. I want to personally fund a rebate for those who purchase the tea." Su Yuanhang, thinking ahead and keen to mitigate any negative impact on Tang Kexin, voluntarily offered to cover the cost, 1 million yuan, for her to promote the tea free of charge. Tang Kexin looked at Su Yuanhang in surprise, not expecting that he had the exact same idea. Seeing her astonishment, Su Yuanhang, thinking she might have misinterpreted his intention, continued to explain, "To be honest, live streaming sales can carry a certain stigma for a celebrity. Especially now when you're under intense scrutiny. Once you go live, countless journalists and media outlets will report on it, and inevitably some malicious netizens will start spinning baseless rumors." Su Yuanhang chuckled. "So, I thought, why not give away all the tea for free? And he'll foot the bill." To him, 1,000,000 yuan was trivial, like an ordinary person spending a single yuan or 10, hardly worth it. He did not want this money to tarnish the hard-earned reputation Tang Kexin had built over the years. After all, Su Yuanhang could already envision the countless eyes that would be fixed on her the moment she started her live stream. Tang Kexin had originally intended to keep this matter to herself, but now she had to confess, "Yuanhang, to be honest, I was already thinking the same thing." Su Yuanhang froze for a moment, then exchanged a knowing smile with her. The two of them often arrived at the same unspoken consensus, just like the last time. "How can I let you pay for this? You've already done a live stream for my parents for free, unconditionally. If I let you pay out of your own pocket, and people found out, I'd never hear the end of it." Su Yuanhang laughed. Huffed. Tang Kexin couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It's not that serious." "Oh, but it is." Su Yuanhang explained. "Think about it, a rich fiancé relying on his fiancée for a free ride. If that gets out, won't I be called a kept man?" Tang Kexin cast him a sidelong glance, and said, "That wouldn't be so bad." Su Yuanhang was not used to her, but there was no room for negotiation. "In paying for this, it's settled. Alright, Tang Kexin conceded, well aware of Su Yuanhang's financial standing. After settling that matter, Su Yuanhang turned serious again. Alright Xin, there's something else I need to tell you. Tang Kexin grew curious. Tomorrow the district director from Tongan Ludao will personally visit our village, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. I'm thinking that Director Su might even join your live stream. Tang Kexin was stunned. She knew the weight a district director carried, and the fact that Su Yuanhang could secure such a visit showed that his abilities far exceeded her expectations. Suddenly a thought struck Tang Kexin. She probed. Yuanhang is the director coming to our village because of the village. Seeing how perceptive his fiancée was, Su Yuanhang smiled faintly. You guessed it. After I contacted Director Su, I told him about the situation back home. He took it very seriously and decided to come inspect things tomorrow. Tang Kexin instantly understood Su Yuanhang's intent. So you mean after the inspection, Director Su might help us with the live stream sales and promote our hometown's agricultural products? Bingo! Su Yuanhang snapped his fingers. With his support, this live stream event will be a sure success. After all, having a high-ranking official from the relevant department personally participate would greatly enhance credibility and also help restore Tang Kexin's popularity. This was a positive, wholesome undertaking, something many live stream hosts could only dream of. Now that you mention it, it does sound like a great idea. Tang Kexin was overjoyed. She looked at Su Yuanhang and smiled. Then I'll have to do my best and not embarrass your hometown. With your image, you'll only bring honor to our hometown, Su Yuanhang laughed. I can already imagine the media covering this positively and enthusiastically. Tang Kexin was also filled with anticipation. I need to tell Shanshan ahead of time, so we're not caught off guard. Seeing that everything was settled, Su Yuanhang retrieved a hairdryer from the drawer at home, found an outlet, and plugged it in. He tested the switch. It still worked, blowing out hot air with a low hum. After drying his own hair, Su Yuanhang saw that Tang Kexin was still on the phone, so he turned off the dryer and said, Xin, come dry your hair when you're done. Okay, coming. Tang Kexin glanced back at Su Yuanhang and replied. Then she buried herself in her phone again, sending messages to Lin Shanshan. Shanshan, don't tell the fans about this. Director Su may or may not come. Just keep it between us. Got it, Sister Xin. Just as she finished reading the message, a hot breeze suddenly blew over her head. She looked up to see Su Yuanhang standing over her. From this low angle, she noticed there wasn't a single flaw in Su Yuanhang's face, and she felt a little mesmerized. What are you looking at? Su Yuanhang grinned. You keep talking, it'll dry your hair. Otherwise you'll catch a cold sleeping with it wet. Tang Kexin didn't stop him. Instead, a smile spread across her face, and like a young girl, she lowered her head and continued her conversation with Lin Shanshan. Su Yuanhang dried her hair carefully, his movements as gentle as a massage, leaving Tang Kexin feeling utter. When it was almost dry, Tang Kexin finished her business and said to Su Yuanhang, Yuanhang, that's enough. He turned off the dryer and remarked, your hair is so soft. How do you maintain it? Tang Kexin thought for a moment. It's natural. Seems about right. Su Yuanhang could tell she was half joking, which meant her usual reserve had loosened a bit. He smiled. Alright, it's getting late. We should get some sleep. Tang Kexin nodded, then glanced at the large bed behind her, her gaze hesitant. Sensing her reluctance, Su Yuanhang offered. You take the bed, you'll sleep on the floor. Maybe I should go sleep with the little ones, she suggested, pointing to the room across the hall. This rare opportunity to share the same sleeping space was not something Su Yuanhang was about to let slip by. Their bed is too small, it wouldn't be comfortable squeezing in with them, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. They'll just take the floor. You rest on the bed. We'll probably have to get up early tomorrow, and there's a lot to do. Tang Kexin stopped being coy. Alright then. Su Yuanhang fetched a summer sleeping mat from the wardrobe and spread it on the floor, then added a quilt on top and covered himself with a thin blanket, making for a comfortable makeshift bed. Tang Kexin, already sitting on the bed with the covers pulled up, asked, Yuanhang, want you be cold like that? Not at all. The weather is just right. Su Yuanhang smiled. Don't worry about me. Get some rest. Then, good night, Tang Kexin said a little. Both of them lay down, but neither felt sleepy. Just then Su Yuanhang's phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, after making sure Tang Kexin, who had her back to him, hadn't stirred, he tiptoed to the balcony. He even closed the balcony door behind him before picking up. Hello? Who is this? Yuanhang, it's me. A female voice came through, slightly excited. I heard you were back. But Su Yuanhang still couldn't place the voice. And you are? It's Lingling. Have you forgotten me, Yuanhang? Lin Lingling identified herself. Yuanhang, am right downstairs. I saw you. Let's catch up. Not convenient. Su Yuanhang finally remembered who she was. The girl who used to be his childhood shadow, a presence he only managed to shake off in college. Now looking down from the balcony, he saw a figure waving at him. She was also shouting. Yuanhang, we're practically childhood sweethearts. I have something to ask you. Lin Lingling persisted. If it's not convenient, he'll just go talk to Uncle and Auntie instead. Su Yuanhang was annoyed by her uninvited intrusion, but he didn't want to disturb his parents, so he decided to settle things face-to-face. Fine. Wait a moment. He'll come down. Su Yuanhang agreed reluctantly. He hung up, walked back from the balcony, and seeing Tang Kexin, as if she were asleep, slipped quietly out of the room. But Tang Kexin wasn't asleep. She had even heard Lin Lingling shouting. By the time Su Yuanhang went downstairs, the lights were off and his parents had already gone to bed. Still in his pajamas, he switched on a small light and thought for a moment before opening the door. As he stepped outside, he saw Lin Lingling standing at his doorstep dressed to the nines. Years had passed, and Lin Lingling had blossomed into a stunning woman. She wore a long dress that was very beautiful, as if she had deliberately dressed up so formally. A heavy perfume mixed with the smell of cigarette smoke wafted from her. Su Yuanhang could tell at a glance that Lin Lingling had lived a rather unrestrained life over the years. Yuanhang, you're still so handsome. Lin Lingling chuckled. Looking at her bold red lips and wavy hair, Su Yuanhang blocked her from entering and said, let's talk outside. Oh Yuanhang, why won't you let me in? Lin Lingling said a little miffed. Uncle and auntie always told me I was welcome in. That was in the past, Su Yuanhang said coldly. So why did you suddenly want to see me? What am I doing? Lin Lingling retorted with an air of self-righteousness. Su Yuanhang, we grew up together, you could say we were childhood sweethearts. Why didn't you even tell me when you came back? Su Yuanhang suddenly heard Lin Lingling's inner thoughts. Involuntarily his demeanor grew even colder. Why should I tell you? Besides, we're just classmates, not some childhood sweethearts. And if there's nothing else, you should go back. I need to rest. But Lin Lingling suddenly grabbed Su Yuanhang's hand, pouting in a deliberate attempt to act cute. Yuanhang, you've changed. Don't people always change as they grow up? Su Yuanhang chuckled. And you staying up late dressed so seductively, you've changed a lot too compared to before. That's all because I came to see you. Lin Lingling gazed at Su Yuanhang with an ambiguous look. You haven't contacted me all these years. Don't you want to know what happened to me? Not interested. Su Yuanhang didn't want to continue the conversation. It's late. Let's leave it at that. As he was about to close the door, Lin Lingling pressed her hand against it. Yuanhang, why do you always shut me out? Am I that unworthy? What do you want me to say? Su Yuanhang replied coldly. Should I praise you for being beautiful, charming, or something else? I like you, I've been waiting for you to come back. Can't you feel it? Lin Lingling said with feigned sincerity. If not for hearing her thoughts, Su Yuanhang might have actually believed her. After high school graduation, they had completely lost contact. Now nearly a decade later, she suddenly appeared. Su Yuanhang spoke bluntly. Sorry, I have a fiancé and 2 children. I came back this time for nothing else but to visit my parents. Su Yuanhang, don't think I haven't seen the news. So-called fiancé. Isn't that just an illegitimate daughter? What era is this? Do you have to get married because she's pregnant? Lin Lingling, full of self-importance and disdain, said. If that's the case, then we were childhood sweethearts. Logically, I should be your fiancé. Stop. Su Yuanhang's face hardened. Lin Lingling, before I lose my temper, leave my house now. Perhaps in the future we can still meet as friends, but for now I advise you not to cause me trouble. This isn't a reminder, it's a warning. Hearing this, Lin Lingling became angry too. Uncle Annie, boo-hoo. Uncle Annie, come quick. Yuanhang is bullying. At her shout, Su Yuanhang's expression instantly darkened. He slammed the door shut and dragged Lin Lingling away. Su Yuanhang, let me go. I want Uncle and Auntie to judge who's right. I want to see whether they like me or your fiancé. Lin Lingling began to throw a tantrum like a shrew. Su Yuanhang roared, shut up. What, afraid everyone will? Lin Lingling grew even more brazen. Do you really think the villagers don't know about your good deeds? Getting involved with a female celebrity fathering a child out of wedlock. Lin Lingling shook off Su Yuanhang's arm and pressed her advantage. What feelings do you two have? Or are you being kept? Just as Su Yuanhang was about to slap her, a voice came from the doorway. I would like to keep him, but am not qualified. Su Yuanhang spun around and saw Tang Kexin standing at the entrance wearing pajamas and draped in his coat. A gust of cold wind lifted her long hair. The moonlight cascaded over her, casting a slender shadow. Lin Lingling also noticed Tang Kexin's sudden appearance and was caught off guard by the retort. With hostile eyes she said, oh, so it's the big star. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Su Yuanhang suppressed his anger and said in a low voice to Lin Lingling, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Showing up at this hour. You want money from me, don't you? Lin Lingling's eyes immediately darted away. She hadn't expected Su Yuanhang to read her mind. Tang Kexin walked over slowly. Once close to Su Yuanhang, she took his hand, and a smile spread across her face. Little sister, in TV dramas people like you never last more than 3 episodes, you know. Xin, let's go home. Su Yuanhang said tenderly. It's cold outside, don't catch a chill. The two of them appeared deeply affectionate, filling Lin Lingling with jealousy. She too had just returned home today and heard from the villagers that Su Yuanhang had come back with his fiancée. Combined with news that he was now a billionaire, she thought she'd come to get a piece of the pie. After high school, Lin Lingling didn't go to college. Instead, she fooled around outside. She ended up with an unplanned pregnancy, which she secretly aborted without telling her family. Later, her boyfriend tricked her into working at a nightclub, where she began engaging in illicit activities. She was still working as a prostitute, having slept with countless men, and had also developed a drug addiction. On top of that, she owed money to loan sharks and online lenders, and her reputation outside was ruined. With no other choice, she came back to ask her family for money. Tang Kexin didn't want to stoop to Lin Lingling's level. It wasn't worth it. But somehow hearing Lin Lingling constantly compare herself to her made her feel uncomfortable. Actually, after Su Yuanhang went downstairs, she had also hidden on the stairs and eavesdropped. When she heard Su Yuanhang defending her, she was deeply moved. Seeing Lin Lingling making a scene, she hurried after him, and upon hearing Lin Lingling insult her, she spoke up decisively. Not achieving her goal, Lin Lingling naturally wouldn't let Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin off. She immediately grabbed Tang Kexin's hand and shouted, "You curse me, you bitch! What right do you have to curse me? Explain yourself now. Tang Kexin was nearly pulled off balance. Su Yuanhang caught her just in time and slapped Lin Lingling. Let go. Su Yuanhang struck her face and pulled Tang Kexin back. At that moment Su's parents came out of the house in their coats. Seeing Su Yuanhang hit Lin Lingling, their expressions changed dramatically. Liu's father rushed over to mediate. Yuanhang, stop. Seeing that his parents had been woken up, Su Yuanhang became even angrier. Lin Lingling, I'm telling you, don't think you can get anything from me by relying on our past relationship. No way. Boo-hoo, Uncle Annie, look, Yuanhang hit me. I only wanted to spend some time with him. I never thought he'd fly into such a rage. Lin Lingling began to play the victim. Boo-hoo, Uncle Auntie, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to find Yuanhang. I'm sorry. While apologizing, she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she tried to find a breakthrough with Su's parents. Su's father looked sternly at Su Yuanhang and said, take Kexin inside first. He'll handle this. Su's mother, worried about Tang Kexin's well-being, took her cold hand and rubbed it. Kexin, come, let's go inside. It's so cold out here, how can you come out dressed so lightly? At that moment Tang Kexin felt a warmth in her heart. The actions of Su's parents reminded her of how her own parents. She smiled warmly. Auntie, I'm not cold. Still, we'll talk inside. Su's mother said with concern. Seeing them about to leave, Lin Lingling started crying hysterically again. Tang Kexin, if you dare leave, I'll give the video of Su Yuanhang hitting me to the police. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone, which had been secretly recording. No one had expected her to have such a move, catching Su Yuanhang and the others off guard. Tang Kexin knew that if this got out, the consequences would be severe. Su's parents too hadn't expected Lin Lingling to be such a scheming girl. Their faces fell slightly. Lingling, what are you doing? Yuanhang didn't mean it. I apologize to you on his behalf. Delete the video. Lin Lingling, realizing she had leverage, said smugly, Uncle Auntie, I can't do that. My face is precious. Beaten like this, how can I ever get married? Then what do you want? Name your terms. Su Yuanhang knew her intentions and stood protectively beside his family. My condition is, Lin Lingling looked at Tang Kexin while continuing to shed crocodile tears. Make Yuanhang. No one had expected Lin Lingling to be so insidious. They were all stunned by her words. Only Su Yuanhang laughed out loud. Amid Lin Lingling's bewildered gaze, he said, call the police. Tang Kexin and Su's parents panicked. If the media reported that Su Yuanhang had been arrested for assault, it would be a devastating blow to his career. This matter was extremely sensitive. Yuanhang, it's not your fault. You only hit him because of me. Tang Kexin stepped forward, grabbed Su Yuanhang's hand, and said anxiously. But Lin Lingling didn't dare call the police either, because if it came to that, she would lose both money and face. Uncle Annie, do you really want Yuanhang to be taken away by the police for hitting someone? Lin Lingling continued to exploit Su's parents as a weak point, escalating her threats. Once he's in the station, I'll leave a stain on his record. But as her words trailed off and Su Yuanhang was about to speak, Su's father calmly said, Lingling, we used to tolerate you because of your alcoholic father and single-parent family. But I never expected you to turn out like this after all these years. Say it, how much money do you want to let this go? Su's mother also stepped forward. Lingling, it's impossible for Yuanhang to marry you. In this life, we only recognize one daughter-in-law. The one standing right here in front of me. Tang Kexin was moved to tears by Su's parents. 1 million. Lin Lingling directly demanded an exorbitant sum. Just as Tang Kexin was about to face the female rascal together with Su Yuanhang, her words shocked everyone. 1 million. Su's father and mother were also stunned. Lingling, where do you expect us to find that much money for you? Lingling, if it really can't be resolved, you should call the police or get a medical evaluation. You'll be compensated whatever is due. Su's father wouldn't let her arbitrarily inflate the price. Su Yuanhang, however, felt that the elderly should not be involved. He said to them, Mom, Dad'll handle this. You both go inside and rest. Yes, Uncle and Auntie, you're dressed lightly. Please go inside and rest. Don't worry about this. Tang Kexin comforted them. You should trust Yuanhang. He knows what he's doing. Lingling, 10,000 yuan. That's the most your uncle can give. Su's father still wanted to negotiate and resolve the matter peacefully. 10,000 yuan. Are you trying to fob off a beggar? Lin Lingling sneered coldly. 1 million, not a. Su's father and mother were exasperated and finally gave up. Lingling, we can't decide this. Talk to Yuanhang. With that, escorted by Tang Kexin, they were ushered into the house. Without the emotional appeal of Su's parents, Lin Lingling began to panic. But recalling the video she had of Su Yuanhang hitting her, she regained her confidence. Su Yuanhang, if you want pay up, I'll post the video online. Aren't you supposed to do a live stream sales event tomorrow? Let's see how you can sell with your reputation ruined. Su Yuanhang realized that Lin Lingling had done her homework before, yet he smiled fearlessly. Lin Lingling, you think a single video can destroy me? Or do you think people would rather believe an addict's words? Caught off guard by Su Yuanhang exposing her secret, Lin Lingling's expression flickered with tension, but she still blustered. What are you talking about? Who's an addict? Tang Kexin walked over at that moment, looking at Lin Lingling with sympathy. You came to see my fiancée for money, didn't you? Her thoughts exposed. Lin Lingling's eyes darted away. Tang Kexin, Su Yuanhang and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts. If you ask me, you're the homewrecker here. Stealing someone else's husband and still acting so righteous. Have you no shame? Lin Lingling, I have nothing more to say to you. I'm calling the police. Su Yuanhang didn't want to prolong the entanglement and disturb everyone's rest, so he stated bluntly, as for compensation, let the law decide. Don't even think about any settlement. I won't give you a single cent. With that he took Tang Kexin's hand and headed inside, adding one last remark. When the police come, I'll cooperate with the investigation. Watching the couple walk away hand in hand, Lin Lingling's voice dripped with resentment. Su Yuanhang, I never thought you were such a coward. That guy surnamed Wang paid 2 million after hitting a passerby. I'm even asking for too little. Then go hit up that Mr. Wang for easy money, Su Yuanhang said without looking back. Tang Kexin was amused, but she still whispered worriedly. Yuanhang, are you sure you don't want to settle privately? Throw 1 million to feed a dog. Su Yuanhang snorted dismissively. Don't worry, even if the police come I have nothing to fear. Seeing his confidence, Tang Kexin knew he had it under control and stopped fretting. Lin Lingling on the other hand began to panic as Su Yuanhang walked further away. Su Yuanhang, 50,000. That's my final offer. Keep dreaming. After seeing Tang Kexin into the house, Su Yuanhang stood at the doorway, one hand on the doorframe, looking at the woman without a shred of pity. If Lin Lingling were truly in trouble and needed his help as a fellow villager and former classmate, he might have lent a hand. But since she had brought this upon herself by indulging in bad habits and becoming an addict, scheming to blackmail him, even the most compassionate person would not help her. This was the path she chose, and she had to bear the consequences. 10,000. Just as Su Yuanhang was about to close the door, Lin Lingling rushed forward and shouted. Bang! Su Yuanhang unceremoniously slammed the door shut, leaving Lin Lingling to face emptiness. However, this woman was not one to give up easily. She began pounding on the door of Su Yuanhang's house, shouting at the top of her lungs, completely unafraid of disturbing the neighbors. Su Yuanhang, you bastard. Hitting someone, and then hiding like a turtle. Are you even a man? Bang bang bang. Inside the house. Su's father and mother, though wide awake, couldn't stand the racket. They came out of the bedroom, and saw Su Yuanhang standing by the door looking distressed. Yuanhang, what is all this? Lingling was never like this before. I say, Yuanhang, maybe we should just give her the money. If she keeps this up, the babies will wake up. Tang Kexin stood next to Su Yuanhang and explained to his parents. Uncle Auntie, Yuanhang has already called the police. It's okay if the babies wake up, or we can coax them back to sleep. You two stay inside. They'll go outside and wait. Su Yuanhang had already called the police after coming in. Dealing with someone like her required the law. He opened the door and saw Lin Lingling's hand frozen midair. Seeing that Su Yuanhang couldn't withstand her harassment, she said smugly, Su Yuanhang, even if you offer 10,000 now, it won't solve anything. Su Yuanhang knew that such a scoundrel thrived on provocation and would love nothing more than to be struck, giving her more ammunition to extort money. At that moment he activated his prank item ability and said to her, come with me. With that he walked away without looking back. Lin Lingling's face lit up with a smile. She didn't even greet Su's parents, but instead kept her smug grin, rolled her eyes at Tang Kexin, and then scampered after Su Yuanhang. Tang Kexin didn't take it to heart at all. Compared to scheming women like Lin Lingling, the entertainment industry she had once been and was full of them. All she had to do was tune her out. Uncle Auntie, please go to sleep. The police will be here soon and sort everything out. Tang Kexin soothed the elderly. Ah, Kexin, we're so sorry you had to go through this. Su's mother said guiltily. Su's father added, Xiaoxing, things get messy in the village. We hope you'll forgive us. Uncle Auntie, please don't say that. It's not your fault. No one expected that Yuanhang's classmate would show up like this. Tang Kexin was understanding and comforted them with a gentle smile. Su's father and mother instantly felt that Tang Kexin was a woman of grace and propriety. Having such a daughter-in-law, they had no regrets. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yuanhang and Lin Lingling walked to the banyan tree where there was a place to sit. After sitting down, Su Yuanhang folded his arms. Lin Lingling took small steps, then clicked her heels and clasped her hands behind her back. Seeing that Su Yuanhang's gaze wasn't on her, she hatched a plan and threw herself at him. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, she attempted to assault Su Yuanhang. Fortunately, Su Yuanhang was well prepared, so he didn't give the other party any chance. He sidestepped and Lin Lingling crashed headfirst into the flower bed. Up! A scream escaped her lips, but Su Yuanhang stood up without any intention of reaching out to help. When Lin Lingling got up, she looked disheveled, her hair in a mess like a female ghost. If she looked like this late at night, it would probably scare many people. Su Yuanhang, why didn't you pull me up? Lin Lingling began. If not for waiting for the police to arrive, Su Yuanhang would have turned and left immediately. He said coldly, pull you. Touching you makes me feel like I'd be poisoned. Lin Lingling was furious, stomping her feet, and said, do you know how much this dress cost? I don't care, you have to. Su Yuanhang never expected this girl who was once mischievous and playful, yet innocent, to have sunk to such a depth. The great dye vat of society had completely painted her life pitch black, losing its original colors and becoming utterly shapeless. Judging from your energetic demeanor, you've just taken something, haven't you? Su Yuanhang deduced from her mental state. Lin Lingling's eyes darted away. I told you I didn't take anything. If you say that again, I'll sue you for defamation. Su Yuanhang couldn't be bothered. From now on, let's keep our distance and don't talk to me either. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, she tidied her clothes and said, Su Yuanhang, what do you mean? You called me out in the middle of the night just to sit here in silence. Su Yuanhang didn't reply, focusing on his phone. Lin Lingling grew displeased. Hey Su Yuanhang, what about the compensation I asked for? Just be straightforward. She continued, I saw in the news that you live in a billion-dollar mansion, drive a Bugatti Veyron, and even owned an entertainment company. Lin Lingling listed all of Su Yuanhang's assets. $1 million is like a drop in the bucket to you, right? As long as you're willing to give it to me, I'll delete the video of you hitting me, and from now on we'll go our separate ways with no obligation. Su Yuanhang still ignored her. This made Lin Lingling very unhappy. Su Yuanhang, just give me a straight answer. Don't beat around the bush. I have nothing to say to you. Su Yuanhang saw the flashing police lights in the distance and knew the police had arrived. He smiled faintly. I suggest you save your energy for explaining to the police. What police? Lin Lingling was puzzled. I didn't call the police. I'm giving you one last chance. Su Yuanhang said calmly, I did. What? Lin Lingling hadn't reacted yet. You called the police? There. Su Yuanhang tilted his chin toward the police car that had entered the village entrance. They've arrived. The police car didn't have its siren on, only its lights flashing. Under Lin Lingling's stunned gaze, the police car grew larger before her eyes. Upon seeing the police, Lin Lingling instinctively stepped back, her eyes full of terror. Su Yuanhang immediately guessed that Lin Lingling must have done something wrong before, or at least was afraid of being exposed as a drug addict and forced into rehabilitation. It was too late for Lin Lingling to run now. As the police car approached, Su Yuanhang raised his hand to wave. When the two officers got out of the car, they saw Su Yuanhang and asked, Are you Mr. Su? Did you report this? Yes, I did. Su Yuanhang looked at Lin Lingling, who was silent with her head down, no longer aggressive. He explained, She was disturbing the peace late at night, and my family couldn't sleep. The officer then looked at Lin Lingling and asked, Ma'am, why were you disturbing the peace? Lin Lingling dared not lift her head, her whole body was frozen. She's asking you a question. Might as well settle everything now. Su Yuanhang added. I didn't. Lin Lingling shook her head frantically. Su Yuanhang, I won't call the police anymore. Tell them to leave. At this point, the officers realized Lin Lingling's behavior was suspicious and became alert. Mr. Su, what's wrong with her? Su Yuanhang then heard Lin Lingling's thoughts, and his eyes narrowed. She might be a bit nervous. Su Yuanhang said politely to the officer, She's afraid of you police. The officers found it amusing. Ma'am, we're police. You don't need to be afraid. Another officer asked, Both of you tell us what happened. Lin Lingling remained silent, so Su Yuanhang explained. Officers, hey race, what happened? Su Yuanhang recounted the events in detail, including that because she had pulled Tang Kexin and said insulting things, he slapped her. After that, Lin Lingling threatened him with a video recording and extorted money. After hearing this, the officers understood. Miss Lin is what Mr. Su said true. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lingling, as if her tail had been stepped on, bristled and said, No, he's lying. I didn't extort him. He hit me first. I just wanted him to compensate me for emotional distress. What emotional distress costs $1 million? The officers said sarcastically. Do you want to settle this privately? Before Su Yuanhang could speak, Lin Lingling immediately responded, We'll settle privately. I don't want his compensation. I want to leave. As she turned to go, Su Yuanhang grabbed her arm. You can't leave just yet. Su Yuanhang, let me go. Lin Lingling began to struggle, her emotions clearly agitated. The officers sensed something was wrong. Miss Lin, please calm down. I am calm. I just want to settle privately and not bother you anymore, okay? Lin Lingling said nervously. Su Yuanhang said bluntly, Officers, she's taken drugs. The officers exchanged glances and then asked seriously, Miss Lin is what Mr. Su said true. In fact, they could already see that Lin Lingling's expression was off. Drug addicts typically differ from normal people. Behaviorally, they often have runny noses, dull eyes, and emaciated sallow faces. Additionally, they are irritable and emotionally unstable. Both officers had professional training. Under the car's headlights, they could see Lin Lingling's pupils were pinpoint-sized. That is also a characteristic of drug addicts. No, he's lying. He's slandering me. Lin Lingling began to rage, glaring venomously at Su Yuanhang. I'm not an addict. I'm not. But it wasn't over yet. Su Yuanhang added, Officers, I also suspect she has killed someone. As Su Yuanhang's words fell, the two police officers and Lin Lingling were all startled. They even placed their hands on their waists where their service pistols were holstered. As for Lin Lingling, she stared at Su Yuanhang in terror, unable to comprehend how he could say such things. Instinctively, her hand clutched her shoulder bag, within which was concealed a dagger. Mr. Su, are you kidding us? The officers frowned, staring at Su Yuanhang and Lin Lingling. She is suspected of drug use, and the victim is her ex-boyfriend Zhao Jiwen, who is not a local. Su Yuanhang directly relayed the thoughts he had heard to the officers. They are both addicts. While under the influence, they became delirious and accidentally killed each other. At this moment, he narrated as if he had been present himself. And the body is buried on a mountain in a village along the Wujiang Road passage. Su Yuanhang then provided the exact address. This was all from Lin Lingling's thoughts, which he had heard and could not conceal. When Su Yuanhang finished speaking, Lin Lingling trembled all over. At that moment, she was provoked, her mind in chaos. She directly pulled out the dagger from her bag and said venomously to Su Yuanhang, They'll kill you, you bastard. You're slandering me. Neither of the two officers expected Lin Lingling to go berserk, carrying a dagger and attempt to commit assault, right? Fortunately, Su Yuanhang possessed divine-level martial skills, so he could effortlessly dodge such a sudden attack. Moreover, when the assailant lunged at him, he was able to disarm her with his bare hands. In a flash, he seized her wrist and dislodged the dagger. This display of skill left both officers utterly astonished. Then with lightning speed, Su Yuanhang pinned her arm behind her back, subduing her completely. "Aunt!" Lin Lingling screamed, struggling frantically as she cried. "Let go of me, you bastard!" However, Su Yuanhang held her in a vice-like grip. The more she struggled, the more pain she felt. Only then did the officers step forward, producing handcuffs to secure Lin Lingling. "Let's go get in the car," the two officers said to both of them. "Mr. Su, please come with us to the station as well to give a statement." "No problem." Su Yuanhang had not expected this farce to escalate to a murder case, so he naturally cooperated fully. "He'll assist with your investigation." Afterward, the two got into the police car, and Su Yuanhang made a call to Tang Kexin. When she answered, her voice came through. "Yuanhang, have the police arrived?" "Did she attack you again?" "They're here," Su Yuanhang explained. "But I need to go back to the station with the officers to give a statement." "Off," Tang Kexin said in surprise. "Then I'll go with you." Su Yuanhang could hear the voices of the little ones. "Mommy, where is Daddy going? We want to go too." "Xin will be back soon." "Don't worry, it's nothing," Su Yuanhang explained. "The babies have been woken up. You guys go." "All right then, take care of yourself," Tang Kexin said without insisting. "If anything happens, remember to call me." Su Yuanhang could feel Tang Kexin's concern for him, and he smiled. "Oh, by the way, if Mom and Dad ask, just explain it to them." "Okay, Yuanhang, leave the home to me, rest assured," Tang Kexin immediately replied. Hearing her say home, Su Yuanhang felt a warmth in his heart, and his smile deepened. "Xin, thank you for your hard work." "Don't be so polite with me, it's my duty," Tang Kexin said softly. Soon after, Su Yuanhang and Lin Lingling arrived at the police station. Lin Lingling was escorted inside. On the way, the officers had already contacted the station about the situation, and now a large number of people began bustling about. A murder case is arguably the most serious criminal offense. No one dared to slack off. As for Su Yuanhang, he was taken to another interview room for routine questioning. "Mr. Su, is what you said earlier about Miss Lin's homicide true?" the officers asked as they took notes waiting. He had already thought of an excuse. "Yes, it's true." "Then how did you know?" the officer continued. "Were you present at the time?" "Miss Lin told me herself." Su Yuanhang knew the officer wasn't trying to trick him, so his expression remained unchanged. "Just tonight, probably because she had taken drugs and was in a daze, she said it while arguing with me." The officers exchanged glances. After gaining an understanding, they proceeded to ask other routine questions. Before long, another officer rushed in and said, "The suspect is indeed involved in drug use. We conducted a urine test and detected narcotic components." As he spoke, he looked at Su Yuanhang, indicating that his testimony was factual. "Moreover, we have interrogated Lin Lingling, and she has confessed to manslaughter." The officer paused and continued, "The location where the victim was buried matches exactly the clue provided by Mr. Su." At this point, the interrogation process with Su Yuanhang ended. The officer stood up and said politely, "Mr. Su, thank you for your assistance. Thank you for helping us solve a murder case." In reality, Lin Lingling had been idling around Ludao City over the years. This murder case also fell under the jurisdiction of the Ludao City Police Bureau, and the local police would handle the transfer later. When Su Yuanhang was about to leave, having been cleared of involvement, the station chief personally rushed over in the middle of the night. Upon seeing him, he immediately broke into a smile and greeted him warmly. "Mr. Su, I didn't expect your esteemed presence. I'm truly sorry for not welcoming you properly." Watching the other's courteous demeanor, Su Yuanhang understood. Apparently, he had received a notice from Director Su and was disturbed late at night by his colleagues due to the murder case. After inquiring and learning of Su Yuanhang's true identity, he rushed over from home without a moment's delay. Su Yuanhang's hand was grasped by the other. He smiled politely and said, "Not at all, not at all. I was just helping the police with the case." "Chief, there's no need to be so polite. I've heard from my subordinates, it's because of you that we were able to apprehend the criminal," Chief Li said with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Su, on behalf of the entire station and the victim's family, I thank you." "Mr. Su, why don't you come to my office for a cup of tea and a good chat?" "No, it's getting late, I need to go back." Su Yuanhang declined. "Maybe another day. If I have time, I'll come visit Director Li." "That works," Director Li immediately ordered. "Captain Shin, personally escort Mr. Su home." At that moment, Su Yuanhang fully felt the earth-shattering changes in his status and the attitudes of people he had never been able to reach now that he had become wealthy. This is the benefit of being rich. After arriving at his doorstep, Su Yuanhang got out of the car. Although he was in his pajamas, it did not make him appear casual. Instead, it commanded the captain's respect. "Mr. Su, please take care," the captain said. Upon learning Su Yuanhang's identity, everyone began to act deferentially. Such is society. When one has wealth and status, people flock to curry favor. Even the county chief was no exception. Compared to Su Yuanhang's status, he was merely a minor figure. "Captain Shin, thank you for the ride." Su Yuanhang smiled at the man inside the car. "You should head back now." "All right," Captain Shin replied, then turned the car around and drove off. Standing at the door, Su Yuanhang felt a surge of emotion. Just as he was about to enter, his phone buzzed with a message. He picked it up and saw it was from Tang Kexin. "Yuanhang, you're back?" she asked, having clearly heard the commotion outside. He replied, "I just got back. I was thinking you'd open the door for me." "Coming now," Tang Kexin replied instantly. Soon the door swung open, and there she stood in her pajamas. Looking at her, Su Yuanhang felt for a moment as if Tang Kexin had already married him, and they had fully settled into the rhythm of daily life. "Is everyone asleep?" Su Yuanhang asked with a smile at the door. They're all asleep, Tang Kexin replied, her voice laced with concern. How did it go? Did Lin Lingling give you a hard time? Su Yuanhang stepped inside first, then took Tang Kexin's hand. After closing the door, he led her upstairs. He took a special look at the children, finding them peacefully asleep, then they returned to their bedroom. Only then, amid Tang Kexin's anxious questioning, did he say Lin Lingling has been taken in. What do you mean? Tang Kexin sat on the edge of the bed, stunned. For what? Extortion. Su Yuanhang poured himself and Tang Kexin a glass of water, drained his in one gulp, and said murder. Holding her glass, Tang Kexin was dumbfounded by Su Yuanhang's words. Murder? What on earth happened? Anyone hearing this would find it utterly unbelievable. He then recounted the entire story. I never imagined that woman not only took drugs, but also committed murder. No wonder she seemed so strange earlier. Tang Kexin had met many people. In the entertainment circle, the seemingly glamorous stars often had countless hidden unsavory dealings. Many celebrities were involved in drug use, prostitution, or connections with underworld figures. Just a year ago, an actor she had worked with had been exposed for drug use, leading to his complete downfall. Now thinking back on Lin Lingling's mental state, it indeed matched the signs of drug abuse. Let's not concern ourselves. Su Yuanhang lay down on the floor bed, looking weary. It's already 2 in the morning, Xin. Let's sleep. We still have 5 or 6 hours. All right, Tang Kexin said, as she climbed into bed. Gazing at Su Yuanhang sleeping at her feet, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yuanhang, why don't you come up and sleep on the bed? No need. He'll sleep on the floor while you take the bed. But the next second, Su Yuanhang suddenly grasped her underlying implication. He turned over to face Tang Kexin and said sure. Instantly, Su Yuanhang sprang up from the floor like a carp, then quickly laid down beside Tang Kexin. This was the first time they had slept in the same bed, and Su Yuanhang could feel his heart pounding. The beauty was within arm's reach. He only needed to stretch out to hold her, yet he dared not. In the darkness, both could barely see each other, but the sound of their breathing was clearly audible. Tang Kexin's heart raced. Her body tensed as she turned her back to Su Yuanhang, resting her head on her hand in an effort to calm herself. Xin, when you said you wanted to keep me today, were you serious? Unable to sleep, and knowing Tang Kexin was also awake, Su Yuanhang began to tease her. Of course, deep down he harbored a glimmer of hope, hoping to deepen their bond during this private moment. Tang Kexin's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately tried to cover it up. You said it to Lin Lingling, Su Yuanhang replied with a smile. You left her speechless. Tang Kexin didn't know how to explain. When she had heard Su Yuanhang being insulted like that, an inexplicable anger rose within her, and she had almost blurted out her true feelings. What she didn't realize was that under the influence of the love potion, both of them were amplifying their emotions for each other, no longer hiding as they once did. That was what? Su Yuanhang asked, curious at her hesitation. It's that I didn't want to see you being treated unfairly. Tang Kexin explained, after all, everyone already sees me as your fiancé. So I can't let my fiancé be talked. A smile curled at the corner of Su Yuanhang's mouth. He turned onto his side, gazing at her back. In fact, you are my fiancé. Even if it's not official yet, since we've come back together to see our parents, all that's left is to get the marriage certificate. Tang Kexin felt a stir in her heart. Coming back with Su Yuanhang wasn't just about the children meeting their grandparents, as she herself had wanted to visit the elders. On one hand, she wanted the children to acknowledge their lineage, and on the other, she had fully accepted Su Yuanhang and was willing to become part of his family. So in many small ways, she behaved like a daughter-in-law towards Su's parents. Tang Kexin turned around, and their eyes met. She didn't avoid his gaze. Was she the girl your cousin mentioned, who pursued you back in school? Even though he was reluctant to admit it, Su Yuanhang answered honestly, that's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Besides her, who else had a crush on you? Tang Kexin still believed in Su Yuanhang's charm. He certainly had the potential to be a campus heartthrob. No one else, Su Yuanhang quickly denied. I swear, I don't believe you. Tang Kexin said, then turned her back to him again. At that moment, he couldn't fathom her thoughts. He couldn't eavesdrop on her inner voice unless it involved something important, mostly troubles, crises, and such. In the silence, Su Yuanhang chose not to press further. In the dead of night, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, resolving the third-party crisis, and simultaneously cracking a criminal case. Rewards are now being settled. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cash reward of 300 million. Congratulations, host, for receiving a clue item card. Congratulations, host, for receiving. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine physician skill. The final reward was beyond Su Yuanhang's expectations. He never imagined it would be the divine physician skill. With this, he could treat his parents' ailments. As people age, their bodily functions inevitably decline, and various ailments subtly lurk within. Originally, Su Yuanhang had planned to take his parents for medical checkups after the tea was sold, but now there was no need for that. At home, he could personally treat his father's injured lower back, and his mother also suffered from various chronic ailments accumulated over the years. The inherited divine physician skill encompassed both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Su Yuanhang's mind now possessed medical knowledge equivalent to centuries of expertise. He was not inferior even to Hua Tuo or Bianke. The next day, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin did not have much physical contact. He slept very soundly. When he opened his eyes, Tang Kexin was no longer in bed. However, the sound of washing came from the bathroom outside. Checking the time, it was just past 7 in the morning. Su Yuanhang did not linger in bed. He rose decisively and went to the balcony. The weather was pleasant with the sun emerging early, casting a warm and comfortable feeling on his body. The cloudless sky was so soothing that even his mood felt healed. He glanced at his phone and saw several messages. Cousin, I've gone up the mountain with the workers to pick tea leaves. Give me a call when you wake up and he'll show you around our tea garden. Cousin, when will the live stream start? He'll speed up the picking so we can get all the leaves harvested. Alright, you'd better set the shipping time to 15 days since we're picking fresh. We need to process them into semi-finished products before shipping to customers. Su Yuanhang had already thought of that. With fresh picking, it would take 7 to 15 days to ship on time, ensuring that every customer can brew the tea immediately upon receipt. After a moment's thought, he called his cousin. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and then came his cousin's voice. Hey cousin, you're finally up. Su Yuanhang could hear various background noises. It was clearly a group of people picking tea leaves and chatting very live. He chuckled. Cousin, let's schedule the live stream for around 7 or 8 in the evening. Then you can tally the quantity of each tea variety, so we can set up the back end accordingly. Better to underestimate than overestimate to avoid running out of stock when customers order too much. I know that, his cousin said, having years of experience in tea cultivation. If we categorize by half gene and 1 gene packages, we estimate about 20 to 30,000 portions of tea. Alright. Su Yuanhang smiled. After Kexin and I finish breakfast, we'll head up the mountain to find you. Okay, I'll get back to work. His cousin added. Oh, by the way, your parents also came to help. Su Yuanhang didn't need to guess. He knew they must not be. Life in the village was all about working from dawn till dusk, especially for farmers like them. They used to leave early and return late. So Su Yuanhang asked with a smile, Cousin, have you had breakfast? His cousin chuckled. I got up a little after 3 and I've been busy ever since. Haven't even had a sip of water. Your cousin-in-law will bring food soon. Mentioning his cousin-in-law, Su Yuanhang felt that his cousin had brought home a goddess to pamper. Having met her 2 or 3 times, he knew she was lazy and gluttonous, playing on her phone all day at home, living a life of utter dependency. That was one thing. But she was also extremely extravagant with money. In the 3 or 4 years since their marriage, she had not earned a single cent, and on top of that she had secretly funneled quite a sum of money back to her own family. His cousin had been swallowing his pride. As an outsider, Su Yuanhang was not in a position to meddle in their relationship. Remember to eat, don't work yourself to exhaustion. Su Yuanhang said with concern. Don't worry, it's a busy day. I have to squeeze in time just to drink water, his cousin replied. Cousin, he'll get back to work. Come find me when you get up the mountain. No problem. After hanging up, Tang Kexin walked in. Seeing Su Yuanhang already awake, she gave a knowing smile. Yuanhang, you're awake. Mom. Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin's fresh and ethereally beautiful appearance and grinned. Are the little... Not yet. I wanted to let you all sleep a bit longer, Tang Kexin said with a faint smile. Su Yuanhang knew the lively children had traveled all day and had been woken up by the Lin Lingling incident. Feeling a bit sorry for them, he said, let them sleep a little more. They'll go wash up first, then head downstairs to check. I reckon my parents have breakfast ready. Tang Kexin explained. Yuanhang, your parents went up the mountain early this morning. They made breakfast and left it on the table for us. We can reheat it when we wake up. Okay, you'll hurry up and wash, then wake the kids to get ready. Knowing it would be a busy day, Su Yuanhang smiled at Tang Kexin. After breakfast, he'll take you all up the mountain for a stroll. Have you ever seen a tea garden? Tang Kexin shook her head with a smile. No, I've never shot a scene involving a tea garden, so I've only seen them on TV. I'm actually looking forward to it. Perfect. This time he'll take you all for a good look around, and also get more familiar with the tea garden, Su Yuanhang said as he walked into the bathroom. He quickly washed up, and even rinsed his hair. When he came out, he saw that Tang Kexin had already tidied the room. She wasn't wearing makeup, but it didn't affect her appearance at all. Tang Kexin, naturally beautiful, carried herself with perfect grace. After they exchanged glances, Su Yuanhang smiled. You've already changed your clothes. They'll go downstairs to heat up the food. You can wake the kids and bring them down to eat. Okay. Tang Kexin understood that Su Yuanhang was trying to let the children sleep as long as possible. When Su Yuanhang went downstairs, he saw plates of food covered with mesh lids on the dining table in the living room. Lifting the covers, he saw homegrown vegetables and side dishes. Just then his phone rang. It was his mother. He answered, and she spoke cautiously. Son, are you awake? I'm awake. Su Yuanhang smiled. Mom, have you and Dad had breakfast? Of course we have. Su Yuanhang's mother instructed. Son, I've cooked congee in the pot, and there are fresh stir-fried dishes on the table. When Kexin and the kids wake up, let them eat. Your father and I probably won't be back for lunch. We're picking tea leaves in the mountains, and we'll be busy till evening. You'll have to cook something yourself. Su Yuanhang replied, got it. Don't worry about lunch. They'll handle it. After the call, he reheated the dishes. About half an hour later, the children had finished washing up and changed into casual sportswear, looking lively and adorable. On their feet were small sneakers as if specially prepared for hiking. After they all sat at the table, Su Yuanhang said to Tang Kexin, Mom and Dad won't be back for lunch, so I plan to order food from a restaurant and have it delivered to everyone up the mountain. Good, Tang Kexin nodded. We can also go up and help later. He'll call my cousin first to ask about the number of people. As Su Yuanhang spoke, he was about to make the call when his phone screen lit up. His cousin was calling again. He answered and heard his cousin's breathless, urgent voice. Yuanhang, something's happened. He sensed something was wrong. There were also noisy sounds in the background, not like casual chatter, but more like an argument. What's wrong, cousin? The village chief. He's brought people to make trouble, his cousin said urgently. Su Yuanhang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that before he could trouble the other party, the village chief would. Cousin, don't worry, I'll go check the situation on the mountain right away. The village chief is causing trouble, Su Yuanhang explained, then urged, Xin, just wait for me at home. I need to go to the mountain. Okay, take your time and don't rush, Tang Kexin shouted at Su Yuanhang's figure. I will. Su Yuanhang ran out without looking back. On the way, people greeted him, but Su Yuanhang had no time to respond. He still recognized the tea plantation that his parents. When he arrived, Su Yuanhang saw the village chief leading a group of villagers vandalizing the tea leaves that had been painstakingly harvested. The workers were frightened and kept their distance, not daring to get involved. His cousin was being shoved and yelled at by the village chief's son. What do you think you are? Do you know that the whole village is under my control? These tea leaves cannot be picked. His cousin laughed in anger. This is our contracted tea plantation, why can't we pick it? I heard that Su Yuanhang, that little bum, has come back. Oh, what's he doing? Did he find a way to sell your tea leaves? The village chief's son arrogantly retorted, let me tell you, Zhangzhila, even if you pick all the tea leaves, you won't be able to leave this village, believe it or not. His cousin was aware of the village chief's tyrannical rule over the village for many years, and he knew that this group would do whatever the chief commanded. Seeing the scene, his cousin's wife, who had come to bring food, directly pulled his cousin and shouted, why are you being so stubborn? Hurry up and apologize. Why should I apologize to him? His cousin replied defiantly. The one who should apologize is him. Fine, if you won't apologize, then someone break this entire tea plantation. I want to see what you can do to me. As he spoke, he took a drag from his cigarette and waved his hand, signaling his men to act. These people were not from the village, but rather thugs that the village chief's son had recruited from outside to handle his dirty work. Seeing people with sticks and machetes attacking the tea trees, Su's parents anxiously rushed forward, crying out, stop. Please don't destroy it. Just as Su's mother grabbed the arm of one of the thugs to stop him, she was thrown aside. When Su Yuanhang arrived, he saw this scene and rushed over to catch his mother before she fell. Su's father hurried over to support her, his face filled with worry. My dear, are you okay? Son, why are you here? Hurry back home. Su's mother was worried that the chaotic scene would upset Su Yuanhang, fearing he would get into a fight with the village chief's son, so she urged him to leave. However, Su Yuanhang coldly replied, Dad, take care of Mom, I'll handle the rest. After saying that, he noticed that his cousin was already in a scuffle with the village chief's son and his men. I'm going to fight you to the end. As sticks and knives swung at him, the painstakingly cultivated tea trees were being destroyed, and his cousin was getting desperate. In a struggle with one thug, he was overwhelmed by more attackers who were kicking and punching him. Su Yuanhang leaped forward, delivering a kick to the thug beating his cousin. After sending the thug crashing into the tea trees, Su Yuanhang grabbed another thug and punched him in the stomach. The thug grimaced in pain, but Su Yuanhang directly hurled him away. The last thug, who was on top of his cousin pummeling him, was so caught up in his rage that he did not notice Su Yuanhang come to the rescue. He continued to throw punches until Su Yuanhang kicked him in the face, sending him rolling down the terraced fields. At this point, his cousin was already bruised and battered. Seeing Su Yuanhang come to help, his eyes burned with anger as he said, Cousin, don't interfere, it's either him or me who dies today. As he spoke, he got up from the ground, intending to take action against the village chief's son. Su Yuanhang grabbed him and turned to face the village chief's son. He had long found this bum intolerable. Using his status as the village chief's son, he had bullied people in the village for a long time. In the past, Su Yuanhang had no power and could only endure, but now, it was completely different. Cousin, you rest, though I will handle this matter, Su Yuanhang said, looking at the village chief's son. The village chief's son was not intimidated at all. Instead, he smirked and said, Oh, Su Yuanhang, I didn't expect that after a few years you would have some skills. Likewise, Su Yuanhang replied, brushing off the dust on his clothes. However, Chao Jiwei, I advise you to apologize to my cousin and my parents. Chao Jiwei found this amusing and laughed out loud. Haha, Su Yuanhang, have you lost your mind? You want me to apologize? Why should I? Because you destroyed my family's tea trees, Su Yuanhang responded firmly. Oh, and you'll also need to compensate for today's damages. Compensate? Chao Jiwei burst into laughter. Did everyone hear that? He wants me to compensate him, ha ha ha. The other thugs joined in the laughter, finding Su Yuanhang's words hilarious. The villagers nearby did not dare to intervene. After all, everyone knew Chao Jiwei's temper. Anyone who dared to help the Su family would definitely face consequences. Su's parents, worried about Su Yuanhang's safety, hurried forward saying, Son, let us handle this. You should hurry home. His cousin's wife complained to her husband, Look at you guys, if you had given the village chief protection money earlier, would we have ended up in this situation? I'd rather give money to a beggar than pay them protection money. His cousin spat blood mixed with saliva as he spoke. Su Yuanhang protected his parents behind him, and then said to Chao Jiwei, Since you refuse to apologize and compensate, today's matter is far from over. I'm not done with you either. Chao Jiwei grinned. I heard you've hooked up with a big star outside, right? After I take care of you, I want to see just how beautiful your star wife is. You're asking for it. Su Yuanhang noticed the mocking glint in Chao Jiwei's eyes, his own gaze turning cold. He released his hold on his mother and strode toward Chao Jiwei. Chao Jiwei still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. He stood there staring at Su Yuanhang, convinced that he wouldn't dare to make a move. But in the next moment, Su Yuanhang raised his long leg and delivered a powerful kick to Chao Jiwei's abdomen. The next second, Chao Jiwei's scream echoed across the terraced fields as his body rolled down the slope. Tang Kexin could only wait at home, unable to help with anything, which left her somewhat anxious. "Sweetheart, mommy needs to go find daddy. Will you two wait obediently for us at home?" Tang Kexin grasped the hands of the two adorable children. The little ones replied sweetly, "Okay, mommy, go ahead. We will definitely wait for daddy and mommy to come back." Daddy left in such a hurry that he forgot his phone. Little Bao found Su Yuanhang's phone somewhere and handed it to her. She patted Little Bao's head with a smile. "Good child, mommy will be back soon." With these words, Tang Kexin prepared to head up the mountain. Suddenly, a group of people approached Su Yuanhang's home. From their attire, Tang Kexin could tell they were no ordinary visitors. The newcomers strode toward her, making her pause involuntarily. As they drew near, the leader, dressed in an administrative jacket, greeted her warmly. "Miss Tang, how do you do?" Tang Kexin was somewhat taken aback, but promptly nodded with a smile. "How do you do? Are you Director Su?" "Haha, Miss Tang, it seems President Su has mentioned me." Director Su laughed heartily. "May I ask where President Su is now? I tried calling him, but got no answer, so I took the liberty of coming." Upon hearing his introduction, Tang Kexin glanced at Su Yuanhang's phone. Indeed, there were 2 missed calls. She explained politely, "President Su left his phone at home. He's currently in the tea garden." At this moment, the village chief felt a sense of foreboding and interjected, "Director Su, you've traveled a long way. How about I arrange for you to rest and sample our village's most distinctive tea while we wait for President Su to return?" Director Su responded coldly to the village chief, "No need. Since President Su is at the tea garden, I'd like to see the scenery of Tongking Village's tea plantation myself. Could Miss Tang be our guide?" Tang Kexin recalled that before leaving, Su Yuanhang had mentioned the village chief was deliberately causing trouble. A flicker of excitement crossed her face. "Director Su, this way please." "Haha, after you, Miss Tang." Led by Tang Kexin, Director Su and the group behind him departed directly. The village chief wanted to politely decline and rush home, as he sensed Director Zu's visit had a serious purpose, especially with the presence of the discipline inspection group clearly there to investigate him or other village officials. "Director Su, ill prepare a welcoming feast in the village, a table of fine food and drink for your return." The village chief began making excuses, but Director Su saw through his intentions and gave him a stern look. "Village Chief Chow, forget the banquet. As the village head, shouldn't you guide us around the village and the tea garden?" With a direct order, the village chief dared not disobey and reluctantly agreed. Yes, I was inconsiderate. Let me lead Director Su and everyone to tour the tea garden." Meanwhile, he secretly signaled his men to notify his son, who was still causing trouble in the tea garden, to avoid being spotted by Director Su. Afterward, the village chief formally led Director Su to the tea garden, deliberately slowing his pace to introduce the surrounding scenery and the village's development history. Director Su and the others were in no hurry, nodding along as if in approval as they listened. Tang Kexin could no longer contain herself and said to Director Su, "Director Su, excuse me for interrupting your conversation. Miss Tang, what's on your mind? Speak freely, no need to be polite." Director Su replied with a courteous smile. The village chief wanted to interfere, but didn't know how to speak up. Tang Kexin glanced at the village chief's treacherous eyes and said without any hesitation, "Director Su, President Su went up the mountain not long ago. I heard there was trouble at the tea garden, and he went to handle it." "What? Trouble?" Director Su turned to the village chief. "Village Chief Chow, why didn't you mention the trouble in the mountains earlier?" The village chief shot Tang Kexin a vicious glare and quickly explained, "Director Su, it's probably just some villagers having a dispute, a common occurrence. I hadn't received any notice." "You're lying." Tang Kexin could no longer hold back and exposed the village chief's hypocrisy. "Director Su, President Su received a call from his cousin saying that the village chief sent people to cause trouble at their tea garden. I don't know the specifics, but it's certainly to prevent President Su from peacefully picking and selling tea leaves." The previous evening, Director Su had already heard Su Yuanhang's report regarding the village chief's illegal activities. After a careful investigation, he indeed uncovered some irregularities. Bringing the discipline inspection group this time was meant to launch a surprise inspection. Tang Kexin's words sent a chill through Director Zu's heart. He never expected Chao Deji to dare play tricks right in front of him. He snorted coldly. "Village Chief, lead the way," and the village chief was filled with regret, but he dared not defy Director Zu's authority. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hurriedly strode toward the tea garden. The journey took about 10 minutes. As the group ascended the mountain, they could vaguely see a crowd arguing halfway up the hillside tea garden. Seeing this, the village chief was shocked that his son still hadn't resolved the matter. If Director Su witnessed the scene, the consequences would be dire. Summoning his courage, the village chief shouted, "Hey villagers! Director Su from the higher authorities is here for an inspection. What are you all gathered for? Disperse at once." At his shout, the villagers on the hillside heard him. Seeing the village chief bring people, they scattered as if frightened. Chao Jiwei and his men also heard their father's call, clearly a warning. He gestured to his subordinates and waved his hand. "Retreat." But Tang Kexin also called out, "Yuanhang, we've brought Director Su to the tea garden." Su Yuanhang, who was still dealing with Chao Jiwei and his men, heard Tang Kexin shout and saw the group in administrative jackets beside her. He immediately understood the situation. Seeing Chao Jiwei and his men trying to flee, Su Yuanhang would not let them escape. Stop right there. In an instant, like a wolf among sheep, he began chasing Chao Jiwei and his men through the terrace tea garden. This scene left Director Su utterly astonished. Village Chief, who gave you permission to shout? Director Su clearly saw through Chao Dezi's trick and demanded, are you trying to conceal something? Before Tang Kexin and Director Su arrived, Su Yuanhang and Chao Jiwei had already clashed. Su Yuanhang had long taken a dislike to Chao Jiwei. He strutted around the village like a fox, using the tiger's might, showing no regard for anyone. This time the opportunity presented itself to teach him a proper lesson. Of course, Chao Jiwei also found Su Yuanhang that fair-faced pretty boy insufferable and wanted to mar his face. So he pulled a dagger from his pocket and brandished it in front of Su Yuanhang. Su's parents watched, trembling with fear. Chao Jiwei put the knife down. You scoundrel! If you dare hurt my son, I'll fight you to the death. Call the police, dear, call the police. The cousin exclaimed, his heart racing with anxiety. He was in great pain, and his phone had been lost somewhere during the scuffle, so he shouted to his wife. But his wife slapped him hard and said, even now you're worrying about others. Don't you know you're the one who got beaten? Stay out of this. I won't call the police. Come home with me right now. Look at all these injuries. How much money will that? Unbelievable. Seeing Chao Jiwei already exchanging blows with Su Yuanhang and brandishing the dagger, as if intending to kill, the cousin grew even more frantic. He struggled to his feet, saying, money, money, money. That's all you care about. Can't you see my cousin is in danger? What's gotten into you? What does his danger have to do with you? Once we offend the village head, how can we ever stay in this village? The cousin was furious. Get lost. The woman's eyes went wide and tears instantly welled up. Just get out. The cousin had had enough of his wife's selfishness. I've spoiled you far too long, he said bluntly. Humiliated by his public reprimand, the woman stormed off. Fine, I'm leaving. You'll never see me again, no matter how much money you throw at me. After the woman left, the cousin ignored her and limped towards Su Yuanhang instead. By now, not only Chao Jiwei, but also the 7 or 8 thugs he had brought were attacking Su Yuanhang from all sides. Su Yuanhang was forced back step by step in a precarious position. The cousin naturally could not let Su Yuanhang be harmed, for all of this had started because of him. He picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and was about to charge forward to help Su Yuanhang when the villagers stopped him. You fool, what do you think you're doing? I have to help my cousin, the cousin said frantically. But the moment he spoke, screams rang out. Looking over at Su Yuanhang, he was moving like an eel, twisting and turning through the tea garden, slipping through every attempt to grab him. Not only that, with his agile movements, Su Yuanhang defeated them one by one. Finally, as if appearing out of nowhere, he came up behind Chao Jiwei, clamped the man's arms and, to the stunned amazement of everyone, executed a perfect backflip throw. Su Yuanhang's arms exploded with astonishing strength. He lifted Chao Jiwei, who weighed at least 80 kilograms, straight off the ground, then like a sumo wrestler, using his tremendous core power, hurled the man backward. With a loud thud, Chao Jiwei crashed into the tea bushes, his skin torn by the branches. His agonized, looking at the other thugs, they were also badly beaten, yet they struggled to their feet, ran toward Chao Jiwei, and laboriously pulled him out of the tea bushes. Now these men were covered in dirt and humiliation, while Su Yuanhang stood unscathed. The cousin Su's parents and the crowd of villagers were all dumbfounded. Su Yuanhang had nearly single-handedly defeated more than 10 opponents without a scratch, sending them fleeing in disarray. Cousin, the cousin said, dropping his stick and gaping. You're incredible. Meanwhile, Su's parents rushed over to check Su Yuanhang, all over their faces etched with worry. Son, are you all right? Let Mom have a good look. Su Yuanhang knew he had made his parents anxious. He smiled faintly. Mom, Dad, I'm fine. Then he turned his gaze toward Chao Jiwei and the others. They had only suffered flesh wounds, no broken bones. That was because Su Yuanhang had held back. As they pulled Chao Jiwei to his feet, the village head's voice rang out from a distance. Hearing the village head's secret signal, Chao Jiwei realized that higher authorities had arrived for an inspection. Ignoring his pain, he began frantically fleeing. Then came Tang Kexin's shout, warning Su Yuanhang as well. Seeing Chao Jiwei and his men scatter, how could Su Yuanhang let them leave so easily? With astonishing speed and nimble footwork, Su Yuanhang set his first target on Chao Jiwei. Everyone else could run, but he could not. In a few swift strides, Su Yuanhang grabbed Chao Jiwei by the back. As Chao fought back, Su extended his long leg in a sweeping kick, knocking him to the ground. Then he pinned him down with both arms, completely subduing him. Over at Tang Kexin's side, she and Director Su were already hurrying towards Su Yuanhang. As they drew closer, the scene of devastation became apparent. Many tea bushes were destroyed. Director Zu's face darkened. The village head, noticing the expressions of Director Su and the inspection team, was inwardly groaning. Causing such a huge scene in front of the inspection team would have a very negative impact, and as village head, he would inevitably bear responsibility. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he racked his brain for a way to explain things to Director Su and avert the crisis. Director Su, please let me explain. The tea garden isn't usually like this. He decided to preempt any investigation, so he added, clearly there's been a misunderstanding. But Director Su didn't even glance at him. Instead, he walked straight towards Su Yuanhang and extended his hand. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Su Yuanhang pushed Chao Jiwei away and smiled. Director Su, you've come at just the right time. Mr. Su, what happened here? Director Su asked courteously. The village head finally understood. Director Zu's visit today was clearly linked to Su Yuanhang. His heart skipped before Su Yuanhang could explain. The village head rushed forward, grasped Su's hand, and put on an amiable smile. Nephew Su, this is all a misunderstanding. Please tell Director Su that you and Jiwei were just joking around. Seeing Chao Daji pleading with him so politely for the first time, Su Yuanhang smiled instead. Village chief, we're not fooling around. It was your son who provoked us and destroyed all my family's tea garden. Oh, by the way, he also said that if we didn't pay protection money, he wouldn't let our family have an easy time, and we wouldn't be able to sell our tea. Upon hearing this, Chao Dezi's face changed dramatically. Chao Jiwei, who had been dragged back and was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, jumped up in anger. You're spouting lies. Am I spouting lies? All the fellow villagers present can testify. Su Yuanhang glanced at the crowd and said, Uncles and aunties, you all know best what happened. If I, Su Yuanhang, speak even half a lie, may I be struck by lightning. But the villagers hesitated, their eyes dodging, as if the village chief's authority made them afraid to act rashly. Director Su, who had been silent all along, had long mastered the art of reading people, having risen to a high position. Seeing each villager showing terrified expressions at Chao Daji, he stepped forward and said, Dear fellow villagers, I am Director Su from Ludao. I am here today to inspect the work. So comrades, feel free to speak your minds. Whatever grievances you have, just say them out. I personally will uphold justice for everyone. The assistant stepped forward and added, Just tell Director Su the truth about what happened just now. If anyone harbors or lies, once Director Su investigates and finds out, you will all be held accountable. The villagers' expressions changed. One man who was close to Su Yuanhang's family and his cousin stepped forward and said, Director Su, let me speak. Involuntarily, everyone looked at this brave man. Ernie, someone tried to stop him, but he shook his sleeve and said, Director Su himself has come to our village to uphold justice. If we don't speak now, when will we? Chao Jiwei, seeing that this bastard was about to betray him, warned him secretly. Ernie, don't talk nonsense. Be careful with your words. The implication was full of threat, but Su Yuanhang slapped the man's face and said, Shut up. You, Su Yuanhang, in front of Director Su, are you rebelling against heaven itself? Chao Deji immediately found an excuse and pointed at Su Yuanhang, accusing him. Director Su, you saw that. This fellow has no respect for elders or law, and he doesn't even take you seriously. How can you believe his words? Chao Daji, you and your son have been bullying others in the village by using your authority for years. Not only have you embezzled the funds allocated by higher authorities, but you have also abused your power to allocate land for yourselves, and every year you force everyone to pay protection fees. The more they pay, the better treatment they get. Ernie Yu directly pointed at Chao Daji and complained to Director Su, Director Su, please do justice for us. Director Su, what Ernie Yu said is true. Another woman also stepped forward and accused, the village chief's whole family is no good. My daughter was defiled by this beast. The two spoke very clearly. Director Zu's face darkened as he looked at Chao Daji and his son, and said, Is what they said true? With a thud, the village chief knelt down, pulling the dumbfounded Chao Jiwei to kneel, as well crying and pleading, Director Su, they are wronging me. I Chao have always been diligent and hardworking in Xiking village. I never expected them to be instigated by Su Yuanhang. Please investigate thoroughly. Director Su, he is acting. At this moment, the villagers could see that Director Su truly intended to uphold justice for Xiking village. Immediately others came forward and said just now his son Chao Jiwei called a bunch of thugs to bully the Su family and wreck the tea fields. If Su Yuanhang hadn't arrived in time, even his cousin would have been beaten to death in the tea fields. I can testify. The village chief and his family have been oppressing us villagers for years, making our lives in Xiking village miserable. Please do justice for us. Perhaps hearing that Director Su had arrived in person, a crazy woman ran up from below, crying hysterically, Heavenly Lord, please save our family. This Chao Daji is simply inhuman. He raped me, crippled my husband, and my daughter was also defiled by his son. Boo-hoo. The crazy woman with disheveled hair and ragged clothes knelt beside Director Su, grabbing his trouser leg with her dirty hands. But Director Su showed no sign of disdain. Instead, he helped her up with a stern face. Sister, don't worry. Take your time and tell me your grievances. Director Su said gently. At this moment, everyone saw this and believed Director Su was a good official. This woman was the one who had spent 200,000 yuan to sue the village chief's family, but returned fruitlessly only to have her husband's legs broken. Because of this, no one dared to file a complaint anymore. This allowed Chao Dezi's family to dominate the village, escalating their secret extortion of money and defiling many women in the village. Whether widows, married women, or girls just entering high school. If they took a fancy to someone, they would not let go. It could be said that Chao Daji was essentially a local tyrant in his own little domain. Chao Daji now looked ashen. Seeing Director Su staring at him with a grim expression, he knelt on the ground, unable. Su Yuanhang did not take advantage of his status to order Director Su to bring the village chief to justice. Since the other party promised to thoroughly investigate the village chief's family, Su Yuanhang would remain silent and see how he handled the matter. As the atmosphere grew tense, a shout came from the foot of the hill. Director Su, Everyone turned to look as a public servant quickly ran up. However, he slipped and fell on the way but quickly got up and arrived somewhat disheveled at Director Zu's side panting, "Director, we have a lead." "Catch your breath first then speak." Director Su, wearing glasses, now had a gleam in his eyes. "What lead?" Su Yuanhang looked at the man's attire and the badge pinned to his chest. He was a member of the disciplinary inspection group. He glanced at Chao Daji and the others and said, "Director Su, following your instructions, we thoroughly investigated the accounts of Chao Dezi's family, the income and expenses of Ziking Village over the years, as well as land acquisition and deed usage, and discovered a large amount of forged evidence." Upon hearing this, Chao Daji and his son were greatly shocked, their faces turning ashen. Director Su cast a cold glare at Chao Daji and snorted, "Take him away." "Yes." The disciplinary team members approached Chao Daji, then turned to Chao Zhuwei saying, "Both of you come with us." By now there was no escape for them. With irrefutable evidence, they had no choice but to surrender. The disciplinary team promptly escorted them down the mountain. As they descended, Chao Daji's legs gave way, and he fainted. "Dad!" Chao Zhuwei wailed, "Dad, get up. What will I do if something happens to you?" At this critical moment, Chao Zhuwei still wanted the village chief to awaken and back him up. But the disciplinary team showed no leniency whether the person was unconscious or awake. Director Li had already been waiting at the foot of the mountain, and he ordered the father and son to be loaded into the vehicle. Meanwhile, Director Su remained in the tea garden. Amidst the villagers' cheers, he said kindly, "My fellow townspeople, we came here today to uphold justice for you. I must also express my gratitude to all of you and to Mr. Su for his support." The villagers had already discerned that Director Su came prepared, and seeing the village chief ousted was certainly a cause for universal joy. Amid the celebrations, Director Su shook hands with Su Yuanhang and explained to the villagers, "The reason I came this time is because I received a report from Mr. Su which enabled me to resolve your difficulties promptly." Hearing this, the villagers immediately felt immense gratitude towards Su Yuanhang. In an instant, his standing among. Yet someone dared to ask, "Director Su, now that the village chief has been removed, what will become of our village?" "Director Su, will there be a new village chief?" "I don't want an outsider as village chief. What if he turns out to be as corrupt as Chao Daji?" Director Su, perceptive as ever, asked with a smile, "Well, fellow townspeople, what would you like to do? How about electing someone prestigious from within your own village as village chief?" After much deliberation, the villagers fixed their eyes on Su's father. "I think Su Qingtian should be our village chief." "I second that." "Su Qingtian is one of the most senior members of our village, kind-hearted and educated. If he's chosen, I'll be the first to support him." Su Qingtian, Su Yuanhang's father, never expected to suddenly become the villagers' nominated candidate for village chief. Flustered, he said, "Don't be ridiculous. Electing a village chief is a serious matter. We must follow Director Su." Director Su, seeing the enthusiasm, still followed protocol. "Fellow townspeople, electing a village chief requires the approval of the village committee, followed by a villagers' representative meeting, and then an election to oversee the process." He paused, then continued. "In simple terms, the entire village and the village committee will cast votes. If Su Qingtian receives the most votes, he can become the next village chief." "Director Su, I can't do it." Su's father waved his hands repeatedly. But Su Yuanhang stepped forward and said, "Dad, I think you're well suited to be village chief. As long as you lead the villagers toward prosperity, nothing else matters." After all, this was a land of tea, and Su Yuanhang suddenly conceived an opportunity to help the villagers become Director Su naturally wanted to show Su Yuanhang respect, given that he had donated 10 million yuan to build concrete roads for various townships. A truly benevolent act. That Su Yuanhang's father would become village chief was partly because he commanded respect, and partly due to Su Yuanhang's background. Yuanhang stopped messing around. Su's father had been a farmer all his life, but despite having a high school education, he had never been involved in organizing such events, and feared he might fail. Tang Kexin stepped forward and added with a smile, "Uncle, everyone trusts you so much. I'm sure you'll do great." "That's right, Su Qingtian, you're the people's choice." One villager chuckled. "We'll talk about it later." Su Qingtian began to hesitate. He needed to calm down and think it over before making a decision. Director Su smiled. "Senior Su, please give it careful thought. Don't disappoint everyone's expectations." "Director Su, I will." Su Qingtian had never interacted with such an important figure before, and even now speaking with Director Su. After the matter was settled, Su Yuanhang approached his father and said, "Dad, since everyone is here, why not take Director Su on a tour of our tea garden?" Hearing this, Su Qingtian thought it was a good idea. Introducing their hometown's products to an official like Director Su would help promote the quality of their tea. He readily agreed. "Yuanhang, that's a great idea. Stay close to me, and correct me if I say something wrong." Seeing his father's nervousness, Su Yuanhang nodded. "Sure." Emboldened, Su Qingtian invited Director Su. "Director, since you've come all this way to Ziking Village, how about I show you around, and let you see our tea fields?" "Of course, I'd love to learn about the richness of Ziking Village's tea, and hear some interesting stories from the village." Director Su responded with an approachable smile. Then Su Yuanhang watched as Su Qingtian became the representative leading Director Su on a tour of the tea fields, while recounting the garden's origins. As for Su Yuanhang, he first attended to his cousin's injury. "Cousin, go to the clinic and get that wound treated. I'll take care of everything here. Yuanhang, we owe this all to you. You actually managed to invite Director Su personally. Chao Duan will never recover from this. We're in for better days ahead." His cousin, disregarding his own injury, was ecstatic. That's a matter for later. Right now the most important thing is for you to go down the mountain and get your wound treated. Su Yuanhang then turned to the nearby villagers and called out, "Uncles, please help escort my cousin down the mountain. I'll accompany my dad and Director Su for a chat. Yuanhang, you've really made something of yourself. Who knew you were acquainted with Director Su? Your family is going to rise in the... We, your uncles and aunts, all stand behind your father. We'll make sure he gets elected village chief. Thank you all, you uncles and aunts." Su Yuanhang knew that most of the villagers were honest and simple at heart. They had simply been oppressed by Chao Daji for so long that they had become timid and afraid. Now that everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, Su Yuanhang understood it was because he had forged a connection with Director Su. But wasn't that the way of the world? Those with power and influence had the final say. Su Yuanhang saw nothing wrong with this. At least he wouldn't exploit the villagers' interests like Chao Daji had. His cousin didn't insist on staying. As the villagers helped him down the mountain, he didn't forget to remind Su Yuanhang, "Once I've taken care of the wound, I'll come find you. There's still a lot of work to handle. Just rest. The live stream is in the evening. Xin and I will manage it." Su Yuanhang smiled. After his cousin left, Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kexin, who had stayed by his side along with the adorable children, and his mother, who was watching over them. His father, meanwhile, was already showing Director Su and the others around the tea fields while explaining the quality of this year's tea. "Mom, you should rest too." Su Yuanhang said gently to his mother, "We've got things under control. Don't worry." As she watched her son, Su's mother's eyes were filled with pride. "All right, I'll go home and cook you all a delicious meal." She smiled. "Kexin, my dear, what would you like for lunch?" But a villager suggested, "Sister-in-law, why go home to cook? Today Director Su has honored us with his presence. I say the village should organize a celebration feast. Let's all eat together." "Exactly. Such a joyful occasion calls for a collective celebration. I'll go round up the villagers. Let's celebrate Chao Daji's arrest, and at the same time come together to elect Su Qingtian as village chief." The villagers' suggestion received an enthusiastic response. Everyone agreed it was a great idea. So under Su Yuanhang's watchful gaze, his mother was whisked away by the other women. As she left, she turned back and said to him and Tang Kexin, "I'm taking your mother away to help with the preparations. Lunch is on us, and for dinner remember to tell your dad and Director Su to stay for a simple meal." Su Yuanhang smiled and replied, "I will." Tang Kexin could feel the warmth of the villagers. The atmosphere was as beautiful as the weather. Clear sky, endless blue, and not a single cloud. "Let's go find my dad." Su Yuanhang took the child's hand and said to Tang Kexin, "Let's take a good stroll through the... All right." Tang Kexin nodded as she walked towards Su's father. She asked Su Yuanhang, "Yuanhang, how much do you know?" "Fairly well." Su Yuanhang smiled. "Come, let me explain." Tang Kexin listened attentively to his introduction and discovered that tea had many anecdotes and origins. When they caught up with Su's father, Director Su nodded slightly at Su Yuanhang in greeting, then continued listening to Su's father's introduction. "Director Su, I can't guarantee that every tea plant in our village receives the same care, but we harvest them by hand, tend them meticulously, and even remove weeds manually, without using pesticides, ensuring that everything we drink is completely natural." Director Su was now holding a few tea leaves of different grades, all of which looked exceptionally fresh. After Su's father described the intricacies of tea picking and mentioned that his cousin had even opened a factory for processing, Director Su turned to Su Yuanhang and asked, "Mr. Su, I heard that you and Miss Tang will be doing a live stream tonight to promote and sell local products, is that correct?" Su Yuanhang nodded with a smile. "Yes, Director Su. Since the previous village chief interfered and prevented our tea from being sold, I thought of using live stream e-commerce to sell this batch." At this point, Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kexin. "Of course, with my fiancé's help, I'm confident we can sell all the tea from dozens of acres. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. Sure to be left on their hands." Su's father also looked at Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin with relief and emotion. Their return had brought him and the villagers too many surprises and too much help. Eradicating the local tyrant of the village was the greatest blessing. Livestream sales are great. Director Su chuckled. In the current environment, livestream sales have become a new trend. With a big star like Miss Tang, it's definitely not a problem, and it can also promote our hometown's tea and drive economic growth. The government and I fully support it. Director Su had reported to his superiors this time, and they had given their approval. Director Su smiled. "Miss Tang, could I also participate in tonight's livestream?" Tang Kexin was flattered. "Of course you can. It would be even better if Director Su is willing. With a civil servant like Director Su backing them, their credibility would be greatly enhanced." After saying this, she glanced at Su Yuanhang with a meaningful look. Su's father was overjoyed. "Director Su, are you going to help the villagers promote Ziking tea? Let me thank you on behalf of everyone." Director Su waved his hand with a smile. "Our local government also needs to thank you hard-working laborers for your contributions to the nation's development. This is just a small gesture on my part." Su's father was grateful once again, feeling that today was full of good news and that the tea sales were secured. Whether they made a lot or a little no longer mattered. The key was to promote Ziking tea, and that alone would be the best outcome. Soon he led Director Su through the tea fields, and the director was deeply moved. At noon, Director Su did not go down the mountain. Instead, he joined the villagers in picking tea leaves, experiencing the hardships and rewards of the working people. During this time, Su's father personally served Director Su some processed high-quality tea, which he had grown himself. After drinking it, Director Su was reluctant to leave and praised it repeatedly. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin brought the little ones along to pick tea leaves, as well enjoying themselves. Especially the children. Both were sweating profusely and covered in dust, but they didn't mind. Daddy, Mommy, look at the tea leaves we picked. Though the small basket was modest, they had picked over a caddy of tea leaves, their own hard-earned harvest. Su Yuanhang immediately praised them. You're amazing, my little treasures. Director Su was willing to get close to Su Yuanhang. After all, as a leader, he was most pleased to see entrepreneurs like Su Yuanhang contributing to their hometown. Mr. Su, these two little ones have inherited the fine traditions of you and your father. At such a young age, they already know how to help pick tea leaves. Responding to Director Zu's praise, the children giggled. Uncle Su, Daddy says that only by working with your own hands can you feel truly proud when you harvest the fruits. Director Su was taken aback, deeply impressed by the children's words. After all, nowadays, too few young people understood this principle. Most were eager to take shortcuts or wanted something for nothing. What clever children, Director Su laughed. You and Miss Tang have truly raised wonderful daughters. Director Su flatters us, Tang Kexin replied with a polite smile. In truth, she felt deeply gratified and proud of the children's intelligence. Soon it was mealtime. A village woman came to the tea field and called out to everyone, Director Su, everyone, it's time to eat. Su Yuanhang explained to his father and Director Su. Dad, please take Director Su to eat first. The village has prepared a grand feast today to welcome Director Zu's arrival. His words made Director Su feel honored. Director Su chuckled. Then let's go eat. Following his instructions, all the villagers headed down the mountain together. Along the way, they talked about the development of Xiking village over the years and how Chowdaji had exploited the villagers. Director Su recalled the previously deranged woman and couldn't help but ask, Senior Su, about that female villager earlier, could you tell me more? Everyone in the village knew about this matter. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin held the children as they listened to Su's father recount the story. It's like this. Su's father spoke with deep emotion. Director Su, her name is Hime. Her husband was from our village. In the early years, their family didn't grow tea, they raised fish fry. Director Su listened attentively, nodding along. Su's father continued, for years ago when their fish were ready for harvest, the village chief sent people to demand protection money, asking for half of the profits. The family refused, and the next day tens of thousands of caddies of fish in their pond all died. There was no evidence pointing to the village chief, but everyone knew in their hearts that he had someone poison the pond, causing their devastating loss. Both of the elderly parents passed away from grief that same day. To fight for justice, the family decided to appeal to the capital. They spent over 200,000 yuan, but returned empty-handed. Instead, the village chief had their legs broken, and even Hime, finally her mother-in-law, died of a cerebral hemorrhage 2 years ago. At this point, Su's father couldn't continue. But Director Su didn't need to hear more to imagine the inhuman torment the family had endured. His face turned grim. He never imagined such a severe case of local tyranny could occur in a village. He thought of Director Li and asked, didn't you call the police? Su's father sighed. Director Su, it's a long story. Hearing this, Director Su immediately understood what was going on. He turned to Su Yuanhang and made a promise. Senior Su, since I'm here today, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If we don't eradicate the root of evil, another Chowdaji will emerge in the future. Su Yuanhang immediately responded, Director Su, I fully agree with you. All evil lies in the roots. Only by completely uprooting these scoundrels can we restore peace and tranquility to the common people. Mr. Su, Senior Su, rest assured. Director Su declared righteously, before I came, I had already reported the village's situation to my superiors. This incident will not be tolerated and will be dealt with seriously. Director Su, with your words we can rest easy. Su's father said with deep emotion. When they reached the foot of the mountain, all the village committee members were present. None dared to delay or leave. Even though they harbored ulterior motives, they all treated Director Su with courtesy devoid of their usual arrogance. The village had laid out a grand feast paid for by the villagers themselves, though the cost was not high. After each household contributed their share, it came to just a few hundred yuan. Yet they had organized the banquet as if dozens of tables were set and dishes were already served. The seats of honor were naturally reserved for Director Su and his party, while Su Yuanhang, his father, and Tang Kexin also sat at the same table as Director Su. Also at the table were some village committee members. They sat there trembling with fear. Normally they would have relished their positions of prominence, but now they wished they could find a crack to crawl into to avoid Director Zu's notice. In addition to the villagers, Director Li was also present in person. The members of the disciplinary inspection team, however, sat at another table. As for Chowdaji and his cronies, they had already been taken away by other members of the disciplinary team. Once everyone was seated, a village committee representative stood up to pour wine for Director Su, saying politely, Director, please forgive us for any inadequacies in our hospitality. Let me toast you. Such a lavish lunch. How could there be any lack of hospitality? Director Su had already obtained the village committee's roster and thoroughly investigated the personnel changes and usual behavior in the village. The representative before him, who was in charge of comprehensive governance, was usually responsible for rural revitalization, as well as mediating disputes and maintaining public order. However, Director Su knew that he was in cahoots with Chao Deji and had committed many illegal acts over the years. The fact that he still held his position was precisely because Director Su wanted to use him as an example to strike fear into others. Comrade Li Ming, in the past, I wouldn't even have dared to dream of a meal like this. Director Su said meaningfully. I remember when I was first assigned to the countryside, having a bowl of porridge and some sweet potatoes was the best hospitality. But now we have chicken, duck, seafood, pork, and such fine liquor. This is like paradise itself. Li Ming's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Su Yuanhang, however, raised a cup of tea and smiled at Director Su. Director, let me toast you. Good, let me also toast Mr. Su. Director Su cheerfully raised his tea and drank. He resolutely refused the expensive liquor proffered by the village committee. This left Li Ming in an awkward position, unable to either drink or set down his wine glass. Excellent tea. Director Su said heartily. Senior Su, the tea leaves grown by the villagers are truly aromatic and mellow. Director, if you like it, I'll have some pack for you to take back later. It's not worth much anyway. Li Ming began to curry favor again, but Director Su slammed his teacup down heavily and declared loudly, Comrade Li Ming, your ideological awareness is still lacking. No matter how cheap something is, as civil servants we must not accept gifts from the people. As a village cadre, don't you understand this? Li Ming was so frightened, he nearly fell to his knees. His smile was forced as he stammered, Yes, Director Su is right. The villagers watched the spectacle with delight, feeling a sense of justice, as old Li Ming finally met his reckoning. At this moment the cousin also arrived after finishing his treatment at the clinic. Although he had some bruises and superficial wounds, nothing was broken. He came over to greet Su Yuanhang. His face, swollen and bruised, still wore a cheerful grin. Cousin, I'm back. Director Su had someone add another chair. After the cousin was seated next to Su Yuanhang, Director Su questioned again, Comrade Li Ming, as a cadre in charge of comprehensive governance, why weren't you present when this comrade had a conflict with Chao Jiwei and his gang? This interrogation made Li Ming's expression change drastically. Li Ming's hand trembled as he forced a strained smile and said, Director Su, I didn't receive any news. Is it that you didn't receive the news, or did you ignore it because of Chao Deji? Director Su suddenly slammed the table, spilling the drinks and causing Li Ming to shudder and collapse beneath the table. Su Yuanhang and the others understood that Director Su intended to make an example of Li Ming to intimidate the other village committee members. Su's parents, however, dared not even breathe heavily, as they could only watch helplessly while the leader was enraged. The toddlers, startled by Director Zu's outburst, fell silent and huddled in the arms of Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang, gazing at them with innocent confusion. Realizing that he had been exposed, Li Ming, no matter how dull, understood that his past dealings with Chao Deji could no longer be concealed. He immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Director Su, it was all Chao Deji's doing. I was forced into it. Besides you, who else conspired with Chao Deji? Director Su, with the intention of making an example through this banquet, swept his gaze across the village committee's table and continued, It's still not too late for those who come forward to confess now. Once I investigate personally, it will be a different matter. At this, the village committee members became restless. Li Ming hesitated, but ultimately chose not to confess. Director Su was in no hurry while the villagers remained silent, none daring to pick up their chopsticks. The lively atmosphere suddenly turned tense. No one is willing to step forward and confess, is there? Director Su laughed. Fine, I won't spoil the mood. The villagers still need to eat lunch, so let's eat first. As he spoke, his expression softened. While urging the villagers to continue eating, he added, Folks, since everyone is here, I have a few more things to say. Instantly, the villagers put down their chopsticks and listened attentively to Director Su. With Chao Deji arrested, the position of village chief in Ziking village is temporarily vacant. So if anyone has a suitable candidate, feel free to speak up. Director Su said with a smile. When the matter was brought up, the villagers began to speak enthusiastically. Director Su, I believe Su Qingtian is the most qualified to be village chief. I agree. If Su Qingtian becomes village chief, I wholeheartedly support it. Seeing the villagers speaking as if they had coordinated with great enthusiasm and loud voices, Su Qingtian picked up his teacup and stood up, saying, Fellow villagers, brothers and sisters, I cannot accept this. I, Su Qingtian, am not worthy of being village chief. Su Yuanhang also seized the opportunity to laugh and say, Right, my father has never held any official position. I think it's better to choose a suitable person from the village committee itself. On one hand, they have experience to handle the duties of village chief, and on the other, they have the prestige to command. However, a villager emboldened by alcohol directly retorted, Nephew Su, you are wrong there. Now, is there any good person left on the village committee? I for one refuse to accept them. Brother Liang is right. Director Su, all those people on the village committee have taken bribes from Chao Deji. If they are allowed to be village chief, our days will only get worse. Director Su, I report Chen Yin of our village. She bribed the village chief to become a member of the committee. I also report that Li Ming is guilty of corruption and bribery, just like the village chief. And him, the eldest son of the Guo family. He was caught stealing in the village a few years ago, but after being released he still became a committee member. Director Su, is it now permissible for criminals to hold office? The Guo family son's face instantly darkened, and he pointed angrily at a village woman, yelling, Shut the hell up. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and all the villagers began to muster their courage to report others. Soon every member of the village committee was singled out by the villagers, who even recounted the misdeeds they had committed. In front of Director Su, these committee members could not muster any resistance and could only complain bitterly. In the past, the villagers would never have dared to say such things. Now each of them sat on pins and needles, resenting the informants while regretting their past actions. Director Su, I am innocent. Wu Chang is slandering me. Director Su, please do justice for me. I am innocent. Director Su turned his gaze to the village committee, his eyes cold. Just now I gave you a chance to repent. Did you have to wait until the villagers reported you to dare speak up, and then claim to be innocent? And you? Director Su pointed at the Guo family's son. As a village cadre using such foul language, what kind of behavior is that? The Guo family's son instantly lost his nerve. Without concrete evidence of their crimes, Director Su could not do anything to them. However, people like these who broke laws and discipline could not withstand an investigation. While everyone was gathered at the theater for the banquet, another disciplinary inspection team had already gone to the homes of the village committee members to conduct inquiries. At that moment, a member of the inspection team approached Director Su and whispered in his ear. After hearing, Director Su said seriously, originally the village committee should have no more than 7 members, but I see quite a few committee members here. No less than a dozen, am I right? The committee members dared not say a word. Director Su then took the documents handed over by the inspection team, which formed a thick stack. Including daily transactions, account funds, and various other incidents, there were numerous instances of illegal and criminal. I never imagined such a small village could harbor so many lawless and undisciplined acts. Director Su slammed the documents onto the table, then stared at Li Ming and the others. Since you want talk, you can do so at the bureau. Take them all away. In an instant, the 13 suspected members of the village committee were all lawfully arrested. Far from disheartening the villagers, this only led them to cheer in celebration. Long live Director Su. Director Su, you are a reincarnation of Bao Qingtian. Thank you, Director Su, for finally restoring peace to our Ziking village. With the village committee members gone, the villagers felt much more relaxed. They cheered loudly as if celebrating a festival. Su Yuanhang exchanged a knowing glance with Director Su. For Director Su, today's events would add another brilliant achievement to his political career. For Su Yuanhang, the black sheep of Ziking village had finally been thoroughly eradicated. Director Su got back to business. Now, besides the position of village chief, there are 6 vacant posts. I want to hear your opinions, fellow townsfolk. You can recommend yourselves. If you are accepted by the majority, we will elect a new village committee today. The village chief must be Brother Su. I cast my vote for Su Qingtian. Brother Su is well liked in the village and always helps others. If he becomes village chief, it will be a blessing for our village. Some villagers said with great excitement. In the end, Su Qingtian lived up to everyone's expectations, winning the highest number of votes in the villagers' self-election and becoming the new village chief. As for the other positions, they were discussed and elected together. After the 7 committee members were selected, they excitedly toasted Director Su. Meanwhile, they assured all the villagers that they would strive to manage Ziking village well and lead everyone on the path to prosperity. The meal was one of mutual satisfaction. Director Su continued, Village Chief Su, President Su, I toast to you. Raising his glass as Su's father was overwhelmed with gratitude, and the villagers watched with curiosity, Director Su said with a smile, President Su has agreed to donate 10 million yuan in charitable funds to the government for constructing surrounding roads. For this, I especially thank you for your generous and selfless spirit. On behalf of the government, we thank President Su for his altruism. The crowd was stunned. Some even thought they had misheard and began whispering among themselves. Yuanhang donated 10 million to the leaders for road construction. Did I hear that correctly? 10 million. Yuanhang has really made it big outside. Village Chief, your son is a success. Could it be that his famous wife paid for it? I heard celebrities make a lot of money. That could very well be. Amidst the lively discussions, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin exchanged smiles. They did not bother to explain. But the cousin couldn't stand it and stood up to address the villagers. Hey, Aunt Lu, Uncle Air, stop guessing wildly. My cousin is a successful man now. He runs his own company in the city and naturally has money. He also married such a beautiful actress. It's all thanks to his own hard work. He came back this time partly to visit his parents with my cousin-in-law and partly to deal with a black sheep like Chaoji. If you want to thank anyone besides Director Su, the person you should thank most is my cousin. As the saying goes, one person brings glory to the whole family. At this moment, Su Yuanhang had brought great honor to the Su family and his relatives, filling his parents with immense pride. The villagers finally understood and immediately raised their glasses to toast Su Yuanhang. Yuanhang, we toast you. Thank you and Director Su for seeking justice for us. If it weren't for Su Qingtian becoming village chief, they would have nominated Su Yuanhang instead. But since it was family, it didn't matter who took the position. Our village has finally produced someone successful. Yuanhang, you've really brought us honor. I toast you too. I always knew Yuanhang was sensible and obedient. I saw he would succeed someday. Was I wrong? Come off it. You were the one who looked down on Yuanhang the most before. As they began to expose each other, Su Yuanhang did not take it to heart. Tang Kexin, however, chuckled and asked, Yuanhang, is what they said true? What do you mean? Su Yuanhang tried to evade the question. Were you really not very motivated in the past? Tang Kexin inquired curiously. The toddlers sitting on their laps naturally heard clearly. Daddy, Mommy, what does not motivated mean? Su Yuanhang sniffed awkwardly and said, I think I was okay. Though I wasn't good at studying, when it came to being filial to my parents I did well. Tang Kexin had already known about Su Yuanhang's character since their college graduation. And after this recent interaction, she held him in even higher regard. She had only been teasing him. Yuanhang then explained not motivated to the kids. Tang Kexin handed the challenge to. Under the toddler's curious and expectant gazes he explained earnestly, darling's not motivated means being lazy, not being active in anything, and not willing to work hard. Roughly that's what it meant. The toddlers listened half understanding and nodded, Daddy I know. Like those bad people just now, they got caught because they weren't motivated right. And that thief, he wasn't motivated. Director Su, who was nearby, heard the toddlers using them as examples and couldn't help laughing. Haha, President Su, these two kids really know how to draw inferences. They are very smart. You flatter me, Director Su. Su Yuanhang nodded with a smile. Tang Kexin also responded with a polite smile. Then everyone began to eat and drink merrily. The banquet did not disperse until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When they learned that Su Yuanhang planned to use live streaming to sell the unsold tea, but might not have enough time, due to manpower, many villagers volunteered to help. Some had already sold their tea to wholesalers early on and had free time. Director Su also declared that he would help with the live streaming sales tonight to promote the local tea and boost the village's development. Some villagers immediately regretted selling their tea cheap to wholesalers earlier. Other villagers out of desperation had sold their tea to the village chief, trusting him to sell it. After learning that the village chief had been embezzling and profiting from the villagers for years, Director Su assured everyone that once Chao Daji and the others were thoroughly investigated, the villagers could provide receipts or records of protection fees paid, and the money would be returned. This joyful news made the villagers cheer. Every penny they earned was hard-earned, so the thought of getting it back and having some extra security made everyone happy. With the villagers' unpaid help, in just a short afternoon, the dozens of acres of tea fields belonging to Su's father and cousin were fully harvested, then processed and packaged at the processing plant. As time approached 7 in the evening, everyone finally finished work. After dinner, the live streaming sales officially began. Tang Kexin did not put on special makeup or dress up. She met her fans in her daily attire. Thanks to the promotional efforts of Lin Shanshan, Tang Renxin, and the fan support group, many people had been waiting early. Su Yuanhang sat beside Tang Kexin with the live streaming equipment ready. The toddlers were temporarily taken care of by Su's parents. They sat in front of the camera counting down the time. At 8 o'clock in the evening, with Su Yuanhang by her side, Tang Kexin felt slightly more relaxed and began the live stream. At this moment, Tang Kexin's live stream account had amassed over 70 million followers. Yet she had never broadcasted before, only uploading daily vlogs or promotional videos for films, TV dramas, and songs. This was her first time going live, so she was inevitably a little nervous. After she started the stream, the villagers all pulled out their phones and entered the live room. They were curious to see how Tang Kexin would sell the tea. For the villagers, the concept of online sales was still foreign and felt novel, so they also wanted to learn from it. As soon as the broadcast began, the viewer count instantly surpassed 100, and Tang Kexin could see the precise numbers in the back end. In less than a minute, over 500 people flooded into the live room. Such a massive fan base was something only a few top-tier influencers could achieve. Damn, how many people is that? Exclaimed her cousin as he glanced at the 100 count, utterly stunned. In his usual product promotion streams, hitting 100 viewers was already a big deal. Normally he'd have only a dozen or 20, making a few sales a day, so he eventually gave up. Yu Qinfeng, however, had long anticipated Tang Kexin's overwhelming popularity, so the online audience reaching over 500 did not surprise him at all. As for Tang Kexin, watching the numbers climb and the barrage of comments fly by faster than she could read, she struggled to stay calm and greeted them. Hello friends, good evening. I'm Tang Kexin, so happy to see you all in the live room. Being her first time, she was still unsure how to warm up to the audience. As soon as she said her opening line, her cousin peeked at Su Yuanhang's backend data from the side and blurted out, "Holy crap, in just 1 minute we've passed 1 million viewers." "A million? What does that mean?" asked a puzzled villager. The cousin immediately explained, "It means my cousin-in-law's live stream has 1 million people watching her right now." "What? 1 million people?" Another villager's eyes went wide. "I've never seen that many people in my whole life." "Is this for real?" someone else questioned. But the cousin understood that most villagers had little exposure to the internet. They usually just scrolled through Douyin or watched shows. And this was their first encounter with livestream shopping. "If every one of them placed an order, wouldn't we sell 1 million packs of tea in an instant?" The cousin patiently explained to the villagers while Su's parents also leaned in, listening intently. Meanwhile, Tang Kexin had settled into the rhythm. Watching the live room count surge by 500 at a time, it reached 1.5 million. Su Yuanhang sat beside Tang Kexin and scanned the barrage, all messages greeting the two of them. Some fans shouted slogans or words of support. A few zealous fans even begged Tang Kexin to enable the tipping function, which was both amusing and exasperating. Of course, there were also haters trying to stir trouble, but they were instantly drowned out by the friendly barrage. Su Yuanhang also greeted the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin's fiancé." In the live room, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin had agreed that he would take the lead in hosting the stream, while she only needed to sit beside him and show her face. Today Kirsten and I are live streaming together to promote the tea from my hometown. After saying this, Su Yuanhang glanced toward director Su, who was waiting to appear. Then with a warm smile he introduced, of course for this stream we've prepared meticulously, and even specially invited Deputy Director Su Jianhong of Ludao City to share insights about our local industry. Now let's give the warmest barrage of applause to welcome Director Su. Director Su was also making his first appearance in a live stream. However, having weathered many storms, he felt fully confident about this broadcast. He walked in from the side, and after Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang courteously made room, Director Su took the center seat and began his introduction. Good evening, comrades. I am Su Jianhong. Today I have come to Xiqing village, known as the Little Tibet, the home of fine tea. After being invited by President Su to visit this tea village, I was deeply moved and came to understand the local customs and culture. As Deputy Director of Ludao City, I am honored to participate in this live stream and promote our hometown's agricultural products. With that opening, the online audience surpassed 2 million viewers. The news about Tang Kexin and Su Yuanhang had only broken a few days ago, and their popularity was still soaring. Fans were amazed that Su Yuanhang and Tang Kexin could even invite a deputy director to endorse the product, and they all recognized Su Yuanhang's influence. Director Su also felt the fans' enthusiasm as they all sent him warm greetings. Thank you all for your support. Director Su said with a kind smile, displaying none of an official's airs. Now let President Su take over. Su Yuanhang once again took control of the stream. He got straight to the point. Viewer friends, I'm sure you already know what we're about to do. That's right, we want to promote our hometown's agricultural product, tea. Su Yuanhang then picked up a beautifully packaged box of tea and introduced, in my hometown, we produce tea Guanyin and Huang Jingui. Those who have tried them know these teas are mellow and taste pale in color and have a refreshing aroma. Xiqing village lies deep within the Cloud Peak mountain range at an altitude of 1,000 meters, so both the climate and terrain are perfect for tea cultivation. Naturally, the tea grown here is exceptional. Every front and backyard is filled with tea trees. After his introduction, Su Yuanhang wore a composed smile and continued, today to help all our friends taste the tea from my hometown, we are promoting it on Sister Zin's live stream. Without further ado, we have prepared 10,000 packs of tea for our fans divided into 2 price tiers. I will now add them directly to the shopping cart. If you like them, feel free to place your orders. Shipping is included, and we offer a 7-day return policy. At this point, the backstage staff began working diligently. After the cousin confirmed the count of roughly 10,000 packs, they went online. The 10,000 packs came in half jean and 1 jean sizes with both high quality and standard grades. The prices were also much lower than those in other live rooms. As soon as the link was posted, Su Yuanhang was about to continue explaining when his cousin urgently called out from the side, "Cousin, the 10,000 packs are sold out. How is that possible? It's only been a few seconds." Su's parents exclaimed in disbelief. 3 seconds. All 10,000 packs are gone. The cousin announced ecstatically. Su Yuanhang, Tang Kexin, and Director Su all found it unbelievable.